The young Li Gu was just an ordinary high school student preparing for his college entrance exams, but everything changed when he stumbled upon a mysterious comic book. To his shock, he unexpectedly awakened a fortune-telling ability. Fate seemed to be playing a joke on him. His very first prediction accurately foretold a scandal involving his English teacher, leaving him convinced of the power of his newfound skill. Now, standing on the threshold of the college entrance exams, he decided to read his own fortune. The result, however, was disheartening. No matter how well he scored, his destiny pointed to a life of factory work, assembling screws. Just as frustration and disbelief consumed him, his phone suddenly began vibrating wildly. One notification after another popped up, randomly assigning your faction. Your faction is Chaos. Chaos faction traits. You have a higher chance of obtaining high-level talents and Tianxing Xinyan. Chaos faction traits. All other factions who kill you have a 30 chance of acquiring your talents and Tianxing Xinyan. Chaos faction traits. Killing beings from other factions grants you temporary disguise abilities for that faction. Chaos faction traits. Your lifespan will depend on hunting other faction beings. You will officially transition from the human faction to the Chaos faction in 12 hours. Faction protection countdown begins now. Good luck. Chaos? I'm the traitor here. Li Gu rubbed his tired eyes with one hand, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The push notification on his phone resembled the traitor identity card in the game Three Kingdoms, killable to disguise itself as part of any faction, yet destined to be hunted by all. He was about to delete the obviously spam message when his phone started vibrating incessantly again. On the screen, the homeroom teacher was repeatedly reminding the students to arrive at the exam venue early and double-check essentials like their admission tickets. Meanwhile, the class group chat was buzzing with activity. The class monitor passionately rallied everyone with the slogan, "Score 580 and make it to Yindu." 580. Someone quickly doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. In Yindu, even 600 barely gets you a spot in an office to work overtime. This sharp dose of reality made Li Gu chuckle bitterly. Nearly half the class consisted of privileged second-generation kids. Some had already secured spots at prestigious overseas universities, while others had used connections to obtain independent admissions. Only ordinary students like him and the class monitor were still burning the midnight oil, preparing for the looming college entrance exam. Li Gu, good luck. I'll be waiting for you at Yindu University of Posts and Telecommunications. Don't let me down. A message from Yang Zhan popped up, dripping with condescension. Him? He'd be lucky to scrape past the minimum cutoff for posts and telecommunications. Someone chimed in immediately. Who knows? Maybe lightning will strike, and hell miraculously overperform. Let the guy dream a little. Li Gu narrowed his eyes. Yang Zhan, a bottom-tier student who had managed to secure early admission to Yindu University of Posts and Telecommunications thanks to 2 research projects. His father, a professor at a neighboring university, often used Li Gu as a model example to lecture Yang Zhan, which had fueled the latter's hostility. Whenever Yang Zhan got the chance, he would take a jab at Li Gu. Lightning strikes? Sounds like a self-combustion incident on your family's grave. Li Gu shot back without hesitation. He lived by one principle. If someone made him uncomfortable, he wouldn't let them off easily. At that moment, the lights in the train compartment suddenly dimmed. His phone buzzed frantically as urgent notifications flooded the screen. Emergency announcement. New regulations for the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. All eligible students and independent candidates must comply with the following. 1. All overseas study programs and independent admission pathways are now nullified. 2. All bonus point policies are revoked. 3. A unified national examination content and ranking system will be implemented. 4. Only 13 of candidates will pass the exam. Those who pass will awaken their intrinsic star essence, align with the stars, and draw power from the heavens to become Skywalkers. 5. The college entrance exam is now the sole path to becoming a Skywalker. In this world, the hierarchy of the Skywalkers strictly follows the celestial stem numbering system, ranked from lowest to highest as Ding, Bing, Yi, and Jia. The distribution of individuals across these levels is distinct. Jia accounts for 7, Yi for 12, Bing for 27, and Ding comprises the largest portion at 53. Beyond these ranks lies a more enigmatic group known as the Divine Transcendents, making up only one of the population. They are further divided into 3 tiers, Tianhe, Tianmin, and Lingxiao. Climb the celestial ranks, cross the Tianhe, break through Tianmin, and ascend to Lingxiao? This phrase suddenly surfaced in Li Ji's mind, reminding him of something he had read in the command codex of Hulua. Its familiarity lent credibility to the new information he was processing. The system continued delivering critical updates. To ensure the safety of examinees, each candidate could select a temporary Ding level ability to assist in the high-stakes exam. Meanwhile, the ominous warning, "One exam determines your fate," flashed prominently. For candidates like Li Gu, who belonged to the chaotic faction, an additional piece of exclusive information appeared. In 12 hours, he would officially join the chaotic faction. If he succeeded in the exam, he would gain the ability to disguise himself as a member of the ordinary human faction for 60 days. The higher his final score, the longer the disguise would last. Frowning, Li Ge quietly distanced himself from the crowd, cautiously observing the other candidates in the carriage. Just then, a droplet of black ink fell from above, blossoming into a translucent, inkwell-style holographic image in midair. The electronic admission ticket displayed the following details clearly. Candidate, Li Ge. Admission number, CNJL 001988. Rank, Mortal Tier 1. Species, Human. Faction, Chaos. Age, 18. Height, 178.45 centimeters. Weight, 72.66 kilograms. 5-dimensional talent evaluation out of 10. Willpower, 9. Comprehension, 8. Constitution, 5. Perception, 8. Skill, 6. The exam location was set at room 405 of Jinling Academy's senior high school. A blood-red line of text at the bottom right corner of the hologram repeatedly flashed the message about the changes to the exam system. This is insane, Li Ge cursed inwardly. His 18 years of normal life had been shattered in an instant, and the college entrance exam had turned into a selection process for superpowered individuals. The announcement made it clear that all age-appropriate beings were eligible to take the exam, meaning the test room could be filled with all kinds of non-human creatures. Moreover, he himself might no longer be considered fully human. His only chance of survival was to pass the exam and secure at least 2 months of immunity, symbolized as a Gatudof death-free card. After that, he might have to resort to killing to extend his disguise time. Otherwise, endless pursuit awaited him. As these thoughts churned in his mind, the displayed data suddenly vanished, replaced by a new set of options. 3 randomly assigned initial abilities for him to choose from. Ding 098 Valor, innate ferocity and unyielding combat willpower. Reduces comprehension talent by 1 point, but increases constitution talent by 3 points. Ding 044 Blood Shield. Forms a subcutaneous barrier using vital energy, granting 20 damage immunity and reducing pain perception. The reduction depends on willpower talent. Ding 101 Battle Rush. For 3 seconds, speed and strength increase by 200, and attacks deal an additional 10 piercing damage. Cooldown, 600 seconds. The system provided 60 seconds to make a choice. Failure to choose would result in forfeiting the ability. The text message might have been suspicious, but the clear holographic projection in front of her was undeniably real. Li Ge quickly focused her attention on the image, carefully analyzing every detail. Willpower, 9. Perception, 8. Constitution, 5. Observation, 7. Skills, 7. These stats made her chuckle. Why does this feel like a rating for moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development? She stared at the unsatisfying Constitution score. My health should be decent, right? Is it because I've been reading too many romance mangas lately? Or is my sleep quality just that bad? Her attention was soon drawn to the 3 skills displayed in the hologram. Each skill seemed to resemble combat attributes from a game, which made her thoughtful. Could it be that the college entrance exam has evolved into the high combat worlds you see in novels? She carefully analyzed each option. Valor could increase perception to 7 and constitution to 8, but at the cost of reducing intelligence by 1 point. Not an ideal trade-off. The skill Blood Shield had the highest ranking. It reduced pain perception and its effects grew stronger with higher willpower, making it well suited to her 9 points of willpower. Both abilities seem to have decent growth potential. However, Li Ge's gaze lingered on the 3 options for only a second before she made her decision. This is just like a typical exam question. They always include misleading options to trip you up. I'll choose Vanguard. The system seemed to sense her determination, and the options for Valor and Blood Shield instantly disappeared. Her years of gaming experience had taught her that while passive skills often became overpowered in the late stages, this was a temporary ability granted specifically for the college entrance exam. Passive skills might pave the way for future glory, but only active skills could create miracles in the present. The 8th exam tip had clearly stated that the purpose of granting abilities was to ensure the safety of the candidates. This suggested that the exam environment might involve interspecies conflict. In that kind of situation, am I supposed to rely on a passive skill to fight? Li Ge pondered silently. To even think about the future, you have to survive the present first. After making her choice, a small white icon appeared at the bottom of the hologram, and nothing else changed. A minute later, new text began to display. First subject physical fitness. Assessment begins. Task: survive and reach the examination site by 9 a.m. Scoring will be based on difficulty, time taken, and extent of physical injury. Good luck. The simple exam content shimmered with a dark red glow at the edges of the text, as if it might bleed at any moment. Li Ge quickly scanned it and immediately stuffed the pen and admission ticket from the folder into his pocket, tossing the now empty transparent folder far away. He instinctively sensed this was a sign of danger and swiftly pressed himself against the edge of the train car. staying alert. He could feel a significant improvement in his physical abilities. His speed and strength had increased by about 50. This enhancement was likely a result of the Tianqing divine augmentation, but since everyone seemed to have received a similar boost, his relative advantage wasn't particularly pronounced. Young man, a gentle voice called out beside him. Li Gu turned his head to see a silver-haired, elderly woman smiling at him. She was dressed in a maroon silk jacket, with a string of jade Buddhist beads wrapped around her wrist. Her entire demeanor exuded an air of grace and dignity. Heading to the college entrance exam? The wrinkles on her face smoothed out as she smiled, her tone kind and warm. School's on break today, so I'm heading to a training class, Li Gu replied cautiously, deliberately concealing his identity as a candidate, even though the woman seemed like a kind, neighborly grandmother. The elderly woman maintained her gentle smile, but then turned her head slightly and said softly, "You're lying." The moment the words left her lips, the lighting in the train car dimmed abruptly. A chilling, tearing sound echoed through the air as the woman's back arched unnaturally, and countless gray bristles pierced through her jacket, standing upright. Her pants suddenly ripped apart, revealing something horrifying unfolding behind her. What the hell? I lied. And you freak out like this? Li Gu cursed internally. What side are you on? Are you from some lie and die species? The old woman's face twisted and deformed rapidly. Her once round, kind features shrank into a sharp, rodent-like visage. Her eyeballs suddenly fell out, rolling a few times on the floor before stopping, staring blankly at Li Gu with bloodshot veins. A strange, eerie green light began to glow within the empty sockets. Li Gu quickly moved to position himself behind her, only to discover that a long tail had grown from her lower back. Its tip glinting with a metallic sheen. It was like staring at a giant gray-furred rat. In an instant, the old woman flashed to Li Ji's front, her fingertips extending into gray-black claws over 10 centimeters long, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The deadly strike, however, hit nothing but empty space. Thanks to a month of combat experience in his dreams, dodging and battling with school beauties, Li Ji's muscle memory kicked in. He took a large step back, and the sharp claws narrowly missed grazing his Adam's apple. The failed attack continued downward, effortlessly slicing through a stainless steel seat as though it were paper. Li Gu stared at the now dismembered seat, his scalp tingling as he swore internally, "What kind of idiotic exam is this? They gave me some wimpy wind-sneaking ability and expect me to take down Sun Wukong?" He gritted his teeth, his peripheral vision catching sight of the unarmed passengers throughout the train car. His gaze quickly locked back onto the beastly old woman. His muscles tensed, his breathing grew heavy, and his eyes became resolute. Meanwhile, the old woman's eyes gleamed with a mocking light, as if she were toying with him. In the next instant, Li Ji's calf tensed, and with remarkable agility, he retreated into the crowd. The old woman's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. This boy, who just moments ago wore an expression of grim resolve, had suddenly fled with such ease. The train carriage was packed with passengers. Dozens of people seemed completely oblivious to the chase unfolding before them. They stared blankly at their phone screens, their faces calm, smiling, or leering, resembling lifeless NPCs in a video game or puppets drained of vitality, standing motionless in place. As Li Gu blended into the crowd, the old woman puffed out her cheeks and let out a piercing screech. The air exploded through the three carriages, instantly throwing all passengers to the sides, regardless of their size or build. The blast of air parted the crowd, and the old woman easily locked onto Li Gu, who was crawling toward the emergency stop button by the window. This was the most agile moment of Li Ji's life, yet to the old woman, it unfolded as if in slow motion. Her body shot forward like a bullet fired from a gun, aiming straight for Li Ji's flesh and blood. Battle mode, Li Gu muttered to himself. His muscles tensed, and an unprecedented surge of strength coursed through his body. His movements became so fast they left afterimages, as he suddenly dropped to the ground. The battle mode granted him 3 seconds of extraordinary strength and speed, but how could such a fleeting power-up help him combat a creature capable of slicing through steel and creating air shockwaves? Li Ji's abrupt change in speed threw the creature's judgment off. It swept over his head, its dark green eye sockets locked onto its prey. The creature bared its jaws, revealing rows of shark-like teeth, as if mocking Li Ji's resistance. Mock me? Really? Li Gu stared directly into the grotesque face, his gaze devoid of any fear. His expression even carried a hint of madness, as though he relished the adrenaline of this life-and-death moment. Just as the creature fixated on him, Li Ji's right hand, seemingly out of nowhere, gripped an emergency hammer, which he swung with full force at the train window. Crack! The window shattered instantly, held together only by its protective film, now barely hanging on. The emergency hammer, with its 10 piercing damage bonus, easily broke through the double-layered laminated glass. In the next moment, the creature crashed through the fractured window, its upper body thrust out into the cold, dark tunnel, struggling against its confines. Think you can outmatch me? The usually well-behaved student now bore a ferocious glint in his eyes. You think your intellect qualifies you to challenge me? Before the words fully left his mouth, he rammed his shoulder into the creature's lower body, shoving it out of the carriage. The massive form collided with the tunnel wall, rebounding onto the tracks. The train shook violently as dark green blood mixed with chunks of flesh splattered against the rear windows, slowly dripping down. Faced with the grisly sight, Li Ji's expression remained emotionless, like a man unshaken by blood and carnage. The past month of dreamlike battles had honed his combat instincts. Each opponent in his dreams had been far stronger than him, leaving him no choice but to devise ways to eliminate them with cunning and precision. Li Gu had deliberately maneuvered along the window to grab the emergency hammer. He knew full well that even a gun might not be enough to kill the creature. The only force capable of subduing such a being within the subway was the subway itself. So he had decisively used the speed advantage granted by his battle mode to eject the creature through the window, leaving it to be dealt with by the speeding train wheels. Candidate CNJL001988 has successfully completed the global first kill in this year's physical exam. Self-damage assessment, 0. Danger rating, extreme. Kill rating, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. A line of translucent characters suddenly floated before Li Ji's eyes, 1988. The number made his brow furrow slightly, as he realized it was likely his designation. Almost immediately, more information appeared in rapid succession. Killing reward issued. Activated Tianqing Divine Ability, Tomb of the Gods, and received an additional blank entry. You have been promoted to a preliminary candidate for the Tianqing Walker of the Chaos faction. Upon passing the college entrance exam, you will officially become a Tianqing Walker and gain a second divine ability. Stealth trait. Successfully killed an elite-level Heidelberg Spineweasel. Gained 2 hours of disguise time for this species and extended lifespan by 96 hours. Current lifespan, 98 hours. The unfamiliar rewards left Li Gu with mixed emotions. While gaining disguise abilities and extended lifespan seemed advantageous, it also signified his impending departure from his human identity. What unsettled him even more was the brutal reality of the Chaos faction starting with only 2 hours of lifespan. He would be forced to hunt constantly to survive. He had naively thought that joining the Chaos faction would allow him to hide away in some remote wilderness and live out his days in peace. But now, it was clear the system hadn't given him that option. Survival would demand endless killing. While he had previously managed to subdue monsters with the help of transportation and sheer luck, how long could such fortune last? A darker thought struck him like a cold dagger. What choices would other Chaos faction members make? Instead of risking their lives against powerful monsters, wouldn't they prefer targeting ordinary humans, who were far easier prey? Though Chaos faction members were still fundamentally human, the instinct to survive and the allure of generous rewards would inevitably create a world rife with betrayal and suspicion. The realization sent a chill down his spine, but he quickly steadied himself. Since I'm here, I might as well adapt. Survive first, think later. Having grown up in adversity, he was no stranger to hardship. He then noticed a new gray icon added to the bottom left of the holographic projection next to his Battlefront skill. Beside it was an empty slot. The name Tomb of the Gods carried an air of power, hinting that it might be a high-tier skill. Based on the system's prompts, he was currently a Tianqing Walker rather than a divine ability user, but the first kill reward seemed to offer him the rare chance to acquire 2 divine abilities, possibly a turning point in his fate. As he pondered over the potential rank of this powerful skill, another line of text appeared. Tomb of the Gods. Pending identification. Identification task. Kill another abomination within 15 minutes. Failure will significantly increase the difficulty of your next task. Damn it! Li Gu slammed his hand against the train carriage wall, the metallic clang echoing through the empty compartment. He glared at the system notification, cursing inwardly at a mission interface that felt like a cheap knockoff. The dim lighting in the carriage gradually brightened, and the advertisements on both sides blurred past, signaling the train's imminent arrival at the station. Yet, strangely, the train showed no sign of slowing down. Li Gu quickly weighed his options. Even if the driver had an issue, the control center would remotely force the train to stop at the next station. The real question now was, should he stay on this train? Without much hesitation, Li Gu pulled out a cheap-looking bronze compass, barely worth $3, and began muttering under his breath. He luo xiangsheng, de daoguai su, ling yinguanzhen, tingfeng jiming. He swiftly assessed the situation. The train was heading due north. The northern Kan Palace aligned with the celestial Tianping star, which matched his fortune, so for now, he was safe. But after passing Fuzi Temple, the train would sharply turn west, entering the White Tiger's domain, a harbinger of disaster. Abort. He was just about to move when someone suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. He turned to see a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a snug white mini dress. Around them, the other passengers were slowly waking up from unconsciousness, groggily getting up from the seats and floor with puzzled expressions. He was secretly filming me, the girl shrieked, pointing at the bronze compass in Li Ji's hand. That's his hidden camera. Call the police. Li Gu stared at the cheap compass in disbelief. Before he could explain, the girl reached into his pocket and pulled out his most critical possession, his exam admission ticket. His heart skipped a beat. Those monsters were clearly hunting candidates, and with his abilities still on cooldown, the moment his identity was exposed, he'd be as good as dead. Wow, you're a college entrance exam candidate. Li Gu suddenly raised his voice, loud enough to echo through several train cars. Don't just wave your admission ticket around. Hide it quickly. His unexpected outburst left the girl momentarily stunned. The temperature in the carriage plummeted, and an unsettling hissing sound filled the air, as if something was transforming into the monstrous beings known as Nian. Through the window, the platform at Jinling Station came into view. Life or death, it's all fate. Deal with the mess you made yourself. Goodbye. Li Gu shoved the admission ticket back into the girl's hands and leapt through a shattered window. At Fuzi Temple Station, a bustling crowd of hundreds watched in shock as the train hurtled past without stopping. Moments later, they saw a figure fly out of a train window, crashing into a cluster of people on the platform. Li Gu glanced back and faintly saw several eerie black shapes darting through the carriage, the entire train trembling violently. But with the train's speed, he couldn't make out the details. He knew all too well there were more than one of those powerful Nian inside the train, and if he'd insisted on completing the mission, he'd have ended up as a fresh, shredded casualty. Ouch! You nearly killed me. Grab him. Don't let him escape, shouted one of the passengers he'd knocked over. The surrounding crowd, who hadn't managed to board the train, began closing in on him. The subway car was packed with people, and Li Gu was surrounded on all sides, unable to move. Some passengers wore cautious expressions, wanting to question him about the strange incident of people getting off the train despite it not stopping. Others were purely there for the spectacle, while a few, brimming with a sense of justice, loudly called to apprehend the culprit. Trapped in the middle, Li Gu felt like a pot of clay rice, heated and immobile. Pain coursed through his body, making him grimace as he struggled to stand. He glanced around at the tightly packed crowd. His mind raced, and an idea suddenly struck him. He rolled his eyes dramatically, contorted his facial muscles, and staggered forward with spasming limbs. Abruptly, he grabbed the shoulder of a woman in front of him and tilted his head as if to bite her neck. Zombie outbreak, someone screamed. Before the words had fully echoed, the entire subway car erupted into chaos. Passengers panicked, shoving and scattering in all directions. The confined underground space, the non-stopping train, shattered windows, and people leaping out to escape all combined to create the perfect scene of a biohazard crisis. Having spent 2.5 years playing a zombie in escape rooms, Li Gu thought it would be a waste not to put on a show in such an ideal setting. Amid the commotion, he managed to blend into the fleeing crowd and burst out of the subway station. Warm sunlight instantly enveloped him. The streets outside were bustling with cars and pedestrians, orderly and calm. The aroma of Jinling duck blood soup and steamed soup dumplings wafted through the alleys of the old city. His phone showed no notifications from the exam board or warnings from the police, as if everything that had just happened was a figment of imagination. This stark contrast between the tranquility of the outside world and his current predicament only fueled an inexplicable excitement within Li Gu. It felt like the thrill of scoring a game-winning shot on the court, hoping someone had caught the moment on camera. Like running into the quirky school beauty after class, the one obsessed with cosplay and shonen anime. Like anticipating his dad might finally set aside his repair work tonight for a proper rest. Glancing at the corner display showing 98 hours remaining, Li Gu rubbed his stiff face, still sore from his zombie act, and let the sunlight wash away his fatigue. If that's the case, then it's time to face this world hedon. His hand reached for the bronze disc, intending to use his last fortune-telling attempt of the day to see if he could take down a demon within 15 minutes. Just then, a sudden honk from behind interrupted his spell. A bus adorned with red flowers and banners drove past Li Gu, clearly a dedicated vehicle arranged by a school for its exam takers. Having a chartered bus must feel like a blessing. You need to squeeze into the subway or deal with monsters, Li Gu muttered with a sigh. Yet his attention was quickly drawn to a beautiful girl sitting by the window of the bus. She was the kind of girl who seemed like a model student radiating both intelligence and charm. Her fair face carried a serene smile, resembling the idealized dream girl in the hearts of many boys. Noticing her gaze directed at him, Li Gu subconsciously straightened his posture. The girl's face moved closer to the window. At first, her smile remained gentle, but as the distance closed, her features began to distort grotesquely. Her eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and crimson liquid burst from her eye sockets. The next moment, her head was violently torn from her neck by an unseen force, and blood splattered across the entire window. Inside the bus, a massive dark shadow slithered back and forth like a serpent, leaving no window unstained by blood in mere moments. Yet, the bus continued to accelerate, running a yellow light as if it were steadfastly carrying its passengers toward a bright future. Shit. That was the only word Li Gu could muster to describe this near encounter. He pondered aloud. These monsters seem to specifically target exam takers. They can identify us no matter how we try to conceal our identities. They've already blended into the crowd, whether it's the subway or these exam buses. They're everywhere. Could it be that exam takers give off some unique scent? Pulling out his phone, he found their class group chat in chaos. Some classmates who had secured study abroad opportunities naively dismissed the events as a prank, while others desperately sought companions for safety. The homeroom teacher stated the school had received no official notification about any changes to the national exam system, nor had any authorities stepped forward to clarify the current turmoil. Trust no one but yourself, Li Gu typed in the group chat, leaving this warning before climbing over the fence of a nearby construction site. He grabbed a rebar rod less than a meter long and mounted a shared electric bike, speeding down the street. A team of motorcycle police officers roared past, each carrying an exam taker on the back seat. The officers exchanged words and shook their heads as they rode, clearly just as baffled by the unfolding disaster. Li Gu mused to himself. This catastrophe felt like a massive exam, with the entire world as the test paper, waiting for all the exam takers to solve it. He followed the police motorcycles at a steady pace until they reached the third intersection. Suddenly, the exhaust pipe of the last motorcycle let out a sharp, deafening roar as the officer unexpectedly accelerated into a drift. The student on the back seat was thrown off without warning, landing directly in the path of a speeding dump truck, which instantly reduced them to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The officer abandoned the bike, their joints emitting an eerie cracking sound as their body twisted and contorted. Moving like a spider, the creature scuttled across the road, snatching up the student's remains before darting into a nearby park. A sudden commotion erupted on the street. A police officer, in full view of the public, revealed their monstrous true form, causing onlookers to scream and scatter in panic. For the ordinary citizens, it was their first time witnessing such a creature, plunging the entire street into chaos. Li Gu, expressionless, picked up the police motorcycle that had been tossed onto the road. With over a decade of experience repairing vehicles and countless test rides under his belt, his driving skills had long surpassed those of most seasoned riders, even without a license. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roared and shot forward. The creature turned back, its eyes locking onto the shared electric bike Li Gu had left behind on the ground. It sniffed the bike, then twisted its body in a grotesque motion, transforming back into the form of a traffic officer. Mounting the electric bike, it began its pursuit. However, just as it rounded the street corner, the familiar growl of an engine erupted nearby. Li Gu had already positioned himself in a blind spot. Riding the heavy-duty police motorcycle, he sped towards the creature from the side. A leather strap, looped with precision, tightened around the monster's neck. The other end of the strap was securely tied to the rear seat of the motorcycle. He twisted the throttle to its limit, and the engine roared thunderously as the front wheel lifted off the ground. Before the creature could react, it was dragged across the bustling main road, cars screeching to avoid the spectacle. Within 3 seconds, a bus, honking wildly, ran over the creature, splattering dark green, foul-smelling blood across the pavement. Yet, to Li Ji's surprise, the monster shakily stood back up, baring its teeth in a menacing grin, its mouth dripping with the dark green ichor and seething with unrelenting hatred. "Don't look at me. Look at the road," Li Gu shouted. Before he could finish, a speeding SUV collided with the creature, sending it flying into a street lamp. The impact was so severe that its spine snapped, leaving it unable to rise again. "Didn't your mom teach you not to jaywalk?" Li Gu muttered as he approached the creature. Without hesitation, he raised a steel rod and drove it into the monster's skull with all his strength. Dark green blood splattered across his face. As the creature drew its final breath, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. The moment brought back memories of his middle school days. During a sports meet, he had exchanged a few words with the school beauty, only to be cornered by 8 older students after school. They accused him of disrespecting their big sister and demanded 500 yuan as compensation. While enduring their punches and kicks, Li Gu focused all his energy on attacking their leader, managing to rip out a handful of hair and even bite off part of an ear. That evening, bloodied and battered, Li Gu returned home to confess to his alcoholic father. Normally, his father would beat him mercilessly for any mistake, but this time, he merely glanced at him, tossed him a crowbar, and slurred, "Break all their legs by tomorrow after school. If you can't, I'll break yours." Li Gu followed through. He spent the night researching their addresses and mapping out their school routes. By the next day, the task was executed flawlessly. Despite some of the boys' parents being lawyers or officials, there was surprisingly no retaliation. His father had sneered and said, "Villains don't fear the law. They fear those who abandon it and pick up a weapon. As the steel rod pierced through the monster's skull, a line of text appeared before Li Gu. Candidate CNJL001988 has completed the 69th National Monster Elimination during this year's Physical Education Examination. Elimination Speed B. Self-Damage Assessment Minor. Elimination Rating A. Reward 1 Biological Level. Stealth Trait. Upon defeating a mortal level floral abyss spider, gain floral species disguise for 1 hour, lifespan extended by 48 hours. Remaining lifespan 146 hours. The ruins of the gods have been identified. Please proceed to unlock. As the reward characters appeared once again before him, Li Gu snapped out of his reverie. A stream of emerald green light flowed like liquid through his veins, instantly washing away the exhaustion from his body. Even the steel rod in his hand seemed lighter. His gaze shifted to the information bar in the lower left corner, where his level had risen to Mortal Body 2, and the white icon of a skill named Tomb of the Gods glowed faintly, like the fleeting sound of high heels clicking outside a club, tempting him to explore further. The skill description was shrouded in a gray mist. Instinctively, Li Gu reached out to swipe at it. A small patch of the mist dissipated, revealing the blurred edges of a few characters. The scene reminded him of his favorite scratch-off lottery tickets. Ever since mastering the art of divination, he had been buying 3 scratch-offs daily, relying on the guidance of the Hiluo system. In just half a year, he had grown his modest savings of 550 to 19,700. He had already planned that once he saved up to 50,000, he would dive into the stock market and show the capitalists what it meant to defy fate. Fueled by anticipation for an entire, divine skill, Li Gu pressed his finger against the edge of the mist. Though the 0.13 chance of acquiring a divine tier skill seemed unattainable, the name Tomb of the Gods gave him a glimmer of hope. He scraped away at the mist with determination, and the first character to emerge was as disheartening as a better luck next time on a lottery ticket. Unwilling to accept defeat, Li Gu kept scratching, revealing the full phrase. Unregistered in sequence, it felt like a ruthless taunt from fate. Enraged, he resembled a gambler on a losing streak, clinging to hope despite seeing the metaphorical better luck next time. He furiously scraped at the mist with his fingernail until the entire skill description came into view. Unregistered in sequence. Tomb of the Gods. Unique. If I must perish, then the world need not exist. The domineering yet despair-laden description carried an air of defiance, though its lack of recognition in the sequence made it seem like the futile rage of a failure. But when the words growth potential skill appeared, Li Gu let out a small sigh of relief. It meant there was still a chance to enter the sequence. Eagerly, he revealed the second line of text, expecting detailed skill mechanics, only to read 6 words. Initial rating. Ling Xiao? In that instant, Li Ji's breath quickened, and the truth dawned on him. It wasn't that this skill was unworthy of the sequence, it was the sequence itself that was unworthy of this skill. Negotiate with the world? No. The world can come negotiate with me. Li Gu slammed his chest with a clenched fist and roared in fury. With a single roar, Li Ji's world turned upside down. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, distant skyscrapers swayed precariously on the horizon, and the golden sun seemed like it might plummet from the sky at any moment. Amid this crumbling illusion, for bold, ink-brushed characters, Tomb of the Gods stood solidly before him, while everything else began to fade away. As Li Gu locked eyes with the 4 characters, the ink suddenly spread, transforming into a series of undulating mountains that encircled him completely. Before he could react, countless chains shot out from the mountains like venomous snakes, piercing into his body without warning. This was no illusion. The Tomb of the Gods was launching a real attack on him, from within a mysterious dimension. The chains tore through flesh, burrowed into bone, and sent waves of excruciating pain through every nerve in his body. They were systematically dismantling his muscles and crushing his resolve. The agony penetrated so deeply it felt as though it was awakening a slumbering beast that had lain dormant for millennia beneath the ocean's depths. Give up, a deep voice echoed from the mountains. We will grant you an ordinary heavenwalker's power, so you can live as an ordinary being. The word struck a chord in Li Ji's memory. Scoring a perfect mark in last year's math competition, only to have the grand prize snatched away by a professor's son. Carrying his team through a grueling comeback in the King's Canyon, only to have his efforts forgotten. This world had never stopped reminding him. You're destined to be just another ordinary person. The chains writhed within him, coiling like serpents and snapping his tendons one by one. Through the searing pain, Li Gu roared in defiance. I'm not worthy? And you are? Who do you think you are? This world had dangled promises before him like a tantalizing feast, only to slap him down every time he reached for it. But now, he was done playing along. Now, he would fight back. To you, I am the heavens, the voice replied with cold derision. The heavens? Perfect. I've been looking for you. Li Gu bellowed, his voice brimming with unyielding fury. A silence fell. It was as though the presence was momentarily stunned, baffled by the audacity of this mere mortal and the sheer defiance burning in his voice. Every night, Lousy stayed up in that creaky wooden attic until 2 or 3 in the morning, grinding through practice questions, his eyes nearly giving out, thinking about the countless freezing nights he endured just to change his fate, only to hear this damned system declare the exam was cancelled. It made Li Ji's blood boil. Fury surged in his chest. He didn't care whether the voice was divine or demonic. He needed to vent his rage first. You give me a skill, tell me I have to kill to activate it, and then after I do, you say I'm not worthy? Screw you. If you've got the guts, strike me down today. Otherwise, I'm taking this ridiculous Lingxiao skill no matter what. Come on, try me. If you can't kill me, you're my servant. He roared like a trapped beast, a man who had lost everything in the wreckage of war, his eyes blazing with madness. Life or death meant nothing to him now, and this reckless abandon made him unstoppable. The voice fell silent for a long time, as if digesting Li Ge's tirade, before replying coldly, your anger is nothing more than the impotent outburst of the powerless. It'll reduce you to ruins. First, only the living are qualified to claim the Pantheon's burial ground. You can give up any time. Li Ge was convinced this voice must be the burial ground itself. Perhaps it was testing him, or perhaps it simply looked down on a poor nobody like him. He knew all too well the sting of being dismissed because of his humble beginnings. Suddenly, a force like chains drilled into his skull, threatening to crack it open. The excruciating pain dropped him to one knee in the roadside greenery, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. The street around him was chaotic, but no one paid any attention to the young man writhing in agony. But Li Ge could endure. Growing up under the blows of his alcoholic father's slippers, bamboo rods, clothes hangers, and even iron wrenches, had long since grown accustomed to pain. A man either toughens up on the battlefield or in the trenches of life. God, you talk so damn much, he snarled, his fingers digging deep into the grass as a deranged, mocking grin stayed plastered on his face. His skin began to crack like the parched bed of a dried-up river, blood seeping from the fissures. Adrenaline kept his mind sharp, his gaze locked unwaveringly on 2 words: Lingxiao. The Tianhe, the Tianmen, and Lingxia These represented the pinnacle of divine talent. The heavens formed the foundation. Divine evolution built the tower. The Pantheon's burial ground stood at its peak, piercing the firmament, surveying the lands below. Li Ge knew Yang Zhan was right. If he went to Yindu, at best, he'd be just another competent worker in a city overflowing with golden talents. Now, with only 8 hours left before he lost his human identity, he had to secure a means of survival, even if it meant risking his life. He'd been given a chance by the heavens, but the price was his life. Even as his flesh felt like it was being torn apart, as he heard the sound of blood vessels rupturing near his heart, as he felt the echo of his skull shattering within his mind, he clenched his teeth and held on. It felt as though invisible forces were ripping his teeth out one by one. But the pain was just a fraction of the torment coursing through his body. The immense pressure, 3 times beyond human limits, bore down on him like a mountain. Yet he stood tall. You've reached your limit, the voice finally remarked. The voice descended from the mountain peak, cold and piercing, declaring judgment. Your muscles and nerves are completely severed. Accept your fate and stop attempting to challenge the authority of this world. Li Ji's eyelids trembled under the excruciating pain. He knew that if he closed his eyes, death would claim him in an instant. Every cell in his body was disintegrating under the mysterious force. The pressure, 5 times the limit of human endurance, had already destroyed his physical form. Only his unyielding will kept him fighting. To hell with the authority of your world. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his numb lips struggled to form words, his voice a hoarse and muddled roar of defiance. I've been unlucky for 18 years, and now I've finally got a chance. I'll challenge it no matter what. From the summit, the voice continued to penetrate Li Ji's soul. A resilient human, but you're still just an ordinary mortal. Like that monkey from the legends, always eager to challenge everything. But in the end, he was still crushed beneath a mountain and became a servant to the Supreme Being. As the voice faded, the pressure intensified once more. Yet, a twisted grin spread across Li Ji's contorted face. If I'm that dead monkey under the 5-finger mountain, then I'll follow that damned monk to fetch the scriptures. And when I reach Thunderclap Monastery in the west, I'll grab my staff and smash everything. Who the hell cares about your so-called fighting Buddha? I am the great sage equal to heaven. Even if I can only live for 1 more second, I'll still rise above the heavens. He burst into wild laughter, hurling his challenge to the entire world. His body had long since died, but the remnants of his will continued to resist. Blood soaked his entire frame, transforming him into a sinister, blood-red figure of wrath. His laughter echoed through the mountains, until the peaks fell silent and the chains within the cliffs vanished. Suddenly, in the lower left corner of his vision, the skill icon for Tomb of the Gods shifted from white to gold. The searing pain turned into an itchy sensation as his shattered bones began to mend, and his torn flesh and mangled organs started to regenerate. The chains dissolved into his body, merging with him completely. For the first time, the mountain itself joined Li Gu in a maniacal laugh. I like your madness. If you dare to be the great sage equal to heaven, then let's drag the gods down from their thrones together, or well perish alongside fate itself. A system notification appeared. Unregistered sequence. Tomb of the Gods unique. If I must perish, then the world has no need to exist. Exclusive to Li Gu. Growth potential. Yes. Initial rating. Ling Xiao. Effect. Enter a 5-second invincible state, immune to all damage and negative effects. During this time, agility, strength, comprehension, critical rate, and penetration rate increase by 500. Cooldown. 48 hours. Special effect. Automatically triggers when near death. Converts damage to true damage and doubles duration. Recovery effect. During cooldown, body regeneration rate increases by 300, and agility increases by 300. Warning. The skill can be plundered upon the user's death. Any attack or hostility toward the skill owner is considered an act of plunder. Killing the plunderer allows absorption of their vitality and essence. Li Gu struggled to push himself up from the grass, wiping his face. The surrounding grass was stained a deep crimson by the blood that had burst forth from his body. The piercing sunlight broke through the overcast sky above, casting a single beam of light onto him, as if the world had fashioned a cheap spotlight just for him. The words Ling Xiao still flickered before his eyes. This highest tier, heavenly path skill was merely the starting point of its power. These two words represented a pinnacle that countless prodigies could only dream of, yet never reach, in their lifetimes. No one will uphold my ambition to reach the clouds. I shall drink ice and ascend to the peak alone. Li Gu silently recited the line he had carved into his attic desk, a faint smile curving his lips. He meticulously analyzed every detail of the skill. 5 seconds of invincibility, a boost to all attributes, the ability to deal 100 true damage in a near-death state, with the duration doubled. It was a complete life-for-life skill. 10 seconds during which even gods would retreat. Though death would leave the skill open to being looted, inevitably inviting pursuit, Li Gu was unfazed. As a member of the chaotic faction, he was destined to be hunted. Besides, every failed pursuer would only become nourishment for him, absorbed into the skill's transformation. It was both a ladder to the heavens and a harbinger of doom. Does the world have a fixed order, a predetermined hierarchy? Now, it's time to overturn it. Gripping a steel rod, Li Gu mounted his battered motorcycle. The engine roared as he sped toward the examination site. The streets along the way had turned into a living hell. Burning vehicles, panicked crowds, and danger lurking at every corner. Yet, like the old soldier saying, bullets avoid those who charge ahead, Li Gu miraculously evaded every hazard and arrived safely at the exam site, his alma mater. At the school gate, a holographic display popped up with a notification. You have completed the physical category examination. Perfect kill, 1. Quick kill, 1. Time taken, 27 minutes. Rewards, 1. Level 3 current level, mortal tier 5. 2. Talent potential point x 1 inch. Without hesitation, Li Gu allocated the potential point to his will attribute. Most would have chosen Constitution, but he understood the rules of the game. Push your strengths to the limit first, then address your weaknesses. Besides, the physical exam was over. The next challenges likely wouldn't overly test his physical endurance. As the dark golden light enveloped him, the display for his will attribute updated. Will talent, 10, significantly increases mental resistance and pain tolerance. At the exam site entrance, a dozen or so people stood scattered about. Some were on their phones, others scanned their surroundings warily. Even a few teachers wearing proctor badges were stranded outside. Nearby, by a test bus, 2 middle-aged individuals were locked in a heated argument. After some inquiry, Li Gu learned they had arrived an hour early to avoid traffic delays, only to find themselves caught up in the chaos. On this eerie college entrance exam day, the students encountered multiple horrifying scenes of police officers' grotesque transformations along the way. Everyone was on edge, trudging forward cautiously while clinging to the belief that reaching the exam center was their only hope for survival. However, just as the exam was about to begin, a suffocating announcement appeared before the students. The exam center had been relocated at the last minute. Over 40 students from one class were randomly assigned to 5 different exam centers, the nearest of which was 8 kilometers away. On short video platforms, clips of students meeting their demise kept surfacing, depicting strange creatures launching sudden attacks. Yet, there was no explanation from any official department. The areas around the exam centers were heavily guarded. Armored special vehicles roared in, and heavily armed police officers in bulletproof vests, carrying assault rifles, swiftly disembarked with grim expressions. They divided into two groups, half securing the exam center, while the other half formed a line along the road at precise 30-meter intervals, vigilantly watching every passing person and vehicle. The vehicles dropping off students arrived one after another, but teachers and parents were stopped at the perimeter, with only the students being allowed through. Ligu approached a police officer who appeared to be a captain to inquire about the situation, but received a series of vague and evasive responses. Just then, the screech of tires shattered the tense atmosphere. A scratched and dented Audi A8 screeched to a halt by the roadside. This was a 1.4 million yuan limited edition Horch, its tires caked in mud and grass, evidence of a perilous journey. Ligu recognized it as the car belonging to the school beauty, Lin Lucy, but the person who clumsily tumbled out of it was his desk mate, He Chaodong. The usually well-dressed boy staggered to a tree and began vomiting, forcing Ligu to step back repeatedly. Didn't you slam your head in the window while closing it? How do you even manage to get carsick? A soft yet mocking voice came from the car. Lin Lucy emerged, twirling her signature twin ponytails and holding a baseball bat. She wore vintage wooden frame glasses, a white-fitted blouse paired with a blue plaid pleated skirt, knee-high white socks, and retro sneakers, radiating youthful energy. Despite the confidence in her voice, Ligu noticed her legs trembling slightly. Top scholar. Lin Lucy playfully patted Ligu on the shoulder. Don't feel bad. Even if the college entrance exam rules change and studying becomes useless, there's always the option of working construction. Thanks. They'll mix concrete, and you can shovel manure. We've got bright futures ahead. Ligu retorted without hesitation, then turned to ask about He Chaodong's situation. I saw Lu Xiangling dead by the roadside. This idiot was running for his life, so I picked him up. Lin Lucy rolled her eyes. My driver had to drive recklessly to avoid those monsters. I knew this sea lion was useless, but I didn't expect him to be this useless. Sea lion? Ligu glanced at the still vomiting He Chaodong in confusion, failing to understand the origin of the nickname. He Chaodong always prided himself on being the campus player, adding everyone from single English teachers to the school beauty to his target list. Every day, like clockwork, he sent good morning, good night, and I miss you messages to 20 or 30 prospective conquests, maintaining this routine from his first year of high school all the way to graduation. Yet, he never managed to win over a single one. Collecting goddesses makes you a player, but worshipping everyone just makes you a simp, Lin Lu, she remarked, resting a baseball bat on her shoulder, her eyes full of disdain. Ligu, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Ligu, this is Lu Ziwei. You two know each other? He Chaodong staggered over after throwing up last night's dinner, wiping his mouth as he spoke. Both Ligu and Lin Lu she instinctively stepped 3 paces away from each other in perfect sync, replying in unison, we've met, but we're not close. This was their usual act. Lin Lu she often traded in game skins for a chance to copy Li Ji's homework, but to avoid suspicion from teachers, they made a point of keeping their distance at school. Ligu, I finally get to see you alive. Let me tell you, He Chaodong started to step closer. Stop right there. You can talk from over there. I can hear you just fine, Ligu said, backing away to maintain a 5-step gap. Tears and snot streaming down his face, He Chaodong began to complain. This morning, I ordered a McDonald's sausage egg burger with black coffee. Before it even got delivered, I got the news about the new college entrance exam reforms. Get to the point. Ligu interrupted impatiently. Seeing the two of them continuing to dodge him, He Chaodong reluctantly approached a nearby police officer for some sense of security before continuing. I gained attributes, drew a skill, and now have 10 points in my 5-dimensional potential. 10 points in each dimension? Ligu frowned. With your intelligence that can't even break 400 on mock exams? And your physical stats that let you get dunked on every time you play basketball? He means a total of 10 points across all dimensions, Lin Lu, she said with an eye roll. Did a zombie eat your brain? 10 points in one dimension is the peak of human potential. Maybe only someone like Usain Bolt, Leonardo da Vinci, or Einstein could reach that level in a single aspect. Even the top score in our class group chat is only 25 points combined. Ligu, thinking about his own total of 37 points across the 5 dimensions, began to wonder if the system had overestimated him. As a seasoned gamer, he understood the importance of talent stats. His constitution talent was an 8, compared to He Chaodong's 2. This meant that with every level he gained, his constitution would improve 4 times more than He Chaodong's. By level 25, Ligu could easily overpower a level 100 He Chaodong, and the gap would only widen as they leveled up further. But I do have a highlight. He Chaodong puffed out his chest. My willpower talent is a 5. Willpower talent. Lin Lu she twirled her baseball bat thoughtfully. Are you saying your thick skin is an 8? A grown man with higher willpower than strength? What about your talents, Ligu? My strength is also on the weaker side. Anyway, old he, keep going. How did Lu Xiangling die? Ligu quickly changed the subject. Wiping his tears away, He Chaodong said, Xiang Ling called me, asking me to go to the exam site with her. We live in the same neighborhood, and we weren't even supposed to take the college entrance exams. It all happened so suddenly. We took a cab together, but as soon as we gave the exam site address, the driver's head twisted 180 degrees, and he gave us this creepy grin. We were so scared we jumped out of the car and started running, but the driver was faster than Usain Bolt and caught up with us in no time. I told Xiang Ling we couldn't outrun him, and she said I should block him for her. She promised to go on a date with me after the exams, and then shoved me toward the driver. That's when I realized she had an unusual amount of strength. She must have picked a skill to enhance her strength. Nervously, I activated my ability, and the driver bit off Xiangling's head. The sudden tragedy left He Chaodong's voice trembling. He stumbled to the side of the road and happened to spot the familiar car belonging to the school beauty's family. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, He Chaodong muttered. Before he could finish, Lin Lucy tightened her grip on the baseball bat in her hand and sneered, kind-hearted, my foot. If you threw yourself across her car hood, she'd have no choice but to let you in, wouldn't she? Li Gu raised a hand to interrupt Lin Lucy's rant, his brows furrowed. Wait, I don't get it. You activated your ability, and then the driver bit off Lu Xiangling's head? What exactly is your ability? You can't see me? He Chaodong adjusted his frameless glasses and explained with reddened eyes. For 10 seconds, the user becomes undetectable to any living being. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. He sighed, lamenting the fragility of life and his own helplessness. A completely useless, non-combat ability, Lin Lucy scoffed as she took another step back. And the name is painfully ironic. Li Gu had learned that Lin Lucy's 5-dimensional aptitude stats were Willpower 4, Insight 4, Constitution 4, Observation 6, and Skill 6, totaling 24 points. Her ability, named Floral Bloom, allowed her to infiltrate the sensory systems of plants, using nearby vegetation for reconnaissance and navigation. Opting for a scouting ability over 2 combat abilities made perfect sense given her high observation and skill stats, a rational choice. Outside the exam venue, more and more students were gathering. Their faces were pale, and they only seemed to relax slightly at the sight of the police. Some slumped against the walls, while others clung to their classmates, sobbing uncontrollably as they vented their fear. These 18-year-olds, despite solving countless exam questions in their lives, had never truly grasped the meaning of life and death. Li Gu scanned the crowd and recognized several familiar faces from his school. This was the designated test center for most of the students from their school, and even those who weren't supposed to take the college entrance exams had somehow been assigned here. After some discussion, no one could explain what was happening. Lin Lucy, an avid anime fan, floated the theory of world consciousness interference, suggesting that the worlds will had forcibly pushed their generation into a higher level, technologically advanced martial world. Li Gu found the idea far-fetched. Well, isn't this Yangzhen? He Chaodong suddenly exclaimed mockingly. Where's your admission letter to Yindu University of Telecommunications? Care to show it off? Li Gu looked toward the corner. The young master, Yang Zhen, who had mocked him in the group chat just half an hour ago, was now limping his way over. He shrank against the wall, trembling. His eyes filled with resentment as they locked onto Li Gu. The two had no direct conflict, but Yang Zhen's father frequently used Li Gu as an example to belittle his son. In turn, Yang Zhen sought to assert his superiority over Li Gu to reclaim some shred of confidence. Each time, however, Li Gu's composed indifference left him utterly defeated, deepening his grudge. Last year's math competition was a prime example. Li Gu had studied tirelessly for a year to win first prize, while Yang Zhen, in front of him, had casually claimed the prearranged grand prize thanks to the fact that all the judges were his father's former students. Li Gu couldn't be bothered to engage with this privileged academic heir, but He Chaodong leaned in with feigned concern. Oh dear, young Master Yang, how did you end up like this? Didn't your father's team of PhD researchers carry you here in a sedan chair? Where's your brilliant professor dad now? Yang Zhen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he straightened up and faced Li Gu. This sudden change in the college entrance exam system works in your favor, doesn't it? You're luckier you managed to survive and make it here, Li Gu retorted without hesitation, his expression calm. Yang Zhen's face twisted with anger. Just wait until after the exam. Nothing will change. Lowborns will always be lowborns. Instead of being provoked by the insult, Li Gu smiled. Slowly, he reached for the blood-stained steel rod strapped to his back. No need to wait. I'm in a hurry. Yang Zhen, the spoiled son of a prominent academic, was so terrified that he scrambled and crawled to hide behind the police officers, pointing a trembling finger at Li Gu and shouting for them to make an arrest. However, the officers remained motionless, standing like statues as if their only duty was to shield the examinees from supernatural threats. Seeing the officers unresponsive, Yang Zhen quickly sought refuge among a group of privileged students, consisting of second-generation elites from wealthy and official families. At that moment, the campus was clearly divided into distinct social circles. Lin Lucy was pulled into the circle of affluent students by a few female classmates. Discussions among the students buzzed incessantly. Did Lu Xiangling really die? She was so beautiful, and she was supposed to study abroad in Northern Europe next month. Yang Shang wasn't spared either, was found hanging from a street lamp by a construction worker. He scored over 600 in the last mock exam. I saw at least 20 corpses on the way here. My legs are still shaking. Will we die if we skip the exam? I'm so scared. Yang Jin sneered and said, who would come here if they weren't afraid of dying? Only people like Li Gu would pin their hopes on the college entrance exam to change their fate. Many around him nodded silently in agreement. Lin Lucy instinctively glanced at Li Gu, only to find him fully immersed in warm-up exercises, ignoring all the chatter around him. These harsh yet honest remarks were nothing new to him. He focused on stretching his muscles, preparing himself for any potential danger. 3 minutes later, an announcement interrupted the ongoing discussions. National announcement. All test centers for the National College Entrance Examination will open in 10 minutes. Candidates who fail to enter the test center within 10 minutes of its opening will permanently lose the opportunity to obtain the Tianqing Divine Evolution. Who cares about evolution? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. I thought skipping the exam meant death, someone shouted angrily. Yeah, I could have just gone back to work at my family's company. Who cares about this diploma? Echoed voices around them in agreement. Li Gu observed the scene coldly, pondering. If this world truly transforms into a high-powered martial realm, will the existing resources remain firmly controlled by the privileged? And can the current laws still restrain those with supernatural abilities? As time ticked by, only a handful of people chose to stay and take the exam. Once it became clear that the exam wasn't a matter of life and death, and that the journey to the test center was fraught with danger, most opted to retreat. When the countdown ended, the test center gates creaked open with a piercing sound, like rusted metal grinding against itself, sending chills down everyone's spine. From the heavens above came 3 thunderous drumbeats. The first scattered the dense clouds, the second silenced the chatter, and the third reverberated endlessly, crushing worldly desires into dust. For a few seconds, the entire world fell into a deathly stillness. Li Gu fixed his gaze on the ink-like characters that slowly materialized before him. The second subject of the 2028 National College Entrance Examination is about to begin. Please choose between liberal arts history, current affairs, geography and science physics, chemistry, biology. You have 30 seconds to make your selection. Once selected, you will be automatically assigned to an examination room. I choose liberal arts. Li Gu faced the decision of choosing between liberal arts and science and didn't hesitate to select liberal arts. Based on his experience with the physical education exam, the subsequent tests were bound to be bizarre. No matter how difficult the liberal arts comprehensive exam might be, it had its limits. The unpredictability of the science comprehensive exam was too great. If the examiner asked for a dual analysis of a monster using both physics and chemistry, that would be a disaster. The system immediately confirmed his choice and displayed a string of data. The number of candidates opting for the liberal arts comprehensive exam reached 617,175, close to 600,000. Li Gu quickly analyzed the data. The number of science candidates was unlikely to surpass that of liberal arts. This meant that only about 1 million candidates nationwide made it to the exam venue, whereas there should have been 7 million graduating students this year. The brutal reality of 6 million people being eliminated in the first round made Li Ji's insides tighten. Suddenly, a sense of weightlessness spread from the soles of his feet to his entire body. His heart felt as though it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and he was like a passenger on an out-of-control drop tower ride, rapidly ascending and then plummeting without warning. Finally, he landed heavily on a patch of soft grass that carried the earthy scent of soil. Looking around, Li Gu found himself in a vast wilderness. The moon hung in the slightly overcast sky to the east, making the starlight appear less dazzling. He shook his aching wrist and noticed that both his phone and the steel bar had vanished, replaced by an electronic watch that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. After wiping the watch face clean, he saw the time. 5:59 p.m., March 20th, 2028. The holographic text was still present, with a new 5-minute countdown in the top left corner and a line of instructions. The liberal arts comprehensive exam begins. Please determine your current location using any means within 5 minutes. Li Gu crouched down, carefully feeling the ground beneath him. The texture and smell were indistinguishable from reality, as if he had truly been transported to a piece of land in another dimension. This extraordinary power, capable of creating holographic images that invaded visual nerves and relocating individuals at will, left him marveling at its wonder. While checking his physical condition, he found that apart from the disappearance of the steel bar on his back and the phone in his pocket, everything else was intact. These items were likely confiscated as prohibited in the exam venue. As he pondered, 4 figures appeared in his line of sight. They were hunched over, knees bent, sneaking toward him in a furtive and awkward manner. Li Gu frowned and recognized one of them, Yang Zhan. Not only were their movements peculiar, but their eyes also carried a sinister glint. In this open wilderness, with only scattered trees and knee-high weeds, their attempts at stealth were almost laughable. Li Gu took a few steps forward, deliberately keeping his distance from the group to avoid being affected by their low intelligence aura. However, the four quickened their pace, and their conversation gradually reached his ears. Yangjin, are you sure following that Li Gai will pay off? There's nothing here but trees and grass. Can he really figure out the location by looking at trees? One of them whispered. You don't understand how terrifying top students are. Yangjin shook his head. Follow him. Give him some time to observe, and in 2 minutes, force him to reveal the answer. The distance between them shrank to just 20 steps, and Li Ji's lips twitched. Not only did this group assume he was blind, but they also thought he was deaf. How do you know his answer will be correct? Do you have a better idea? Isn't this cheating? The exam rules said we can use any means. Beat him for 3 minutes, and he'll spill the right answer. Keep your voice down. Relax, Yangjin said confidently. I chose the skill Shadow Walk, which uses illusions to make the target lose perception of our group. Right now, Li Gu can't see us or hear our voices. It lasts for 2 minutes. This is an advanced skill. I've researched it, and no one in our class is better at heavenly path projection than me. Hearing Yangjin's self-introduction, Li Gu instantly felt a surge of vigilance. Weren't the skills granted by the college entrance exam supposed to be at grade D? Even He Chaodong's grade D, you can't see me, skill only temporarily reduced hostility. Yet this guy claimed he could make a group invisible for 2 whole minutes? On second thought, though, Yangjin didn't seem like the type to provoke trouble with such an obvious lie. As Li Gu pondered this, the grass nearby suddenly rustled. A girl emerged, forcefully shaking off the blades of grass clinging to her head. She was evidently another examinee who had been transported here. Damn, there's someone else. One of Yangjin's companions whispered in alarm. Yangjin glanced over, his eyes briefly flashing with an eerie purplish-red glow. When the girl looked around, her gaze strangely skipped over the 4 of them and landed directly on Li Gu. Excuse me, where's this place? The girl asked. Without hesitation, Li Gu pointed toward a rocky slope in the distance. We're probably on an island in the Java Sea or a grassland in the southern hemisphere. Climb up there and take a look. If you see coastline, it's an island. If it's endless grass, it's a prairie. With that, he quickened his pace and jogged toward the rocky slope. Yangjin hurriedly motioned for his group to follow, but to their surprise, they couldn't catch up. After leveling up to grade 5 through the exam, Li Ji's physical abilities were no longer the same. Although his stride didn't seem particularly fast, the 4 behind him were soon gasping for breath and still unable to close the gap. They watched helplessly as Li Gu disappeared into the cluster of rocks, leaving them staring at each other in frustration. Brother Yang, where did he go? We miscalculated, Yangjin replied offhandedly. I should have realized earlier if he could get to the sports exam venue that quickly, he must have a sustained acceleration skill. Anyway, we only have 3 minutes left. The group split up and began climbing the slope. The first person's fingers transformed into meter-long vines, allowing them to grasp and pull themselves up with ease. The second person moved as light as a feather, leaping gracefully like a martial arts hero. The third person's skill didn't seem suited for traveling and could only climb at a steady pace. Yang Zhen, however, lagged behind, moving even slower than an average person. Perhaps his skill had been overused, or maybe he was hoping to rely on his companions to uncover the answer. As time ticked by, the distance between them grew. The grade D skill, Heavenly Path Projection, had a short duration to begin with, and none of them were using their abilities anymore, resorting to climbing silently with both hands and feet. Yang Zhen wiped the sweat from his brow and was just about to grip a crevice in the rock for leverage when a sudden, heavy blow struck his side. His body lost balance instantly, leaving only his left hand gripping the crevice tightly while his legs flailed uselessly in the air, searching for footing. Your left hand's pretty strong. Guess you've been getting plenty of practice at night, huh? A cold, mocking voice came from the side, sending a chill down Yang Zhen's spine. He struggled to turn his neck and realized that Li Gu had somehow crept up beside him unnoticed. In that instant, Yang Zhen understood that the inexplicable collision just now must have been the work of this old classmate, and it was clear that his plan had been completely exposed. Looking at the usually honest and mild-mannered top student, Yang Zhen couldn't help but feel alarmed. This nearly 50-degree steep slope was littered with jagged rocks. Falling from here would mean severe injuries, if not death. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gu's palm landed heavily on his face with a loud slap. What, cat got your tongue? Li Gu asked coldly. Driven by survival instincts, Yang Zhen's left hand clung desperately to a crack in the rock, his knuckles turning pale from the force. Keeping his head low, he muttered, Fine, I'll admit it. I set you up. You set me up, let's call it even. Though he said this out loud, inwardly, he had already vowed to settle this score. His trembling right hand continued to grope along the rock crevice. At that moment, Li Gu extended his hand. An honest man through and through, Yang Zhan mocked silently, reaching out with his right hand. However, when his eyes met Li Gu's, he saw an expression that was both strange and eerily familiar, as if he were looking at a complete fool. The next second, Li Gu grabbed a rock and smashed it down on Yang Zhan's left hand with all his might. A blood-curdling scream pierced the silence of the mountainside as Yang Zhan tumbled down like a ragdoll. Li Gu casually tossed aside the bloodied rock, patted the dust off his hands, and said indifferently, "Now that's what I call even." He looked up at the three people above him. Despite the odds being 3 against 1, the trio shivered in unison. Cracking his knuckles with a menacing snap, Li Gu said, "Keep climbing. Don't make me catch up to you." The three instantly scrambled upward in a frantic panic. Watching their retreating figures with a look of disdain, Li Gu glanced at his watch, then up at the starry night sky. He muttered softly, "What's the rush? The exam ends in 10 seconds, you idiots." Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. Something whizzed past his left ear, striking the rock ahead and sending sparks flying. Staring at the spot, Li Gu saw a deformed metallic object. It was unmistakably a bullet. There's a gun in this scenario? Before he could process this, a familiar sense of weightlessness and dizziness overwhelmed him. The surroundings shifted abruptly, and he found himself seated in a classroom. Around him, about 50 students were groaning or screaming in discomfort. Looking up, he saw a bizarre figure floating above the podium. The person was frail-looking, draped in an oversized, tattered white linen robe, stained and yellowed with oil marks. Suspended in midair, the figure was surrounded by visible swirls of air. A wide brim of the hood obscured their face, but under its shadow, a pair of piercing, scrutinizing eyes gazed down at the entire exam hall. "Someone just fired a shot at you," the figure said, his voice silencing the room instantly. All the students looked up at him in unison. After a brief pause, he continued, "The bullet is completely deformed and unidentifiable. Now, I'll give you several options. Tell me which weapon this bullet most likely came from." As his words ended, 7 lines of holographic text appeared before Li Gu. Option A, SCAR. Option B, M4A1. Option C, K2. Option D, HGAM27IAR. Option E, CAR98K. Option F, AK-47. Option G, EF-88. Is this seriously a question a normal person could come up with? Li Ji's voice rose a few notches without him realizing. Though his words were loud, the proctor remained expressionless, as if they hadn't heard a thing. The tense atmosphere in the examination room began to loosen. In the corner, people had started tentative conversations, their murmurs rising and falling. "Do you know the answer? Talking like this doesn't count as cheating? Look at the proctordo, they even care. They want us to explain our thought process, which means we're allowed to talk, right? Does that mean we can compare answers?" Compare answers? They dump us in some random place for 5 minutes, and then ask which gun was shooting at me. Do you think I'd know the answer to that? The hushed whispers gradually swelled into a low hum of chatter. Li Gu, however, didn't join in. Instead, he tilted his head back and stared at the sky. The dull, gray expanse above seemed oddly unsettling, and a wave of unease washed over him, familiar, even. It felt like something was lurking behind the clouds, silently watching everyone, much like a school dean suddenly appearing at the small window on a classroom door. The texture of the clouds was peculiar too, resembling clumps of low-quality cotton, loosely strung together. The sight triggered a sudden realization in Li Gu. His wasn't cloud cover. It was mist. The same kind of faint, almost transparent mist he'd seen before, back when it surrounded Yang Zhan out on the wastelands. Could this be an illusion? Li Gu speculated internally. I can't dispel illusions with my abilities, but I did manage to see through Yang Zhan's illusions before. Maybe it's thanks to my 8-point observation talent and 10-point willpower talent? If that's the case, it means it's not just the proctor in front of us watching. Someone else is observing too. I accuse him. He killed someone out on the wastelands. A sharp accusation shattered Li Gu's train of thought. He looked up in confusion, only to see Wang Dongliang, a trembling finger pointed directly at him. Wang, the pampered son of an official from Class 3, had stuck close to Yang Zhan during the practical scenarios, clearly plotting to use brutal tactics against him. The proctor slowly turned their head, their gaze settling on Li Gu. Killed someone? Li Gu frowned, pointing at himself. Who did I kill? You killed Yang Zhan. You pushed him off a mountain. We saw it with our own eyes, all 3 of us. Wang Dongliang declared with certainty. Instinctively, the other examinees took a few cautious steps back. Somehow, the proctor was already standing in front of Li Gu, their gaze inscrutable, a mix of scrutiny and something deeper, almost like they were peering into his very essence. Why did you kill him? The proctor asked, their voice calm yet unnervingly direct. I didn't kill anyone, Li Gu replied indignantly. As someone aligned with chaos, he thought to himself, if I really did kill someone, wouldn't I have been rewarded, like when I take down abominations? But the system had given no such notification, which likely meant Yang Zhan was still alive though perhaps critically injured, if that. The sincerity of Li Gue's expression was so convincing that the surrounding examinees couldn't help but start doubting if there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Yet Li Gu noticed something strange the proctor hadn't asked. Did you kill him? Instead, they'd asked, why did you kill him? Li Gu sensed that the examiner was probing his allegiance. It seemed that the focus wasn't on the act of killing itself, but rather on the motivation behind it. With a calm demeanor, he began to explain. After entering the wilderness, I first observed the geographical features. While hiking uphill, I gauged the altitude through physical exertion and breathing. Later, I discovered 4 invisible creatures stalking me just like the ones we encountered during our physical education entrance exams. He Dongliang was momentarily stunned. Had he been mistaken for a monster? Strangely enough, the explanation sounded so reasonable that even he felt Yang Zhan deserved to die. There are no such monsters in the wilderness, the examiner said in a raspy yet firm voice. Really? Li Gu frowned. The exam rules didn't mention that. I thought I had stumbled into a monster den when 4 of them appeared at once. Candidates with group invisibility? Did the initial skill allocation grant something as advanced as Tianqing Xinyuan? The examiner nodded, confirming that there were indeed no monsters in the wilderness. Then there must have been a mistake. Li Gu raised his voice. I clearly heard those 4 creatures say they were going to kill me. Oh, and one of them even pretended to be Wang Dongliang. He turned to Wang Dongliang. It wasn't you planning to ambush me, was it? All eyes turned to Wang Dongliang. He remained silent. If he admitted to plotting against Li Gu, then being killed would indeed seem deserved. So, what you're saying is that you were merely observing and had no intent to kill. The examiner steered the conversation back on track. Exactly. I was always observing my surroundings, Li Gu emphasized. He was well aware that the exam rules permitted any means to confirm positional information. As long as his actions were exam-related, the examiner had no grounds to penalize him. The examiner took a step forward, towering over Li Gu. Then tell me your observations and final conclusion. Based on your explanation, I will determine whether you were focused on the exam or had other intentions. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if warning that any fabrication would result in immediate consequences. Wang Dongliang sneered. He knew that during the situation Li Gu described, the latter had been too preoccupied with survival to have time for observations. In the surrounding mist, more eyes turned toward Li Gu, with other candidates watching intently, some anticipating his embarrassment, others, perhaps, his demise. After entering the wilderness, you can see the terrain, the starry sky, and the time displayed on your watch. March 20, 2028, at 6 p.m., Li Gu said, unhurried. Examiner, he's just stalling. Wang Dongliang interjected. Indeed, those are conditions everyone knows. There's no need to repeat them, a candidate whispered, likening it to copying text from reading comprehension when unable to write an English essay. The examiner stood silent, observing Li Gue's steady tone. Even if he was buying time, his composure was impressive in itself. Suddenly, a holographic prompt appeared before Li Gu. Current score for this subject, 5. Please continue your explanation. It was akin to earning a single point for writing the setup of a math problem. Yes, these are conditions everyone has noticed. But none of you have organized them like an exam question to extract useful information, Li Gu said, shaking his head. March 20th this year should be around the spring equinox. On this day, the sun is directly above the equator, and day and night are of equal length. At 6 p.m. in Yindu, it marks the transition between day and night. He scanned the room. It's a straightforward first-year geography question, but everyone seems to have forgotten how to apply what they've learned. This seemingly casual remark plunged the exam hall into silence. Current score for this subject, 25. Please continue your explanation. Li Gu quickly pointed to the floor, his speech accelerating as his reasoning deepened. He knew that every correct deduction meant more points. The capital of Xia, Yindu, is located in the East 8th time zone, at 120 degrees east longitude, aligned with the terminator. This means that west of Yindu is daytime, while east of it is nighttime. His gaze swept over the surrounding candidates. At the time, it wasn't too late in the evening, and the moon wasn't very high, indicating we were east of Yindu but not too far. This helps us determine the longitude. The other candidates exchanged uncertain glances, confusion flickering in their eyes. Someone muttered softly, is he right? It kinda makes sense. Another complained, it's like a math problem. I could follow the first step, but after that, it's all gibberish. At that moment, Li Gu noticed the holographic display in front of him change, showing current score for this subject, 75. Just as he was about to analyze the latitude, someone stood up, seemingly ready to speak. Let me finish. Li Gu interrupted decisively. For him, this college entrance exam was critical not just for his future, but for maintaining his disguise as a human. There was no room for error. Latitude roughly corresponds to the angle of the North Star. Based on my observation, it's about 35 degrees. That places us near 126 degrees east longitude and 35 degrees north latitude in the southern Korean peninsula. The holographic display updated again. Current score for this subject, 105. Wang Dongliang clenched his teeth, recalling how Li Gu had previously misled them by claiming they were in the Java Islands, causing them to traverse mountains in search of terrain clues. Now he finally realized it had all been a ploy by Li Gu to isolate Yangjun. A bespectacled girl spoke softly. That matches my deduction. The answer should be option C, the K2 rifle. I once had a poster in my dorm of my idol during his military service, and it detailed the weapons he used. Her gaze grew unfocused, as if she too had begun to grasp the scoring mechanism. No, the answer is D, the HKM-27IR. Li Gu raised his voice, seizing control of the discussion. The holographic display showed his score climbing to 175 points. A few murmurs arose from the crowd. I remember the K2 is indeed a South Korean rifle. Yeah, I've seen it in shooting games. Li Gu seized the critical point and countered. Do you think South Korean soldiers would open fire on their own soil without a warning shot? What have you learned from modern history? The room fell silent, and his score continued to rise, reaching 220 points. On the southern Korean peninsula, soldiers who would dare to fire without a warning shot are almost certainly North American troops stationed in the area, Li Gu concluded confidently. Li Gu shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the examiner. After the major corruption scandal in military supplies last winter, the North American forces replaced all their M4A1 rifles with the overpriced HKM-27IR. Considering geography, history, and current events, the answer must be D. The examination hall fell into complete silence. On the screen, the numbers froze at 250 points, signaling he had reached the maximum score for the subject. The examiner stood before Li Gu, scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze. With a slight wave of the long sleeve of his robe, faint starlight shimmered from within, coalescing into the shape of a letter. Li Gu. The examiner's tone softened from cold to measured. You are the third person globally to achieve a perfect score in the comprehensive humanities subject. According to the examination rules, I am authorized to offer you an additional 20 points toward admission into the 4 Regions Joint Academy's Geographic Exploration Program. All eyes in the room turned toward Li Gu, filled with envy, admiration, and even resentment. The examiner continued. Accepting this invitation means forfeiting the option to choose another field of study. The Geographic Exploration Program trains elite reconnaissance operatives who carry out solo missions for extended periods. I believe a man should possess the courage to operate alone. Drawing on his extensive experience with escape room scenarios, Li Gu kept his expression neutral. He keenly noticed the examiner's repeated emphasis on the word solo. Long-term solo missions, advanced reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance skills. Staying undetected, this program seemed almost tailor-made for someone in the Chaos faction. Everything was unfolding too perfectly, as if orchestrated by design. Solo. Li Gu met the examiner's gaze. I prefer team-based operations. Are there any programs for heavy combatants or support specialists? There are, but you would need to forego this invitation, which means losing the additional 20 points, the examiner said, stepping closer. Then ill pass, Li Gu replied decisively. Wandering alone in remote wilderness full of monsters? Too dangerous for my taste. Are you sure? I'm sure. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Gu felt the unsettling sensation of being watched by some unseen presence vanish instantly. His heart skipped. Could someone have been observing him from the shadows? Solo missions, bonus points. Were they trying to verify his Chaos faction identity? Very well. You've covered all the key points, the examiner said, his tone turning cold once more. I hereby announce the conclusion of this examination. By regulation, the examiner must now leave immediately. Remaining candidates will no longer have the opportunity to elaborate on their responses. That is the price of hesitation and indecision. The other candidates snapped their heads up, staring at the examiner in shock. Before anyone could speak, the air around them darkened. The examiner's figure gradually faded until he completely disappeared from the hall. Well, what? No one else can score anymore? Li Ji's murmured words pierced through the darkness like a sharp blade. This is setting me up as a target. This is blatant provocation. No sooner had he finished speaking than the expressions of the surrounding candidates shifted from astonishment to fury. Dozens of hostile glares locked onto Li Gu, as though they intended to devour him alive. But before anyone could act, a familiar sensation of weightlessness swept over Thema. Sudden, stomach-dropping descent, like being on a free-fall ride. Another teleportation was clearly underway. The scene that unfolded after the teleportation was breathtaking. Above them loomed a vast, swirling mist, and beyond it stretched an endless expanse of impenetrable darkness. From the depths of that darkness, a faint golden glow gently floated into view. Focusing on it revealed a sprawling complex of resplendent palaces, their grandeur seemingly forged from pure gold. The structures extended endlessly, shrouded in multicolored mist that resembled ethereal clouds. Standing tall before the palace gates was a colossal golden pillar, inscribed with the words Ipang Palace in ancient script. From the depths of the palace complex, fragments of a conversation drifted out. Suspect number 17, Li Gu, holds the highest score in the world's physical exams. During the test, he actively hunted the Nieju, but he declined the additional points for battlefield reconnaissance. If he refuses rewards, we can't initiate parasitic control over him. This marks the third candidate to reject the rewards. Shift to a new surveillance target. Battlefield reconnaissance is tailored for those aligned with the Chaos faction. It's the ideal role for them. Both the mechanisms of the gods' burial grounds and the Chaos faction require frequent solo operations to conceal identities. His refusal suggests he's afraid of acting alone, making it highly unlikely he's the initiator of the gods' burial grounds. So, should we revoke the order to eliminate him? Of course. The mission assigned to us by the rules is to maintain balance across every galaxy. We're only granted 5 parasitic attempts and 1 direct elimination opportunity. Besides, the burial grounds power seems to be obstructing our surveillance. We might not witness the next exam, so we must act swiftly. But what if he realizes that the reward was a test? What if he resisted on purpose? If it were you, could you resist such a temptation? I couldn't. Neither could I. So move on to the next one. Target number 18. You're done with your second exam already? That fast? Li Gu widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Lin Lucy, the school beauty standing before him. Lin Lucy was about to respond but suddenly adjusted her skirt and took a step back warily. Never mind how fast I was, looks like some people are coming straight for you. Li Gu scanned his surroundings and noticed 6 grim-faced individuals closing in on him from different directions with an unsettling synchronization. At the same time, more and more students were descending onto the sports field, landing with a thud. After a brief moment of retching, they began to look around. The moment they spotted Li Gu, they started moving toward him. Most of them were either fellow students from the same school or examinees living nearby, all randomly assigned to the same exam hall. Li Gu found their faces familiar, but it wasn't until he spotted Wang Dongliang sneaking toward him with a guilty expression that he realized the truth. These were the victims from his earlier exam room. What's wrong with them? Lin Lucy asked, cautiously retreating behind Li Gu and He Chaodong, ready to make a run for it at any moment. Li Gu gave a brief explanation of what had transpired in the essay exam hall. You made them all score 0? Lin Lucy suddenly understood. Honestly, I do want to beat you up too. By now, the group intent on teaching Li Gu a lesson had completely surrounded him, numbering at least 20 people. Meanwhile, hundreds of other students on the field looked on in confusion at the sudden confrontation. You should leave. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Li Gu turned to urge Lin Lucy to go, only to find she had already disappeared into the crowd. The only one left was He Chaodong, who was quietly crawling away on the ground. Hey, seriously? That's how little loyalty you have? At least stick around for some dramatic farewell scene. Li Gu muttered, half laughing, half annoyed. Li Gu, weren't you so cocky back in the exam hall? Wang Dongliang cracked his knuckles, clearly still fuming over being humiliated earlier. Li Gu straightened up, shook out his hands, and stretched his arms. He glanced at his own mortal level 5 stats, his exaggerated potential, and the looming power of the gods' burial grounds within him before locking eyes with Wang Dongliang. What's the plan? Can't beat me in the exam, so now you're resorting to a gang fight? Everyone here worked their butts off for over a decade to make it to this exam, and you single-handedly took all the points for yourself? We're all stuck with a big fat 0. Wang Dongliang's voice grew louder and angrier. So tell me, everyone, what should we do? Beat him up? Beat him up? The crowd's chants rose in unison. Wang Dongliang had surprisingly good skills at rallying a mob, voicing the collective frustration of everyone present. The thought of 12 years of relentless studying culminating in a 0 on their essay exam fueled their rage, and the circle tightened around Li Gu. I studied for over a decade, all for this one day. Give me back my time. One student, on the verge of tears, jabbed a finger inches from Li Gu's face, shouting at the top of his lungs. The examiners are right there. If you had the answers, why didn't you speak up? Now you're here giving some dramatic monologue? Li Gu swatted the accusing finger away and shot back without hesitation. Though his voice was loud, it was drowned out by the rising wails and complaints of the crowd. I risked my life to get here, and now you've caused me to fail with a 0. Are you going to give me an explanation? The furious students surrounded Li Gu, their anger palpable. A boy with a flushed face shouted, I even paid to retake the exam. My dad's going to kill me. Enough talk, let's just beat him up, someone yelled, and the crowd began to stir. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, A piercing scream tore through the air. Arg! The sound was so gut-wrenching. It was as if a wild wolf had been caught in a hunter's trap, stunning everyone into silence. Following the direction of the scream, they saw Lin Lucy, the school's beauty, holding a hairpin that she had just stabbed deeply into He Chaodong's backside. He Chaodong clutched his rear, hopping around in pain. Sorry to interrupt, everyone, Lin Lucy said casually, tossing the hairpin aside. She pointed a delicate finger at Li Gu. What's his name again? Li Gu, right? Lucy, you don't need to remember his name. He's just a broke loser, Wang Dongliang said as he pushed his way through the crowd, eagerly positioning himself beside Lin Lucy. How did you do on the exam? This place is too dangerous, let me take you home after. Lin Lucy gave him a sweet smile. Thanks, you're so kind. Her smile made Wang Dongliang's heart race. But then, her tone shifted abruptly. But you can't just harm everyone else. She shook her head lightly as she spoke. Wang Dongliang froze, and the crowd, ready to continue berating Li Gu, stopped in confusion, all eyes on Lin Lucy. I was standing up for everyone. Wang Dongliang stammered, pointing at himself in defense. Lin Lucy addressed the group directly. Are you all really planning to beat him to death? Of course. Wang Dongliang straightened his back. He's ruined everything for us. Like, literally beat him to death? The kind where the police come and press criminal charges? Lin Lucy asked pointedly. Wang Dongliang's mouth twitched. He forced a dry laugh and backtracked. At least teach him a lesson, make him suffer. The crowd murmured in agreement. Standing in the middle of the group, Li Gu rolled his eyes. He had already figured out Lin Lucy's intentions and couldn't help but admire her cunning. This girl is such a sly fox, he thought. He got to the exam site earlier than me, and he doesn't seem injured, Lin Lucy said, her large eyes showing a hint of concern. Based on the physical exam scoring standards, his performance should be pretty good. Plus, he scored full marks in the general studies section. He's already a top student. He just needs a few points in the last main subject to pass the college entrance exam and become a Skywalker. She looked around at the crowd, her tone serious. If you're not planning to actually kill him today, then what's the point of surrounding him and yelling? Offending a future Skywalker, what if he can literally ascend to the heavens and walk through walls? How will any of you live peacefully after that? Her words hit like a lightning bolt. The crowd around Li Gu scattered instantly, like fireworks exploding in all directions. The smarter ones even crouched down, hoping not to be noticed by Li Gu. Li Gu rolled his eyes again, smirking internally. Great, she scared them off. Now she'll reel them back in. A slap and a sweet date, that's some high-level manipulation. I pity her future boyfriend. Sure enough, Lin Lucy shifted her tone once more. Hey, everyone was just anxious in the moment. Li Gu, don't take it too personally. Li Gu let out a cold snort, and the crowd instinctively stepped even farther back. All right, everyone, let's disperse. I'll talk to him. We're all classmates, it'll be fine, Lin Lucy said, flashing the group a warm smile. Li, I acted impulsively. Don't take it to heart. I was mainly misled by Wang Dongliang. Wasn't thinking straight. Thank you, Lin Lucy. Thank you, Lin Lucy. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only Wang Dongliang standing there, awkward and unsure of what to do. He kept his head down, his eyes still filled with resentment, but he didn't dare meet anyone's gaze. Go on, I'll talk to him, Lin Lucy said, waving dismissively at Wang Dongliang. It'll be fine, trust me. After Wang Dongliang walked away with his head lowered, Lin Lucy strolled leisurely over to Li Ji's side. She lowered her voice and said, now all these people owe me a favor. Someday, ITLL come in handy. And you owe me a bit of face too. Li Gu shot her a glare without hesitation. This conflict was supposed to unfold according to his plan. Let these people beat him up, creating a plausible motive for murder after the exams and masking his true intentions. Being assigned to the chaotic faction by the system meant survival in this world, required such strategies. However, seeing Lin Lucy dissolve the tension so skillfully, he couldn't refuse her goodwill and could only sigh lightly. My uniform's completely torn up, Li Gu remarked, glancing back at the ripped fabric. In the distance, the person responsible for tearing his uniform immediately lowered their head and began muttering prayers under their breath. Lin Lucy grinned mischievously. Go after whoever you want for revenge. But you're not going to track down every single one of them, are you? The ones you don't find will owe me a favor. It was only then that Li Gu realized the weight of the favors owed like a mountain, while Lin Lucy had only sacrificed a single hairpin in exchange. By the way, how did you finish the exam so quickly? Did someone in your exam room score full marks too? Li Gu asked, puzzled. Ask this genius over here. Lin Lucy stepped aside, revealing He Chaodong lying on the ground, clutching his rear in pain. Li Gu bent down and asked, what happened to you? Finished already? Science or arts? In a voice as faint as a mosquito's, He Chaodong replied, science. The test required us to use any method in the lab to produce a drinkable cup of water as quickly as possible for battlefield use. And then? Did you blow up the lab? He Chaodong stammered. What? I peed, he muttered. You collected a cup of urine during the exam? Li Gue's face froze. Half a cup. He Chaodong corrected softly. Li Gue's expression stiffened for 2 seconds before he gritted his teeth and praised. Well, it is the fastest method. There was a step I didn't see near the podium. He Chaodong coughed, and I spilled it. Lin Lucy interjected with a sly grin. Oh, it spilled all right, perfectly accurate too. A whole foamy cup of fresh urine splashed directly onto the examiner's face. He got kicked out on the spot. I was standing by the podium at the time and thought Head somehow brewed a cup of Qingdao beer. This vivid depiction successfully made Li Gu lose any desire for summer beer. He deserved to be kicked out, but what about you? She took advantage of the chaos to pour the examiner's bottled water into her own cup. He Chaodong whispered, tattling. The examiner kicked her out too. Stay away from me. Don't even say you know me, Li Gu exclaimed, looking up to the sky in despair. Birds of a feather flock together. So maybe you should reflect on yourself, Lin Lucy retorted righteously. After a moment of hesitation, He Chaodong asked softly, do you think you'll get a high score for finishing the water so fast? Li Gu and Lin Lucy simultaneously turned their heads away, ignoring him. My dad said if I score over 400 on the college entrance exam, he'll give me 200,000 to buy a car this summer. He Chaodong scratched his head anxiously. If it weren't for this upheaval, I was planning to get a Porsche and spend my university years living the dream. A Porsche for 200,000? Lin Lucy felt her worldview starting to crumble. That's doable, Li Gu said after a moment of thought. Buy a 15-year-old Porsche Cayenne for 90,000 yuan, spend the summer restoring it to the latest model for 70,000 yuan, and I can still make a 40,000 profit. Lin Lucy's eyes sparkled as she studied Li Gu, an indescribable light flickering in her gaze. Facing the school beauty's intense stare, Li Gu feigned calmness and asked, impressive, right? Lin Lucy lightly pushed up her glasses and replied indifferently, you're such a tech nerd. As they talked, Li Gu sensed something off. Looking up, he noticed the dense clouds had completely obscured the sky, plunging the campus into darkness. A sense of unease crept over him as he instinctively reached for his pocket, only to find his brass compass missing. Just as he was about to calculate something by hand, a string of bright red characters suddenly appeared before his eyes. All tasks for the second subject are complete. The third subject exam is about to begin. The warning text flashed in glaring red. Warning. The third subject exam has encountered an uncontrollable disturbance. Protective forces in the exam venue are about to fail. A large number of hostile entities will appear. Analyze all clues independently and do your best to stay safe while awaiting rescue. Another line of red text followed. If you notice anything unusual, immediately inform the remaining teachers on campus to resolve it. Do not leave your group. Amid the chaos, a middle-aged man came sprinting from the direction of the teaching building, shouting from the edge of the field, everyone, follow me to the exam venue. The national exam venues have been thoroughly inspected and are absolutely safe. The crowd surged like a tide, but Li Gu moved against the flow, heading in a different direction. Li Gu, you're not going? He Chaodong hurried to catch up. Have you ever played a battle royale game in an escape room? Li Gu muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched the crowd heading toward the teaching building. The most obvious clues are often death traps designed for the majority. I don't quite get it, but I feel safer sticking with you, He Chaodong laughed. Word is you were tough back in middle school. Li Gu remained silent. His only tough moment had been when his father forced him to use a steel pipe to teach a group of thugs a lesson, a story that caused quite a stir at the time. Though he never mentioned it, it was no surprise gossip-loving He Chaodong had heard about it. Where are we going? Lin Lucy's voice suddenly rang out. To everyone's surprise, she had also chosen to stay behind. He Chaodong cast a curious glance at the two, wondering why the school beauty, surrounded by admirers, would opt to follow the relatively unfamiliar Li Gu. Li Gu strode toward the sports equipment storage, kicking the door open with a loud bang. Grab some barbell bars and javelins, he ordered. Right. Relying on yourself is better than counting on others. Let's arm ourselves. He Chaodong exclaimed in sudden realization. Do you think the teacher is suspicious? Lin Lucy asked, stuffing 2 relay batons into her jacket pocket as she spoke. Yeah, Li Gu replied nonchalantly. How did he get into the exam venue? We were directly teleported into it and thrown back here afterward. As far as I can tell, the only humans in the exam venue are us, the candidates. The rest are probably the so-called hostile entities from the warning, meaning monsters, but the warning mentioned teachers. He Chaodong pointed at the translucent text. Maybe they're the proctors? I think they might all be Skywalkers. Li Gu found a dusty barbell bar and picked it up slowly. Once the exam ends, according to the rules, all proctors must leave immediately. That's what my proctor said before the exam concluded. I remember it clearly. He Chaodong tried hard to recall everything that had happened in the examination hall. Shut up. You were practically rolled out of the hall. Li Gu interrupted him bluntly, her tone leaving no room for argument. There are just too many inconsistencies. I can only trust what I saw with my own eyes, Lin Lu, she said softly. But can information from a holographic projection really have discrepancies? What makes you think that way? He Chaodong asked. Because of the phrase, examination hall protection system failure, Lin Lu, she replied thoughtfully. If we take the earlier prompts as system notifications, then the protection system failure could very well be a signal of a hacker's intrusion. Of course, I might be overthinking this. Li Gu deftly peeled off the tape from the handles of several badminton rackets, wrapping it around the barbell for a better grip. What if you are overthinking it? He Chaodong asked, leaning closer. Then I'll take responsibility and deal with the consequences myself, Li Gu replied expressionlessly. He Chaodong's gaze flickered hesitantly between the crowd pouring into the classroom and Li Gu. Lin Lu, she pursed her lips and said, I feel like something's off too. If the remaining teachers were actually those floating Skywalker examiners, they would have gone directly to the field to maintain order, leading students to the indoor gymnasium. It's a much better place to ensure safety. Li Gu noticed Lin Lu Shi's ability to think from different perspectives. While this approach might lack an omniscient view of the situation, it was undeniably persuasive. Good point. Lu Shi, I believe you. He Chaodong said without hesitation this time as he walked toward Lin Lu Shi. Lin Lu Shi stepped closer to Li Gu and asked, what should we do next? This is ultimately still an exam. Perhaps it's better to interpret these rules with an exam mindset, Li Gu mused, lowering her head in thought. Treat the first prompt like a reading comprehension question. The goal of reading comprehension is to understand the author's intent. He Chaodong interjected eagerly. Li Gu shook her head. Lin Lu Shi chimed in. The essence of reading comprehension is to deduce the test maker's thought process. The test maker's intention is to assess abilities and character, selecting warriors. Li Gu nodded in agreement. So we need to survive and, better yet, act like warriors. Running to the teachers for help doesn't align with the test maker's logic. The final prompt is likely misleading. What about the other students? Focus on yourself first, Li Gu said firmly. She was never one to play the hero. Without certainty about her judgment, she had no intention of rescuing others. Chaodong, apart from scaling the walls, are there any secret exits from the school? No, He Chaodong answered decisively. Based on your experience, what's the best vantage point in the school? The administrative building's discipline office. From there, you can see all the classroom blocks. I've been there a few times when the dean called my parents. I even know the door lock password. It's the English teacher's birthday, He Chaodong said, his tone tinged with pride. You even know the password? How many times have you been there? Lin Lu, she asked in surprise. Twice a week. He Chaodong replied proudly. Let's move. Li Gu bent down, grabbed a 30-kilogram dumbbell, and charged out the door. The sky overhead grew increasingly dark, pressing down with a heavy, oppressive weight. Though it wasn't yet noon, the atmosphere was as dim as if it were 6:30 in the evening. A sudden flash of lightning tore through the heavens, illuminating the campus as if it were broad daylight, followed almost immediately by a deafening clap of thunder. Within moments, torrential rain poured down, trapping the already chaotic exam hall in a cage of stormy night. Lin Lucy and He Chaodong managed to rush into the administration building just in time. As they both caught their breath, Lin Lucy suddenly realized someone was missing. She turned around and saw Li Gu still standing outside by the bulletin board, his entire body drenched by the rain. What are you doing, daydreaming? Lin Lucy shouted, grabbing a javelin and dashing into the downpour to reach him. But the moment she arrived, her gaze was also drawn to the bulletin board. Where the photos of school administrators should have been displayed, there were instead portraits of herself, Li Gu, and He Chaodong. The picture, though beautifully taken, sent a chill down her spine. What the? Lin Lucy muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with a faint, almost playful irritation. He Chaodong, who arrived last, took one look at the photos and immediately ducked behind Li Gu. Is this some sort of illusion? Like the infinite Tsukuyami in Naruto? Lin Lucy wiped the rain from her face, her imagination running wild. Could it be that the lightning is causing hallucinations? This anomaly is way too obvious. Li Gu shook his head lightly and turned toward the rain shelter of the administration building. The other two, puzzled, followed close behind. Just as they reached the shelter, Li Gu spun around abruptly, his waist twisting with force, and hurled a 30-kilogram dumbbell like a cannonball straight at the bulletin board. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. The moment the dumbbell struck, the entire bulletin board uprooted itself, twisting and transforming into a massive steel bat. Its iron wings deflected the dumbbell, dented but successfully shielding the creature from the impact. Another bolt of lightning struck, its blinding light illuminating the surreal scene. Lin Lucy watched as Li Gu leapt from the steps, wielding an iron rod that traced a sharp arc through the air. The pale lightning silhouetted his figure, as if even the stormy heavens bore witness to his reckless bravery. Charge! Li Gu roared, accelerating midair like a meteor tearing through the night sky, his momentum akin to the thrust of a second-stage rocket. He brought the iron rod down with full force onto the monster's head, sending green blood splattering everywhere. Though injured and bleeding from its head, the creature remained standing. It spread its wings and soared into the air, tossing Li Gu to the ground before diving toward him with its steel fangs bared. In the split second between life and death, Li Gu found himself eerily calm. The sight of the enemy descending from above felt strangely familiar. From the wild paths of the great wasteland, to overturn the heavens themselves, he growled inwardly, a fierce determination surging through him. His bones and muscles seemed to respond as if receiving a supreme command, snapping into perfect alignment. Every tendon and fiber instantly executed its role, achieving an unprecedented state of power, balance, and explosive force. Li Gu gripped the end of the steel pipe tightly with both hands, channeling all his strength upward in a sudden burst. The clash of metal and flesh sent sparks flying as the pipe drove straight into the monster's gaping maw, shattering two metallic fangs. Emerald green blood gushed out like a waterfall. Die! Li Gu roared, his voice fierce as his body shot 3 meters into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Using the monster's head as a springboard, he propelled himself higher, his steel pipe transforming into the scythe of death. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating every precise and brutal movement fluid, practiced, and devastating, as if perfected through countless battles. He struck the same spot 3 times in succession, each blow resonating with a thunderous impact that rivaled the storm itself. Landing on one knee, Li Gu knelt with the steel pipe gripped firmly in one hand, his gaze cold and unyielding. Rain streamed down his face as the monster collapsed behind him with an earth-shaking crash. Its green blood mixed with rainwater, spreading across the ground in the shape of a sinister, blooming flower. Holy crap! Showdown gasped in astonishment. That was incredible. Lin Lucy adjusted her glasses, her admiration evident. Despite the compliment from the pretty girl, Li Ji's mind was preoccupied with the source of his instinctive movements. It reminded him of a move from a comic he had read, the sixth strike of the six-run demon slayer, overturning the sky abyss. In the comic, a wild monkey chewing on a rotten peach strode out of the wilderness, wielding a rusty iron staff to annihilate a dragon descending from the heavens with 3 devastating strikes. Lin Lucy helped him up with a look of awe. For those in the vanguard, there's no retreat, only death in the line of duty. Could you say something less ominous? Li Gu, a newcomer with only 5 days left to live in this chaotic faction, was particularly sensitive to the word death. Fine, then I wish you endless dates with school beauties, nights with supermodels, feasts of oysters, and kidneys to eat by the ton. Lin Lucy patted his shoulder playfully. Unable to listen any longer, Li Gu shouldered his pipe and walked off alone. Showdown leaned closer to Lin Lucy and whispered, "Didn't he say this morning that his strength was a bit weak? How did he jump so high?" What he meant was, Lin Lucy stared at Li Ji's soaked silhouette, which resembled Sun Wukong being sent back to the mountain by his master. His physical strength is weaker compared to his potential. Not weaker than yours. Showdown's confidence shattered instantly. Just then, Li Ji's voice came from ahead. Killing these creatures grants experience points. I already took down 2 on my way here, and my stats have improved. Where'd you learn that cool leap? Showdown called out. Are you dumb? Lin Lucy replied on Li Ji's behalf. That's straight out of the comics. Li Ji's heart trembled. Lin Lucy's prophecy had come true. In the instant he leaped into the air, his body instinctively formed a graceful arc, like a taut bow, moving with an almost unbelievable fluidity as power coursed through him. As the peculiar creature collapsed to the ground, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Flesh deer steel spine morphling has been slain. Biological level continues to grow. Current level, Flesh deer 5. Current subject exam score, 30. Challenger failed. The ruins of the gods has been upgraded. Cooldown reduced by 10 seconds. Chaos faction trait. Slaying a flesh deer steel spine morphling grants 0.5 hours of insectoid disguise. Lifespan increased by 5 hours. Remaining lifespan, 151 hours. Li Gu silently contemplated the information. Flesh deer? He recalled the golden rat he'd encountered earlier, which was an elite tier creature. This explained the strength disparity. Although he'd gained some growth, it seemed the experience points weren't enough to level up. The reduced cooldown for the ruins of the god's skill appeared to be part of its growth characteristic. He wondered if its invincibility duration could also be extended. As he stood there, deep in thought with the rod on his shoulder, Showdown suddenly asked, "Oldly, how did you figure out something was wrong with the bulletin board? Did you specifically look at the photo?" The soil was freshly turned, Li Gu replied curtly. Showdown looked puzzled, while Lin Lucy seemed to be pondering. That's right. I noticed the freshly turned yellow soil at the base of the bulletin board too. But how does that prove there was a monster? Li Gu shrugged. The principal is a meticulous person. During the college entrance exams, he would definitely ensure the landscaping workers left the grass impeccably maintained. Whether or not the bulletin board was a monster, someone definitely tampered with it. Instead of hesitating, I figured it was better to strike first. Lin Lucy suddenly understood. Li Gu silently agreed with the five-dimensional talent assessment tit was accurate. Lin Lucy had exceptional observational skills, but lacked comprehension. She could easily spot details, but struggled to grasp their significance. As for He Chaodong, he was rather average across the board. These monsters seem to only let you notice anomalies, but don't actively attack, Lin Lucy said while gazing at the corpse on the lawn. So as long as we ignore them, nothing happens, right? Which is why the advice to report anomalies to a teacher seems particularly suspicious, Li Gu said, delving deeper into his thoughts. Lin Lucy shivered, her drenched body suddenly realizing something. Are you saying that the teachers might be the key to triggering these monsters? Li Gu remained silent. The possibility was chilling. Could the final piece of advice in the exam hall be nothing more than a death sentence? Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. He Chaodong suddenly placed a hand on Li Ji's shoulder, his expression serious. Our He family only has me left to carry on the name. I'm counting on you get me out of here alive. Call me Dad. Li Gu straightened his back. 20,000. He Chaodong held up two fingers. Li Ji's expression immediately softened into a warm smile. Being brothers sounds pretty good, actually. As the son of the head of a major bank's Nanjing branch, He Chaodong's greatest asset was his wealth. He chuckled and lowered his voice. All right, I'll sweeten the deal another 20,000. Help me get the campus queen out too. I know you're not close, but Lucy, don't worry, we wouldn't leave you behind as classmates. He turned to Lin Lucy, trying to show his determination, only to find she had already walked off with Li Gu. He Chaodong hurried after them, and their voices could be heard negotiating in the distance. 1648 pack. 10. 1648 pack and a glory crystal. Take it or leave it. Boss, you're generous. Boss, you're the man. Living the dream every night. He Chaodong increasingly felt that there was something unusual about the relationship between these two. On the surface, they seemed worlds apart. One lived in a loft above an auto repair shop, while the other resided in a luxurious apartment overlooking the Yangtze River. One relied on their good looks to stand out on campus, while the other buried themselves in books to claim the title of academic genius. They didn't even exchange greetings when passing each other at school. By all appearances, they belonged to completely different worlds. As he pondered this, he followed their figures to the elevator in the lobby. The elevator doors were slowly closing, and neither Li Gu nor Lin Lucy inside seemed inclined to hold the door for him. Instinctively, he reached out to press the elevator button, but his hand froze just before his fingers touched it. With Li Gu's intelligence, how could he possibly choose to take the elevator in a situation like this? The thought sent a chill down his spine, cold sweat mingling with rainwater as it seeped into his bones. The entire administrative building was pitch black, shrouded in an eerie silence where even breathing and heartbeats seemed unnaturally loud. What unnerved him the most was that he seemed to hear not one, but two heartbeats. Suddenly, someone yanked his collar from behind, the fabric tightening against his throat. He was dragged backward, flailing his arms and legs in futility, his throat emitting only muffled, garbled sounds. Don't scream. Lin Lucy's voice came from behind him. Are you seriously thinking of taking the elevator at a time like this? What? Did your brain grow hemorrhoids? Hearing Lin Lucy's familiar sharp tongue, He Chaodong was so relieved he nearly burst into tears. Wiping his eyes, he recounted what had just happened. You saw us walking toward the elevator? Li Gu's calm voice cut through the darkness. We turned left toward the stairs. Not only did I see you heading to the elevator, I saw you step into it with my own eyes. He Chaodong insisted, shivering as he added, then, who were the two people in the elevator? Lin Lucy murmured a guess. Could it be those teachers from the announcement who didn't evacuate? It was the most logical explanation she could come up with. Li Gu shook his head. Doesn't matter. We stick to our path. They followed Li Gu upstairs, heading to the 6th floor where the political education office was located. Along the way, they noticed something strange. With every floor they ascended, the elevator ascended as well. No matter how fast or slow they moved, the elevator shadowed them like a persistent phantom, as though their bodies were climbing the stairs while their souls were trapped inside the elevator. How about we just blow it up? Lin Lucy suggested eagerly, her fiery spirit betraying her privileged upbringing. All right, Li Gu nodded in agreement. What the hell, calm down. He Chaodong quickly stepped between them, trying to stop Li Gu. Calm down. You're only 18. You haven't even been in love or... Before he could finish, the elevator chimed with a crisp ding. The sound echoed through the dim, tomb-like corridor, stirring the deepest fears within them. It signaled that the elevator doors were about to open. Lynn Lucy gripped her spear tightly, assuming a stance straight out of an anime hero's playbook as she aimed it at the elevator. Her legs bent into a ready position, and she focused on her breathing, forcing herself to stay calm. The elevator doors began to open slowly, and the eerie blue light seeping through the gap became the only source of illumination in the corridor. The moment Lynn Lucy saw the light, her legs froze as if they had forgotten how to move. She couldn't move. The gap widened, and Lynn Lucy saw something emerge from within, resting on the edge of the door. It was a scorched, twisted hand, gnarled like a mass of tangled vines. She struggled desperately to escape, but her legs under the hem of her dress seemed to have lost all control, refusing to obey her commands. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted from the floor above, causing the entire elevator car to shake violently. Then came a second crash, followed by a third. The elevator groaned with a chilling screech, like rusted metal crying out in agony, the piercing sound echoing through the entire building. Abruptly, the lights inside the elevator went out, and the half-open doors froze in place. Lynn Lucy, finally regaining control of her body, rolled across the floor in a frantic attempt to get as far away from the elevator as possible. At this moment, her usual composed and goddess-like demeanor was nowhere to be found. She resembled a frightened deer startled by a crocodile, utterly panicked. On her third roll, she suddenly noticed a figure standing before her. In the faint light filtering down from the rooftop, she recognized the silhouette Li Gu. He stood with a rod slung over his shoulder, his clothes dripping wet, forming a puddle on the tiled floor beneath him. "I blew up the elevator machine room," Li Gu said calmly. Panting heavily, Lynn Lucy allowed him to pull her to her feet, only then realizing that the elevator machine room was on the rooftop. She hadn't even noticed when he had gone up there. "When did you go up? Didn't you say to blow up the elevator?" "So, I went," Li Gu replied, giving her a once-over. "But what were you doing spacing out at the elevator doors?" "I meant to destroy the stuff inside the elevator." "There was something inside the elevator?" Li Gu immediately grew alert, gripping the steel rod tightly as he cautiously peered into the dark elevator shaft. "Nothing's there." "Nothing?" Lynn Lucy hid behind Li Gu, nervously stealing a glance at the pitch-black gap in the elevator. "It was empty. But I could have sworn I saw a hand earlier. Was it just an illusion caused by the elevator lights?" she muttered to herself, rationalizing the situation. Then she gave Li Gu a nudge. "Let's go. Let's head to the disciplinary office." Li Gu nodded and began walking along the wall. After a few steps, he suddenly frowned. "Aren't we forgetting something?" "Something?" Lynn Lucy furrowed her brows in thought. "My phone's been missing since the first exam started. I didn't even get a chance to delete my browsing history." "I didn't delete mine either," Li Gu admitted, his expression turning equally worried. The two fell silent and continued down the hallway. Suddenly, Li Gu stopped in his tracks, causing Lynn Lucy to bump into his back with a dull thud. "What now?" Lynn Lucy grumbled, rubbing her sore nose. Li Gu lowered his voice. "There should be 3 of us, right?" Lynn Lucy froze, her hand still on her nose, her lashes trembling. Her voice quivered as she asked, "Where's the sea dog?" Both turned to look back down the hallway behind them. Only an eerie silence greeted them, broken by the roar of the storm outside reverberating through the dark corridor. "It's too dark, I can't see anything," Lynn Lucy whispered, her voice growing softer and more fearful. "And you, how could you not keep an eye on your buddy? What happened to loyalty? Got eaten by a dog? Isn't he supposed to stick to you like glue as your loyal follower?" Li Gu clicked his tongue in annoyance and then remarked, "There are a lot of plants in the office hallway." That snapped Lynn Lucy out of her daze. She grabbed the hem of Li Gu's shirt and closed her eyes, her ears twitching like a deer's, alert and sensitive. Her ability allowed her to tap into the sensory input of nearby plants, effectively turning them into her radar. She had been so tense earlier that she had forgotten to use it. 2 seconds later, she opened her eyes slowly, her gaze shifting back and forth between Li Gu and the hallway. In the faint light, Li Gu could make out the grim expression on her face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his wariness increasing. "Someone's about to die," Lynn Lucy muttered, stepping forward. The words made Li Gu's body tense. He mentally replayed every move from his training in the 6 Ren demon-slaying technique as he pressed himself against the wall, following Lynn Lucy cautiously down the corridor. Slowly, they passed by several offices. Lynn Lucy suddenly turned around, took a deep breath, and silently entered a string of numbers into the keypad on the wooden door. The lock emitted a faint electronic beep, and with a soft click, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Through the opening, Li Gu met He Chaodong's sharp, calculating gaze. Without hesitation, Lynn Lucy delivered a swift, powerful kick straight to He Chaodong's nose. Lowering her voice to avoid alerting the monsters lurking around the campus, she hissed, "We're out there risking our lives, and here you are, hiding in the student affairs office? I shouldn't have let you on the car this morning." Her frustration found no outlet except in her increasingly fierce blows, leaving He Chaodong scrambling to shield himself. Li Gu, however, remained unusually composed in the face of He Chaodong's cowardice. After all, as a businessman who valued self-preservation above all else, his behavior was hardly surprising. Instead, Li Gu turned his focus to their surroundings. The office was dim, with the curtains tightly drawn. Quietly, he began pushing the heavy desk and wardrobe to barricade the door, sealing off their only exit. Stop, stop. Enough already. He Chaodong pleaded, desperate to change the subject. Did you guys get the notification about the bonus points for the college entrance exam? Exhausted, Lin Lucy dropped into the office chair. You got it too? It popped up as soon as I came in, He Chaodong replied cautiously from his corner. What about you guys? Same here, Lin Lucy recalled. Me too, Li Gu said, rubbing his sore muscles in the darkness. He analyzed calmly, there are two possibilities. Either we made a choice that the system deemed correct, or we've reached a survival milestone. Either way, it's positive feedback, which means we're on the right track. As she adjusted her sweat-soaked dress, Lin Lucy leaned against the wall and said, Li Gu, you mentioned earlier that this is like a survival exam. I'm starting to think you're right. It's just like that escape room in the northern part of the city, the Dark Knight survival theme. The one where you score points by solving puzzles and staying alive the longest. Exactly. He Chaodong perked up. There was that zombie killer with a chainsaw in there. Last time I went with Lu Xiangling, that guy hung upside down from the ceiling holding his own head and grinning at us. Scared Xiangling so bad she fell and scrambled away. Good thing I kept my cool. Kept your cool? Li Gu couldn't help but expose him. Didn't you wet yourself on the spot? I was working there as a summer job, and I was the one playing the killer. I even added extra scares whenever your class came by. How did you know? He Chaodong's eyes widened in shock. Lu Xiangling told me. Said you peed from the herb garden all the way to the study room. Li Gu teased, realizing he'd said too much and quickly backpedaled. Xiangling. He Chaodong sighed softly, falling silent. Everyone knew about his unspoken crush on Lu Xiangling, and the room fell into a heavy silence. After 10 seconds, He Chaodong broke the quiet in an even more dejected tone. She borrowed 300 yuan from me yesterday to buy KFC. That was my internet cafe money for the week. Guess I'll consider it an early wedding gift. Lin Lucy, rummaging through the desk for a ballpoint pen to use as a weapon, replied absent-mindedly. She said she was touched by you. After the college entrance exams, she'll let you take her to Yunnan. I've already planned the whole trip, He Chaodong muttered, his head hanging low. Take her to Yunnan? Lin Lucy suddenly caught on. Doesn't Lu Xiangling already have a boyfriend? The shock on He Chaodong's face was instant and unmistakable. Oh? Her boyfriend is Yang Zhan. Didn't you know? Lin Lucy blinked her wide eyes, a hint of surprise in her tone. But Yang Zhan has never admitted it. Why did you confront him at the exam hall entrance? I thought you were aware. He Chao opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Oh, by the way, Yang Zhan posted on his moments a few days ago that he's going to a resort in Yunnan next week to escape the heat. Lin Lucy tilted her head, glancing at He Chao with a knowing gleam in her eyes. I think I get it now. She wants me to confront Yang Zhan with her? He Chao asked urgently. Confront him in Yunnan? Lin Lucy countered, her gaze lazily drifting over He Chao's hair, as if she were staring at an endless prairie. He Chao scratched his head, his eyes flitting back and forth between Lin Lucy and Li Gu. Li Gu, however, quietly pulled back a corner of the curtain and gazed out at the campus, completely ignoring his friend's confusion. Sitting on the desk, Lin Lucy swung her legs lightly. Yang Zhan didn't invite Lu Xiangling to Yunnan. She's dying to tag along but can't afford the plane ticket, so she wants you to go with her. Then she'll find some excuse to send you back to Jinling. Sounds plausible, Li Gu remarked succinctly from the window. By the way, when she asked to borrow money from you, was it before 6 yesterday? Lin Lucy counted on her fingers as she recalled. Probably around 5:30. There's gossip in a group chat that Lu Xiangling went to the pharmacy at 6, then checked into an hourly room at the Orange Crystal Hotel. Lin Lucy revealed the harsh truth in the most flippant tone. Your 300 yuan was probably enough for her to grab some KFC to refuel between activities. Hey, why are your eyes tearing up? The fragile dreams of a naive young man were shattered in an instant. Don't cry, Lin Lucy consoled him. She asked you to take her to Yunnan, so if you end up sending her to her doom, you've technically fulfilled her request. With that, she bounced over to Li Gu's side. What are you staring at so seriously? Train to Busan? Li Gu nodded. Your words might prove prophetic. He stepped aside to make room. The scene outside rendered Lin Lucy speechless. The pitch-black campus was engulfed by a storm, the violent wind and rain forming layers of translucent curtains. Lightning tore through the sky intermittently, illuminating a horrifying sight on the ground. Dark red liquid flowed freely, washed away by the rain. Bodies lay scattered across the steps of the teaching building, some decapitated, others with their torsos split open, organs missing. People fled from the building in droves, some even leaping from the second or third floors. Despite breaking their legs, they crawled desperately toward the greenery. The principal's office remained eerily quiet, the double-glazed windows muffling the screams outside. From their vantage point, they could only make out shifting shadows within the building, unable to discern their true forms. The three of them stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the bloodbath below through the rain-streaked glass. It felt like witnessing an old film projected onto a water curtain. The actors were consumed by despair, while the audience was gripped by solitude. Lynn Lucy stood frozen for a moment before slowly turning to point at the bookcase. "You want to hide in there?" Ligu asked. "Such a poor hiding spot, who wouldn't find you?" "I mean, that bookcase would make a decent coffin," Lynn Lucy replied with a hint of self-mockery. Before her voice had fully faded, He Chao suddenly spoke up. "Yang Zhan is here. I'm going to confront him." "Who?" Hearing the name, Ligu immediately returned to the window. Through the glass window of the corridor, He Chaodong spotted a middle-aged man dragging Yang Zhan toward the administration building. The man held a transparent umbrella in one hand, with 5 others trailing behind him, heads bowed as they trudged through the rain. Yang Zhan's legs hung limp, dragging along the ground as if they were broken. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered in bruises and cuts. "The guy with the umbrella, isn't that the dean?" He Chaodong squinted, trying to make out the figure, then clenched his fists. "Perfect. I've got a score to settle with that old jerk." He swiped my foldable phone and handed it over to that intern music teacher. "You mean the one who showed up on her first day wearing a pencil skirt and black stockings?" Lin Lucy turned to Li Go. "I heard you spent half the class just staring at her legs." "Half an hour?" He Chaodong exclaimed in disbelief. "Because you were staring for a full 45 minutes, completely ignoring me." Li Gu snapped, yanking the curtains shut and grabbing a steel pipe. "I'm heading out. You're going after Yang Zhan?" Lin Lucy gave Li Gu a once-over. "He's just got a sharp tongue. Let it go until after we finish the college entrance exams and get our hands on Tianqing Shenyang. Besides, we haven't even dealt with that thing in the elevator yet." Li Gu shoved aside the bookshelf blocking the door. Lin Lucy's face went pale, and she gripped her javelin tightly. "You didn't get a kill notification?" she asked. Li Gu shook his head and bolted out the door. Lin Lucy followed close behind. He Chaodong, bewildered, pushed the bookshelf back into place to barricade the door again. Shrinking into a corner, he muttered to himself, "What are they up to? Acting all mysterious. That thing in the elevator doesn't even attack people unless provoked. Why bother? Didn't Li Gu say only teachers can activate those monsters?" He suddenly slowed his speech, realization dawning on him. "Teachers? Wait, crap. The dean is a teacher." By the time he figured it out, Li Gu had already pried open the elevator doors with his bare hands. A cold wind howled through the pitch-black elevator shaft, and rainwater dripped steadily from the damaged control room above, creating a low, ominous hum in the enclosed space. "They'll definitely come through here." Lin Lucy bit her lip, pale from anxiety. "We might not be able to stop them. Is your Tianqing Shenyang still on cooldown?" Li Gu nodded and turned toward the stairwell. "Where are you going?" Lin Lucy called after him, following hurriedly. "I'll handle the monster. You take care of the dean," Li Gu said without looking back, disappearing into the darkness with his steel pipe. The words sent Lin Lucy's heart racing, but she didn't hesitate. She sprinted down the stairs in her white sneakers, gripping her javelin tightly. As a fervent fan of over-the-top action anime, she had a knack for imagining herself as a protagonist in critical moments, as if she were destined to save the world. Even though she had no idea how powerful the dean might be, the fact that Li Gu had entrusted her with the task filled her with determination. Meanwhile, Yang Zhan, soaked to the bone, was gasping for air. It felt as if his windpipe was blocked, trapping the foul air inside him. The dean, Lei Ming, had found him and a few bewildered students on the field, huddled in a corner of the podium like stray dogs with nowhere to go in the storm. Yang Zhan voiced his accusations against Li Ji's brutality, while Wang Dongliang furiously condemned the points Li Gu had taken from him. Meanwhile, Lei Ming silently led them through the long, dim corridors of the administrative building. The campus was shrouded in deepening darkness, with eerie wails and sinister laughter echoing from all directions. "Help! Help me!" Yang Zhan whispered weakly, his feeble hand unintentionally tugging off Lei Ming's wig, exposing the bald head of the disciplinary director. Lei Ming's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even bend down to retrieve the wig. Instead, he continued dragging the students through the dark, sobbing hallways, heading toward the elevator. Just as he turned, a streak of silver light suddenly pierced through the impenetrable darkness. A javelin aimed directly at his conspicuously bare head. In the nick of time, Lei Ming's hand shot up like a phantom, catching the javelin midair. The iron tip of the weapon instantly turned a strange shade of purplish red, and flames of the same hue spread along the wooden shaft, illuminating the shadowy corridor and revealing Lin Lucy's startled, delicate face. "What the heck is this ghostly fire technique?" Lin Lucy exclaimed, letting go of the javelin as it disintegrated into a pile of charcoal in a matter of moments. Lu. She. Yang Jin weakly called out her name, his voice barely audible. Even on the brink of death, his eyes were filled with the image of this girl. Unfortunately, Lin Lucy, who was obsessed with action anime and edgy novels, spent her days fantasizing about driving a Maybach through a rainy overpass to crash into divine beings. She had no interest in the romantic notions of adolescence. Lucy, what are you doing? Wang Dongliang asked in horror, staring at her as he finally realized this was a premeditated ambush. What's the only way to obtain the celestial path god's blessing in the college entrance exam rules? Lin Lucy coldly retorted. The exam. Wang Dongliang blurted out. Then how did he get it? Lin Lucy pointed at Lei Ming, her soft voice laced with a biting chill. What faction is he from? He's definitely not human, is he? The surrounding students scattered at her words, leaving only the bewildered Wang Dongliang standing in place. But the system said to look for a teacher. Isn't the disciplinary director considered a teacher? He doesn't even teach classes. Wang Dongliang, did you bring a head full of mush to the exam? Lin Lucy scolded with her hands on her hips. Her sharp reprimand snapped Wang Dongliang out of his panic, but he immediately turned to flee. Come back. Lin Lucy commanded. There are 5 of us against 1. What are you afraid of? If you run now, they'll post your cowardly behavior on the local channel for everyone to see. The students, all from the same school, knew that Lin Lucy's family-owned media company had the power to socially ruin anyone. One person hesitated before turning back, pretending to stay calm. I was just going to grab a brick. With the first person returning, the others had no choice but to follow. They feared not only appearing cowardly, but also the idea of running alone through the pitch-black campus, where unsettling screams echoed in every corner. Lin Lucy stood there, silently calculating her options. Facing the risk of social humiliation or being scared out of her wits alone didn't seem worth it. It was better to team up with these hot-blooded boys and fight together. After all, she was the school belle. Maybe she could even ignite their heroic instincts. As she spoke, she deliberately positioned her slender figure to block Lei Ming's line of sight, maintaining a safe distance at the same time. 30 meters behind her was the elevator hall, and she knew that Li Gu was likely rummaging through the ruins for that abomination at this moment. Her task was to stall for as much time as possible. What struck her as odd was Lei Ming's continued silence throughout her attempt to sway the boys. The director of discipline simply adjusted his decente tracksuit at an unhurried pace, occasionally glancing back at Yang Zhan, who was being supported by someone, as if completely indifferent to what was unfolding before him. Lin Lucy. Lei Ming finally spoke, his voice so calm and steady that it commanded trust almost instinctively. Examinees receive their own hints, but as a teacher, my role is to protect students and handle all the strange occurrences on campus. The boys exchanged hesitant glances, keeping a cautious distance, clearly unsure of whom to believe. Cut the convoluted talk, Lin Lucy retorted bluntly. How do you explain your Tianqing Xinyian? The college entrance exam gives rise to Tianqing beings, Lei Ming replied slowly, shaking his head. This isn't the first Tianqing Xinyian exam. Back in the day, we went through it too. Lucy, maybe you're overthinking this, Wang Dongliang whispered as he leaned closer. Lin Lucy shot him a familiar look, the same odd expression she usually reserved for He Chaodong. He didn't have Tianqing Xinyian when the English teacher's boyfriend broke his bones? Or when I hit him in the head with a basketball in sophomore year? Maybe he was hiding his identity? You know, like in those novels where people with powers always keep them secret, Wang Dongliang suggested weakly. Powers can be hidden, but can the physical abilities of a Tianqing being be concealed? Lin Lucy snapped, kicking him in frustration. Are you stupid, or are you trying to confuse everyone? Suddenly, as if a thought occurred to her, she eyed Wang Dongliang suspiciously. You're not part of the Chaos faction, are you? Wang Dongliang quickly shook his head in denial. No, I just didn't think it through earlier. There's definitely something off about the director. The system prompt for the human faction had made it crystal clear. Beware of Chaos faction creatures. They are indistinguishable from humans, but must consume flesh to survive. Once identified as part of the Chaos faction, others would likely kill them on sight in self-defense. Lin Lucy scanned the group, trying to use her gaze to intimidate the others into siding with her for their own self-preservation. But just then, an icy chill crept over her. Someone was missing. The group of them stood within a cramped 20 square meter space. Suddenly, one figure was missing. The short boy had silently disappeared at some point. Lin Lucy tensed up, instantly activating her ability to sense all the surrounding plants. Her instincts were spot on. In the next moment, a flying brick grazed her clothes and slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. Lin Chong, what are you doing? Wang Dongliang roared. With a wave of his hands, his 10 fingers extended and transformed into green and brown vines, whipping toward the corner where the short boy had just reappeared. His mastery of the Tianqing divine art was both swift and ruthless. Lin Chong had no time to react before the vines coiled tightly around him. He struggled desperately, but the vines only constricted further, nearly choking the breath out of him. "Stop fighting." A deep voice suddenly broke the tension. The disciplinary director, Lei Ming, had appeared between them without warning, gripping the wildly flailing vines. Wang Dongliang narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with warning. "Director, if you don't have a problem, you can turn around and leave now. If you're afraid of trouble, go hide in some office. Once this is all resolved, he'll personally visit you tomorrow to apologize." Lei Ming shook his head gently, exhaling a long breath. In what seemed like an ordinary sigh, Wang Dongliang's vines suddenly ignited with eerie purplured flames. The fire spread like oil, racing along the vines toward Wang Dongliang. The searing pain forced a blood-curdling scream from him, as if all 10 fingers were simultaneously being scorched. He collapsed in agony, nearly paralyzed by the pain. At that critical moment, a loud smash shattered the deadlock. Lin Lucy, now wielding a disassembled aluminum glass window from the hallway, hurled the heavy double-layered glass panel with all her strength at Lei Ming's shiny bald head. However, instead of causing any harm, the seemingly fatal blow only left a faint red mark on his scalp. The glass shattered into glittering fragments across the floor, while Lei Ming remained utterly unscathed. It was Yang Zhan, whom Lei Ming had been supporting, who ended up falling to the ground, struck by the shards. The boys watching were dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the usually sweet and gentle twin-tailed school beauty would act so fiercely? Lei Ming slowly turned to face Lin Lucy, his expression professionally stern. "Lucy, since when did you become so disobedient? Go to hell." Lin Lucy roared, grabbing a sharp piece of glass. In a flash, she darted to Wang Dongliang's side. Before the flames could spread further, she decisively slashed through the vines, severing them cleanly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Wang Dongliang turned deathly pale, his entire body frozen in shock. "What are you all standing there for? Take off your clothes and stop the bleeding. Tie it as tight as you can." Lin Lucy shouted angrily at her stunned classmates. She knew full well that Lin Chong was either a malevolent force or someone aligned with chaos, and Lei Ming was an unfathomably dangerous entity. This fight was far from over. As a few boys scrambled to help stop the bleeding, Lei Ming casually kicked aside the shards of glass. Walking toward them at an unhurried pace, he spoke in a measured tone. "Lucy, the director just wanted to go to the office to grab something. Can you not block my way, please?" He glanced back over his shoulder. "You see, your disobedience has even upset Lin Chong. Director, stop wasting time with her. Go get whatever it is you need." Lin Chong sneered as he broke free from the severed vines, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Leave the school beauty to me. I've been eyeing her for 3 years. With such a perfect opportunity today, I'll finally get to enjoy myself." As he spoke, his body moved with the grace of a falling leaf, silently landing on the ground before climbing up to the ceiling like an agile gecko. Lin Lucy thought to herself that he must have used this very method to sneak into the shadows and launch his previous ambush. At this moment, Lei Ming was steadily closing in. Lin Lucy, who had nothing but a reconnaissance skill at her disposal, found herself completely at a loss for what to do. "Step aside. The director is just looking for something and we'll be back for you soon," Lei Ming said casually, brushing shards of glass off his clothes. He stepped closer to Lin Lucy, studying her face intently. "You're so beautiful. It would be such a pity to burn you alive. If you're still alive by then, even the director might feel a bit of pressure. Might need to blow off some steam." Lin Lucy's hand quietly reached into her pocket for a pin, the only thing on her that could remotely be called a weapon. Just then, a massive black shadow suddenly hurtled out of the dark hallway, crashing heavily between them, shattering tiles upon impact. The shadow slid across the broken tiles, barreling straight toward Lei Ming. He frowned, lifting his foot to stop it. It was a massive black snake, its body twisted and deformed, riddled with holes, and oozing green blood that spread across the floor. "This is what you were looking for, isn't it?" Li Ji's voice came from the darkness. Lin Lucy quickly stepped back and turned to look. Li Gu emerged, his clothes in tatters, with only a few scraps of fabric clinging to him. He was carrying a steel pipe over one shoulder and wiping blood from the corner of his mouth as he staggered toward her. "Not bad," Li Gu said, reaching out to ruffle Lin Lucy's hair before glancing at Lei Ming and Lin Chong, who was still on the ceiling. "What's the deal with these two? Two guys with no guts, literally. Not easy to deal with," Lin Lucy whispered, shaking her glass-cut hand. "You take the lead. I'll look for something useful as a weapon." She had barely finished speaking when a sudden loud crash erupted beside her. Li Gu shot upward like a cannonball, without any warning, slamming his entire body into Lin Chong and pinning him into the ceiling. The sound of bones breaking and a piercing scream echoed simultaneously. The sudden move caught everyone off guard. This was the second technique of the 6-run Demon Slayer style, Raise the Banner. It used energy to fuel every muscle in the body, allowing for an explosive leap without bending the knees and delivering completely unpredictable attacks. Although his combat skill was still on cooldown, Li Ji's recent takedown had elevated him to mortal tier level 6. Combined with his extraordinary talent, every move he made carried the force and authority of divine might. Lin Chang's body was plastered against the ceiling like a mangled heap of flesh, blood streaming from his facial features. Weren't you just talking about having fun? Are you having fun now? Lin Lucy asked, looking up, but the bloodied figure could no longer respond. Using the rebound from the collision, Li Gu swung his steel pipe with a deafening whoosh straight at Lei Ming. The sharp sound of the pipe slicing through the air rang in everyone's ears. Lei Ming's calm expression finally shifted as he planted his feet firmly apart, raising his arms defensively. Li Ji's strike created a visible shockwave as it landed. Both men were sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the opposite wall, causing the entire hallway to quake. This is way too powerful. A group of boys stood around Wang Dongliang, their jaws practically on the floor as they whispered to each other, watching Li Ji's incredible display of strength. What kind of monster is he? Lei Ming slowly stood up, cracking his neck. Not a low-level being and quite clever, he remarked thoughtfully. You sent Lin Luoxi to block me while you dealt with the ring python yourself, didn't you? Seems like you've figured out how we operate. Despite the searing pain in his back muscles, Li Gu forced himself upright, smirking nonchalantly. Was it really that hard to guess? You spelled it out clearly enough in the supplementary rules for the exam site. The college entrance exam venues are protected by the Celestial Palace, making it impossible for us from the nefarious clan to invade, Lei Ming said as he walked towards Li Gu, his foot deliberately stomping on Yang Zhan's writhing body along the way. But over the years, we've found a loophole in the protection mechanism. We've learned to fragment ourselves, breaking down our biological elements into ordinary forms to bypass the exam site's barriers. Some turn into objects, others into plants, birds, fish, or insects. Meanwhile, our incomplete bodies ambush the invigilators, replicating their forms and memories. Once we reunite, we regain our original strength. Not far off from what you guessed, Lin Luoxi said with a thumbs-up of approval toward Li Gu. Lei Ming leisurely lifted his head, then suddenly pressed his foot down hard. Yang Zhan's clothing ignited instantly, flames spreading rapidly to his flesh, organs, and bones. Even in his unconscious state, Yang Zhan began to convulse violently, his body twisting and deforming in the fire. Within seconds, he was reduced to a charred corpse, the horrifying sight chilling everyone to the bone. The system notification came through. As an assister and primary attacker, Yang Zhan's death granted Li Gu an additional 94 hours of life. Killing someone adds so much time, quite tempting, isn't it? Smart people are always a hassle, Lei Ming sighed, shaking his head. Smart and strong? Even worse. Li Gu signaled toward Lin Luoxi, indicating the direction of the safe passage. Lin Luoxi understood immediately Li Gu probably wasn't confident in facing Lei Ming under the current circumstances. She quietly slipped into the shadows, preparing to circle around toward the staircase. Lei Ming paid no attention to Lin Luoxi's movements. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the charred remains at his feet. You're clever, but I've got a backup plan. Why else would I have dragged this useless guy here? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yang Zhan's burned corpse shattered into ashes, swirling in the air. The ash began to coalesce into the shape of a massive python, wrapping itself layer by layer around Lei Ming. A strange gust of wind swept through, igniting the ash in a sudden blaze of violet red flames. The fire engulfed Lei Ming entirely, transforming him into a nightmarish figure straight out of a hellish dream. Grade B celestial manifestation. Scorched bone phosphor flames, Lei Ming murmured within the blaze. You rookies, encountering such a high-level celestial manifestation so early in your journey, consider yourselves lucky. He raised his head to look at Li Gu, his left hand suddenly appearing midair as if it had teleported, pointing directly at Li Gu from his waist. Watch out. Lin Luoxi, with her 6-point observation talent, faintly sensed a shift in the air. Meanwhile, Li Gu, with an 8-point observation talent, saw the changes more clearly. Fibrous threads in the air twisted and spiraled, rapidly weaving themselves into a ball-like structure in Lei Ming's palm, hurtling toward Li Gu's face in the blink of an eye. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on this life-or-death moment. Li Ji's leg muscles erupted with power, propelling him upward like a missile, only for his head to slam hard into the ceiling. The sinister tangle of threads, however, seemed to possess an intelligent tracking system, adjusting its trajectory without hesitation to pursue him. Lei Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk, but Li Gu remained unfazed. In midair, he executed a dazzling spin, resembling a professional athlete performing a flawless bicycle kick. With precision, he launched Lin Chang, who had been stuck to the ceiling, hurtling toward Lei Ming. The moment Lin Chang's body touched the invisible threads, His blood ignited like gasoline, transforming him into a human fireball that shot directly at Lei Ming. Lei Ming stood motionless, allowing the blazing fireball to collide with him. With a muffled thud, Lin Chang's body disintegrated into countless burning fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet, Lei Ming remained unmoved, the flames around him growing even more intense and imposing. "That's way too damn elegant retreat," came Lin Lucy's calm yet cutting remark from the shadows. "You useless bunch, go upstairs, find an office, and pray to Chicken God for mercy." The group of boys, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled into the emergency stairwell, vanishing from sight. Only the half-injured Wang Dongliang staggered in the darkness. Lin Lucy sent him tumbling into the stairwell with a swift kick, followed by a series of rolling thuds punctuated by his pained cries. As Lin Lucy finished covering the retreat, a strange sensation prickled at her senses. Her sharp ears caught the searing heat waves emanating from every nearby plant and potted greenery. Turning to look, she saw that Lei Ming had broken past Li Ji's defense, his massive flaming claw now inches from her face. Her clear, wide eyes reflected Lei Ming's grotesque grin. These abominations always seemed to relish targeting girls, savoring the twisted pleasure of reducing humanity's cherished beauty to ashes. The moment Li Gu was knocked down, he sprang back to his feet with a nimble kip-up, charging forward like a leopard on the hunt. As he surged ahead, he muttered under his breath, "God's neglect." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the dimly lit hallway. Lei Ming's movements faltered, his brow furrowing as if he had abruptly forgotten his target. A sea dog. Lin Lucy's mind flashed to He Chaodong, recalling how he had once mentioned that the divine path ability could grant immunity to attacks for 10 seconds. Clearly, he had hidden the fact that this ability could also shield others. At the far end of the hallway, He Chaodong had appeared, the purplured glow of the flames illuminating his determined face. With one hand gripping a fire hose and the other already turning the valve, he bellowed, "Die, you bastard!" Yet his lack of control over the high-pressure water sent the stream spraying wildly in all directions like an unruly fountain. The unexpected attack managed to halt Lei Ming's advance, but also sent Li Gu flying backward, forcing him to withdraw the god's burial ability. The torrent of water widened the distance between both sides, clearly making this an inopportune moment to unleash invincible skills. "He Chaodong, you idiot! Can't aim properly at 18? Li Gu shouted, sprawled in the water. Before he could finish, another stream of water struck him squarely, shutting him up on the spot. Lin Lucy seized the moment and leapt up the stairs, grabbing He Chaodong by the collar in one swift motion. "Quick, quick, the dog's bolting." He Chaodong turned back to glance at Li Gu, attempting to show his loyalty. But Li Gu had already darted forward like an arrow, catching Lin Lucy by the hand. The three of them raced through the dimly lit stairwell, Li Gu and Lin Lucy hand in hand, while He Chaodong dangled like a helpless seal being dragged along. Behind them, Lei Ming's furious roar echoed thunderously, his entire body ablaze with unrelenting rage. Even the floor beneath his feet seemed to ignite as he stormed after them. He couldn't believe he had been knocked over by someone as scrawny as He Chaodong. It was as if Mayweather, poised to face Pacquiao in the ring, were suddenly blindsided by a random, frail fool who sucker-punched him and stole his championship belt. Lei Ming vowed to kick He Chaodong's head straight into the cafeteria soup pot. But just as he reached the last half-flight of stairs, a massive wooden bookshelf came crashing down from above. This was He Chaodong's backup plan. After hesitating in the principal's office earlier, he had decided to come downstairs, but not before setting this trap at the stairwell entrance. The bookshelf, packed with books, weighed nearly a ton. Even a hippopotamus would be knocked unconscious by such a blow. It was the desperate trio's final, decisive strike. Yet Lei Ming smashed through the bookshelf with raw force, sending burning pages and splinters flying everywhere. He emerged like an unstoppable African elephant. He Chaodong was dumbfounded, still frozen in the act of pushing the bookshelf. Now he looked utterly ridiculous, like a clown. Lin Lucy let out a soft sigh. Surviving this long was already a miracle, but it seemed their luck had run out. They were far too weak. Lei Ming roared as he stepped over the last 3 stairs, taking a deep breath that caused his cheeks to puff out like a bullfrog's. The air around them suddenly grew thin, and his eyes burned with madness. He intended to use this breath to ignite the entire 6th floor, plunging these weaklings into the despair brought by the cursed ones. Especially Lin Luxi planned to burn her slowly, inside and out, with the faintest of flames, savoring the sight of her beauty twisting and writhing in agony until her bones snapped one by one. Just then, a slender, well-defined hand pierced through the flames and rested on Lei Ming's shoulder. It was Li Gu. Lin Lucy froze, her eyes wide with fear. Li Gu slipped an arm around Lei Ming's shoulders. "Let's go. It'll help you find a better reincarnation." The flames instantly consumed Li Gu's arm, but he seemed impervious to the pain. Holding on to Lei Ming, He charged toward the glass window at the end of the corridor. With his right hand, he hurled a steel pipe to shatter the glass, then leapt from the 6th floor, clutching the fiery man. Amid the raging storm, Lei Ming laughed wildly. Do you think a fall will kill me? Li Gu was now entirely engulfed in violet flames, the fire scorching him from the inside out. He glanced at Lei Ming's arrogant grin, at his companions anxiously watching from the windowsill, and at the oppressive, despairing sky above. They had given their all, and that was enough for him to give everything in return. You'll never kill me, burn me, or stop me. Humans can't defeat me, I am a god. Lei Ming roared with maniacal laughter. Li Gu closed his eyes and laughed too. This time, he didn't resist the searing pain ravaging his body, letting the flames consume his heart. His laughter wasn't one of resignation, but a mocking defiance aimed at death itself. He leaned close to Lei Ming's ear and uttered something strange. You'll die, so I won't die. In the corner of his vision, a faint golden icon flickered briefly before dimming and entering cooldown. Lei Ming could feel the boy had been burned to death by his own hands. He stared at Li Ji's tightly shut eyes, admiring the charred remains of the body. The brain and heart had been reduced to near Asha masterpiece of death in his eyes. But just as a sinister smile crept across his face, Li Gu's eyelids twitched ever so slightly. Lei Ming's heart clenched violently. He tried to convince himself it was merely a muscle spasm caused by the intense heat, yet an unsettling dread clawed at his gut. It felt as though, from a battlefield abandoned for millennia, drenched in blood and death, a hand had suddenly reached out from the earth, gripping the heart of the world itself. In the next moment, Li Gu's eyes snapped open, glowing with a dark golden radiance. In an instant, waves of golden light surged outward, flooding the surroundings and turning the falling rain into shimmering threads of gold. Who told you I was human? Li Gu let out a low chuckle, audible to only the two of them. My name is Li Gu. The golden light coalesced into a molten, fluid form, like searing liquid gold, washing away his charred skin in an instant. His renewed body was adorned with intricate golden phoenix scale feathers, pulsating with a radiant glow. The Lynxioteer divine phoenix's power had been triggered at the brink of death. The voice of Li Gu, the ancient undertaker, echoed through the torrential rain, a murmur that seemed to traverse time, as though spoken by an ancient being from the depths of eternity. Why am I here? He questioned aloud, his voice tinged with confusion before answering himself in a whisper. I am here to bury the world. Before the words even settled, he seized Lei Ming's right arm, his hand piercing through the steel-like flesh with ease, and tore out a pulsating, violet-red heart. Lei Ming's mind went blank as he thrashed wildly, unleashing dark purple flames that burned at an astounding 3,300 degrees Celsius. Yet, they had no effect on Li Janestead. The fire seemed to intensify the brilliance of the golden scales on his body. Li Gu gently placed his hands on Lei Ming's face, smiling politely, and then brought his palms together with a casual clap. With a sharp crack, Lei Ming's once impenetrable skull shattered instantly. In this moment, even Diamond was as fragile as tofu before Li Hei's perfect demonstration of absolute, true damage. The two fell heavily to the ground, sending water splashing high into the air. Li Gu gazed up at the rain-soaked sky, unable to make out the figures of his companions 6 levels above. With a dismissive slap, he flattened Lei Ming's chest entirely, sneering, such a weak god. Then, pointing upward, he added, such a weak world. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. The golden scales covering his body began to fade under the relentless rain, revealing charred skin and a body in shambles. Pain and an unbearable itch surged through him as a holographic reward report flashed briefly before his eyes, though he had no energy to focus on it. His body was reversing from its burnt state back to flesh and blood, veins reconnecting, tendons reforming, his heart beginning to beat anew, pumping fresh blood seemingly out of nowhere. Lying in the mixture of rainwater and his own blood, Li Gu couldn't help but wonder. With injuries like this, could the graveyard of the gods really keep him alive? The cool-down period for the Tomb of the Gods had begun, and Li Ji's body underwent astonishing changes. His recovery ability skyrocketed to 30 times its original capacity, his agility tripled, and his vitality surged at an incredible speed to combat death itself. His self-healing and immune systems were fully activated, and his body temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius, fighting off bacterial invasions in the torrential rain. This level of recovery went far beyond human limits. It was nothing short of madness. However, Li Gu seemed to have forgotten 2 fatal truths. The name Tomb of the Gods contained gods, and death itself was a god. Even worse, there wasn't just one fiendish beast here. Drawn by the scent of fresh life, monsters began smashing through the windows one after another, shards of glass scattering everywhere as they closed in on him. Can I use the Tomb of the Gods 2 more times? Li Gu shouted in despair within his mind. At this moment, he was utterly immobilized. his body a wreck of severe burns and multiple fractures, resembling nothing more than a pile of ruins. "Help me!" he croaked out with his hoarse voice, a last desperate plea for aid. He knew it was futile, but he still struggled to the very end. Better to die trying than to be devoured by monsters. A skeletal creature loomed closer. Its entire body was stripped down to bare bones, resembling the remains of a goat that had been ravaged by hyenas. The creature circled Li Gu before opening its bony jaws and lunging for his neck. With a loud crack, the creature's jaws snapped shut not on Li Gu, but on the grass beside his neck. Its skeletal frame collapsed to the ground. Li Gu, stunned, noticed a golden tang sword embedded in the stone slab nearby, humming softly. A middle-aged man, dressed in a golden rain jacket and pants with a matching helmet, stood beside the tang sword. He glanced at Li Ji's twisted limbs and the ribs that nearly pierced his chest, sighing softly. Such a promising young man. Wasted like this. The man reached out and drew the tang sword with a reverse grip, tapping the blade lightly with his left hand. A deafening thunderclap erupted beside Li Gu's ears, and golden lightning tore through the storm clouds, striking the sword. The blade glowed intensely, as though it were wrapped in a golden thunder dragon. The man kicked the back of the blade, sending it spinning through the air. With a swift side kick, the golden sword unleashed a torrent of lightning, sweeping across the school courtyard. Hidden shadows were sliced apart, their multicolored blood bursting into brilliant fireworks under the lightning's fury. The sword completed its arc and returned precisely to the man's right hand. With a sharp flick, he shook off the rainbow-colored blood and golden sparks before sheathing the blade with precision. Amid the storm, he stood tall like a golden warrior statue. "Done showing off? Care to introduce yourself?" Li Gu's voice, for some reason, came through clearly. "Great Wall Watch Corps, Jinling Battalion, Lead Assault Captain Ling Qianyang," the man replied. "That wasn't showing off, that was ridiculous," Li Gu muttered weakly, his disdain intact despite his frailty. A man can be ugly, poor, or pathetic, but he must never be dull. Ling Qianyang snorted. "Besides, I wasn't doing it for you." At that moment, Lin Lucy rushed out from the administration building and knelt beside Li Gu, cradling him in her arms. Her white stockings were soaked with blood. "If you want him to live a little longer, lay him flat," Ling Qianyang advised emotionlessly. "If there's anything you want to say it now. You might not get another chance." Lin Lucy looked at Ling Qianyang suspiciously, then at Li Gu, who was lying in her arms with his hands bracing the ground. He didn't look like someone on the brink of death. "Don't cry, I'm fine," Li Gu sighed softly, looking at Lin Lucy's tear-streaked face and drenched, pitiful appearance. "What do you want to say? Who's this food delivery guy?" Lin Lucy asked earnestly. "Ling Qianyang," he sputtered. "Is this the new uniform for delivery services? It's so tacky." "They're really losing their sense of style," Lin Lucy added, twisting the knife further. Unable to endure the mockery, Ling Qianyang removed his helmet and dramatically shook his hair, which he had dyed gold and painted with lacquer just the day before, in an attempt to assert his charm amidst the rain. "Middle-aged bankrupt knockoff super scion from a bargain bin," Lin Lucy exclaimed in shock. Ling Qianyang was so furious that his golden hair bristled. Just as he was about to put his hands on his hips and start scolding, a cool and melodious female voice pierced through the rain curtain. "Ling Qianyang, what is the first thing you should do when encountering an injured person?" The sound of high heels clicking against the wet ground grew closer. A tall woman holding a black umbrella emerged from the rain. She wore a gray long trench coat, and her fitted pencil skirt accentuated her curvy figure. Black rhinestone stockings paired with 12-centimeter patent leather stiletto heels made her already statuesque height of 1.7 meters appear even more striking. She walked straight past Ling Qianyang and stopped in front of the curled-up Li Gu and Lin Lucy. "Ms. Yu," Lin Lucy instinctively tightened her arms around Li Gu, taking on a defensive posture. This new music intern teacher was the woman who had captured He Chaodong's undivided attention throughout an entire class. In this perilous campus, it seemed the teachers had become the greatest threat. "Don't worry, I'm not one of those monsters from the rules." Yu Yun lightly turned her wrist, and under her black umbrella, a soft white glow illuminated the darkness like a beacon of light. The glow flowed over the injured person's skin, gradually seeping into the wounds. She pulled a document from her handbag, and the words "Great Wall Watchers" gleamed brightly under the emblem of Daxia. "Great Wall Watchers, Jinling Branch Medical Team Leader, Yu Yun. My usual identity is a music teacher." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and her 28 years of age added a unique charm to her demeanor. "Is the Great Wall Watchers an official organization for Skywalkers? And is Sister Yun teaching to keep her identity hidden?" Lin Lucy scrutinized the credentials carefully. "You could say that, though it might not be exactly as you imagine." Yu Yun glanced at the white light continually flowing into Li Gu's wounds. "As for teaching, well, my father is from Shandong. He's very particular about having a proper job, So he had my unit arrange this position for me. Ling Qinyang had somehow appeared behind her. Lowering his voice, he warned, that guy's injuries are too severe, extensive burns, internal organs shattered from a high fall, ribs puncturing the lungs and heart. At this point, it's probably just a brief rally before death. You might want to give him just a spark of life and save your energy for others. As a Shenyans, Yu Yun wielded the Tianhe class ability known as Bodhi Wish, granting her extraordinary healing powers. However, she had only graduated and enlisted a year ago, and her energy was limited. Fully healing Li Gu could deplete all her strength for the day, consuming the energy that could have saved 20 other lives. From a rational perspective, giving Li Gu a sliver of vitality and leaving the rest to fate would indeed allow her to save more people. He is my student. Yu Yun tightened her coat, knelt down, and focused all the white light on Li Gu. Ling Qinyang fell silent. Though they were equals for now, Xinyan's held an exalted status. In Jinling City, with a population of 24 million, the entire Jinling branch had only one Xinyan's Yu Yun. Her future was destined for prominence, and questioning her decision at this moment was clearly unwise. Yu Yun's original intention was simple. The person lying before her was her student. How could she just stand by and watch him die? Teacher Yu. Li Gu struggled to prop himself up, every movement causing him to grimace in pain. Go help the others first. I can manage on my own. Indeed, he could heal himself. Yu Yun's Tianqing Shenyuan technique had already embedded a recovery program within him, guiding his shattered bones and torn flesh back into place. With this program in effect, Li Ji's Wolverine-like regenerative abilities could handle the rest of the repair process. Yu Yun glanced at Li Gu. Raindrops landing on his body instantly evaporated into steam, a clear sign that his body temperature was alarmingly high. Look at my student's determination, she scoffed, her tone filled with disdain and irritation. And then look at you. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go deal with the other Naises in the teaching building. There are already 3 combat teams in the teaching building. My task is to clear the courtyard. Ling Qinyang replied, exasperated. His suggestion had been aimed at optimizing their resources, so how did it turn into a matter of lack of resolve? Teacher Yu. Maybe he stayed here just to ogle your legs. Lin Lucy teased while commanding the surrounding plants. She had overheard Ling Qinyang's earlier suggestion about treating everyone equally. Without hesitation, Ling Qinyang turned and left, though staying or leaving at this point did little to clear him of the leg-watching accusation. As he departed, he passed He Chaodong, who was rushing over. He Chaodong quickly approached Yu Yun and crouched beside her. Teacher Yu, how did you end up here? Which idiot ordered takeout? Letting a delivery driver in at a time like this is practically sending them to their death. The rain stopped. You don't need the umbrella anymore. At his last remark, Yu Yun moved the umbrella to cover Li Gu instead. She looked up, her crystalline sweat sliding gracefully down her jawline. The rain had indeed stopped, but something seemed to be churning within the dense black clouds above, ready to erupt at any moment. It was fire poised to ignite the heavens. Dark red sparks flickered at the heart of the sky, spreading outward in an instant. The entire expanse transformed into a sea of flames, casting a blood-red glow over every inch of Jinling City and turning the campus into a crimson inferno. If these flames reached the ground, Li Gu was certain that the entire city of Jinling, with its 24 million residents and its status as a historic 6 dynasties capital, would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The 6 Ding refining divine flame. Yu Yun murmured as she stood up. Why has he come here? What? He Chaodong was slightly hard of hearing. A Tianmin-level Xinyuan practitioner, Yu Yun explained. Is that a big deal? He Chaodong asked, grasping for conversation. Yu Yun fell silent for a moment. It's someone you might never encounter in your lifetime. Li Gu remained silent under the umbrella, his head lowered. Well, that does sound pretty impressive. He Chaodong took a step forward, deliberately standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Yun, as if trying to create a romantic moment while watching the fiery sky. By the way, teacher is also a Xinyuan practitioner, Yu Yun suddenly said in a gentle tone. He Chaodong absent-mindedly nodded. Teacher is amazing. So, whatever you're looking at during class, teacher can sense it. Yu Yun's tone grew colder. He Chaodong froze instantly, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. With a loud thwack, he was suddenly launched into the air, ending up hanging like a dead pig from a poplar tree. 5 minutes later, the school gates were forced open. Ambulances and armored medical vehicles streamed in. Li Gu was carried onto one of the ambulances. In truth, he was perfectly capable of walking on his own or even doing a flashy backflip onto the vehicle. But since everyone here was a temporary Tianqing Xinyuan practitioner at the Ding level, why should he draw unnecessary attention to himself? Besides, his identity was still a mystery. Was he a Nyezu, or part of some enigmatic chaotic faction? No one knew for sure. So, he feigned weakness, allowing the pretty nurse to pull down his pants and jab a tetanus shot into his backside. A howl of pain echoed across the campus. Sure, his willpower was maxed out, but a butt shot still hurt like hell. Lying on his stomach on the hospital bed, Lee Ge's gaze drifted through the window, watching one ambulance after another drive deep into the campus. The blood and flesh crushed by the tires left horrifying traces on the ground, quickly clogging the main road. The last 3 trucks to arrive were particularly striking. They were neatly loaded with black waterproof bags, unmistakably body bags. Seeing the prearranged quantity of these bags, Lee couldn't help but wonder. If the authorities had anticipated such heavy casualties, why hadn't they taken any preventative measures? He closed his eyes, lost in thought, but no answers came to him. The door to the hospital room swung open as rescue workers wheeled in a new patient, Wang Dongliang, who had been found in the underground parking lot. The medical staff had just administered adrenaline, and he looked much more alert. Wang Dongliang froze for a moment when he saw Li Gu, hesitated briefly, then lowered his head and muttered, "Thank you." He knew very well that if Li Gu hadn't stopped Lei Ming, he would likely have met the same grim fate as Yang Jun. At this moment, he no longer cared about possibly scoring 0 on the comprehensive exam. Between survival and 250 points, the answer was obvious. "We're classmates. I just lent a hand," Li Gu replied nonchalantly, feigning magnanimity. "Your hand." Wang Dongliang glanced at Li Ge's completely burned arm. "Burned to ash, but at least I'm alive. Being alive is what matters. As long as you can eat and have fun, that's all that counts," Wang Dongliang said excitedly. "If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. If I ever become a Skywalker, I'll remember to thank you," Li Gu said meaningfully. Seeing the gratitude in Wang Dongliang's eyes, he began calculating the value of this favor in his mind. Wang Dongliang could serve as a witness to prove that his actions in the comprehensive exam room were in self-defense, and that he had stood with humanity in the final battle against the abomination. "Watch out for Yang Jun's family," Wang Dongliang warned through gritted teeth as his wounds were rebandaged. "Their connections run deep." Li Gu maintained a calm smile on the surface, but inside, he was uneasy. If Yang Jun's family couldn't find him, would they go after his father instead? Ambulances slowly passed through the school gate, flanked by a wall of police officers standing on high alert. Outside the wall, countless anxious parents craned their necks, desperately trying to spot their children through the gaps. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the exam announcement, and the entire world likely knew what had happened here. These parents no longer cared about scores, they only prayed to see their children safe. Li Gu suddenly noticed a familiar figure perched like a monkey on the highest tree outside the school gate, peering anxiously at his father. Quickly, he borrowed a nurse's phone to send a text message. "I'm alive. Don't worry. Find a safer place to lay low. I've offended some powerful people." Through the window, he saw his father struggling to fish out his phone. A second later, his father seemed to realize something, looked down at his own hands, and suddenly fell from the tree, crashing heavily into the dense crowd below. The ambulance convoy surged into the 3rd hospital of Jinling City. Lying on the stretcher, Wang Dongliang frowned and said, "Didn't the 3rd hospital relocate last week? I saw batches of office desks, chairs, and patients being moved out with my own eyes. Did you see the medical equipment being taken away?" Li Gu countered. Wang Dongliang shook his head, suddenly realizing something. Li Gu closed her eyes and sighed softly, "Which means, starting last week, this place has been waiting for us." The deeper meaning behind her words immediately dawned on Wang Dongliang. Had the authorities anticipated the college entrance exam would turn into such a tragedy? But why didn't they do anything about it? A sense of helplessness welled up inside him, as if an invisible hand was pushing them forward. Yet the path ahead was obscured. Whether it led to hope or despair was unclear. The ambulance doors opened, but it was not doctors who greeted them. Instead, soldiers from the Daxia Iron Army, clad in urban camouflage and wearing Red Cross armbands, stood at attention and saluted, ready to take over the injured. A nurse gave a quick briefing. "Patient number 1 has undergone body-will treatment and requires recovery care. Patient number 2's wrist nerves are intact, and prosthetic implantation can be attempted." 2 soldiers swiftly transferred Li Gu and Wang Dongliang onto hospital beds and wheeled them inside. What greeted them was a dense presence of Iron Army soldiers. Their expressions were stern, and their postures rigidly upright. The hospital perimeter was tightly surrounded by armored vehicles, the atmosphere heavily guarded. This seemingly over-the-top rescue operation only deepened Li Ge's doubts. Why hadn't they simply deployed protective forces at the exam sites beforehand, or canceled the exams altogether? A holographic display showed only 2 pieces of information. "The exam is over. Temporary Tianqing Shenyan has been cancelled. Please await the release of your exam results. Exam results are being calculated at 12 o'clock today. Once results are announced, the application system for college preferences will officially open." In the infusion hall, Li Gu spotted Lin Lucy and He Chaodong. All the lightly injured candidates were lying on temporary cots receiving 4 drips, with an Iron Army soldier equipped only with a handgun standing by each bed. Lin Lucy seemed unaffected, even asking a soldier for a deck of playing cards. Suddenly, the screen at the front of the hall lit up. Two seasoned news anchors whom he chowed on quietly noted were from his father's generation. A pair people used to watch nightly at 7 o'clock appeared on camera with somber expressions. Their grave and solemn voices filled the room. This is Dacia Television. The current time is 10:50 a.m. Hindu time. We are interrupting our broadcast for emergency news. All citizens of Dacia are advised to cease their activities and maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from any candidates who did not participate in the college entrance exam, as well as other individuals aged 18. On the first day of the National College Entrance Exam today, unexpected changes occurred at examination sites across the country. The rules were altered, and a large number of abnormal creatures attacked, resulting in fatalities. Originally, 11.42 million candidates were expected to participate, but only 1.24 million actually attended. Within the exam sites, there have been 670,000 casualties and disappearances. The numbers of injuries and deaths en route to the exam sites are still being tallied. Here, we extend our deepest condolences to the families of all the victims. Following this, a top-secret document capable of reshaping human understanding is about to be unveiled. Classified File 001 reveals a startling truth. Humanity is not the sole ruler of Earth. In the vast Milky Way galaxy, our solar system is merely a tiny speck located on the Orion Arm. This spiral arm has long been under the supervision of an advanced civilization, far surpassing humanity's level of development. The holographic images that suddenly appeared before students during the 2023 college entrance exams were messages transmitted by this civilization through a biological communication system. At dawn on July 17, 1976, Feng Yong, a sanitation worker at Mount Tai, discovered an unusual iron pillar during his routine inspection at the Jade Emperor Peak. After thorough analysis, researchers from Dacia uncovered a shocking truth. This advanced civilization believed that Homo sapiens' absolute domination of Earth violated the galactic biotic equilibrium law. To restore balance, they decided to reawaken, in the autumn of the following year, competitors that had been previously eliminated by humans. In the perspective of this civilization, all life forms in the galaxy are part of a program that must remain balanced to function properly. Early human species like Heidelbergensis and Neanderthals were considered significant intelligent life forms, and the unchecked dominance of Homo sapiens was seen as an oversight. Beyond the ruling species and competitors referred to as the banished, there also exists a chaotic species, a unique kind of being resembling humans but sustaining themselves by consuming life, always ready to launch an attack. Over the following year, 8 more iron pillars were discovered across the globe. To maintain the balance of power with the emerging competitors from this advanced civilization, the pillars were imbued with the ability to grant humans special powers, which came to be known as Heavenly Path Divine Evolution. In September 1977, the first attempt to select Heavenly Walkers through the college entrance exams failed due to the competitors being insufficiently prepared. However, during the following year's exams, a group of top-performing students mysteriously disappeared after the tests, only to reappear later. According to their accounts, they were taken to an unfamiliar space for an additional test, where successful candidates had to choose from 9 different combat roles. That year, Dacia produced 50 Heavenly Walkers, with a global total of 227 individuals gaining this ability. Simultaneously, there were 246 reported cases of anomalous creatures attacking humans worldwide. Dacia quickly established the Great Wall Sentinel Corps to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the banished, who lurked in the dark corners of human society. For the next decade, the selection of Heavenly Walkers stalled until 1998, when 107 new Heavenly Walkers suddenly emerged. Around the same time, a series of incidents involving missing villagers and attacks on towns in the Ileo Mountains of Yunnan signaled that a new battle was on the horizon. In 2008 and 2018, the college entrance exam triggered the recruitment of Skywalkers every 10 years, maintaining a delicate balance between human Skywalkers and the Nyeju. However, in 2023, this pattern was disrupted. Only 5 years had passed before the exam once again initiated the recruitment of Skywalkers. That year, 5,074 students received invitations for additional tests, and Dacia ultimately gained 1,174 Skywalkers. It was also during this recruitment that the Nyeju launched their first attack on the exam venues, resulting in 27 injuries and 3 fatalities. This year's college entrance exam saw a sudden and severe escalation of the situation. All examinees simultaneously received invitations for additional tests, and every exam site was attacked by the Nyeju. More unexpectedly, at the very moment the exam bell rang, all human Skywalkers received a mandatory order. They were completely immobilized to ensure absolute fairness in the exam, preventing them from aiding their children in achieving higher scores. The Great Wall Watchers quickly responded as the situation spiraled out of control, attempting to relay messages to the examinees through holographic projections. However, the Nyeju were clearly prepared this time, successfully infiltrating the holographic system and spreading false information. According to the principle of power balance, The large-scale expansion of Skywalker recruitment indicated that the Nyeju had reached an unprecedented level of strength. We must announce a harsh truth to all of humanity. Humans are no longer the sole rulers of Earth, the news anchor declared in a heavy, somber tone. If we lose this war, humanity will be enslaved or slaughtered like livestock, reduced to mere food on the tables of the dominant species. Effective immediately, Dacia has entered a state of emergency preparedness. But remember, courage flows through our veins. We have won before, and we will undoubtedly win again. The broadcast cut off abruptly, leaving only a line of text on the screen. Details and instructions have been sent to major platforms. Please check immediately. The television went black, and the infusion room fell into an eerie silence. With the timeline clear and the information seemingly unreserved, Ligu finally understood why Dacia seemed both prepared for this disaster and yet scrambling to respond. This was a game of absolute fairness devised by divine forces beyond human control. Lin Lucy struggled to accept this cruel new reality, biting her pale lips as she softly asked, "What do we do now?" "Figure out how to survive," Ligu replied with a startling calmness. "The most primal instinct of all living beings is to stay alive." "What should we do right now?" Lin Lucy asked nervously, moving closer to Ligu. "Stay on guard." Before Ligu could finish, he suddenly pulled the needle out of his hand, used one arm to push off the bed, and delivered a swift airborne kick aimed directly behind Lin Lucy. There, a seemingly ordinary boy was lying on a hospital bed. Quietly removing his own needle, he feigned struggling to sit up, all while attempting to aim the needle at the back of Lin Lucy's head. The movements were subtle, yet to Ligu, they unfolded like a slow-motion film. He kicked the boy's hand away in one swift motion, and the boy's expression instantly shifted to one of despair and madness. A soldier from the Iron Army immediately grabbed the boy by the collar, but this seemingly meek student unleashed a shocking burst of strength, breaking free from the soldier's grasp. He seized an force stand and swung it fiercely toward Lin Lucy's head. Lin Lucy finally reacted, executing a forward roll just in time to dodge the attack. Seizing the moment, Ligu caught the force stand with his right arm while locking the boy's right arm with his left hand. With a flawless over-shoulder throw, he slammed the boy to the ground. With a level 9 mortal physique, a 300 agility boost, and mastery of the 6-run Demon Slayer technique, Ligu was an unstoppable force in this space where the celestial power of Tianqing Shenyan was absent. The Iron Army soldiers quickly subdued the boy, pinning him to the ground, while another soldier pointed a gun at Ligu. "Stay still. Don't move," the two soldiers barked in unison. The boy on the ground twisted his face in anguish, muttering incoherently, "I don't want to die. I just don't want to die." Ligu raised his hands in surrender, sighing silently to himself. This boy was likely another member of the chaotic faction, desperate as his time ran out. Ligu, having accumulated enough merit in the early stages, still had 20 days to maneuver. But what about this boy? Was he destined to await death in a prison cell? "He was trying to save me," Lin Lucy quickly explained on Li Ji's behalf, but the soldier remained vigilant. "It's fine. They're just doing their job." "I understand," Ligu said calmly, crouching down cooperatively. "Lucy, you should continue your drip. Let the Iron Army comrades check the surveillance footage." 3 minutes later, a soldier jogged back and whispered something to his colleague. The one holding the gun promptly lowered his weapon and saluted Ligu. "Comrade, your suspicion has been cleared." "Apologies." "Cleared?" A boy with a bandaged arm suddenly spoke up. "His skills are too good for someone injured. What if he's also part of the chaotic faction? We're all in danger." "Is your license plate Kaibi?" Lin Lucy retorted sharply. "Kaibi thinks everyone looks dangerous. Don't you think Ligu was way too impressive today? How could a good student fight like that?" the boy muttered, shrinking back as he spoke. The 20 or so injured students from the same school, scattered in the hall, began whispering among themselves. As one of the top 3 students in the grade, Ligu had always been known for his well-behaved and studious image. Yet today, his aerial kick and over-shoulder throw had shattered that perception, leaving everyone with a sense of dissonance about him. "Because my brother has always been a great fighter." Xiaodong suddenly sat up from the plank bed, his eyes shining with excitement. "Go ask around on the streets. Back in the day at Qinhuai High School, 5 thugs ganged up on my buddy over some foolish girl, and he broke all their legs. After that, the whole school became peaceful." Everyone's gaze shifted to Ligu, their eyes now filled with a hint of awe. 12, Lin Lucy said calmly, her tone as indifferent as if she were commenting on the weather. "What?" Xiaodong was momentarily stunned. "I said Ligu fought 12 people back then," Lin Lucy repeated, her expression unchanging. Xiaodong clicked his tongue. "My brother, the boss from the neighboring school, personally told me it was 5. "Lucy, you've heard about this too? But whoever told you must have been exaggerating, which is pretty common." As he spoke, he glanced at Ligu, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. "Is there a chance Lin Lucy looked at the sheepish Li Gu. That the foolish girl back then was me? He Chaodong froze instantly, and the onlookers perked up, craning their necks with interest. At the time, I borrowed his homework to copy and chatted a bit. Then, for some inexplicable reason, a group of punks decided to ambush him after school. Lin Lucy shot Li Gu a glare. At first, there were only 5 of them, but later that night, when this guy went to settle the score, one of the thugs happened to be hanging out with 7 other friends smoking on the street. They were provoking me. Li Gu mumbled defensively, his face betraying the awkwardness of the memory. As the conversation unfolded, the crowd began to understand, piecing together the context behind Li Ge's earlier behavior. They withdrew their probing gazes and turned their attention back to the screens, where updates on rescue operations at various exam centers were displayed. Wait a minute, He Chaodong suddenly piped up, his face flushed. You two already knew each other? Sort of, Li Gu replied hesitantly. The ownership of that repair shop is mine, Lin Lucy said evenly. It's part of the dowry my mom prepared for me. Just as He Chaodong was about to comment on the impressive dowry, Li Gu added, actually, all 80-plus shops on that street are part of her dowry. Lin Lucy looked at him in surprise. How do you know that? Your mom told me, last year when I was at your place for dinner, while you were out walking your dog. What else did you and my mom talk about yesterday when you helped her take out the trash? Lin Lucy asked, her voice sharp. The usual, Li Gu shrugged. She suggested a few majors for me and mentioned that after graduation, I could join your family's company to help with the business. 50 grand a year, plus the ownership of that repair shop. And you agreed? Not yet. I'm trying to negotiate for 60 grand. Li Gu held up 6 fingers. 6 is my lucky number, after all. He Chaodong was completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this was far beyond mere acquaintance. Seeing his dismay, Li Gu patted him on the shoulder. We're really not that close. I don't even know the passcode to her house. He Chaodong forced a laugh and quickly pointed at the screen to change the subject. Let's drop it. The college entrance exam results are about to be announced. The screen now displayed the cutoff scores. There are 4 Tianqing Xinyuan universities nationwide, including Beijing Great Wall University, Southwest United University, Southeast Maritime University, and the Shanghai 4 Provinces United University. Majors are divided into 9 categories, such as offense, defense, and military formations, and cannot be changed once selected. A score of 450 or above qualifies for application, while 550 or above guarantees at least a Ding-level Tianqing Xinyuan qualification. The rules of the exam were displayed clearly on the large screen in the infusion room. A score of 600 or above guaranteed at least a Tier C Tianqing Xinyuan rank, 650 and above advanced to Tier B, while 700 or more led directly to Tier A, scoring 240 or more in a single subject would grant immediate promotion to Tier D Tianqing rank. Those who failed to meet the criteria would be reassigned under the Emergency Combat Readiness Act. There were 5 minutes left until the release of the exam results. A group of 18-year-olds stared anxiously at the screen. Their breathing quickened, and their hearts raced. They all understood that becoming a Tianqing meant earning the right to fight against fate in this unpredictable world. Ordinary people, if faced with calamity, could only prepare for reincarnation. Lin Lucy glanced at the information on the screen and turned to Li Gu with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Tianqing. Even the usually composed Li Gu couldn't help but smile. His perfect score of 250 in the humanities section had secured his place as a Tianqing. This new identity would allow him to infiltrate the ranks of human Tianqings, uncover the world's secrets, and search for ways to overcome their challenges. You'll be a Tianqing soon enough, Li Gu said, his tone resembling that of a top student consoling a struggling peer about to take a remedial exam. At that moment, a team of heavily armed Iron Army soldiers entered the infusion room, escorting a computer roughly the size of a bookshelf. They carefully placed it in the center of the room. The team leader, clad in a sleek, futuristic black tactical suit with a glowing red star on his chest, exuded authority. When he lifted his visor, Li Gu recognized the familiar faceling Qianyang. Once a brash youth in a golden jacket, now donned in an expensive high-tech combat suit, feigning a stern demeanor. Everyone, quiet down. Return to your beds. Ling Qianyang barked sharply. We are now in a state of emergency combat readiness. You are all soldiers, so act like it. His commanding voice, honed through countless battles, brought an immediate hush over the room. He pointed to the screen on the machine. Step forward one at a time and place your hand on the sensor. Your score will be displayed on the screen. After surveying the room, he added, those who don't make the Tianqing rank, no whining or crying here. The Iron Army will escort you home to reunite with your families. If anyone is unlucky enough to draw a chaotic faction, step forward now tonight. We'll send you to the Australian plains with a hunting rifle. After all, hunting is one way to keep living. Ling Qianyang's brows suddenly furrowed, and his voice turned icy. But if you intend to stay in Daxia to plunder and kill, don't blame my sword for showing no mercy, even towards my own kind. The moment his words fell, An eerie silence enveloped the scene. His gaze swept across the crowd. I'll give you all one last chance. 5, 4, 3. A faint commotion stirred within the group, and a boy shakily raised his hand and stood up. Li Gu turned to look, only to find it was the same person who had publicly questioned him earlier. He's really part of the chaotic faction? That acting could land him a role in Hollywood, Li Gu thought to himself. Good. I appreciate honest people. Ling Qianyang signaled to 2 Iron Army soldiers. Escort him straight to the airport. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and took the boy away. Anyone else? Ling Qianyang's tone softened slightly. The crowd remained as silent as the grave. Li Gu stayed quiet. He had no intention of being exiled to Australia to live like a savage. He wanted to serve Avino, to live with dignity, to live freely. He simply fixed Ling Qianyang with a defiant smile, his gaze sharper than the others. To those chaotic faction creatures still hiding among the crowd, you'd better think twice. Ling Qianyang's piercing gaze swept over each face like an owl hunting in the night. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded from the television, signaling the end of the countdown to the release of the exam results. All eyes turned expectantly to the large machine. You, step forward, Ling Qianyang commanded, pointing to a girl in the first row on the far left. She was around 1.6 meters tall, her pale skin contrasting with the damp shirt clinging to her from the rain. Her short hair dripped water continuously. At his instruction, she dried her palms and slowly placed her hand on the machine's panel. The screen immediately began displaying information. Candidate number, CNJL 110352. Name, Jean Minhui. Physical education, 178. Science comprehensive, 169. Core subjects, 180. Total score, 531. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Oh no, just 19 points short. Lin Lucy smacked her thigh in regret, as if it were her own score. At least it's over 450. There's still hope, He Chaodong said, clenching his fists tightly before growing anxious again. I just hope my science score isn't 0. Ling Qianyang stood by the machine, his expression remaining stern. Congratulations. Scoring over 450 means you might have a future as a comrade. Good luck. Next. When it was He Chaodong's turn, he stood in front of the machine, hands clasped together in prayer. Dear heavens, you've closed the doors to looks, emotional intelligence, romance, and more for me. At least open a window for my scores. Spirits, please, let 450 points appear. Ling Qianyang impatiently grabbed his hand and pressed it onto the machine. The screen began to display. Candidate number, CNJL 100058. Name, He Chaodong. Physical education, 198. Not bad in PE, Li Gu thought approvingly. This was thanks to He Chaodong's quick reflexes during the test, which had saved him from danger and allowed him to reach the exam venue in time. Science comprehensive, 220. The crowd once again burst into gasps of shock. He got 220 points just for filtering urine? What does that make my effort of distilling pure water using every chemical formula I know? A fellow candidate from the same exam room shouted in frustration. The exam required you to quickly produce drinkable water, and you insisted on distilling it? Li Gu defended his friend. But it was urine, the person yelled, pounding the ground. Just admit he was faster. Lin Lucy chimed in, stepping forward. He Chaodong's eyes reddened with anticipation as he muttered to himself. Only the core subjects left. Just need 32 points to pass 450. If I could get 132 or more, even better. The final subject scores began to appear on the screen, one character at a time. The examinees hooked up to 4 drips in the hospital ward sat up straight, their eyes glued to the monitor. As the numbers continued to flash, He Chaodong's main subject score finally appeared. 182 points, bringing his total score to exactly 600. The shocking number caused everyone to hold their breath. He Chaodong double-checked the score twice before suddenly spinning around, raising both hands toward the ceiling. Where's the applause? He exclaimed. Hearing the sparse clapping, he scanned the room. I might forget who clapped, but I'll remember exactly who didn't. His words immediately triggered a thunderous round of applause. Who still has their phone? He Chaodong asked smugly. Send a message on Douyin to Cheng Ling, Yi11, Li Yanmeng, Yin Huahua, Yang Panpan, Qin Xingyin, Lu Xiangling, and Lin Lucy. Yesterday, you ignored me. Today, you can't reach me. Lin Lucy turned to Li Gu, her tone indignant. Did he just mention my name too? Not just yours, Li Gu replied, glancing at the overly triumphant He Chaodong. Even Lu Xiangling, who's been unconscious for 3 hours, wasn't spared. Watching the boy revel in his brief moment of glory, Li Gu thought to himself that He Chaodong had been bottling this up for far too long. Still, this phase wouldn't last. After all, people are loved for their charm, not their desperation. Now that he was officially a 600-point Skywalker, guaranteed at least a grade C rank, This stinky mandarin fish was finally flipping over. Suddenly, Lin Lucy stormed onto the stage and shoved He Chaodong aside. Move over. Stop being so obnoxious. You're in the way. You dare push me? I got 600 points. He Chaodong clung stubbornly to his newly found dignity. Get lost. If it weren't for me, you'd have died twice already, once on the way to the exam, and again at the elevator in the administration building. Lin Lucy glared at him fiercely and kicked him aside. Come here. Li Gu commanded. Sit down. He Chaodong immediately jogged over and obediently took a seat. Li Gu patted his shoulder. Stay low-key, steady, and composed. You're a Skywalker now. Remember, humility keeps you alive. He Chaodong nodded repeatedly. This scene made Ling Qianyang, standing nearby, frown deeply. Li Gu's college entrance exam results hadn't even been revealed yet. So why was He Chaodong, already a grade C Skywalker, so deferential to him? At that moment, Lin Lucy slapped the machine hard, nearly reopening the wound on her pale, slender hand. The screen began to display candidate ID CNJL001989, name, Lin Lucy. Physical education, 178 points, science comprehensive, 210 points, main subject, 230 points, total score, an impressive 618. The applause erupted like thunder. Now this is what a Skywalker should look like. Kia Campus Queen Skywalker. Way more appealing than a Sea Dog Skywalker. Lin Lucy crossed her arms and shot a disdainful look at He Chaodong. 600 points? Is that supposed to be hard? Anyone with hands can do it. While He Chaodong remained silent, the 5 students who had checked their scores before him were nearly driven to tears by her words. You sit down too. Li Gu barked, pulling Lin Lucy back into her seat. He then stood up, ready to check his own college entrance exam results. The aloof girl sat obediently on the wooden bed, her large eyes blinking as she stared at Li Gu. At that moment, Ling Qianyang reached out to stop Li Gu, who was about to step forward. Hold on. According to the sequence, the girl behind you should go next, Ling Qianyang stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. Li Gu frowned, secretly wondering if this guy was holding a grudge because he had criticized Ling Qianyang's taste back at school. Was this some petty revenge? He scanned the surroundings warily, noticing a few soldiers engrossed in their devices. With Ling Qianyang's strength, he wouldn't need to stall for time if he wanted to take him down. So what was this guy up to? 10,000, Li Gu suddenly said. What? Ling Qianyang asked, motioning for the girl behind to verify her results while pulling Li Gu aside. It's simple. I don't mind checking my results later, but for every person who cuts in front of me, you owe me 10,000, Li Gu said with a grin, casually placing a hand on Ling Qianyang's shoulder. Fair enough, right? Are you out of your mind? Ling Qianyang slapped Li Gu's hand away with a loud smack, his expression filled with disdain. Li Gu quickly added, I was just thinking about how the 3 of us should fill out our college preferences. Ling Qianyang's expression froze instantly. He glanced at Li Gu, who was looking at him with a mischievous smirk, an expression even more infuriating than He Chaodong's. Damn it, he figured it out. Ling Qianyang cursed inwardly. He had been instructed by Southeast Maritime University to identify top-scoring candidates on-site and secure early agreements to ensure enrollment. This sly fox had seen right through him. So, which university are you representing, Captain Ling? Li Gu asked with a smile. Think I can score over 600 and want to swoop in early? Securing a guaranteed grade Skywalker is indeed a rare find. He glanced back at his companions. Or maybe you're aiming to recruit all 3 of us at once. Don't forget I saved your life by swooping in from the sky. Ling Qianyang growled through gritted teeth. Li Gu clasped his hands together in a gesture of mock gratitude. Thank you. They'll send your unit a banner someday with the words, thank you for saving my sorry life. How about 9,850? They'll even give you a discount. My life-saving act is worth only 150? Ling Qianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. To be honest, this is the first time my worthless life has been valued this high. I'm a little emotional, Li Gu said, gripping Ling Qianyang's hand tightly. I was going to suggest 9,888 for good luck, but I couldn't bring myself to take more of your money. Ling Qianyang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. 8,000, and let's call it a friendly deal. Deal. Li Gu agreed immediately. Captain Ling, you're generous. The Great Wall Watch Corps truly lives up to its reputation. I meant 8,000 in total, Ling Qianyang said, thinking quickly. If he couldn't lower the per-person cost, he'd reduce the total. Of course. Waiting a bit longer to check my results in exchange for 8,000 is a great deal, Li Gu replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on the crowd around the score-checking machine. Of course, this doesn't include signing any enrollment agreements. Ling Qianyang's expression completely collapsed. During the bargaining process, 8 candidates completed their score inquiries one after another. Each face shifted from anticipation to disappointment, as none managed to surpass the 450-point threshold. Although Lin Lucy and He Chaodong's high scores had briefly kindled hope among the group, reality quickly delivered a harsh blow. The ninth candidate stepped forward with confidence. His scores in both comprehensive and major subjects were impressive, but his physical education score was only 108 points. In the end, his total score froze at 537, failing to meet the minimum requirement. This is rigged. How is this fair? I was the first to arrive at the exam site, he shouted angrily, slamming the query machine. Two soldiers swiftly intervened, efficiently escorting him away from the scene. Based on our analysis, Ling Qianyang turned to Li Gu, a calculating glint in his eyes. Just being fast to arrive isn't enough. What really matters is the experience. Candidates who reach the exam site too smoothly often lose points due to a lack of combat experience with the creatures. I heard you were among the first batch to arrive, so your score might be lower than your teammates. However, your act of sacrificing yourself to save your teammates is commendable. If you want a lowball, just say it. Li Gu directly exposed his intentions. My individual signing fee is 5 million. For 3 of us together, it's 12 million. Ling Qianyang was secretly astonished. His 20 years of social experience seemed to have failed him in front of this young man. What he didn't know was that Li Gu had been navigating the automotive repair industry for years, dealing with all sorts of people: taxi drivers, ride-hailing operators, financial officers from various companies, and haggling with used car dealers. With an alcoholic father unable to manage the family affairs, Li Gu had taken over these responsibilities at the age of 8, honing his skills through years of practice. Get lost. Ling Qianyang was so enraged he wanted to shove Li Gu's head into the ATM to inspect it. Another 20 candidates completed their verifications, with only 3 surpassing 550 points. Ling Qianyang signaled his subordinates to take away the only candidate who scored above 600, clearly intending to secure a contract quickly. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed, drawing closer. A woman in a blue pinstripe tailored suit strode confidently into view. She appeared to be around 35 years old, her short hair sleek, makeup flawless, and her entire demeanor exuding the aura of a supermodel. Behind her were 2 clean-cut, handsome male assistants, each carrying 2 alloy briefcases. The striking combination of the commanding woman and her 2 youthful aides immediately caught attention. Ling Qianyang promptly approached her, lowering his voice to exchange a few words. To Li Gu's surprise, Ling Qianyang, who usually disdained flattery, now appeared uncharacteristically deferential, a stark contrast to his attitude toward Yu Yun. The next moment, the woman seemed to appear in front of Li Gu as if by teleportation. Extending her hand, she introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Lu Yingying, Deputy Director of Admissions at Southeast Maritime University. Her statement was unapologetically direct, as though she intended to announce to all the candidates present within the ecosystem of Skywalker, high scores equate to privilege. The only question is whether you have the ability to claim it. This was indeed a fierce competition, like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single log bridge, a pivotal moment that could determine one's entire future. Lu Yingying promptly took charge, summoning Lin Lucy and He Chaodong, and got straight to the point. Southeast Maritime University is located right by Jinji Lake in Jinling, very close to your homes, she began confidently. To show our sincerity, as long as the 3 of you sign with us before submitting your college applications, the university guarantees to invest ample resources to ensure you reach the Grandmaster level before graduation. What's the Grandmaster level? He Chaodong asked, wide-eyed and puzzled. Li Gu recalled the moment when he defeated Lei Ming. The system had identified Lei Ming as a Grandmaster level fallen. Judging by Lei Ming's strength, ordinary bullets would likely be useless against a Grandmaster level opponent. Lu Yingying quickly explained, Tianqing divine evolution and innate talents form the foundation, but actual power is determined by biological levels. Currently, you're all at the mortal level. After level 50, you'll break through to the elite level. Beyond that, the progression is Grandmaster, 100 refined, Human Emperor, Land Immortal, Heaven Connection, Sage, and Heaven Inquiry. She added, ordinary handgun bullets can't penetrate an elite level being, and by the late Grandmaster stage, one can even withstand long-range rocket attacks. As your strength grows, your Tianqing divine evolution will also advance rapidly. Pointing to herself, she continued, I'm at 100 refined level 11, and Ling Qianyang is at Grandmaster level 46. Imagine how much it takes to train you to the Grandmaster level within 4 years. Wow! He Chaodong exclaimed in awe. Lin Lucy, however, remained composed and asked, Director Lu, I truly appreciate your sincerity, but I'd like to hear what advantages Southeast Maritime University has over the other 3 schools. Her demeanor reflected the poise of a businesswoman's daughter. Financial resources, Lu Yingying replied crisply. Top universities like Tsinghua and Zhejiang have annual budgets of around 30 billion, but ours is even higher, 50 billion? He Chaodong guessed tentatively. Lu Yingying's professional smile grew more confident. The original budget was 130 billion, 50 billion more than the second-place Southwest United University. With the enrollment expansion, we're prepared to increase it 3 to 5 times. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway of the infusion room. Ying, your clearance isn't high enough. Li Gu saw Yu Yun approaching briskly in lightweight battle armor, followed by an elderly man leaning on a cane. The old man had a hunched figure, a bald head, and wore a pair of scratched, old-fashioned round glasses. He hovered about 5 centimeters above the ground. Kids, Yu Yun introduced, this is Dean Changhe of the Forbidden Spell Department at the Shanha Four Provinces United University. He's part of the second generation of Daxia's Tianqing Walkers. You've all witnessed the power of the 6-ding refining divine flame. Li Gu's mind instantly conjured the breathtaking scene from an hour earlier. Blazing flames devouring the sky, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers. A true hero lives for moments like this. The dean is very interested in you. Yu Yun's gaze was fixed on Li Gu as she spoke with certainty. The dean is willing to personally mentor you. Li Gu felt a spark in his heart. He understood clearly that what they valued was the seamless cooperation the three of them demonstrated on the battlefield. If they were approached individually, their worth would diminish significantly. These Skywalkers were all astute individuals, laying traps in every word and action. Trained to the master level before graduation, Yu Yun stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. No matter what specialization you choose, you'll be paired with a top-tier mentor for unknown guidance throughout the process. As a divine seer, she seemed to wield considerable decision-making power, being a rising star sought after by all factions. Wow! He Chaodong couldn't help but exclaim in awe. I have one condition, Li Gu interrupted He Chaodong, his expression turning serious. Wang Dongliang, Zhou Chong, Wu Zihan, and Ren Jumpingthi risked their lives for us during the final assessment. If they don't make it as Skywalkers, the school that recruits us must provide them with a respectable future. Agreed. Yu Yun and Lu Yingying answered almost simultaneously. For the school, this request was trivial. Although these individuals had limited value after being swayed by Lin Lucy during the confrontation with Lei Ming, Li Ji's public demand at this moment showcased his loyalty and sense of justice. A person who values relationships and righteousness couldn't possibly belong to the chaotic faction. With every seemingly casual word, he was skillfully masking his true identity. Take your time to think it over, Yu Yun urged, pressing her advantage. The dean's personal mentorship, this is something no other school can offer. Training my foot. Ling Qianyang, who had been silent, suddenly erupted. In recent years, forbidden curse users have become the most useless existence. Not only are they physically weak, but their willpower is fragile, easily interrupted by control skills. A single forbidden curse takes 20 seconds to complete. What's the use of immense power if you can be killed 20 times in close combat during that time? And let's not even start on how absurdly low the probability of acquiring a forbidden curse is. Across all of Daxia, there are only 5 forbidden curse users above rank C. Dean Changhe hasn't found a successor in 3 entire cohorts. Lu Yingying frowned and lightly tugged at Ling Qianyang's sleeve, signaling him to mind his words, especially since they were addressing a highly respected elder. Li Gu quietly observed Ling Qianyang, finding him contradictory. He fawned over someone like Yu Yun, yet showed no respect to an esteemed elder. It was hard to tell whether he was fearless or simply a sycophant to power. Am I wrong? Ling Qianyang continued his tirade. A forbidden curse user has to be accompanied by a whole team for protection. 1 combat specialist, 2 defense specialists, and even battlefield reconnaissance and healing specialists. They're so physically weak that they can't even train in martial arts, making their individual combat ability practically non-existent. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted Ling Qianyang's rant. Everything Southeast Maritime University is offering you, I can offer as well, including ensuring that the 3 of them reach master level before graduation. The elderly man named Changhe spoke softly. Daxia needs a forbidden curse user with courage and the will to face death. His voice was quiet yet carried an inexplicable power, silencing everyone present. They could only open and close their mouths in vain. The old man's ears twitched slightly, picking up the sound of footsteps outside. It seemed that representatives from the other 2 schools had also arrived. The number of students scoring over 600 is considerable, and there are quite a few Skywalkers this year. However, a trio as synchronized as the one before them is truly rare. In the infusion hall, recruitment teams from 4 prestigious universities had already gathered. They intentionally kept a polite distance from one another, wearing courteous smiles while silently reassessing the value of this young team and speculating on each other's bidding strategies. Suddenly, Li Ji's hand moved silently toward the machine. I'll count down from 3. His voice broke the silence in the room. 3. Yu Yun suddenly realized Li Ji's intention. This cunning guy had just turned the announcement of their scores into an impromptu auction, positioning himself as the commodity to drive up the stakes. Clearly, he had waited for all 4 universities to be present, leaving no room for anyone to back out. No matter which path you choose, Southwest United University promises unknown mentorship with a top-tier instructor for all 3 of you. Plus, a recruitment bonus of 3 million per person, and a guarantee to reach the Grandmaster level before graduation. A team in the distance was the first to make an offer. North Border Great Wall University offers the same conditions, with an additional 1 million recruitment bonus. Another team immediately followed. The students watching were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood the extraordinary nature of Skywalkers. This was nothing short of a golden ticket to success. We'll raise it straight to 10 million. Lu Yingying called out boldly. Yu Yun was about to speak, but was gently stopped by Chang He. The bid is getting too high, Chang He whispered. We need to consider the recruitment resources for other local candidates and leave some fairness for them. Li Ji's hand hovered over the machine for a moment before he turned to look at his two companions. He Chaodong pointed excitedly at Lu Yingying, while Lin Lu, she signaled with her eyes for him to make the decision. Congratulations to Southeast Maritime University, Li Gu announced decisively. You've secured this lottery ticket opportunity. I asked the representatives of the other 3 schools to stay as witnesses. With that, he pressed his hand firmly on the machine. The screen lit up immediately. Candidate number, CNJL001988. Name, Li Gu. Physical education, 249. 249? Just 1 point short of a perfect score. The exam hall erupted instantly. Dozens of pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Qianyang even took off his protective goggles, wiped them, and put them back on before carefully double-checking the score. Finally, he could only manage one word. Damn. The room buzzed with commotion, whispers spreading like wildfire, turning the place into a chaotic marketplace. No way. Is this guy a freak? Scoring 249 in the physical test? How did he even do it? Teleport to the exam site and take out a couple of monsters on the way? Could it be that a Skywalker helped him cheat? No, wait. All the Skywalkers are sealed during the college entrance exams, aren't they? Then the only explanation is that fate itself is on his side. Did you see his shoulder throw just now? Could he really have taken down a few monsters on the way here? He Chaodong stood with his hands on his hips, sweeping his gaze across the room before scoffing disdainfully. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. This is nothing. My buddy once fought his way from Taiping South Road to the administrative building with just an iron rod, leaving a field of bones and rivers of blood in his wake, without even blinking. You're exaggerating too much, Li Gu quietly reminded him. But he Chaodong only grew more animated, his voice rising. He crushed Yamada no Orochi, steamrolled the fire god Zhurong, undefeated below the level of celestial gods, and a one-for-one trade with those above. His words made Li Gu unconsciously straighten his posture. The perfect score of 250 in the liberal arts comprehensive exam had long been common knowledge, especially among the 4 united schools, who always gathered intelligence as soon as exams ended. They had rushed over precisely because they knew Li Gu already had a guaranteed perfect score in one subject. When Lin Lucy and He Chaodong were granted Skywalker qualifications, this 3-person team that needed no further coordination was a foregone conclusion. But even so, seeing the perfect score with their own eyes still drew murmurs of freak from the crowd. Lu Yingying let out a long breath. As the deputy director of admissions, the conditions she had offered today were already beyond her authority. If Li Ji's total score didn't reach 600, this deal would be a loss. To hit 650 and secure at least a Class B ranking would be a small win. Otherwise, assigning a top-tier instructor to train a Class C student unknown and elevating them to master level within 4 years would surely make her the target of scorn from every other instructor's students. The scoring for the final core subject was typically lenient, possibly to compensate for the chaotic conditions in the exam hall. As long as participants survived, they could generally score over 100. Li Gu only needed 101 points to surpass 600, and 151 points to create a miracle today. Even Lu Yingying, who always exuded a commanding aura, found herself adjusting her breathing in front of the screen. This multimillion-dollar gamble was simply too nerve-wracking. The final line of scores began to appear, and the surrounding Skywalker's breathing grew audibly heavier. You could even hear Lu Yingying muttering under her breath, 151, 151, 151. When the first digit of the core subject score, 2, appeared, everyone's breathing came to an abrupt halt. Li Gu exhaled softly, casually tossing his head. He turned and walked back toward his hospital bed, no longer paying attention to the numbers still flashing on the screen. Wow! The next moment, the infusion room erupted in a deafening uproar. The patients receiving 4 drips instantly sprang from their seats, even those with a fever of 42 degrees forgetting the tubes still attached to their arms. All eyes were glued to the screen as cheers roared loud enough to shake the ceiling. The screen displayed, major subject, total score 250, candidate ID CNJL001988, Gaokao total score 749, national first place. A system notification appeared before Li Ji's eyes. Reward 1, 3 talent points. Reward 2, increased probability of divine evolution trigger. Reward 3, 60 days of human disguise time for passing the Gaokao, with an additional 15 days for high scores. Lin Lucy was the first to rush over. Under everyone's watchful gaze, she leapt into Li Ji's arms. He caught her slender waist firmly and spun her around 3 times. Top scorer. Li Gu, you're the top scorer. Lin Lucy exclaimed joyfully, twirling with delight, her face beaming with happiness. Li Ji's lips curled into a gentle smile. Those days spent enduring the deafening roar of machines, the sharp scent of engine oil, and studying with earplugs on had finally paid off in the best way possible. If yesterday was filled with 1,000 hardships, then today grants me the honor of being the top scorer. Amid the celebration, he quietly allocated his 3 skill points to his weakest attribute physique. His 5-dimensional potential was updated as follows: willpower 10, comprehension 8, physique 8, observation 8, technique 6. Over 700 points. Guaranteed tiara admission. Ling Qianyang and Lu Yingying also gathered around, excitement mixed with nervous energy, fearing that Dean Changhe might step in to steal the candidate. Call everyone. Lu Yingying urgently ordered her attendant. Summon everyone from the school who's nearby, whether it's the human emperor, Lu Xian, or Tian Tong. Is the principal in Jinling? Get him here immediately. In that moment, her commanding presence was undeniable. To secure the top scorer ahead of time, even the principal would have to defer to her. Li Ji's gaze, however, landed on Dean Changhe. The elderly man adjusted his old-fashioned glasses, his expression as he stared at the screen tinged with sorrow. Li Gu recognized that look all too well. It was the same one he had seen in his own reflection the day he first confronted the harsh truths of this world. The worn lenses, the stooped back weighed down by hope, the feet burdened by lives' struggles. Perhaps Dean Changhe had simply lacked the persistence and confidence to hold on. Though Li Gu felt a pang of sympathy for the hunched old man, he never intended to attend the Shanghai Four Provinces University. That institution was a lifeline for children who desperately needed a chance. With his ambitions and the resources he required, he feared his presence would deprive those students of even their last scraps of opportunity. Ling Qianyang, maintain order and keep everyone calm, Yu Yun instructed as she approached Ling Qianyang. It's time to fill out the college applications. Ling Qianyang cast a wary glance at the two of them. Yu Yun spoke calmly, relax, my professional ethics and personal integrity surpass yours. Let's get this done quick. I still have to head out to clear the streets of the Nieju. Ling Qianyang raised his voice through his helmet speaker system. Quiet down everyone. The 12 candidates eligible to fill out their applications, come to me now. The infusion hall was packed with nearly 100 people, but after a rigorous selection process, only 12 stood out. The candidates instinctively arranged themselves around Li Gu, forming 2 lines on either side. Many stepped forward to introduce themselves before retreating to wait to fill out their applications. Everyone understood that opportunities to interact so closely with someone like Li Gu, who was at least an elite grade A Skywalker, would likely be rare in the future. Ling Qianyang clapped his hands loudly to grab everyone's attention. Now, you are about to make one of the most important decisions of your lives. Just like the regular college entrance exams, you'll need to choose both a school and a professional direction. He began introducing the 9 professional paths one by one. First, we have the warrior, a versatile and all-around combat role. Choosing this path and activating the Skywalker Divine Manifestation will grant you a boost of 1 point in physique and 1 point in willpower. He glanced at Li Gu with a hint of expectation in his tone. As a warrior myself, I can tell you that this path offers impressive scholarships and salaries. Li Gu, I think this direction would suit you well. While young people often favored the warrior class in online games, in reality, very few were willing to take on a profession that required facing life-threatening dangers. Next is the defense profession, such as armored soldiers or shield bearers, Ling Qianyang continued. They are the impenetrable walls on the battlefield, responsible for protecting and covering their teammates. Due to their specialized roles, they gain 2 points in physique and 1 point in willpower, for a total of 3 talent points. If you excel in these areas, the salary is even higher. The battlefield strategist is similar to a support role in games, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of teammates. While they may struggle to fight alone, their rarity and importance make it easy to find a team. This profession grants 1 point in observation and 1 point in insight. When Ling Qianyang briefly mentioned the healing profession, Yu Yun shot him a dissatisfied look. Ling Qianyang thought to himself, does a doctor's role really need that much explanation? At this moment, He Chaodong raised his hand to ask, is the healing profession focused on single-target treatment or group healing? Both. Ling Qianyang replied with a hint of impatience. It depends on what kind of Skywalker Divine Manifestation you activate. Are there more women in the healing profession? He Chaodong asked again. Yu Yun interjected. That's right, and they're all tall, long-legged beauties with perfect figures. She knew exactly the kind of person He Chaodong was. Hearing this, He Chaodong's face lit up with a dreamy expression. Ling Qianyang observed him for a few seconds, and, seeing no further questions, continued his introduction. Next is the solotech profession, which we call the mech god. They can push ordinary weapons beyond their limits. Some sky-level solotech experts can even craft weapons that are ahead of their time with their bare hands, though such weapons can only be used by their creators. This profession enhances 1 point in observation and 1 point in skill. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since too many students choose this direction, it's challenging to activate the cross-boundary Tianqing Xinyan. For instance, if your guaranteed minimum is grade C, choosing military formations might elevate you to grade B, but choosing single-soldier technology will most likely keep you at grade C. Hearing this, Lin Lucy, who had initially planned to choose single-soldier technology and hide in the bushes to take potshots, fell into deep thought. Mental arts, also known as mental mages, he went on, the current Pope of Europe, Soros, is a mental mage who possesses the Lingxia level, number 003 Tianqing Xinyan Dominion overall. When he descends, anyone with weak willpower will fall under his control, and he can even grant temporary and singular intelligence to non-living entities. He is both a friend to Daxia and an incredibly formidable opponent. Choosing this direction will increase your perception by 2 points. Battlefield reconnaissance refers to scouts. His voice rang out clearly. Abilities like far sight, acute hearing, and extreme speed are characteristics of this type of Tianqing Xinyan. They typically carry out solo reconnaissance missions and rarely engage in direct combat. Choosing this will increase your observation by 2 points. Natural arts refers to what most people know as elemental mages, who can manipulate forces like wind, fire, lightning, ice, and snow. This is suitable for those with weak physical constitution but high perception, adding 2 points to perception. Finally, there's forbidden spells, he said, his tone turning serious as he mentioned the Dean of Changhe. While immensely powerful, they require a long casting time and a highly specialized team setup, making solo combat nearly impossible. The probability of activating a Tianqing Xinyan in this direction is extremely low, and it's not worth attempting without a guaranteed minimum. Choosing this profession also adds 2 points to perception. Changhe seemed hesitant to speak further. Indeed, while forbidden spellcasters wield earth-shattering power, they rely heavily on their teammates to create opportunities, sometimes even at the cost of their lives, to secure those critical few seconds. One more thing, and it's the most important, he emphasized. If you want to take a gamble at becoming a Xinyan user, remember this. Every Xinyan ability is unique. There may be hundreds or thousands of Tianqing practitioners in each professional direction and level, but there is only one Xinyan. Globally, there can be a maximum of 27 Xinyan users, distributed across the 9 directions of the 3 levels, Tianhe, Tianmin, and Lingxiao. For example, Dean Chang's 6th Ding Refining Divine Flame is a Tianmin level, number 008 Xinyan. This means that as long as he is alive, the forbidden spell direction at the Tianmin level is occupied, and no one else can activate this ability. You'll be able to see the specific Xinyan abilities list when you fill out your applications. You can start making your choices now. Ling Qianyang turned to Li Gu. Li Gu, would you like to go first? Everyone turned expectantly toward Li Gu, but she simply smiled and said, let the others go first. I need more time to think. With that, she lowered her head and sank into contemplation. Jean Minhui's curvaceous girl volunteered to go first. Her previous score was 531, and although she didn't have a guaranteed minimum, she had qualified to make a choice. When she placed her hand on the machine, the screen displayed 2 lists, one for professions and one for academies. Additionally, there were 24 boxes, each labeled with the name of a Xinyan ability. Many of them had names listed next to them, indicating they were already claimed. At least 11 Xinyan abilities had been taken, particularly in the defense category, which was fully occupied across all 3 levels from Tianhe to Lingxiao. 24 Xinyan abilities? Lin Lucy quickly noticed something was off. Since there are 3 levels and 9 directions, shouldn't there be 27? Why are 3 missing? Ling Qianyang shrugged and explained. The Lingxiao level has no forbidden spells, the Tianmin level has no natural arts, and the Tianhe level has no battlefield reconnaissance. These 3 abilities haven't appeared since 1978, and it's possible they're simply missing. I'd advise against taking the risk of trying for them. Do you think, since no one dares to choose the warrior path, there's a higher chance of getting the Tianqing divine evolution? Jean Minhui turned around and asked, her gaze fixed intently on Li Gu behind her. To her, Li Gu was a living miracle. Instead of trusting her teacher, she preferred to follow her instincts. Li Gu gave a brief yet firm suggestion, ensuring she wouldn't regret it later. As if granted courage by the gods, Jean Minhui reached out without hesitation, her fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. The institution you have selected, United University of the 4 Provinces. Chosen Tianqing Divine Evolution Path Main Combat. Please confirm your choice. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in her ears, indifferent to the fate of the examinee. Jean Minhui pressed the confirmation button with determination. Matching in progress. The screen displayed the words slowly, heightening the tension. Moments later, an image of a snow-capped peak towering into the clouds appeared, divided into 8 levels: mortal, ding, Bing, Yi, Jia, Tianhe, Tianmin, and Ling Xiao. The lowest level, mortal, kept flashing repeatedly. Did I fail? Jean Minhui stared at the glaring characters, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't cry. It's not over yet. Yuyan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, the machine emitted a soft beep. The mortal designation dimmed, and Ding level lit up, followed immediately by the glowing characters of Bing level. The screen transitioned to display detailed information. Candidate ID, CNJL110352. Name, Jean Minhui. Tianqing Divine Evolution Path. Main Combat, Bing level ID, 057. Special ability, Tragic Echo. The bloodshed and injuries of surrounding beings form a blood shield, significantly enhancing defense, speed, healing effects, and attack power. Yu Yun was about to congratulate her when He Chaodong rushed forward like an arrow, pulling Jean Minhui into an enthusiastic hug. Congratulations, congratulations. What a comeback. From now on, we're comrades. Let's look out for each other. Thank you. Jean Minhui instinctively patted his back, but failed to control her strength. Ow! He Chaodong yelped in pain. Yu Yun quickly pulled him away, her brows furrowed. She's a Bing-level Tianqing practitioner now. You're no longer a temporary one. What made you think you could handle that? She applied a temporary healing spell to her student. Sorry. Jean Minhui stammered awkwardly. He deserved it, Yu Yun, Lin Lucy, and Li Gu said in unison. With an embarrassed expression, He Chaodong hurried to the machine for his own test. The institution you have selected, Southeast Maritime University. Chosen Tianqing Divine Evolution Path Healing. Please confirm your choice. A male healer? Li Ji's lips twitched. Clearly, after learning that the healing class was filled with compassionate senior sisters, all other options had ceased to exist for He Chaodong. Lin Lucy stood beside Li Gu, her brow slightly furrowed. People who lack love are truly terrifying. She turned to Li Gu. By the way, which path are you choosing? Li Gu leaned closer to Lin Lucy's ear and whispered something softly. Have you decided? Lin Lucy instinctively tugged at her twin ponytails, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes. Li Gu nodded solemnly. Lin Lucy didn't say anything further. Instead, her gaze focused intently on the large screen in front of He Chaodong. The screen displayed the candidate's information. Candidate number, CNJL100058. Name, He Chaodong. Heavenly Path Selection, Healing, Grade B. Code 021. The Covenant of Compassion. Skill description. By invoking the sacred radiance in the name of love, it leaps upon those you cherish. The stronger the understanding and deeper the emotions, the brighter the radiance will shine. Oath. I love you. So until I fall, you cannot die. The announcement of He Chaodong's Grade B healing skill immediately sparked a wave of cheers. Jean Minhui even enthusiastically gave him a hug. Surrounded by the crowd, He Chaodong wore a goofy smile. This was a moment of glory he had never experienced in his 18 years of life. This is the first Grade B from Jinling today, Lu Yingying said to Ling Qianyang with a proud smile. Yeah. Last year, the entire healing department at our school only had 1 Grade C and 5 Grade D students. The number of medics on the battlefield is far from enough, Ling Qianyang chuckled. In a few years, he could be the deputy leader of the emergency rescue team for Jinling camp. Then his expression darkened slightly. But thinking about it, it feels like Yu Yun still got the better deal. Last year, due to a shortage of medical personnel along the southeastern coast, they had to exchange 3 Grade A Heavenly Path practitioners from Hunan to bring Yu Yun, who was originally from Jinling, back. Although they didn't secure this Grade B healer for their alma mater, as Yu Yun's student from the same city and the same specialization, He Chaodong could essentially be considered her protege. Ling Qianyang felt a bit begrudged and could only pin his hopes on Li Gu. Li Gu seemed to enjoy being the last to take the stage. Amid the eager gazes of the crowd, he remained motionless, letting the other candidates go first. 8 candidates activated their selections one after another. 4 of them failed, the light hovering over them for a long time before fading away along with their hopes. Some celebrated joyously, some quietly left, and others sobbed uncontrollably. As a girl sobbing into her hands passed by Lin Lucy exhaled deeply, as if she had made up her mind. She stepped up to the machine and decisively pressed her selection. Selected institution, Southeast Maritime University. Selected Heavenly Path, Defense. Please confirm your choice. The system's announcement echoed through the infusion room, drawing astonished looks. A seemingly delicate girl choosing the defense path, which required braving the front lines of war. Lucy. Li Gu quickly stepped forward. Choose something else. It was as if Lin Lucy had anticipated Li Ji's reaction. Her hand remained firmly on the confirmation button. Without hesitation, she pressed it. Then, she looked up and met Li Ji's eyes, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. I trust you. Whatever you want to choose, just go for it. Li Gu gazed into her determined eyes and softly replied, Lin Lucy, I trust you. So please, always trust me too. Hearing these words, Li Gu lowered his head and clenched his fists, fully aware that Lin Lucy's determination was unshakable. The once willful girl had now made the most rational yet dangerous choice. Regret surged through his ear, the regretted ever telling her about his own directional choice. No matter what happens on the battlefield, trust me and follow my lead. Li Gu whispered in Lin Lucy's ear. Lin Lucy simply smiled at him without giving a clear response. The text on the screen began to flicker from the clevel, but the two seemed lost in their gaze, paying no attention to the Tianqing divine evolution, which would determine their fate. The text quietly jumped upward once, and then again. The content displayed on the screen was clear. Candidate ID, CNJL001989. Name, Lin Lucy. Tianqing divine evolution direction, defense a level number 003. Verdun's final chapter. Attribute 1. Permanently increases 50 damage immunity, 50 resilience, 300 recovery speed, 300 healing effect received. Attribute 2. Increases the hardness and resilience of held tools by 50. Attribute 310 chance to block the full damage of flying energy projectiles. Upon successful block, restores 30 of own vitality. You are the last fortress on the Verdun battlefield, the final piece of land untouched by blood. As long as you remain there, the war is far from over. Lin Lucy glanced at the screen, wrinkled her nose slightly, and maintained her sweet smile. Barely better than that useless sea dog guess. It's passable. Passable? Li Gu echoed her words. Look, Lu Yingying is practically over the moon, and the expressions on the other three schools' representatives look like they just swallowed 3 pounds of sour powder. Even Teacher Yu seems thrilled. Oh, so after we graduate, do we head to the Jinling camp? Lin Lucy asked suddenly. She really knows how to play both sides, huh? The infusion room instantly split into two camps, one cheering ecstatically and the other shrouded in gloom. After a brief commotion, all eyes turned to Li Gu. Outside the doors, other Tianqing divine walkers from different regions who had completed their activations began pouring in, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger, their murmurs filling the corners of the room. What do you think the top scorer will choose in the end? Depends on the team configuration. They already have healing and defense, so now they just need a strong damage dealer. If it's melee, they'll go for primary offense. If it's ranged, maybe a natural mage or individual tech specialization. My money's on individual tech specialization. If it were me, I'd go for military formation. Grade military formations are so valuable. 3 high-level supports paired with a few mid to low-tier damage dealers. This kind of combat group would definitely be a cornerstone of the team. Why not choose another healer? With a master-level healer, Verdun's final chapter paired with a grade and a grade healer could withstand even the firepower of a frigate. These speculations reached Lu Yingying's ears, keeping a smile on her radiant face. Any combination at this level of a 3-person team would be near perfect. Amid the crowd's anticipation, Li Gu placed his hand on the machine, as if he had already made up his mind. He swiftly filled out the school and directional choice, then pressed his hand firmly on the confirmation button. Today, the second-to-last mechanical announcement echoed through this venue, its clear and cold voice reverberating in the infusion room. You have selected the institution Southeast Maritime University and the specialization Heavenly Path Divine Evolution. Forbidden spell. Please confirm your choice. Wait. Ling Qianyang's furious shout broke the silence. The smile on Lu Yingying's face froze instantly, and the chatter in the infusion room came to an abrupt halt. The mechanical voice continued. Confirmed. Matching in progress. Please wait. Li Gu turned away from the screen and faced Ling Qianyang, who had charged toward him. A faint smile played on his lips. Hey, pretty boy. Do me a favor and let this ridiculous world know me name is Li Gu. With that, he grabbed Lin Lucy's hand and pushed through the crowd of onlookers. As he passed the elderly Changhe, he gave him a light pat on the shoulder. If you have the time, stick around and guide me a bit. I think I've got some potential. Li Gu led Lin Lucy through the stunned crowd to the window. He pushed it open, took a deep breath of fresh air, and leaned against the windowsill. A new life begins now. Why didn't you stay there to wait for the result? Lin Lucy asked curiously. I was afraid they'd be too loud, Li Gu replied with a grin. I'm timid, I get startled easily. Do you think you could be a divine evolutionary? Did you forget? Li Gu's grin widened. I can tell fortunes. He held up 3 fingers and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the last word left his mouth, a holographic notification flashed before him. Comprehension 2. Comprehension maxed out. Casting speed increased to 200. In the bottom right corner, next to the dark gold icon for the Tomb of the Gods, another dark gold icon appeared. Suddenly, the large screen erupted in brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire infusion room in a dazzling glow. Changhe, the hunched-over dean of the Forbidden Spell Academy at the United University of the 4 Provinces of Daxia, straightened his back abruptly. His cane trembled slightly in his hand as the room's temperature rose dramatically. With a trembling left hand, he pointed to the top of the screen. Among the 24 previously displayed Divine Evolution titles, a bold new line had appeared. 25th Divine Evolution Epic Restart. Code 008. Lingxiao level. The entire hospital erupted into deafening cheers. The shouts of the Heavenly Path practitioners shook the ceiling, causing dust to fall, and even the load-bearing pillars seemed to tremble. Hearing the commotion, Lin Lucy understood the result. She studied Li Gu carefully. You fulfilled the words written on your desk. What was it again? If no one fuels my lofty aspirations, I'll drink the cold and ascend the peak alone. Too melancholic and a bit too arrogant, Li Gu replied. Not arrogant, Lin Lucy tilted her head, gazing at him and then at the bright sky outside the window. I remember last year. You told my mom you'd bring 5 million to marry me before you turned 28. Now that was arrogant. I was drunk, said the wrong thing. Li Gu scratched his nose awkwardly. Wrong thing? Lin Lucy's voice softened. Wrong timing. Li Gu broke into a grin. I could have brought 5 million at 18. Get lost. Lin Lucy jumped a step away, laughing. If I want to marry, I don't need a penny. If I don't, even 5 billion won't get you through my door. Her leap created just enough space for the cheering crowd to surge forward. They swarmed around Li Gu, enveloping him in a tide of celebration. Lingxiao, Lingxiao. The crowd erupted with waves of shouting. The hospital lobby instantly turned into chaos as people surged forward in a frenzy. Changhe was caught in the tide, his cane almost impossible to steady. Even with his formidable strength, he found it difficult to withstand the fervent enthusiasm of these young individuals. Let me touch him for some good luck. Our team still needs a mage. All Grandmaster level, for carry one, no loot required. We guarantee you'll hit Grandmaster before your internship? Someone questioned skeptically. Grandmaster level? I wouldn't dare say that even at 100 refinement level. Hey, show us the new Divine Evolution spell. Are you crazy? A Chaos Faction guy casting forbidden spells in a hospital? Might as well have him toss one at Confucius Temple. Changhe struggled to move through the crowd, attempting to take flight, but the burly men around him, willing to endure bruises and blows, left him no room to rise. He's mine. Move aside. He's mine. Changhe shouted at the top of his lungs. Yours. Lu Yingying, the aloof and commanding beauty, stepped on Changhe's shoulder to push forward. He's the treasure of Southeast. Li Gu noticed how these usually cold and enigmatic skywalkers completely dropped their facades when encountering anyone above Class B. Lu Yingying had clearly mobilized a significant number of skywalkers from Southeast Maritime University to encircle him. Dean, stop squeezing in. Someone, get a wheelchair for the old Dean. Wheelchair? Just book out a resort by the Qinhuai River. If the principal won't approve funding, I'll send Li Gu to Hunan instead. The scene was entirely out of control. He Xiaodong, meanwhile, was too preoccupied, reminiscing with Jean Minhui about the past and dreaming of the future. Lin Lucy, sitting on the windowsill, observed the chaos with keen interest. Suddenly, her hands began forming seals, her forearms crossing in front of her chest. Within moments, she leaped down from the windowsill. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air as 4 semi-transparent, black gold iron walls materialized, surrounding Lin Lucy tightly to form a steel fortress 1 meter wide and 3 meters high, embedded deep into the ground. That was epic. He Xiaodong was stunned. I want to marry her. Jean Minhui blurted out unconsciously. He Xiaodong was utterly bewildered. Fine, I can accept Li Gu stealing the campus queen, but why is the campus queen now trying to steal my girl? Give this simp a break. Don't push me to the edge. Amid the swirling dust, Lin Lucy slowly stood up straight, pointed at Li Gu, and gestured for him to speak. Lin Lucy's imposing demeanor stunned Li Gu for a moment. After adjusting his thoughts, he finally spoke. Dean, when it comes to bets, you have to accept the consequences of losing. Just like how I spent 30 million to get a level, and a Ling Xiao. Even though it feels like a loss, I still have to accept it. Changhe stood amidst the crowd, panting heavily, his face flushed. Yu Yun bent down to pick up his cane and handed it to him, gently patting the old man's back. Li Gu. Changhe took a deep breath. The dean of the Forbidden Curse Department at Southeast Maritime University, Ai Liangqiu, is merely a clevel, with a strength level barely at the 100 refinement stage. He hesitated, clearly unwilling to outright use the word useless, as that dean had once been his student. Li Gu, however, reacted unexpectedly. A faint, excited smile crept onto his face. Such an extraordinary dean. Changhe looked at Li Gu in confusion, puzzled by his unusual reaction. In his experience, students typically felt disheartened upon learning that their field or mentor lacked strong credentials. Yet, Li Gu seemed oddly thrilled. Little did Changhe know, Li Gu was secretly calculating with the dean this week. I might have the chance to replace them next year. Becoming a dean before even graduating? What a legendary tale. The dean's dedication to nurturing forbidden curse students for Disya is truly commendable, Li Gu said with a serious expression. But when our forbidden curse department goes to the battlefield, it requires a massive amount of manpower and resources for protection. The students from the 4 provinces of Shanha barely get enough resources to begin with. If I were to monopolize a large share, it would be unfair to their efforts and futures. Changhe sighed softly, while Yu Yun, standing beside him, commented quietly, Li Gu really has a pure heart. The surrounding students began to applaud some out of genuine agreement, others simply to show support. But Li Gu suddenly shifted gears. Just because I can't go doesn't mean you, Dean, can't come. The applause abruptly stopped. Yu Yun froze for a moment before turning to Changhe. Sometimes, not so pure. This kid even wants to poach the Dean. Is there no justice left? Li Gu continued. If resources are scarce, why not trade? The 4 provinces have talent, the Southeast has funding. Use resources to exchange for talent. Problem solved. His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Turning to Ling Qianyang, Li Gu smiled and elaborated. Captain Ling mentioned earlier that the Forbidden Curse Department in all of Disya only has a handful of people and requires an immense amount of resources. So I was thinking about how to build a team capable of supporting me in casting forbidden curses. I came up with 3 key factors. He raised 3 fingers. Under the focused gazes of everyone, Li Gu suddenly made a money-counting gesture. Money, money, and more money. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, their faces full of disdain. Li Ji's expression, however, turned serious. My family runs an auto repair shop, so I know that with money, you can get better parts, better oil, and your car will run longer without breaking down at critical moments. It's the same in where if you have enough heavy firepower, advanced equipment, and excellent personnel, you can hold out long enough for me to cast Epic Restart. So, he continued, if the Southeast lacks people to form a new team and the 4 provinces lack funding to provide adequate resources, why not pay to invite Dean Changhe and his team to join us? Ling Qianyang suddenly understood. You're saying use school funds to hire private tutors for yourself? What kind of talk is that? Li Gu frowned. Captain Ling, you need to elevate your perspective. This is called reallocating southern funds to the north and northern talent to the rational redistribution of resources. The 4 provinces get a bigger cake, with fewer people sharing it, so everyone gets more. Meanwhile, the Southeast gains talent, builds a stronger system, and has the old dean overseeing everything. The surrounding crowd nodded frequently, finding his reasoning quite convincing. Only Yu Yun muttered to herself, spending the school's money, hiring people, bringing in teachers, and then ending up with more money, less work, and a cozy life close to home. I knew from the start he was trouble. To live up to the expectations and trust of the old dean, Li Gu chose the most perilous path. Forbidden spells. After finishing his statement, he cast his gaze over the seated senior teachers and humbly added, that's my idea. If there are any shortcomings, I kindly ask for your understanding. Lu Yingying hesitated and glanced toward Changhe, cautiously probing. Actually, we could consider. To her surprise, the formidable figure of the Great Wall Watch Corps was nodding continuously in agreement. This scene nearly caused Lu Yingying to break down, internally agreeing to whatever a freshman suggested. That was far too out of character for someone of his stature. How was she supposed to negotiate under these conditions? Yu Yun carefully observed the unfolding scene and suddenly realized the brilliance of Li Gu's strategy. If he had directly demanded the school fund the recruitment of talent and teachers, it would have come across as arrogant and overbearing. Even if it didn't deter the school's commitment to nurturing him, it would have left him open to criticism. But now, by skillfully shifting the focus to protecting the students' interests and fulfilling the old man's wishes, he not only achieved the same goal but also appeared noble in character. Giving up the glory of being the top scorer to pursue the most dangerous forbidden spells for the sake of an elder's dream, ultimately awakening the divine Ling Xiao. This narrative was so perfect it was astonishing. What Yu Yun didn't know, however, was that Li Gu had made up his mind to choose forbidden spells long before. When Ling Qianyang mentioned that casting a forbidden spell required 20 seconds and left the caster defenseless at close range, Li Gu had already decided. With the 5-fold agility boost provided by the burial grounds of the gods, he could reduce the casting time to 4 seconds. Combined with invincibility lasting over 5 seconds, it was enough to ensure the successful release of the spell. A forbidden spell with a 500 increase in comprehension, critical hit, and penetration, paired with 100 true damage in a near-death state. Its power was simply unstoppable. After using his final River Luo command to confirm that he could become a divine forecaster in the forbidden spell direction, Li Gu meticulously set his plans in motion. Step by step, he built an image of being kind and easygoing while maximizing his own benefits. At this moment, he stood to the side, feeling the vast flow of information surging through his mind. These pieces of information, composed of familiar characters, morphed into something entirely foreign when combined. This was the data of the era reboot, akin to an advanced collection of mathematical competition problems. While one could mechanically apply formulas, true mastery required deep understanding and integration. But this was mathematics love might betray, wealth could fade, but mathematics remained constant if you didn't understand it. You simply didn't understand it. Finally, Changhe's aged yet resolute voice broke the silence. List the numbers of people needed for the divine forecaster direction and other paths, along with reasonable costs. They'll discuss it with the principal and give you an answer within 3 days. This brief response essentially marked the success of the entire endeavor. The old dean gazed intently at Li Gu, completely ignoring the others from Southeast Maritime University around him. His expression was like that of a gambler who had lost everything, suddenly discovering a chip worth more than the entire casino. With Yu Yun's support, the 80-year-old man held Li Gu's hand, asking about his well-being. When he learned that Li Gu came from a single-parent family and lived in a cramped 6-square-meter attic, the old dean unexpectedly burst into tears far more intense than those Li Gu had shed when his own father had beaten him. Lu Yingying quickly stepped in to rescue Li Gu from the old dean's overwhelming attention. The admission process for the 3 students was expedited, and the staff seemed eager to immediately send them to the school dormitory. She took out several elegant boxes and handed them to the 3. These are custom-made phones and smartwatches equipped with the most advanced tracking and emergency systems. For now, you won't need them, as you'll be under the personal protection of Grandmaster-level Skywalkers. Lin Xinyang then handed over a bank card. This is a Daxia bank card linked to your ID. Once you log into the app, you'll see the promised 10 million cash deposit and 200,000 for summer living expenses. The 2 took turns reassuring Li Gu. We're fully aware of what happened with Yang Zhan. He provoked you first, and his death at the hands of the heretic clan had nothing to do with you. Yu Yun chimed in at the right moment, patting Li Gu on the shoulder. This child has suffered so much in the past 18 years. He deserves proper compensation. By the way, the admissions directors from 3 other schools are here, discussing how to pay the penalty fees to compete for him again. She gave Li Gu a meaningful look. Hearing this, Lu Yingying was furious. Do you people have no shame? She immediately called the principal and soon returned with a supplementary agreement. Lin Xinyang added without hesitation, once you're enrolled, you'll immediately enjoy the benefits of a professor's position, and all spoils of battle will belong to you. This declaration caused the representatives from other schools to glance up in shock. Does Southeast Maritime have no boundaries? There are only 5 professor slots in the Forbidden Spell Department, Lin Xinyang retorted firmly. The dean plus Li Gu makes 5. Why shouldn't he become a professor? His words left the room in stunned silence. The heretic clan situation is dire this year, Lin Xinyang continued. Summer break is only 7 days, just enough time for you to settle your family affairs and catch up with friends. Specific benefits and arrangements will be discussed once you're enrolled. Take this time to adapt to the new world and enjoy your break. As he spoke, he walked them out of the hospital. He was assigned to escort He Chaodong, who insisted on taking Jean Minhui home. The moment they stepped out of the hospital, an armored personnel carrier rolled by. 3 Iron Army soldiers stood on the roof, while the vehicle's interior was packed with middle-aged passengers. Li Gu noticed a brand new banner stretched across the side of the military transport truck, white background with red characters reading, "Exclusive for employees of the 3rd Tactical Drone Factory." At the rear of the truck, an Iron Army soldier was shouting to the crowd on the street, "Tactical Drone Factory is hiring workers with experience in electronics factories. Monthly salary of 8,000. Meals and accommodations included. Me am great at screwing bolts." A middle-aged woman fought her way out of the crowd, waving her arm high in the air. The Iron Army soldier immediately bent down to pull her onto the truck, then called out again. 3 more spots left in Workshop 1. The 4 newly appointed Skywalkers stood frozen on the side of the street, witnessing this strange and desperate scene. The city had lost its former order in a short time, and everywhere, Iron Army soldiers were seen calming panicked citizens. Ling Xinyang surveyed the street and explained, "Right now, countries around the world are conducting exams. To prevent refugee influxes, all major nations have closed their borders and entered a state of emergency. All foreign trade businesses along the southeastern coast have collapsed." "Oh, I just got into school, and now you're telling me it's falling apart? Is it too late to transfer schools now?" Li Ji's mind was in chaos. But the light industry here is thriving, and factories and small workshops can switch to producing tactical equipment, Ling Qianyang said, turning to Lin Lucy. "For instance, Lin, your family's factory." Lin Lucy immediately understood his point. Her family owned the largest outdoor clothing factory in Jinling, and its equipment and materials could quickly be repurposed to produce workwear and tactical gear. She pulled out her phone. "I'll inform my mom to cooperate." "No need," Ling Qianyang interrupted. "All factories have been taken over by the Iron Army for unified allocation and pricing, to prevent hoarding and price gouging. Of course, the ownership remains yours, and it will be returned once the state of emergency ends." Lin Lucy shrugged, silently accepting the arrangement. At that moment, Li Ji's new phone began to vibrate violently. An unknown number was calling. On the other end, Wang Dongliang's urgent, hushed voice said, "Hey, it's me. Good thing you still have your phone. Stay hidden in the hospital and don't come out. Yang Zhen's father has sent people to capture you. They should be there by now. Delete this call record. He doesn't know I've become a Skywalker?" Li Gu froze. "You've become a Skywalker?" Wang Dongliang was equally stunned. Li Gu couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, after hearing about his son's death, Yang Zhen's father had realized that deaths in the examination hall couldn't be prosecuted, so he immediately resorted to underground connections. But he had no idea what kind of person he was dealing with now. Looking around, Li Gu noticed a van parked at the corner across the street. The driver was peering over through a crack in the window, glancing back at Ling Qianyang, the Iron Army, and the other Skywalkers, then at the suspicious van. A sly smile formed in Li Gu's mind. A kidnapping? Perfect. Kidnapping a Ling Xiao-level Skywalker in broad daylight? The Great Wall Watch Corps would be all over it. He could use their guns to handle his business and even gain some extra lifespan in the process. "I see a friend over there. I'm going to have a chat," Li Gu said to Ling Qianyang with a mischievous smile. Ling Qianyang didn't stop him. From his perspective, there was no trace of corruption nearby, and how could ordinary people pose a threat to a Ling Xiao-level divine deriver? He watched as Li Gu crossed the street, walking toward the van. As he passed it, the van door suddenly slid open, and two burly men dragged Li Gu inside. "Help! Someone save me!" Li Gu let out a blood-curdling scream as the van roared off, spewing black smoke behind it. Wait, Li Gu has been kidnapped? Ling Qianyang stared at the scene before him, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking into the radio on his helmet. He immediately turned to Lin Lucy for confirmation. Lin Lucy scratched her head, wearing a puzzled expression. "It looks like it. He just walked straight over and let them put him in the car, like it was some kind of performance. Chase them. Old Li's been taken." He Chaodong roared furiously, instantly darting into the traffic. He sprinted at a shocking speed of 45 miles per hour, resembling a predator in pursuit of its prey. Chaos erupted within the hospital. Countless Skywalkers clad in futuristic battle armor surged out from all directions, converging on Ling Qianyang. Who took him? Where did they go? No idea, just a few regular people. They grabbed him and shoved him into a car in no time. Ling Qianyang recalled the earlier scene. "I thought he was pulling some kind of stunt. Maybe it's another school trying to poach him, using regular people to throw him off." Lu Yingying's voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Lock down all traffic in Jinling. All Skywalkers at Grandmaster level or above from Jinling Maritime University, start a grid search with me at the center." As she spoke, the commanding woman had already shed her professional blazer, revealing the black combat armor underneath. A blood-red steel whip in her hand glinted coldly. Her figure flickered like a phantom, crossing to the opposite side of the road in one step and reaching the end of the street in the next. Above Jinling City, waves of blood-red flames swept across the sky again. Changhe released his crooked peachwood staff. With a resonant dragon's roar, the staff transformed into a blood-red fire dragon. Straightening his back, he ascended into the sky on the dragon, standing 500 meters above ground, surveying the bustling city below. Radio signals crackled across the city. Li Ji's communication device has been located. Coordinates are being transmitted to everyone. Analyzing the target's movement trajectory and scanning all nearby vehicles. Report. A Tesla has been spotted speeding, but this Tesla seems... Meanwhile, Li Gu was curled up in the corner of a van, trembling as he faced three burly men. The driver, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, was at the wheel. Among the other two, one held a power drill while the other was snapping photos of him with a phone. "Kid," the man with the power drill pressed its tip close to Li Ji's eye, his tone chilling. "Someone offered $500,000 for your life. When you're a ghost, make sure to find the buyer. Blame the right person. Got it?" Got it." Li Gu cowered, summoning his courage to ask, "Kidnapping someone in broad daylight, aren't you worried about the guards and the Iron Army patrolling the streets?" "Bah. The world's full of monsters and corpses now. Who has time to care about kidnappings?" the man sneered. "Look around. Oh, you see anyone coming after us?" Before he could finish, an urgent knocking sound came from the car window. The group turned to look left, only to see He Chaodong sprinting alongside the van, pounding on the window as he ran. "There is someone," Li Gu said firmly. "That's a Class B Skywalker. His physical enhancements alone are enough to let him catch up with a speeding vehicle." The van suddenly swerved hard to the left, flinging He Chaodong off like a fly. Inside, the passengers tumbled over, and one of the kidnappers even exclaimed, "Nice driving." "That wasn't me," the driver bellowed as another jolt nearly flipped the entire van over. Li Gu seized the moment and pushed the elbow of the kidnapper in front of her. As the vehicle swayed violently, the power drill pierced straight into the kidnapper's heart with uncanny precision. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Gu. A cold smirk played on her lips as she whispered, "Out of all the monsters roaming the streets, you just had to kidnap the scariest one. Nice choice." A system notification flashed silently before her eyes. Human killed, 1. Gained 48 hours of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 469 hours. The third collision struck like a thunderclap. The van flipped heavily, scraping the asphalt and leaving a trail of bright sparks. But what caught everyone's attention was the Instigatora license plateless Tesla, emitting the roar of a traditional multi-cylinder engine. The Tesla had expertly rammed the van, followed by a dramatic drift that brought it to a perfect stop beside the overturned vehicle. Its body locked the van in place, preventing further rolling. The Tesla's doors swung open, and a disheveled middle-aged man stepped out, wearing slippers and holding a crowbar smeared with motor oil. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he lit it with one hand and swung the crowbar at the van driver with the other. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the van, blocking the crowbar with precision. When the man saw Li Gu climbing out of the van, he froze for a moment before raising the crowbar again to give chase. The two began a chaotic game of cat and mouse around the van, while the other passengers inside stared in stunned silence. With a soft whoosh, the crowbar vanished from the man's hand and was now pressed against his own neck. Lu Yingying had appeared without warning, effortlessly putting an end to the commotion. Around them, a squad of skywalkers knelt in unison, sealing off the entire street. Lu Yingying, her face stern, was just about to order an arrest when Li Gu suddenly shouted, "Wait," pointing at the middle-aged man. Her expression turned complicated as she said, "That's my dad." At that moment, He Chaodong stumbled out from the roadside bushes and yelled at the man, "Uncle, do you even know how to drive?" Lu Yingying looked baffled. The middle-aged man, however, remained calm, mumbling around his cigarette. "Miss, could you give me my crowbar back?" Sensing trouble, Li Gu turned and bolted. The man snatched back the crowbar and chased after her, shouting, "You finish your exams and don't come home to fix cars? Are you rebelling? Stop right there." As the Skywalkers exchanged bewildered glances and even the long river of clouds seemed to retreat in confusion, Lin Lucy's crisp voice rang out, "Uncle, if you hit Li Gu one more time, I'm doubling your rent this year." The man skidded to a halt immediately. Lin Lucy gracefully approached the Tesla, lifted its hood with one hand, and examined the massive, intricate machinery inside. With a faint chuckle, she remarked, "An American V8. Uncle, your electric-to-gasoline conversion is just as tasteless as my mom's." Ling Qianyang cast a suspicious glance at the middle-aged man, puzzled as to how he had learned about his son's kidnapping so quickly. The man pointed to his own face with his thumb, a hint of pride in his tone. "I've been fixing cars for 30 years, name's Li Di. The cars covered in blood in the middle of the night that others won't touch? I clean him. The ones with soul rings that no one dares to repair? I fix him. In Jinling, anyone in the underworld knows me. The moment those 3 bastards got the job, someone tipped me off." The names of this father and son duo were particularly strikingly Di for the father and Li Gu for the son. It was as baffling as someone ripping out all the circuits of a water-damaged used Tesla just to cram a V8 engine into it. "Does his dad look like a normal guy to you?" Lu Yingying whispered to Ling Qianyang. "Do you think his son is any more normal?" Ling Qianyang shot back. Li Di seemed to have no patience for Lin Lucy. After grunting twice, he opened the car door. With a quick scan of the interior, he swung his stick again. The Skywalkers hurried to intervene. Inside the car, the driver and another kidnapper were already unconscious. One of the unlucky men, who had already lost his life to Li Gu, suffered another blow to the chest from Li Di's stick. The electric drill pierced through his ribs, making it harder to determine an exact cause of death. "You guys are those, flying soldiers from TV?" Li Di belatedly noticed the futuristic warriors around him. "Skywalkers," Ling Qianyang corrected him with a twitch of his mouth. Despite the media's ongoing efforts to bombard the public with information about the Skywalkers to reshape their worldview, Li Di's memory seemed less than reliable. "Oh, Skywalkers." Li Di nodded in sudden realization. "I remember something about divine soldiers too. They're worth a lot, right? Only one per city. Isn't that the deal? Do we have one here?" Ling Qianyang turned to see Li Gu, Yu Yun, and the ethereal Changhe all simultaneously averting their gazes to avoid eye contact. Ling Qianyang spent the next 10 minutes explaining everything that had happened to Li Gu since his college entrance exams. Throughout the explanation, Li Di remained silent, which made Ling Qianyang reevaluate this violent father. As it turned out, the father of a top scorer was an exceptional listener. However, 10 minutes later, Li Di nodded and said earnestly, "That was amazing, gripping and suspenseful." He removed the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. "But I didn't really get most of it." Ling Qianyang's mouth twitched, realizing that being a good listener didn't necessarily mean one was a good comprehender. "I only understood one thing," Li Di said, flicking the cigarette but into the van. "My son is important." "Yes, absolutely. I knew he was remarkable even before the exam results came out. Ling Qianyang replied with a smile, deliberately emphasizing that he had struck the deal before the scores were announced. Leslie D tried to renegotiate. It's not about the money. In our line of work, a promise is as solid as a nail. Anyone who goes back on their word is no better than scum. Li Di waved dismissively, speaking with unyielding decisiveness. It was at that moment Ling Qianyang finally understood where Li Gu had picked up his streetwise flair. The next moment, Emperor Li frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. So, shouldn't you all be going after Yang Zhan's father now? He's in Yindu, right? Ling Qianyang responded immediately, his tone firm. The Yindu unit has already been dispatched. He's suspected of orchestrating kidnapping and murder. We'll demand a heavy sentence in the shortest time possible. He deliberately emphasized shortest time and heavy sentence, exuding confidence, even though the target was a prestigious university professor with significant influence and students spread across the country. Orchestrating kidnapping and murder? Emperor Li slowly repeated the words, his eyes growing deeper. Doesn't my son count as a future cornerstone of Daxia's defense system? Ling Qianyang nodded, suddenly noticing how clearly Emperor Li spoke when he wasn't smoking. Emperor Li pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before flicking the ash. Then wouldn't the kidnapping and attempted murder against him be considered a terrorist attack? The room fell into an instant silence. Oh, maybe I misunderstood and misspoke, Emperor Li said, putting down the cigarette and frowning. Just as Ling Qianyang sighed in relief, Emperor Li continued, those three in the car call that a terror attack. Yang Zhan's father is the mastermind behind it. He nodded confidently, cigarette between his lips. Now the logic makes sense, don't you agree? Ling Qianyang cleared his throat, moving a little closer to Emperor Li. Let me call you Big Brother Li. When they hired people to kidnap, Li Gu was still just an ordinary person. What if he could predict the future? Emperor Li interrupted suddenly. My son can predict the future. He turned to look at Li Gu. Son, tell your old man how his luck is today. Li Gu, who had somehow wandered over to the Tesla, didn't even look up as he replied, today, you're highly likely to get into a car accident. The towing and repair costs will total 11,800. If you want me to fix it, add an extra 2,000 for labor. Emperor Li gave his son a thumbs up, proudly turning to the surrounding Skywalkers. See? Spot on. The group could only awkwardly nod in agreement. I don't care how you sentence him, Emperor Li said, slowly putting down the cigarette, his tone turning serious. But if anyone else comes after my son because of Yang Zhan, it's 10 million per incident or he transfers schools. Everyone present frowned, except for Yu Yun and Chang He, who looked amused. It was only then that they realized Emperor Li was as cunning as his son, laying the groundwork all along just to deliver that final price hike. 30 minutes later, the father and son landed at their doorstep aboard a transport helicopter. The neon lights surrounding the four bold characters, Goody Auto Shop, flashed brightly, while a large screen in the distance displayed college entrance exam information and photos of Li Gu. Among the 6 high-level talents in Jinling City, 2 were Xinyan practitioners. One had been recruited by Beijing Great Wall University. Given the rarity of Xinyan abilities divided into the Tianhe, Tianmin, and Lingxiao levels, with 9 directions per level there were only 27 practitioners worldwide. Currently, Daxia had 8 Xinyan practitioners, with Li Gu being one of only 2 at the Lingxiao level. Emperor Li's phone wouldn't stop ringing, with calls from long-lost relatives and leaders eager to visit and congratulate him. He cheerfully reminded those coming over to bring valuable gifts. Although Skywalkers and their families were supposed to immediately move into heavily guarded traditional courtyard apartments, Emperor Li delayed the move by 3 days under the pretext of packing. Their exclusive courtyard, shared by 3 households, had 2 adjacent shops converted into residences for 4 top-tier by lion-level fighters, who provided 247 protection for Li Gu. Li Gu pushed the battered Tesla into the washing bay, changed into his work clothes, and began foaming up the car as if nothing had happened. He still seemed like an ordinary mechanic. Standing beside the car, Li Gu wrote in the foam-covered surface, "How did you know I was kidnapped?" Emperor Li glanced at his son, smirked coldly, and wrote in reply, "I leaked the information to Yang Cheng." Li Ji's pupils dilated in shock as a startling thought flashed through his mind. He was well aware that Yang Cheng was Yang Zhan's father, but why was his old man deliberately spreading this information? Feigning nonchalance, he inspected the car's body while loudly saying, "The integrated die-cast body is badly damaged from the crash. The structure's compromised. Might as well take out the engine and switch cars. We can patch this one up and sell it as a premium car to He Chaodong." At the same time, his finger quietly traced words on the water-streaked car body. "I'm guessing you leaked that I killed Yang Zhan and that I plan to join the Iron Army once I'm discharged?" His father nodded imperceptibly and wrote back on the car, "I hit you today because you didn't strike hard enough." In that instant, Li Gu fully understood his father's intentions. His father knew of the deep grudge between him and Yang Zhan. So he carefully orchestrated this scheme to ensure the news reached Yang Cheng. It would inform him of Yang Zhan's death, while hinting that Li Gu was about to join the Iron Army. This effectively gave Yang Cheng a clear deadline. He had to act before Li Gu enlisted. The plan was flawless. Station covert operatives outside the hospital, wait for Yang Cheng to make his move, then capture him on the spot. Using the prearranged evidence, they could easily bring him to justice. This was the art of eliminating threats at the root, not waiting for the opponent to make their move, but instead setting a trap and controlling the entire narrative. Li Gu couldn't help but admire his father, who wasn't just brilliant but also far more ruthless than he was. Thinking back to the time he broke the legs of those thugs with a crowbar, he still didn't know how his father had managed to placate their families. He suddenly imagined his father taking the college entrance exam 2 days ahead, probably leave everyone stunned. Learn from this. Li Di sneered, wiping away the writing on the car with foam. Meanwhile, the bustling crowd at the Yindu airport was in chaos. Yang Cheng, carrying a suitcase, weaved quickly through the throng. Angry protests erupted around him. I need to get to England. I've already got my visa. Why won't you let me board? If I can't leave the country, what about my house in North America? They'll pay whatever it takes. Watching these desperate individuals, Yang Cheng sneered inwardly. In times like these, money was nothing more than worthless paper. Just then, his phone rang. A student's voice came through, urgent and tense. Teacher, you need to leave immediately. The people we sent failed. That murderer turned out to be the most gifted Skywalker in all of Daxia. Even with solid evidence that he killed someone during the exam, it's useless now. And on top of that, there are plenty of witnesses claiming your son was killed by a monster. The student continued. But don't worry, I've arranged a new identity for you. You're now a secret agent on an emergency mission for Daxia, tasked with retrieving experimental results from foreign labs. Head straight to Gate 4. Someone will be there to meet you. That's all I can say. Take care. As the call ended, Yang Cheng's expression darkened. He clenched the handle of his suitcase tightly. Li Gu, just you wait. Once I go abroad, let's see how many resources I can gather with these research results to crush you. Yang Cheng gritted his teeth and strode towards Gate 4, his heart filled with vengeful satisfaction. The security check process went surprisingly smoothly. A beautiful security officer carefully examined his ID card, glanced up at him, and then pointed toward the scanner with an unusually polite tone. Sir, please place your luggage through the scanner. Yang Cheng straightened his back, exuding confidence as he placed his phone and bag onto the conveyor belt. However, the moment his belongings left his hands, he was abruptly grabbed from behind. A sharp pain shot through his wrists as he was forced to the ground. At the same time, his belongings were swiftly retrieved from the scanner for an on-site inspection. We are the Border Patrol Unit of the Great Wall Watch. Yang Cheng, you are under arrest, a cold male voice announced from behind him. On what grounds? On what grounds are you arresting me? Where's the evidence? Yang Cheng, pressed firmly to the ground, slurred his words through the pain. The Great Wall Watch doesn't need evidence to act. We only need the list. The statement struck Yang Cheng like a sledgehammer, shattering any last hope he had. Meanwhile, Li Gu was waiting by the roadside for a ride. He planned to visit the escape room where he often worked part-time to bid farewell to the kind uncle there. He also wanted to search the storage room, hoping to find other works by Sanjiu Yinyu, especially those uncovering the secrets of the Dark Silk Lady. That storage room was indeed peculiar. While Hulua Command relied on traditional divination, the 6th Demon Slayer technique was a unique ability only usable by Skywalkers. It was thanks to this, along with his innate level 8 constitution growth, that Li Gu dared to pursue the forbidden spell path. Even when facing an equally skilled main attacker, he felt confident in holding his ground. 2 Skywalkers at the 100 refinement level silently followed Li Gu. Once on the bus, they sat on either side of him and each handed him a thumb-sized crystal. This thing. Li Gu looked at them in confusion. You'll understand after enrollment. Don't mention it to anyone else, they replied cryptically. Where to? Where to? The driver impatiently tapped the steering wheel. The escape room, Li Gu responded. That place? The driver turned back with surprise. Going there to play? Yeah, pick somewhere else. That place got blown up. The remark made Li Gu sit up straight, startling the Skywalkers beside him so much that they almost instinctively used their Skywalk abilities to flip over the entire bus. When a monster attacked the examinees, it triggered the gas tanks at the nearby fried chicken shop, setting several stores on fire, the driver explained. Was anyone hurt? Li Gu asked urgently. Not sure. It's not like I blew it up, the driver shrugged. Take me there. Li Gu demanded firmly. I'm not going. It's bad luck. 100. Li Gu offered, far exceeding the base fare for the distance, but he no longer cared about the cost. The driver glanced at Li Ge's anxious expression through the rearview mirror, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. 200, he haggled. Take it or leave it. Stop wasting time. Li Ge's tone was firm. I'll think about it, the driver said, pretending to hesitate. Just as Li Gu was about to speak again, the situation took a dramatic turn. A Skywalker suddenly made a move, shattering the partition between the front and back seats of the taxi with a crisp snap of his bare hands. Another person slammed a handgun heavily onto the armrest. The scene had an immediate effect. The taxi's front wheels screeched loudly, roaring like a startled beast as it sped off, running 3 red lights in a row to reach the destination. The escape room venue was located on the first floor of a small commercial complex, but the sight before Li Gu made his heart sink. What was once a bustling storefront was now reduced to charred ruins, lifeless and desolate. On the steps, a girl with a lollipop in her mouth gestured for him to come over. Linjia, Li Gu called out heavily as he approached. Gu Lin was the only female NPC performer at the venue. Her long pink hair accentuated her fair, radiant skin, and her tank top paired with a short skirt gave her the look of a sporty senior straight out of a manga. Usually, she would use her angelic appearance to deceive customers, only to reveal a terrifying mask with 8 gaping mouths and chase screaming patrons through the escape room. "Where's the boss?" Li Gu asked. The police took him in for questioning. Gu Lin replied indistinctly, the lollipop still in her mouth, her casual demeanor mirroring that of her father. "Don't be upset. As long as everyone's safe, we'll reopen together," Li Gu said, patting her shoulder with confidence, his financial backing giving him a sense of assurance. Upset? Gu Lin's eyes widened. "We bought accidental property insurance for the building last month. The insurance company is going to pay us 8 million. Li Gu was stunned. "When did you get insurance?" "Last month," Gu Lin said with a smile. "Don't tell me you guys blew up the gas tank yourselves. Why the sudden decision to buy insurance?" Gu Lin grabbed Li Ji's hand. "You told your fortune and said there would be a fire-related disaster this month. My dad figured you'd come to work here, so he spent 2,000 to get insurance. Thanks a lot. May you have 8 kids, all boys." Li Gu frowned. He had no recollection of that fortune-telling. If what Gu Lin said was true, then one of those 2 old men must be well-versed in the secrets of the Heluo system. Did they already know the secrets of this book? Could someone have deliberately placed the book there? "You're really good at fortune-telling?" asked the towering Taiyangxings behind Li Gu. This topic had already come up in the infusion hall earlier. At the time, it seemed like mere theatrics, but being mentioned repeatedly in a single day gave it a hint of credibility. To the guidance office, this was a point of interest they needed to protect Li Gu while also understanding his quirks to tailor their teaching methods accordingly. "Just a little," Li Gu replied modestly. "That means you're really good." The burly Taiyangxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How do you come to your conclusions?" Li Gu looked puzzled, and the man grinned. "You're a top scorer." The Taiyangxings, namely Weiran, stood at an imposing 1.95 meters tall and weighed 230 pounds, resembling a small mountain. As a Class C Tianqing Xinyan, with the code C091, he was an immortal. While Li Gu didn't know the specifics of his skill set, he was aware that Li Weiran was a 2018 graduate from Northern Great Wall University and had somehow ended up in the southeast. A top scorer? Who's this guy? Gu Ling curiously examined the giant of a man, already imagining turning someone like him into an NPC in a game where his head could suddenly fall off in front of players, creating a comical effect. "I just happened to do slightly better in the college entrance exams." Li Gu didn't want to dwell on the topic. "That's not important. Where's Uncle Gu? I need to talk to him." He was eager to find out about the origins of those shoujo manga. Gu Ling gestured behind Li Gu. A police car had just pulled up, and as the door opened, a polished Italian leather shoe stepped onto the muddy ground. A man in a black shirt emerged, adjusting his dark red tie as he got out. His fair complexion, neatly trimmed beard, and gold-rimmed glasses exuded an air of sophistication. "Thank you both for bringing me back. Wishing you smooth sailing ahead," he said politely to the officers in the car. One of the officers, expressionless, pointed at the man. "Gu Shuyan, if I catch you collecting banned books again, don't expect me to go easy on you." Gu Shuyan nodded repeatedly in agreement, but spat on the ground as the police car drove away. "My wife ran off with someone else, and now I can't even read banned books? Do these officers have no sense of justice?" Turning to see Li Gu, he immediately put on a cheerful face. "Li Gu, done with exams? Here for the banned books?" Such a studious young man. The 2 Taiyangxings exchanged meaningful glances, eyeing Gu Shuyan and Li Gu. "I have no idea what kind of stuff he's been collecting." Li Gu gritted his teeth in frustration. Gu Shuyan was his father Li Di's best friend, but their personalities couldn't be more different. Li Di was always in workwear and flip-flops, while Gu Shuyan was impeccably dressed, with an entire row of handcrafted Bontoni shoes worth 8,000 a pair neatly arranged in his shoe cabinet. Li Di was wholly devoted to machinery and had no interest in romance. Gu Shuyan had a passion for all things artistic: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, but he had a particular fondness for analyzing comics. Among them, he was especially drawn to shoujo manga with a touch of depth. Interestingly, he shared a curious trait with others of his kindred spirit: their wives had all chosen to leave them. Gu Shuyan looked at Li Gu with a calm smile on his face, a smile that inexplicably sent a chill down Li Gu's spine. The two Skywalkers observing the scene fell into even deeper contemplation. I know a comic artist called Ermao. Li Weiran leaned in close to Li Gu's ear and lowered his voice. Their artwork is incredible. Every movement and expression is meticulously precise. Late at night, when the dorm was empty, I would... Before he could finish, Li Gu hurriedly distanced himself from the seemingly innocent giant and turned to Gu Shuyan. Lowering his voice, he asked reluctantly, "All the books are gone?" "I managed to save a few at first," Gu Shuyan sighed, "but the street police confiscated them and locked them in the evidence room." "Such a shame." Li Gu silently made a mental note. Shuangtong Street Police Station, evidence room. "The news says high school seniors are all awakening superpowers now. Did you?" Gu Shuyan suddenly asked. Beside him, Gu Ling also looked over with interest. She had been wanting to ask the same question but had hesitated, fearing it might hurt Li Gu's confidence. "I did," Li Gu replied. "What did you awaken?" Gu Shuyan pressed. "The strongest one," Li Gu claimed. "Do you think I look like a fool?" Gu Shuyan raised an eyebrow. "You do," Li Gu muttered. "Show us what you awakened then," Gu Shuyan challenged. "Not convenient," Li Gu hedged. "Then you didn't awaken anything?" Gu Shuyan concluded with a light-hearted tone. "Don't be too upset. Working in a factory screwing bolts can still get you a wife. If all else fails, look at Gu Ling here 5 years older, guaranteed happiness." Before he could finish, Gu Ling's petite size 30-foot landed squarely on her father's size 42.5 face with precision. "It doesn't matter whether you awaken or not," Gu Ling said. "Flying through the sky, or lying around doing nothing. It's all a lifetime. Let's go get some roasted sweet potato skins." She grabbed Li Gu by the arm and glanced briefly at Li Weiran, who stood awkwardly behind. Under her gaze, Li Weiran's face flushed red. He shook his head and backed away. Gu Ling sneered at the hulking man. Looking like a giant iron ox, yet so timid? A man who runs from the front lines will never find love. She pulled Li Gu along, while Li Weiran trailed behind at what he deemed a safe distance. As they walked, Gu Ling suddenly lowered her voice. "Make sure you're home by 10:30 after tomorrow night's dinner. Don't rush into chasing after girls." She paused. "And remember, when holding a girl, pay attention to the little details." Li Gu looked up at her, trying to mask his surprise. Only then did he realize she was intentionally keeping Li Weiran at a distance. "What if I don't go?" he asked tentatively. "Don't go?" Gu Ling smiled faintly. "You'd miss out on a lot like your lifespan. And your friends." Li Gu's heart began to race. By then, Gu Ling had already reached the roasted sweet potato skin stand. "2 skewers," she said, then turned to Li Weiran. "Big guy, is the organization covering Li Gu's meal?" Li Weiran immediately rushed forward to pay the 10 yuan, then swiftly retreated to his safe distance. "Come here," Gu Ling called out to the retreating Li Weiran. "Give me your WeChat ID. In case I can't find Li Gu, they'll look for you." Faced with her request, the burly young man turned beet red. After hurriedly reciting his WeChat ID, he retreated to a corner, avoiding any further interaction. A freshly prepared, steaming hot sheet of sweet potato starch skin was now placed in front of them. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and its soft, elastic texture combined with the irresistible spicy flavor made it impossible not to crave a bite. The girl sitting across was cheerfully chattering about how she planned to spend her compensation money, her eyes curving into crescent moons from laughter. Li Gu tried to subtly probe the meaning behind her earlier words, but Gu Ling was too engrossed in savoring the food to pay any attention to his curiosity. Li Gu mulled over the situation in his mind. It wasn't surprising that Gu Ling followed He Luo's instructions. After all, the prop warehouse was her family's business, and she had probably read that comic from the 3-9 soundscape long ago. She had started learning earlier than him, and was more skilled at it. All made sense. But what was the real meaning behind her reminders? Don't blindly chase after girls, was she referring to Lin Lucy? Or was she hinting that he might encounter another attractive girl interested in him tomorrow? He doubted he was about to fall into any kind of passionate romance. On their way back, Li Gu kept pondering these questions. Meanwhile, Li Weiran couldn't stop grinning foolishly at his phone. "You like Gu Ling?" Li Gu asked, as if seeing right through him. "Want me to set up another meeting with her for you?" Li Weiran's face instantly turned beet red, flushing from his neck all the way to his hairline. He quickly straightened up in embarrassment. No, absolutely not. I'm only here to carry out my mission." "What did she say to you?" Li Gu asked nonchalantly. "She told me to meet her tomorrow night at 10:30 at the night market near her building for some late-night snacks." Li Weiran hesitated for a moment before confessing. "What thesh is meeting you behind my back?" Li Gu exclaimed in surprise. "Since when did Gu Ling start liking your type? Wasn't she always into teasing younger guys?" No, I don't know. She doesn't." Li Weiran stammered, his face turning an even deeper shade of purple as he vehemently denied it. "By the way," Li Gu said, noticing Li Weiren's apparent interest in Gu Ling and deciding to go with the flow. Some of Gu Ling's dad's collectibles were confiscated. Can you help retrieve them? Sure. Li Weiren nodded eagerly. Should I take them straight to her house? Better leave them with me first. Li Gu interjected quickly. You can give them to Uncle Gu in private later, it'll earn you some brownie points. But it's best if Gu Ling doesn't see them. Li Weiren nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick, clearly eager to please. An hour later, Li Weiren quietly placed 5 books beside Li Ji's bed. Li Gu picked up one and started flipping through it. His eyes scanned the titles. The Homeless Housewife, The Fallen Factory Flower, The Black Stockings English Teacher, The Midnight Confidant Diva, and The Diary of a Pencil-Skirted Boss on a Business Trip. All of them were authored by someone under the pen name Sanjuyu. Who on earth is this author? Li Gu muttered to himself with a frown. Heaven knows, I'm mainly trying to learn about fighting and fortune-telling. I have zero interest in housewives, factory flowers, or divas. However, as he delved deeper into the books, he couldn't deny their exceptional quality. The comics were well-crafted, with smooth storylines, detailed artwork, and uniquely developed characters. Each female protagonist possessed a distinctive skill. The housewife's speed, the factory worker's mechanical repair abilities, the teacher's impressive leg techniques, the diva's vocal control, and the female executive's inspiring oratory and psychological manipulation skills. Just as Li Gu was engrossed in analyzing the diva character's special abilities, his phone rang, breaking his train of thought. The caller ID showed it was Sun Zaheo, the class monitor. Hey, Li Gu, congratulations. Sun Zaheo's voice carried a hint of hesitation, as though he was unsure how to approach a heaven walker. Thanks. Do you need my help with something? Li Gu asked casually while continuing to flip through the comic in his hand. Well, the classmates were hoping to treat you to a meal. Could you honor us with your presence? Sure, tomorrow evening works, Li Gu replied. Of course, it's on us. Sun Zaheo quickly added. Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m., at the Greenland Intercontinental Hotel. The invitation reminded Li Gu of Gu Ling's first prophecy. Her mastery of the Halua divination technique was indeed superior to his own. It could predict not only fortune and misfortune but specific events as well. Glancing at the comics on his bed, he couldn't help but wonder if they might somehow grant him new abilities in his dreams. All right, I'll be there on time, but I might need to leave early for something later in the evening. Not long after he hung up, Lin Lucy called. Are you going to a class reunion? Sun Zaheo was being all mysterious, saying they managed to invite someone really hard to get a hold of. Still reading the comic, Li Gu replied. Hard to invite? Just bring me a 15 yuan roasted pig trotter from that shop near the school side gate, and it'll be there in no time. Even though he had transcended the ordinary, he still couldn't let go of his craving for that roasted pig trotter. What are you planning to wear tomorrow? How about you turn on your video so I can check your wardrobe and help you put together an outfit? Time for a fresh start in front of your classmates. Lin Lucy's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the crisp sound of a game controller. Clearly, she was engrossed in the latest game, Black Myth, Serpent Ascension Su Xian. Li Gu glanced at the chaotic pile of clothes by his bed and silently declined the video call request. Suddenly, Lin Lucy's tone turned tense. Damn, I can't beat this level. Let's talk tomorrow. The call abruptly ended. The conversation reminded Li Gu of something Gu Ling once said. Don't chase after girls. He glanced down at his phone. It was already past midnight. Picking up a bronze compass, he began to perform the Halua divination. Halua generates life. The Tao returns to emptiness. With spirit sight, see the truth. With wind's whispers, no one's fate. The future is boundless. Dare I ask about love? The tiny, indistinct characters on the compass began to rearrange themselves, eventually forming a sentence that left him stunned. The lands of Qin will belong to Chu. 3,000 you warriors can conquer Wu. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Gu muttered, tossing and turning in bed before finally sending Gu Ling a WeChat message asking for advice on relationships. Relationships? I've been single for 23 years straight, and you're asking me about relationships? Gu Ling replied instantly. The next morning, Li Gu visited his father's repair shop. Old man, back in your day, how did you win over a girl you liked? In the smoke-filled garage, Li D, cigarette in mouth, pondered for a long while before saying, get on the bus first, buy the ticket later. Li Gu turned and left immediately. Seeking love advice from a drunkard who'd been chasing after his wife for 18 years was clearly a terrible idea. He threw on a relatively clean black t-shirt and went back to sleep. No visions of campus beauties or factory flowers graced his dreams, likely a reflection of his insufficient effort in studying and introspection. By 7:20 p.m., faint moonlight pierced through the clouds, lazily illuminating the skyline of Jinling City. Li Gu stood before the Greenland Intercontinental Hotel, gazing up at the 320-meter-tall skyscraper. Its twin, dragon-like spirals reached for the night sky, with the lightning rods seeming to pierce the bright moon above. The only other time he'd been here was to deliver a Range Rover autobiography for a client. On that occasion, he had dressed in his smartest attire, wary of being looked down upon by the security guards. Yet, they hadn't even glanced his way, likely discerning at a glance that he was neither the car's owner nor a chauffeur. Tonight, however, dressed in nothing more than a simple black t-shirt and shorts, he arrived by taxi, only to be greeted by over 20 people pouring out of the lobby to welcome him. As the security guard saluted, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. Why was this ordinary-looking young man receiving such an honor, yet appeared so unfazed? Stop grinning like an idiot in the car and order some flowers, Ligo called out to Li Weiran, who was still sitting in the taxi. I've booked a dinner for the 4 alumni guests in the private room next door. Just give them my phone number. Li Weiran, still fixated on the invitation message from Gu Ling, chuckled foolishly. I'm skipping dinner. Saving room for late-night street food. The lamb chops and fried noodles there are amazing. A dark green Jaguar pulled up behind Li Gu, and Lin Lucy stepped out, her ponytail swaying. She was dressed in nothing but a simple white shirt, a pleated skirt, and black combat boots, a stark contrast to the dazzling custom evening gowns he'd seen in her wardrobe. For what should have been her stunning debut post-graduation, she had chosen this understated look. Knew you dress like this? Lin Lucy said with a smile, linking her arm through Li Guess as they walked into the opulent hotel together. Just before entering, Li Gu glanced up one last time at the spire piercing the moon. A blade poised to cleave the heavens, he murmured, fingers brushing the compass in his pocket. Moments later, an answer surfaced in his mind. Corpses strewn for miles, victory through bloodshed. Hey, no one's here to welcome me? He Chaodong stepped out of the passenger seat, awkwardly adjusting his brand new white suit. This was his second time catching a ride with Lin Lucy, and he'd made a point to dress up for the occasion. His sunglasses hid the anticipation in his eyes. The car window rolled down as he waited for his classmates to gather around him, but the scene before him left him frozen in place. The moment Lin Lucy saw Li Gu, she jumped out of the car and ran toward him. A crowd immediately formed around them, completely ignoring He Chaodong, who was still standing by the car. Hey, at least show me some basic respect. I'm worth something too. He Chaodong shouted toward the group, now disappearing into the hotel entrance, his voice tinged with frustration. Kid. A low voice sounded from behind him. It was the driver, filling in for Ling Qianyang, who was away on a business trip. The driver was tasked with protecting He Chaodong and teaching him some fundamental knowledge about Tianqing Xinyan. What is it? He Chaodong turned around warily. The driver glanced at his phone, then looked up at the hotel tower piercing the night sky. After a brief silence, he said, Enjoy your dinner. Are you hiding something from me? The driver kept scrolling through his phone, not even looking up. Go upstairs, eat your meal, show off a little, and then go home and sleep. We'll handle everything else. Li Gu already called in 3 by line-level protectors for you. What are you worried about? With that, he rolled up the window and drove off toward the underground parking lot. He Chaodong stood there, momentarily disoriented, until he noticed the curious glances from the hostess at the entrance. Quickly adjusting his sunglasses, he composed himself and strolled into the hotel as if nothing had happened. A few moments later, he jogged to catch the closing elevator doors. The elevator carried the group of 18-year-olds up to the 78th floor observation restaurant. As He Chaodong looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he took in the view of Jinling City. The streets below were eerily quiet, the sparse traffic moving as though in a race, each car hugging the speed limit. The normally bustling Confucius Temple area was devoid of the usual boats rippling along the water. Li Gu, however, had his attention focused on Sun Zihao, the class president. Normally confident and full of energy, Sun Zihao now seemed unusually reserved. I heard you didn't get in? Li Gu asked cautiously. 495 points. Sun Zihao forced a strained smile. The score was enough, but I didn't activate Tianqing Xinyan. I shouldn't have chosen the single-soldier technology track, it's way too competitive. He shook his head in self-deprecation. I've let my family down. The role model they used to be so proud of has now failed. Li Gu patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. By the way, Sun Zihao said, as if remembering something, besides you and A Dong, Mi Kongwen also became a Taiyangxing's. He's the one who organized this gathering. He pointed toward a short boy in the corner. The boy was dressed in decente sportswear paired with LV sneakers, his features delicate and refined. As a second-generation heir with assets worth over 100 million, Mi Kongwen had been planning to leave for Paris next month to begin his romantic life along the Seine. Back in school, he was always surrounded by an entourage, basking in the spotlight. To be fair, Li Gu had a pretty good impression of Mi Kongwen, the rich second-generation kid. During gym class, as long as someone called him Young Master Mi, he would generously treat the entire class to snacks and drinks. During evening self-study sessions, he would even bring buckets of fried chicken, so that his little entourage could eat to their heart's content. But at this moment, Mi Kongwen was uncharacteristically quiet, keeping his head down. The chorus of congratulations around him was all directed at Li Gu, He Chaodong, and Lin Lucy, making him acutely aware of the gap between himself and them. The scenes from yesterday's visit to the Skywalker's family housing complex still lingered in his mind. The security there was indeed reassuring. 80-centimeter thick, reinforced concrete walls were enough to fend off attacks from common Yeju, and with the Skywalker squads and Iron Army stationed there, the entire neighborhood was impenetrable. The parents of ordinary Skywalkers were allocated a 35-square-meter high-tech apartment, beautifully furnished and fully equipped with appliances. To outsiders, such a refuge was already the ideal residence in chaotic times, especially considering that ordinary neighborhoods outside were as fragile as paper under the claws of the Nyeju. But when he saw the hotel-style apartments for greatest Skywalkers and the elegant Chinese-style courtyards for the Shenyang-level figures, everything he had once taken pride in suddenly seemed insignificant. It was like feeling smug about your own resettlement housing, only to turn around and find yourself surrounded by extravagant luxury mansions. I activated a graded defensibility. Number 277, Return. Mi Kongwin introduced himself with forced composure. I can revive 3 times. Li Gu and Lin Lucy looked at him expectantly, waiting for more. And? Lin Lucy prompted. That's it, Mi Kongwin admitted awkwardly. The ability is pretty basic. Li Gu quickly tried to smooth things over. Actually, that's a pretty useful skill, isn't it? Totally. You can slack off. He Chaodong chimed in enviously. After all, Mi Kongwin could enjoy the perks of being a Skywalker without taking on high-risk missions, and he could even outlive others a few extra times. It was practically the dream life of any working-class person. Just as Mi Kongwin was about to defend himself, the girl's attention shifted to He Chaodong. Hey Dong, does the loft apartment for Grade B Skywalkers have heavy security? What's it like inside? He Chaodong silently pulled out his phone, showing them the photos he had taken that morning while moving in. Wow! The chorus of exclamations made He Chaodong secretly proud. In the banquet hall, the feast was in full swing. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, and amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone took turns toasting the 4 Skywalkers. The class monitor, who clearly had no tolerance for alcohol, was likely drinking for the first time in his life. After just 3 glasses, he was drunk enough to start singing loudly, belting out songs from Friends to the Road Where Phoenix Flowers Bloom. Sun Zaheo's face was flushed, his voice cracking, while the others, with teary eyes, clapped along to the beat. On the surface, it seemed like just an ordinary class reunion, but the frequent glances cast toward Li Gu were filled with unspoken words. As the clock neared 8 p.m., Li Gu put down his glass and got straight to the point. Everyone, there are still Nyeju outside. You've all risked a lot and spent a fortune to host this gathering. It's probably not just for old time's sake, right? If you need my help, just say it. Sun Zaheo finally voiced what was on everyone's mind. We were hoping you could help us talk to the supply station and see if they could arrange some jobs for us. What supply depot? Li Gu asked curiously. Without waiting for an explanation, Lin Lucy shoved her phone into his hand. You can think of it as a war talent pool, an AI-operated system. It analyzes data like physical fitness, IQ, and psychological state to assign people to suitable roles. She sighed. Just last night at 7:10, my cousin got a conscription call from the community. My aunt came crying to me, begging for help to get him assigned to a production line in the rear. Our neighborhood was filled with the sound of ringing phones and crying all night. Only then did Li Gu realize he had missed the important news at 7 p.m. last night that had been too busy criticizing the English teacher in black stockings. As a Xinyan, conscription calls wouldn't reach him, and his father had never mentioned it. Perhaps, in his father's eyes, this violent maniac was eager to jump straight into battle. Lucy, do Skywalkers have special privileges? A girl cautiously asked. They do, Lin Lucy admitted bluntly. A Skywalker can exempt one family member from conscription. If the Skywalker dies, their immediate family is also exempt from service. That's when Li Gu understood why his father had remained indifferent. Being the only direct relative of the Li Emperor, the conscription system probably didn't even bother calling their family. He glanced around at his classmates, who were brimming with anticipation. Where do you all want to go? As soon as he spoke, a chorus of requests erupted. I want to go to the second garment factory. It's close to home. The tobacco factory has good benefits. I want to work there. The cafeteria is fine too. At least I'll get enough to eat. 16 hours a day of training and work? They're treating people like pack mules. Li Gu, help us get assigned to the rear factories. People die on the front lines. All right then. Li Gu suddenly spoke, his grip tightening on the glass in his hand until it emitted a dangerous crackling sound. How about I arrange for all of you to be electricians in the Skywalker dormitories? You can just lie around all day with Skywalkers protecting you. Yes, that sounds great. I knew Li Gu would figure something out. Amid the cheers, only Sun Zaheo quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had noticed the dark expression on Li Ji's face. With a sharp snap, the glass in Li Ji's hand shattered, silencing the laughter instantly. If I send all of you to the rear, who's going to the front lines? Li Gu pointed at the group who had just been clamoring to be electricians. You? Or you? The room fell into a dead silence. Take a look at your phones and see how chaotic the world is right now. Police are fleeing with their equipment. Skywalkers are seizing barracks and building private armies. You should be grateful to still live on a piece of land with order. Li Gu shook the glass shards off his hand, his eyes blazing with anger. I may not have the power to assign people to the rear, but if anyone dares to use my name to meddle with the supply depot's decisions, he'll personally make sure they're strapped with grenades and sent to the very front line. That, I can guarantee. He scanned the room. Anyone else want to volunteer for the front lines? To everyone's surprise, a hand slowly rose. It was Sun Zaheo. Li Gu scrutinized his seemingly frail old friend. He had expected everyone to back down, but here was Sun Zaheo, stepping forward. Class president, you're volunteering for the front lines? I want to join the city's patrol unit. Sun Zaheo's gaze was resolute, his voice filled with determination. I want to keep being the pride of my family. You'll die, Li Gu stated bluntly. Death is a risk anywhere. I want to take this chance, Sun Zaheo replied with a blank expression, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve. Li Gu stared at him for a long moment, sighing inwardly. This young man, burdened by his family's expectations, had still chosen the most dangerous path a man's choice. I'll talk to the military station. No special privileges, but I can at least ensure no one bullies you in the patrol unit, Li Gu said with a heavy sigh. If you're willing to stake your life, I'll support you. To the Great Xia City Patrol Unit, thank you. Sun Zaheo grabbed his glass and downed it in one gulp. He's got guts, Lin Lucy remarked softly, taking the phone Li Gu handed her and quietly settling the bill for the night. The room fell silent. It was He Chaodong who finally broke the tension. If Great Xia really wanted to work you all to death, they'd just put a gun to your head and force you to work 16-hour shifts. His words stunned both Li Gu and Lin Luxi. It was hard to believe such a remark came from the usually carefree and joking He Chaodong. He Chaodong stood up, radiating an undeniable authority. I'll deliver your names to the armory tomorrow morning. I'm vouching for you. The positions that belong to you won't be taken by anyone else, but don't even think about taking what isn't yours. His gaze was sharp. With me around, no one will dare mess with you. But if any of you abuse your power or slack off, I'll make sure you're punished severely. Li Gu was reminded of the final, life and death exam, when this seemingly frivolous guy had displayed abilities far beyond the ordinary. Beneath the surface of a playful husky was the blood of a Siberian wolf. The classmates shrank under his scolding, casting pleading looks at the gentlest among them, Lin Lucy. He does have that authority, Lin Lucy vouched for He Chaodong. She explained that his low profile was due to always sticking with Li Gu. As a grade B healer, he was highly sought after anywhere, let alone in a military camp where no one would dare offend a genius medic. He Chaodong's status was perfectly positioned to protect them without disrupting the normal chain of command. Li Gu fell into contemplation. He understood Great Xia's strategy. This time, the recruitment of Skywalkers from all high school graduates signified that humanity concealed numerous hostile forces within its ranks. To the gods who sat high above, this world was nothing more than a giant fish tank. They tossed in thousands of catfish to watch them devour one another. To survive, one had to defeat their opponents. Hiding would only make the odds of survival slimmer until despair set in. Perhaps when only a few catfish remained in the tank, the gods would gleefully throw in some piranhas or electric eels, forcing humanity to witness the terror of the alien champions. This world had already plunged into the brutal catfish game. Everyone had to make themselves stronger, grow scales, and develop sharp teeth. But ordinary people were not catfish. The true catfish were the Skywalkers of various races, while the rest were merely loaches. For loaches to survive, they had to gather in overwhelming numbers to intimidate the catfish. He Chaodong patted the class monitor on the shoulder. Class monitor, make a list of names. We'll deliver it tomorrow morning, but remember, we only guarantee fairness, no special treatment. Lin Lucy stood up. That's it for tonight. I wish everyone the best of luck. She grabbed Li Gu and left the private room, with He Chaodong following close behind. As the door closed, the classmates exchanged uncertain looks. Sun Zaheo sighed. Finish the food. Once we're in the camp, we might not get to eat like this again. Even He Chaodong doesn't seem like he's from the same world as us anymore. A girl murmured softly. Last month, he was pursuing me. I should have said yes. Suddenly hopeful, she asked, is it still too late to say yes now? Last month? He confessed to me too, another girl exclaimed. The two stared at each other, only for three more girls to pull out their phones and show He Chaodong's confession messages. The atmosphere turned awkward. Forget it. Sun Zaheo waved dismissively with a sigh. We're not in the same world anymore. We might never see him again. The door suddenly swung open, and He Chaodong appeared at the entrance. The room grew even more tense. Lin Lucy slipped in quickly, shutting off the brightest crystal chandelier. Lastly, Li Gu entered. hunched over and dragging something. It was a waiter. The waiter's shoulders were narrow, but his head was abnormally large. His chest was torn open, blood gushing out, and his chest cavity was empty, save for a crimson, grotesque flower blooming from his spine. A group of students screamed and leapt from their seats, instinctively huddling together in a corner. Faced with the sudden situation, Li Gu sprang into action, crossing the room in a few swift strides to the sideboard in the restaurant. Grabbing a carving knife, she unhesitatingly slashed at the eerie flower blooming in the corpse's chest. He Chaodong followed close behind, stomping on the strange flower with all his might until it was smashed into fragments. Lin Lucy flipped her wrist, turning the dial on her watch. The edges of the dial immediately lit up with a red glow, signaling the tactical communication channel. She reported briefly into her watch. Greenland Intercontinental Hotel, 78th floor. Combat situation. Request for backup. Location sent. A response came quickly. Great Wall Watch, Nanjing Base, has received the signal. The nearest patrol team is en route. There are 8 Skywalkers and 2,247 civilians at your location. Ensure civilian safety. The combat readiness on site was reassuring. Inside the private room were 4 young Skywalkers, while Lin Lucy and He Chaodong each had their own assigned guardians in the hotel. Adding to this were Li Guest's 3 guardians, with Li Weiran stationed at the entrance. Such a lineup was sufficient to handle most emergencies. As He Chaodong contacted his guardian through his watch, he exaggeratedly shouted, "Big bro, help. There's a monster right in front of me. What are you afraid of? You're a warrior yourself." His guardian responded with encouragement, "I'm a medic, damn it, and I've never been trained." He Chaodong retorted through gritted teeth, "But you're a man. When a man picks up a weapon, he's a warrior. He'll sing praises of your courage." The guardian's voice, laced with heavy breathing, suggested he was rushing to the scene. "Wow, that's so inspiring and heroic, my guy." He Chaodong clapped sarcastically before yelling again, "But damn it, where's my weapon? You went into battle without even having a weapon? Medic, are you trying to cosplay Hacksaw Ridge? They'll turn your story into a comic," the guardian exclaimed enthusiastically. "Get lost, you insufferable nerd." He Chaodong cut off the communication in frustration, turning to Li Gu to complain, "See? My guardian is even less reliable than I am." "Isn't your guardian Ling Qianyang?" Li Gu asked, puzzled. "He said I talked too much and swapped shifts." He Chaodong replied with an exaggerated eye roll. "What's the new guardian's name?" Li Gu inquired. "Codename, Chu Tianjiao. He's been watching too much anime lately," He Chaodong said, rubbing his temples. Lin Lucy suddenly leaned in, her large eyes gleaming behind her glasses. "I love that shameless confidence. It reminds me of a Maybach speeding on an elevated highway in the rain. Except my family's car has a leaky roof, so driving in the rain feels like taking a bath in a public sauna. Just tape it up with some waterproof fabric," Li Gu muttered, gently pushing the passionate school bell aside. He turned back to He Chaodong and asked, "What's your guardian's real name?" He Chaodong took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Lu Dedan." "Now that's a proper name for a Chinese action hero." Lin Lucy gave a thumbs up, then adjusted her watch channel and called out, "Lu Dedan, report the current battlefield situation." "At your service, my beautiful princess," came the response. "I found a corpse in the 5th floor gym. It's been dead for 1 hour and 27 minutes. The victim was a male fitness coach, strangled and crushed to death by some kind of constricting force." A voice came from the watch, followed by a disturbing description of a husky being bound with duct tape and thrown into a spinning washing machine. "Stop, I can picture it already." Lin Lucy, who had just finished eating, interrupted immediately, her face pale. She quickly changed the subject. "So, there's a creature in the building whose main attack methods are entangling and spinning? Based on the damage at the scene, can you estimate its combat strength?" "Why bother estimating its combat strength?" Lu Daden's voice suddenly dropped in pitch. "If I handle it, you won't need to know these details." Before he finished speaking, the sound of a blade slicing through the air came from the watch, accompanied by the roar of a monster. The battle had clearly begun. "Don't worry, we brought some high-level Skywalkers with us. They'll take care of it," He Chaodong reassured the students while confidently biting into a large piece of black pepper steak, exuding an air of certainty. The intense sounds of battle lasted for half a minute before Lu Daden's voice came through again. "Combat strength assessment complete, higher than a level 1 Grandmaster of Ding rank." "Wow," He Chaodong said with a proud grin. "See? His assessment is spot on. That's the capability of a Skywalk." Before he could finish, Lu Daden's panicked voice cut him off. "Wait, Lu Daden, aren't you just a level 1 Skywalker of Ding rank yourself? I can't beat this thing. Help me. There's a Naga sea serpent hiding in the seafood selection area of this hotel. Someone get down here and save me." The students in the private room huddled together even more tightly. "No time. Run on your own." Li Weiran's voice came through. "There are 2 elite-level Neanderthals mixed in with the waitstaff, and I'm guarding Li Guest's room. I have no idea why these two species are gathering here. Observing the terrified students, Ligu said, "Put on your earpieces and get ready to fight." The chatter on the Skywalker comms channel is scaring everyone to death. These students had only ever encountered low-level creatures before and had never seen anything as powerful as a Grandmaster-level entity. While speaking, Ligu opened the cover of his watch, pulled out a fixed bone conduction earpiece, and put it on. The watch screen lit up, projecting two files that detailed the characteristics of Naga sea serpents and Neanderthals. "Mekongwen, are you up for it?" Ligu turned to ask. Mekongwen, who was devouring an Australian lobster, mumbled through his mouthful, "Chum, just give me 2 steak knives." This once sheltered heir, who couldn't sleep for 3 days after spotting a cockroach on his bed, now displayed an eerie calm thanks to his ability to resurrect. Even if he jumped off the 78th floor, he'd be standing again in 3 seconds. "Everyone ready?" Ligu clapped his hands firmly. "This is your first fight as official Skywalkers, make it count." "Verdun!" Lin Lucy raised both hands and snapped her fingers. "Let me hear your final chapter." With a loud boom, tiles shattered as semi-transparent bronze walls materialized around Lin Lucy. She kicked the door open with an imposing aura. Ligu glanced at the damaged tiles and carpet, lamenting the cost of using divine Skywalker powers. He slipped the steak knives into his pocket and followed Lin Lucy out of the room. Mekongwen, with a piece of king crab dangling from his mouth, stood at the door wielding 2 knives. "Stay put, all of you. If we make it out alive, each of you owes me a 200 yuan red envelope." His gaze sharpened. Only then did Qichaodong realize he couldn't keep feasting. Straightening his back under everyone's gaze, he declared with bravado, "Watch closely. They'll carve a bloody path for you all. Once we're out, everyone post my most dashing photo on TikTok and write an epic description of this battle." He wiped his mouth with a wet napkin and strode toward the door. Suddenly, a creaking sound caught his attention. He stopped in his tracks and frowned. Looking up, the vent cover in the private room's ductwork fell to the floor, revealing a massive, glowing green eye staring silently at him from the ventilation shaft. A dark green triangular snakehead slowly descended from the ceiling. The enormous head, nearly a meter in diameter, was crowned with 3 blade-like horns, and each of its scales was the size of a fist. As it moved, the entire ceiling shook violently, cracks spreading like cobwebs, while white plaster dust rained down incessantly. The snake's head was covered in grotesque scars, and emerald green venom dripped from its wounds, corroding the tiles below into small, smoke-emitting holes. The massive snake continued to descend until its head was nearly brushing the top of Qichaodong's head. The venom dripped onto his skin, causing an irritating itch. The students in the classroom held their breath, their hands clamped tightly over their mouths. Over 20 pairs of terrified eyes were fixed on Qichaodong, silently marveling. As expected of a Class B fighter, even when venom drips onto his face, leaving only a few red marks, he stays calm in the face of such a monstrous serpent. In reality, Qichaodong was so petrified that his entire body had gone limp, rendering him completely immobile. At that moment, the giant snake suddenly opened its mouth wide, its head splitting into 8 segments like a demonic flower in full bloom, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp, venomous fangs. "Ah, a snake!" Qichaodong snapped out of his trance, instinctively summoning 2 golden orbs of light with his hands before collapsing stiffly to the ground. The snake recoiled, attempting to retreat into the ceiling, but it was too close. The golden light exploded directly on its head. "Nice shot. Way to go, Dong." A classmate couldn't help but cheer quietly. However, in the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The snake wasn't injured. Instead, its previous wounds began to heal. Qichaodong lay awkwardly on the floor, realizing in horror that, in his panic, he had mistakenly used his healing ability, Heavenly Path Restoration, instead of an offensive skill. Just as the situation seemed dire, the wall suddenly exploded with a deafening crash. A towering bronze giant, standing 3 meters tall, C-Class 091, the immortal Li Weiren stormed into the room. This seasoned fighter, forged through countless battles, clamped the snake's head with his iron-like hands and slammed it back into the ceiling with such force that even the reinforced concrete crumbled under the impact. The snake let out a piercing screech, its 20-meter-long body thrashing wildly, twisting the ceiling's iron pipes into spirals. Enraged, its scales bristled like countless blades, shooting out in all directions. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows shattered instantly, sending shards of glass cascading from 320 meters above the ground. 2 girls trapped in the corner had no time to react before the violent gusts hurled them out the window. "Damn it!" A furious voice roared from the crowd. As the shout echoed, the falling girls suddenly froze, suspended in midair. Qichaodong moved like a flash of lightning to the window, his legs firmly gripping the sturdy frame of the floor-to-ceiling glass as his entire upper body leaned out to grab the ankles of the 2 girls. In that moment, He seemed like a superhero, but one who couldn't save everyone. The snake scales, faster than bullets, ravaged the entire room. Even though the 20 or so people huddled together, the sharp scales easily pierced through their fragile flesh. At this critical moment, a shadow streaked into the room like lightning, sliding across the smooth marble floor and diving under the dining table. Up! With a sharp shout, Lin Lucy hoisted the massive dining table, large enough to seat 30 people, turning it into a solid shield. Though the snake scales slowed as they pierced the 20-centimeter thick solid wood, their force was still enough to injure. However, the shield bearer was Lin Lucy, and a great defense prodigy. She stood like the last bastion on the battlefield of Verdun, and the snake scales striking her defensive line only sparked harmlessly before falling powerless to the ground. A grade Tianqing divine manifestation really comes in handy, she said with a victorious grin. Big guy, the rest is up to you. Before her words had fully landed, a tearing sound came from above. Li Weiran had already ripped the giant serpent in half. The venomous snake blood splattered everywhere as Lin Lucy remained in front, shouting, Mi Kongwen, get everyone to the storage room. Li Gu strode into the room, stepping firmly on the writhing snake's head. Don't even know to aim for the 7-inch spot? He muttered, lifting the severed body of the snake and slamming it against the exposed steel bars in the wall. After 3 heavy impacts, the giant serpent let out its final wail and finally stopped moving. A system notification appeared. Naga sea serpent of the mortal stage has been slain. Biological level continues to grow. Current level, mortal stage 12. Stealth trait. Upon slaying the mortal stage Naga sea serpent, gain 0.5 hours of Naga disguise time. Lifespan increased by 5 hours. Remaining lifespan, 445 hours. Li Gu's face lit up with joy. This finishing blow had earned him an additional 5 hours of life. Though it was a pity it hadn't triggered the growth of the burial grounds of the gods clearly, the serpent hadn't harbored killing intent toward him. Pathetic. Even with half a body left, it should have had the courage to fight. He silently mocked the dead snake in his mind. Li Weiran leapt down from the ceiling, nudging the snake's corpse with his foot. This snake seems to be only mortal stage. Could Lu Dayton have misreported the situation? No way, Li Gu replied, glancing toward the 3 Neanderthal corpses smashed into meat patties near the door. The gap between mortal stage and master stage is too vast. There's definitely more than one Naga sea serpent in this building. These Neanderthals, a subspecies of humans from 120,000 years ago, had been resurrected under the intervention of higher races and now formed the largest scourge group within Desia's borders. Lin Lucy tossed aside the tattered dining table and kicked away the still-twitching snake tail. With so many scourge species gathered here, could it really be a coordinated attempt to hunt down human prodigies? They wouldn't be foolish enough to send a bunch of ordinary beings and elites to assassinate us. As if we guardians don't exist, Li Weiran remarked while withdrawing from his giant form, his body gradually returning to normal. He noticed that the Naga's wounds were healing at an astonishing speed, with the injuries on its serpent head almost completely disappearing. Chaodong awkwardly clung to the window frame, deeply regretting his impulsive decision to use his healing-based Tianqing Shenyan to attack the Naga. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, everyone's earpieces suddenly buzzed with Lu Yingying's voice. Things aren't looking good. The patrol team is lingering at the entrance. They can't find the hotel's entry point. This is Tianxi Bloodpath. What is Tianxi Bloodpath? The newcomers asked almost in unison. Lu Yingying, the deputy director of admissions at Donghai Maritime University and one of Lin Lucy's guardians over the past 7 days, quickly explained, it's a special opportunity created by advanced civilizations for the Niezhua cursed race. At specific times and places, the entire area is forcibly sealed off until someone claims the opportunity. During this process, the Niezhu devour one another, eventually producing a future prodigy. This is why we call it Tianxi Bloodpath. What kind of opportunity? Li Gu couldn't resist asking. Weapons or combat techniques? Li Weiran replied in a grave tone, then recounted a remarkable tale. He spoke of a human at Tianong level 48 who once stumbled into a top-tier Tianxi Bloodpath, carving a path through 800 Niezhu and ultimately obtaining an exceptional combat technique. He added, each person can only have one Tianqing Shenyan, but combat techniques are not limited. Hearing this, Lin Lucy couldn't help but picture the image of that powerful figure fighting fiercely, drenched in blood, and overcoming endless obstacles. However, just as she was about to ask about the current fate of this warrior, she noticed Li Weiran had fallen silent. He was a traitor. Lu Yingying's icy voice came through the earpiece. Lin Lucy immediately went quiet, but Li Gu, emboldened by her Lingxia-level Shenyan status, pressed on. What was that combat technique called? Lu Yingying's heavy response echoed in their ears. Lurin, Demon Slayer. Sounds like Taoist magic. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked innocently, is it similar to Taoist techniques like the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams? Although the 6th Demon Slayer technique resided within him, He skillfully concealed this fact with years of experience in escape room acting. His mind raced, crafting a plausible explanation for possessing such a skill. It's a form of physical combat technique, Li Weiran replied with a serious expression. This battle skill pushes the body to its limits, enabling cross-realm combat. Every move targets the opponent's vital points. Then, as a top-tier expert who also masters such an elite skill, shouldn't you hold a position of power? Why defect? Li Gu asked, feigning confusion. Li Weiran shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's because I align with the chaotic faction. Either way, with your clearance level, you won't be able to access the information from back then. Can't even the accomplished chaotic faction coexist peacefully with ordinary Skywalkers? Li Gu scratched her head. On TV, they say the chaotic faction is still human. If they need to kill living beings to extend their lifespan, couldn't they just fight on the front lines? Taking this opportunity, Li Gu tried to gauge the Skywalkers' true stance on the chaotic faction. Li Weiran's expression grew grim as he explained. The issue is that when humans kill members of the chaotic faction, they often gain their cultivation and abilities. This makes trust between the two sides impossible. He sighed. The chaotic faction seems more like a tool high-level civilizations use to divide humanity. So, we usually relocate them to Australia, where they can deal with the overpopulation of rabbits, wolves, and kangaroos. This way, their right to live isn't taken away, and it prevents them from causing chaos in our territories. It's actually a fairly humane approach, and most chaotic faction members accept it. It's better than hiding like rats in the corners of human society. Where is that sky-level chaotic faction expert now? Li Gu pressed further, secretly wondering if joining them would be an option if she couldn't survive in Disya. I heard they've returned to Disya in recent years, Li Weiran murmured, lowering his voice. Li Weiran, watch your mouth. Lu Yingying's voice suddenly crackled through the radio. Everyone, check your equipment on site. I need to brief you on the details of the Heaven's Blood Path. Before her words fully faded, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a short-haired woman clad in a matte leather outfitted jacket and skirt with thigh-high leather boots. This was Lu Yingying, exuding a commanding queen-like aura. Her crimson lips burned like fire, her gaze like flowing water, as she stepped into the ruins of the private box. I currently hold the highest clearance in this entire building, so I'll be acting as the temporary commander, she declared in a crisp and resolute voice. Let me repeat the mission. First, ensure as many civilians survive as possible. Second, try to locate any opportunities left by higher civilizations. Once an opportunity is found or taken out of the Heaven's Blood Path, the entire instance will collapse, allowing reinforcements to enter. All new recruits must leave the battlefield immediately if danger arises. Disobedience will not be tolerated. Lu Yingying's commanding presence filled the room, her sharp gaze sweeping across the group. Li Gu, Lin Lucy, and Mi Kongwen straightened their backs instantly and responded in unison. Understood. Lu Yingying nodded in approval. Good. Now, secure the students in a safe location. They'll scout ahead. In 3 minutes, Li Weiran, lead all Skywalkers into action. Mi Kongwen moved swiftly, cramming 20 students into a cramped storage room, packed tightly like sardines in a can. Li Gu stood by the door, observing with a slight frown. The storage room had no other exits. If the monsters found them, it would be a dead end. However, time was running out, leaving no room for alternative plans. Usually quick-witted, Mi Kongwen seemed to falter today due to inexperience. I'll be blunt, Li Gu addressed the students. This building is crawling with monsters. As his words landed, tears welled up in the students' eyes. Lin Lucy leaned in and whispered to Li Gu, you should comfort them. They're on the verge of breaking down. Li Gu stepped aside. Not my strength. You do it. Lin Lucy gathered her thoughts and spoke gently. Everyone, don't panic. Don't be afraid. The students' expressions eased slightly, calmed by her soothing voice. Encouraged, Lin Lucy added with a playful tone. Chances are slim we'll survive. But if you do make it out, buy a lottery ticket and share the winnings with me. The storage room erupted into a cacophony of despairing sobs. Li Gu quickly pulled Lin Lucy aside, speaking earnestly, stop crying. If you want to live, stay quiet. Trust us Skywalkers to handle these creatures. There's water and food here. Drink if you're thirsty, eat if you're hungry, but under no circumstances make noise. Once I've taken care of all the enemies, they'll come back for you. Understood? The students nodded fervently. Closing the door, Li Gu turned to Li Weiran. Can I handle these creatures? Li Weiran shook his head. How many can I take down? Li Weiran held up 2 fingers. That's encouraging news. Li Gu sighed, then asked, how many civilians are in this hotel right now? 2,000, Li Weiran replied this time. So saving them is pointless. They can't possibly keep up with us? Even with a few Skywalkers at the 100 refinements and master levels, the civilians wouldn't be able to match their pace. Li Weiran nodded in agreement. Li Gu scanned the room. Most of the team were readying themselves for battle. Mi Kongwen stood by the safe passage, lost in thought. while he Chaodong persistently asked for Liu Yingying's contact information over the radio. What's your assessment? Li Weiran crossed his arms. Let's test your battlefield judgment. Fight our way out, quickly reduce the monster population, and slow their killing spree. Li Ge's gaze lifted. If we're lucky enough to find and eliminate their leader, we might stand a chance. When reinforcements arrive, everyone else could be saved. Li Weiran gave Li Gu a once-over, as though inspecting a winning lottery ticket. You're insane. No wonder you aced that brutal exam. Tossing a blade to Li Gu, he added. Return it when you're done. Li Gu caught the blade, sniffed it lightly, then glanced toward the safe passage. Let's move. Everyone, charge downward. Are you out of your mind? Li Weiran retorted. Stay behind me and don't do anything reckless. A charge? Do you have a death wish? Lead the charge, Li Gu said, stepping past Li Weiran. The enemy will reveal themselves and get cut down by the monsters? Li Weiran blocked him. If we don't move, the enemy will never show themselves. Li Gu patted Li Weiran's shoulder, lowering his voice. Especially those hidden among us. Li Weiran's brow furrowed deeply as he started to glance around. Don't look, Li Gu warned. Just give the order. After 3 seconds of deliberation, Li Weiran barked, all Skywalkers, charge downward and break through. The group surged down the staircase. He Chaodong and Mi Kongwen, closest to the safe passage, led the charge. The stairwell echoed with the pounding of footsteps. Li Gu noticed He Kaodong's bravado faltering as he slowed down to let others catch up. Meanwhile, Mi Kongwen's figure was already fading into the distance, leaving only a blurry silhouette. Li Gu quickened his pace, but soon realized Mi Kongwen had vanished amidst the chaotic footsteps. Seconds later, the tightly shut doors of the rooftop restaurant creaked open. A lone figure emerged, head lowered, walking briskly toward the storage room, the very place where 20 students were hidden. And that figure was none other than Mi Kongwen, who had just charged into the dark staircase moments before. The sound of LV sneakers stepping on the ink-patterned marble tiles grew closer and closer, finally stopping in front of the storage room door. Inside, the students held their breath, as if even their heartbeats had ceased. Knock, knock, knock. 3 dull knocks on the door sent everyone's nerves to their breaking point. Sun Zaheo, the class president, gripped a glass bottle filled with brown liquor tightly in his hand, standing at the forefront. In his mind, he repeated a silent vow. If anyone dares to break in, they'll meet the bottle Hedon. Another 3 knocks followed. Instinctively, the crowd shrank back, causing the metal shelves to screech under the pressure. It's me, Mi Kongwen, a voice called from outside. Li Gu found something to mask human scent. He sent me to deliver it. A hushed wave of murmurs erupted in the storage room. Li Gu is amazing. I should have been friends with him earlier, instead of judging by his family background. Exactly. Too bad Lin Lucy got to him first. Get real. You're 2 Shaoling Lius away from competing with Lin Lucy. Actually, He Kaodong's not bad either. Outside, Mi Kongwen stood silently, listening to the whispers. He glanced down at his outfit, a trendy ensemble he had just bought last night. An oversized jacket adorned with metallic accents that gleamed coldly, paired with pristine white AJ sneakers. The whole look had set him back 3,500 yuan. Sun Zaheo cautiously opened the door and, upon confirming it was Mi Kongwen, exhaled in relief. What did Li Gu send with you? He asked. Mi Kongwen didn't reply. Instead, he quietly opened the bottle in his hand and poured its contents at the doorway. A sharp, acrid odor immediately filled the air. Is that kerosene? Someone asked, covering their nose and stepping back. Kongwen, make sure to scatter some along the way too, or this spot will stand out too much. After emptying the last drop, Mi Kongwen casually discarded the bottle, adjusted his outfit, and suddenly spoke. By the way, do you remember what you used to call me? No one answered. The kerosene stench was so overpowering that it left them speechless. You used to call me Mi Shao, he said, a twisted smile spreading across his face. But starting from the moment you met Li Gu, I've just been Mi Kongwen. I thought about sparing you, but unfortunately, he pulled out an old box of matches and struck one. No, there's kerosene, a terrified voice shouted. Now, you finally see me, Mi Kongwen said coolly, releasing the match from his fingers. The match fell toward the ground. In the split second before it could land, a pair of fingers swept across the floor like lightning, catching the match precisely. The mysterious figure straightened up, silently using the match to light a cigar held between their lips. Taking a deep drag, they then extinguished the still-burning match in the palm of their hand. Li Gu! The girls' screams erupted one after another from the depths of the storage room. Li Gu! The boys were so overwhelmed they were nearly brought to tears. This isn't just a bro, this is practically our dad. Why is it always you? Mi Kongwen glared at Li Gu, his usual calm demeanor replaced with hysterical shouting. I nearly killed myself in the exam hall to become a Skywalker, And yet you, a bottom-feeding nobody, keep stealing my spotlight. Li Gu, with a cigar head somehow acquired dangling from his lips, clasped his hands behind his back and mumbled, "Chaos faction? Murder and mayhem?" "Yes," Mi Kongwen admitted bluntly. Li Gu nodded slightly, as if he had expected it. He recalled the moment he became part of the Chaos faction and the thoughts that had crossed his mind. Since I'm no longer normal, killing anyone is just killing. Might as well get rid of everyone who pisses me off. And so, Yang Jun had died. Nice setup for this scene, Li Gu said casually, tossing the cigar aside. Doesn't taste good. Rich people have such weird tastes. Mi Kongwen gritted his teeth, staring daggers at him. How did you know it was my design? With your personality, if you were hosting a class reunion, you'd never invite me. There'd be no point in showing off otherwise, Li Gu said, shaking his head. I thought it was strange at the time. Later, when Nugger appeared, you were oddly calm. I have 4 lives. Why wouldn't I be calm? I've worked part-time at escape rooms, Li Gu said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Even the bravest person instinctively flinches when faced with danger. If there's no reaction at all, it can only mean they've rehearsed the scenario. You weren't panicked because you were in cahoots with the spawn? As someone who had defeated the spawn before, Li Gu had gained the ability to disguise himself as various races, which helped him piece together Mi Kongwen's tactics. These intricate details weren't fully reported in the news perhaps because the Chaos faction was so rare that even the authorities didn't fully understand it. Just because I organized the reunion and acted composed, you decided I was suspicious? Mi Kongwen's lips twitched as he silently marveled at how terrifyingly perceptive Li Gu was. Yeah. I gave Li Weiran the chance to let you charge ahead. That was your opportunity to separate from the group, Li Gu shrugged. You're smart, they'll give you that. In the stairwell, with everyone running down, the echoes of footsteps in that chimney-like space made it impossible to tell where anyone went. When you disappeared, we just assumed you'd gone down with the others. Li Gu gave a faint smile. There's a principle we follow in escape rooms. Anyone who deliberately separates from the group usually has a special role. So you've known all along that I wanted to kill these people who've always looked down on me. And you've just been playing me this whole time? The matchstick in Mi Kongwen's hand snapped audibly under the pressure of his grip. Weren't you playing me too? Li Gu countered, watching Mi Kongwen's brows furrow. What kind of bait would it take to get so many spawn to willingly follow your lead? Obviously me. You promised them I'd show up. Right now, there's probably a horde of spawn flooding up from downstairs, but too bad for them. I brought guardians, and they're too strong. They've held the line. 20 students crammed into the storage room like sardines, their wide, clueless eyes fixed on the ongoing confrontation. At last, they began to understand. While they had been indulging in drunken revelry in the private room, these 2 Skywalkers had already been playing a deadly game of chess. How had they been so oblivious? And yet, their faces remained relaxed, their smiles intact. After all, everyone present understood one thing: when a Lingxia-level divine progenitor faces off against a Ding-level Skywalker, even He Chaodong would know who's going to win. Mi Kongwen suddenly let out a laugh, exhaling deeply. Straightening his back, he gave Li Gu a thumbs up. A champion is truly a champion, smarter than me, of course. But, before he could finish, he took 2 slow steps back. At that moment, Li Gu heard the rapid sound of footsteps above them, accompanied by an eerie scraping noise as if something was slithering across the ceiling. Suddenly, a heavy blow shattered the air. The surrounding glass exploded into shards as dozens of small figures in repairman uniforms flipped in from the rooftop, their twisted grins distorting their faces. At the same time, enormous naga-like serpents crashed through the walls, their scales gleaming coldly under the lights. In an instant, the luxurious restaurant was surrounded by the vile creatures. Meet Sungwon's smile grew even more distorted. Low-level vile creatures have such weak energy that they're hard to detect. But when there are enough of them, even a Lingxia-level prodigy can be torn to shreds. The expressions of the 20 or so onlookers hiding in the storage room shifted dramatically. The glimmer of hope they had just clung to was instantly replaced by despair. The rapid highs and lows in mere minutes were enough to make their hearts skip a beat. Over 30 low-level vile creatures encircled Li Gu tightly. The crowd noticed beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The usually composed champion finally showed a hint of tension. Mi Kongwen retreated into the ranks of the vile creatures, raising his chin triumphantly. So the top scorer of the college entrance exam is just an idiot after all. I was stalling for time to wait for my friends. What were you waiting for? Your death? He pointed at Li Gu and mocked loudly. Maybe you're really good in a fight, but we have numbers on our side. Li Gu let out a long sigh, shaking his head lightly. An idiot is an idiot. More people. You think I'm afraid of numbers? With that, he released the cigar he had been holding in his mouth. It fell toward his chest but was crushed into dust midair by an invisible force, as if a storm was brewing within his chest. He slowly raised his hands, which had been hidden behind his back. Around his arms coiled several blood-red halos, composed of intricate ancient scripts, Greek, classical Chinese, ancient Hebrew, and hieroglyphics intertwined, flowing rhythmically with the movement of the glowing rings. As Li Gu opened his hands, the very air seemed to twist and warp, crackling with an ominous energy. "I was waiting for a forbidden spell," he said with a mocking grin. "What were you waiting for?" In the center of this stage of carnage, his hands came together slowly. The Lynxia level forbidden spell, Epic Reset, descended. The 5 runic rings collided with a deafening force, scattering and reorganizing the characters like a torrential downpour. Each collision resonated with a thunderous roar that seemed to echo from the deepest recesses of history. The sound was akin to the eruption of magma, the crash of thunder, or the surge of an unstoppable torrent, shaking the very souls of everyone present. Before the forbidden spell could fully erupt, Mi Kongwen let out a furious roar and launched the first attack. In an instant, the battle erupted in full force. A blinding streak of light shot through the crowd, toppling every chair in its path. The expensive stonewood furniture disintegrated in moments. It was the work of a Neanderthal who had unleashed a grade B natural spell, Eternal Night's Radiance. On the other side, a member of the cursed race clasped his hands in the air, manifesting a translucent longbow. He drew it to its fullest extent, his face instantly turning ashen as he poured his entire strength into the arrow. A frost-blue feathered arrow tore through the air, aimed directly at Li Ji's head. Simultaneously, another member of the cursed race pounded the ground like a frenzied gorilla, his diminutive frame swelling into a hulking mass clad in a thick, moss-covered stone armor. Deadly divine forces rained down upon Li Gu, rendering him minuscule against the overwhelming onslaught. Realizing there was no escape, he retreated into the crowd of his classmates, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky, as though sensing an impending power stirring in the heavens. With a faint sound, the ceiling suddenly vanished. A gold-red beam of light descended from the sky, striking the ground beside Li Gu and instantly dissolving all the divine forces encroaching upon him. The light, resembling both lightning and auroras, compelled every member of the cursed race to look up instinctively. The sky split open with a massive rift, dark clouds swirling across the firmament, while flames roared and surged within the gaps of the cloud layers. Forbidden spell. Epic Reset. Li Gu observed the stunned expressions of the cursed race, their roars and wails rendered insignificant within the golden-red pillar of light. Waves of destructive energy channeled through the light, detonating into a blossoming annihilation at the topmost level. The floor of the 78th floor observation restaurant collapsed within 5 seconds, sending everyone plummeting to the 77th floor. The magma-like ground continued to crumble as they fell through one floor after another. Thunder and meteors rained down relentlessly, while icy blue beams cascaded from the heavens. Li Gu watched in shock as a massive Naga serpent, engulfed in flames, was touched by one of the beams and instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, as if frozen by the legendary Absolute Zero. Meteor showers, lightning strikes, torrential floods, and absolute zero forces that had once destroyed entire epics now converged in this moment. This forbidden spell seemed to embody the culmination of past apocalypses, or perhaps serve as a harbinger of the next annihilation. The apocalyptic meteors and icy shards vanished the moment they touched the ground, as if they had never existed. Those struck by them disintegrated into black dust that drifted away, their clothing collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while their bodies crystallized into transparent gems. This epoch-resetting forbidden spell transformed everything into nourishment for the new era. 5 waves of devastating celestial phenomena wreaked havoc, and in just 20 seconds, the originally 78-story building was forcibly reduced by 8 floors. As a mortal-grade Skywalker using the divine skill Tianxing Shun Yin for the first time, his execution was clumsy, yet potent enough to obliterate any living being under this forbidden curse. System notifications flashed incessantly. Mortal-grade Naga Watcher has been slain. Elite-grade Naga Seal has been slain. Elite-grade Neanderthal Half-Orc has been slain. The biological level and lifespan data skyrocketed at a pace too rapid for Li Gu to keep up with. The final message froze, showing a remaining lifespan of 1,548 hours. But at this moment, he had no time to care about these rewards. Looking around, the hotel had been reduced to rubble. His classmates lay scattered across the ground, some rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth, others bleeding from their ears and eyes. Although Li Gu had exempted them from the direct damage of the forbidden curse in time, the impact of the sound waves was still too much for ordinary humans to endure. Kneeling on one knee, his heart raced violently, his face pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He tried to use his watch to summon He Chao Dong for help, only to find the surface cracked and completely broken. Pulling out his phone, the time showed 10:25, clearly too late for Gu Ling's 10:30 curfew. Peering over the edge of the shattered floor, the once expensive glass curtain walls were almost entirely gone, with the few remaining shards riddled with cracks. Below, the crowd scattered in panic like an anthill in chaos. Just as he heard footsteps coming from the stairwell, eerie crimson flowers suddenly sprouted from the surrounding debris, identical to the ones that had bloomed from the chest of the hotel waiter during the earlier attack. The flowers grew larger and larger, all turning to aim at Li Gu in unison, emitting a chilling hissing sound. The anticipated appearances of Li Weiran and Lin Lucy never materialized. Instead, behind him, a figure in a blood-red cloak slowly rose, hovering 300 meters above the ground. The figure gently placed a hand on Li Ji's shoulder before shoving him forcefully off the high-rise. The phone screen displayed 10:30. The man in the blood-red robe lowered his head to gaze at the hotel lobby, 300 meters below, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Even a Lynxia-level Shenyans falling from this height would be enough to die 10 times over. He waited silently, anticipating the moment when Li Gu would become nothing but a splattered mess. However, several seconds passed, and the expected scene did not unfold. His brow furrowed, and beneath the robe, his face betrayed confusion. It was akin to smashing a cockroach with a slipper, only to lift the slipper and find nothing there. A chill suddenly raced up his spine. Something was behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to see Li Gu clinging to his back like an octopus. One hand gripped the robe tightly, while the other held a black, straight-edged blade, driving it mercilessly toward his neck. But the deadly strike was nearly useless. The $50,000 blade hit the robe, only to slide off like a carrot knife, skimming over rhino hide, leaving no mark. Furious, the man in the blood-red robe twisted and flipped wildly in midair. The intense centrifugal force made Li Ji's mind go blank, but he clung to the robe with unrelenting determination. This was the first form of the six-rin demon-slaying technique, Shadow Companion, using chi to create a vacuum suction effect and coordinating all muscles to absorb impact, making it impossible for the opponent to shake him off. This technique, oddly enough, owed its refinement to the training sessions with the campus beauty queen inspired by some monthly manga. Seizing the perfect moment, Li Gu released his grip and used the momentum to propel himself toward the building. He crashed through the fractured glass and landed heavily on a luxurious bed in a guest room on the 68th floor. The expensive mattress caved in under the impact, leaving a massive hole, and the remaining force sent him tumbling into the wardrobe. This guy's even scarier than the dean, Li Gu muttered through gritted teeth, enduring the searing pain in his muscles and bones as he rolled into a corner of the room. The next instant, a massive, semi-transparent blood-red hand appeared out of thin air, crushing the wardrobe into splinters with a casual grip. The childhood experience of being whipped by his father now proved unexpectedly life-saving. Back then, he could solve math problems even while being punished. That resilience to pain allowed him to narrowly dodge what would have been a fatal blow. "Cut it out." The man in the blood-red robe sneered in a condescending tone, his English carrying a distinct London suburban accent. "Save your strength." This was the first time she made a sound, an unexpectedly feminine voice. Before her words even faded, her crimson robe suddenly billowed in the eerie wind, and behind her emerged more than a dozen semi-transparent blood-red hands, each as tall as a two-story building. With a wave of her finger, the massive blood hands surged into the cramped room like a tidal wave, completely cutting off Li Ji's escape. At the critical moment, as the Tomb of the Gods was still cooling down and Li Gu was about to be devoured by the blood hands, his figure suddenly disappeared from the 68th floor and reappeared on the balcony of the 69th floor in the next second. Standing in front of him was a short-haired, imposing woman dressed in a matte black leather dress. Her cold gaze locked onto the blood-robed figure below. Her red lips parted slightly and she said, "Scarlet Monastery, you've crossed the line. Nice, so badass." Li Gu gave her a thumbs-up in admiration. "But what is the Scarlet Monastery?" Lu Yingying didn't answer. At that moment, Li Gu noticed the tear on the right shoulder of her leather outfit, revealing fair skin marked with a blood-red scar that glimmered faintly. "You've been hit," Li Gu said softly. "Did you take that for me?" Judging by the wound's location, Lu Yingying must have used her tempered body at an extraordinary level to block the attack for him, while simultaneously using her heavenly walk divine shift to get them out of danger. "No need to thank me. It's my duty," Lu Yingying replied, switching her whip to her left hand, clearly indicating that her right hand had lost much of its combat strength. "I'll repay the favor when I'm capable," Li Gu said decisively. He glanced down at the blood-robed figure with curiosity. Why isn't she attacking anymore? Before he finished speaking, the floor suddenly shook violently, and an enraged roar erupted from below. "You dare mess with someone under my protection?" A giant with bronze skin and iron bones shot into the sky, the blood hands leaving bloody dents on his body but failing to hinder his momentum. The giant grabbed the blood-robed figure tightly in midair, and the two plummeted toward the ground together. "Is that Li Weiran?" Li Gu leaned over the balcony to get a better look. Lu Yingying nodded, maintaining her usual cold demeanor. With a thunderous crash, the two smashed through the ground like missiles, landing directly in the underground parking lot. Lu Yingying shrugged. He's not usually like this. Li Gu understood perfectly. It was already past 10:30, which meant Li Weiran had missed his date with Gu Ling. Having his first taste of romance interrupted by this heavenly blood path incident, the usually calm Li Weiran had unleashed his fury, enough to make even beasts retreat. Lu Yingying turned to Li Gu and asked, "Did you use a forbidden spell?" When Li Gu nodded, she followed up, "How do you feel?" Forbidden spells were rarely used due to their slow casting time and the immense strain they placed on the body. Most heavenly walkers had a physical constitution score of no more than 3, and for ordinary mortals, using a forbidden spell even once would require at least a week to recover something even healing abilities couldn't remedy. Pretty fun, Li Gu replied nonchalantly with a smile. He continued observing the battle below. That robe looks familiar. Kind of reminds me of the proctor for the humanities section during my college entrance exams. They infiltrated the examination hall? Lu Yingying's voice rose sharply. Li Gu nodded to confirm, noticing how the teacher's chest heaved as she took deep breaths. "Do you need a break?" He reached out to steady her, but she pushed him away. If the Scarlet Monastery could enter the examination hall, it means they've genuinely established a two-way connection with a higher civilization. Lu Yingying gripped the railing, her voice heavy. But as the most devout followers of higher civilizations in Europe, even with a significant presence in Daxia, their intelligence shouldn't be more reliable than the Great Wall Watchers. How could they precisely infiltrate the heavenly blood path? Could it be that this so-called higher civilization is supporting them? Li Gu suggested casually. Impossible. Lu Yingying responded firmly. They are absolutely impartial. Absolute fairness? Li Gu repeated the phrase, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Every day spent striving in this small attic was a pursuit of fairness, but precisely because of this, he knew better than anyone. Absolute fairness simply doesn't exist in this world. You stay here, I'll go down and help, Lu Yingying said hastily. Just now on the rooftop, all the blood fiend flowers pointed to her. The opportunity granted by the blood road must be with her. We can't let her leave Daxia. The opportunity is with her? Li Ji's eyes widened in shock. I felt something in his robe earlier. Before he could finish, he turned to find Lu Yingying had already disappeared. Hey, where did she go? Li Gu patted his pocket, silently guessing that Lu Yingying had gone downstairs to assist. He wasn't sure if she was in any condition to fight, but the small object in his pocket might just be the opportunity she mentioned. A girl hugs you, and you start feeling around? Li Gu muttered to himself, then suddenly froze. Wait, Gu Ling was talking about that woman from the Bloodred Monastery? That voice sounded at least 30-something, and she calls her a girl? He pulled out a small leather box stained with greenish blood from his pocket and examined it closely. It was something he'd stealthily extracted from the blood-robed man's pocket, using his shadow companion ability. The surface was sticky, coated with the blood of Wakno-Shomani creatures. The box seemed hollow but had no visible seams to open it. After a moment's hesitation, Li Gu placed the box on the floor, leaped up, and stomped on it with force. Huh, where's the box? He was stunned to see it seemingly swallowed by the floor. Frantically, he pried at the floorboards, only to find smooth concrete beneath. Is it some kind of magical fruit that vanishes on impact? Li Gu ruffled his hair in frustration. I went through so much trouble to steal that. Before he could finish his complaint, he noticed a new gray icon appearing next to the 2 skill slots in his holographic interface. It seemed timid, hiding in the corner, as if shying away from the 2 golden, high-tier Lynxia-level skills beside it. Language Mastery. You have fully mastered the language systems of all life forms in the Centaurus constellation. Li Gu read the description aloud, momentarily stunned. So this is the skill contained in that little box? It's like having an English dictionary crammed into my brain? He couldn't help but scoff. All those creatures fighting tooth and nail, just for this thing? It's not even a divine heavenly skill. I'd rather have combat mastery. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait a second. As part of the Chaos faction, don't I have the ability to disguise myself as other species? If I combine that with language mastery... He quickly checked his racial disguise durations. Human, 84 days. Heidelbergian, 8 hours. Neanderthal, 12 hours. Naga, 4 hours. Zerg, 1.5 hours. The base human disguise time was 12 hours. I gained an additional 80 days from the college entrance exam, and I've used up 36 hours since yesterday. Li Ji's mouth twitched. So you're telling me that after all my back and forth these past 2 days, I've only earned 5 extra days of human disguise time? Through his research, he discovered that although the Chaos faction was also human, their physical capabilities far surpassed those of others at the same level. Their heart's blood-pumping ability and internal organ detoxification efficiency were significantly superior to ordinary people. More importantly, their muscle and tendon structures allowed for more direct and efficient power transmission. However, This advantage was not without flaws once they exited their disguised state. Their true form could be exposed under X-rays or the gaze of high-level skywalkers. After extensive hunting, his trump card skill, Graveyard of the Gods, had also seen remarkable improvement. It now granted a complete invincibility state for 5.5 seconds upon activation, during which he was immune to all damage and negative effects while gaining a 520 boost to all attributes, including agility, strength, insight, critical hit rate, and penetration rate. This powerful survival skill could only be used once every 47.2 hours, but it would automatically trigger when he was on the brink of death, converting all damage into true damage and doubling the duration. During its cooldown period, his bonus recovery speed increased by 3,300, and his agility improved by 400. Compared to before, the invincibility duration had been extended by 0.5 seconds, attribute boosts increased by 20, and the cooldown period was shortened by about 40 minutes. All enhancements saw notable improvements, yet the skill's rating remained at the Ling Xiao level clearly. More slaughter was necessary to advance further. Li Gu licked his lips, his gaze locking onto the blood-red nun frantically fleeing in the underground parking lot below. His eyes gleamed like a predator hunting at night. However, just as he prepared to act, he noticed Li Weiran had already given chase. Without any communication devices, he opted for the most direct approach, rapidly descending from 300 meters in the air. Leaping between balconies, he made his way down to the 27th floor. From there, he could see the ground surrounding the hotel, riddled with raised mounds and puncturies, a clear sign of the intense battles taking place in the underground parking lot. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him, and the ground began to tremble violently. Though he quickly regained clarity thanks to his 10-point willpower talent, the situation had already become extremely dire. She's wearing the Cross of Radiance. Get out of the underground. Everyone, get out of there. Li Weiran's furious roar echoed from below. Moments later, figures were blasted out of the ground, one after another: Lu Yingying, He Chaodong's guardian Lu Dayton, and another guardian, Chun Kuan. From the cracks in the ground, a blinding purple-gold light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The ground and greenery around the hotel were completely torn apart, and even on the 27th floor, Li Gu was sent airborne by the shockwave. Just as he regained his footing, a dark figure suddenly slammed into him, knocking him down with tremendous force. A massive black figure crashed through the hall, sliding down the hotel's plush carpeted corridor for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Broken pillars and shattered door fragments were scattered everywhere. Li Weiran? Li Gu recognized the charred figure and scrambled over in a panic. The sight before him left him breathless. Li Weiran's nearly 3-meter immortal body was utterly unrecognizable. Every inch of his skin was burnt, cracked, and blackened. His chest was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, with fractured ribs, some jutting outward, others piercing deep into his heart. His entire body looked as though it had been crushed by a giant industrial blender, with twisted, deformed bones. Yet, he struggled to keep his eyes open, and his exposed heart was still faintly beating amidst the mix of dust and blood. Medical attention. Medical attention. Corridor on the 27th floor. Li Weiran needs immediate help. Li Gu grabbed his radio and screamed for assistance. He rushed into a room, grabbed a towel, and clumsily tore it into strips to begin makeshift bandaging. Hold on. Just hold on. The opportunity is already in hand. The restrictions of the Heaven's Blood Path will lift, and the signal will be restored soon. I'll call for you, Yun, right now, Li Gu shouted, fumbling as he tried to apply what little first aid knowledge he had. Li Weiran only gave a dazed smile, dark red blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. His lips moved faintly, and he managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Li Gu leaned in closer to hear. You are fine. Dying worth it? Worth it, my ass. We're all just wretched Levesno, one's more precious than anyone else. Li Gu roared. You even promised Gu Ling you'd go on a date tonight. Stay with me. Mission accomplished. Li Weiran murmured as if he hadn't heard, continuing to mumble. Lamb chops, fried noodles, 2 servings? Yes, yes. After the mission, we'll go eat lamb chops and fried noodles. Li Gu shouted desperately, trying to keep him conscious. He pressed a towel against the gaping wound on Li Weiran's chest, but the blood soaked through instantly. Li Weiran's gaze gradually became unfocused. His lips moved one last time, repeating, fried noodles, fried noodles. Li Ji's hands froze, the heartbeat in his chest had stopped. Don't you dare sleep. Don't you dare. You promised to protect me. He climbed onto Li Weiran's chest, furiously performing compressions. You're an immortal. You're not supposed to die so easily. His shouts echoed through the corridor, but Li Weiran remained still, the eerie smile frozen on his face. His wide-open eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, lifeless. Staring at the nearly unrecognizable corpse before him, Li Gu felt, for the first time, an overwhelming inability to remain composed. Over the past few days, he had witnessed far too many death strangers, classmates it didn't matter. They were fleeting encounters, their lives and deaths just their own fates. But this was different. Li Gu knelt beside the lifeless body, his fists pounding heavily against the ground as he choked out, "Damn it." His voice was raw with grief and anger. Forcing himself to calm down, he took several deep breaths. Extending his right hand, he dipped his fingers into the blood pooling on Li Weiron's chest and smeared a mark of blood onto his own forehead. Closing his eyes, his fingers danced swiftly in the air, tracing the intricate patterns of a mystical 8 trigrams compass. Above, consult the river map. Below, decode the Luo book. Reveal the truth with the spirit eye. Hear the winds and read destiny. Ignite blood to bind the foe, relentless as a shadow. With a series of 6 commanding incantations, his eyes snapped open, revealing a faint blood-red line pointing southwest. It was the bloodline curse of the river and Luo, a spell driven by vengeance to track his enemy. "Brotherly, you go ahead. I'll finish the fight you started." Gripping his blade firmly, he rose to his feet, striding toward the balcony. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the night. Meanwhile, in the most secluded corner of the hotel's underground parking lot, a woman was shedding her crimson robe. It was Hathaway, a deacon of the Scarlet Monastery. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin flawless like porcelain, and her figure strikingly alluring. Yet on her chest, a massive cross-shaped burn glowed with a deep violet hue, its energy gnawing at her body. Even her tempered physique, honed to the peak of resilience, struggled to withstand the backlash from the self-destruction of her life-bound artifact. "What a miscalculation," she muttered bitterly, changing into the attire of a regular tourist. Her original plan to annihilate all of Daxia's top-tier fighters with the artifact's explosion had been derailed by the desperate sacrifice of an immortal. Now, her power had plummeted to the level of a mere grandmaster, leaving her vulnerable to even a skilled combatant. She knew she had to reach the monastery for refuge, and quickly. Bracing herself against the shattered remnants of the structure above her, she looked up at the night sky. But instead of stars, a blazing meteor hurtled toward her. Before she could react, it struck her square in the face. In an instant, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, launching her body into the air. Thunder roared as lightning dragons tore through the heavens, and a torrential rain of meteors crashed down, unleashing explosions that bloomed like deadly flowers of obliteration across the earth. The age of forbidden spells has been reignited once more. The earth trembled, and the air was torn apart by an invisible force. Hathaway's pupils constricted sharply this suffocating pressure. This apocalyptic aura, who else could it be but that human forbidden spellcaster, Li Gu? But it was impossible. Casting a forbidden spell twice within mere minutes? Alarms blared in Hathaway's mind. As an elite-level combatant, she was only now fully grasping the terror of this mortal-level, forbidden spellcaster. In the instant the forbidden spell descended, all ranks and cultivation seemed like a joke underneath the level of a grandmaster. All were rendered equal. She desperately tried to burrow underground, but the surrounding steel and concrete crumbled like paper. The 20-odd seconds of torment felt like an eternity until the residual force of the forbidden spell finally dissipated. Amid the dust and debris, the once elegant blonde beauty was now in utter disarray. Her skin was torn, her body bloodied, and half of her figure lay buried in rubble, resembling a vengeful specter clawing its way out of hell. Trembling, her fingers searched her body until she finally located the blood-red whistle. Just as she prepared to blow it, a figure emerged through the smoke and dust. Li Gu was using a large blade as a crutch, limping toward her step by step. Despite casting 2 forbidden spells, this man was still standing. "You are desecrating the monastery." Hathaway's bloodshot eyes glared at him with unwavering intensity. "Desecrating?" Li Gu straightened up and sneered coldly. "I don't have time to desecrate. I'm declaring war." Before his words had fully settled, Hathaway launched her final counterattack. Her 10 fingers released a barrage of blood-red arrows, piercing through Li Ji's thighs in an instant. Yet he didn't so much as flinch. His blade found its mark, stabbing straight into her right eye, followed by her left. Amid her piercing screams, Hathaway struggled, gasping, "The master will obliterate you." The final strike drove the blade through her mouth, piercing her throat. "You talk too much," Li Gu said impassively as he continued to wield his blade. "The master? What a joke." With mechanical precision, he continued hacking until Hathaway's lifeless body collapsed amidst the rubble. Bending down, Li Gu picked up the blood-red whistle, glancing back at the building. "You were trying to call for backup just now? That means there are still others inside. Isn't that right?" Draping Hathaway's cloak over himself, he leaned on his blade and limped forward. His expression was as calm as the icy depths of the ocean at night, yet within his gaze lurked a monster capable of devouring the world. 10 minutes later, a piercing whistle echoed from somewhere within the hotel. 10:45 p.m. By the banks of the Qinhuai River in Jinling, the protective barrier of Tianxi blood path around the Intercontinental Hotel dissolved like foam. Passers-by were suddenly confronted with a shocking scene. The towering skyscraper, once resplendent with golden light, was plunged into darkness. Several floors at the top were missing. All the glass had vanished, and faint silhouettes of hanging bodies could be seen at the building's edges. Gunfire and flashes of light erupted intermittently within the structure, evidence of a fierce battle between the malevolent Nieju and the Great Wall Watchers. Reactions on the street varied dramatically. Some people whipped out their phones to snap photos and post on social media, while more rational bystanders hurriedly fled the scene. Inside the hotel, chaos reigned. Panicked civilians scrambled to escape, while rescue teams fought their way in to conduct evacuations. We've located He Chaodong and are escorting him out. We've found Lin Lucy and are getting her out. What about Li Guo? Where's Li Guo? This is Lu Yingyi. Li Guo is on the 48th floor. Dispatch the nearest medical team to the 48th floor immediately. The radio channels of the Great Wall Watchers were filled with urgent calls. When the battlefield recorder arrived at the 48th floor entertainment center alongside the medical team, the camera on his chest captured a harrowing scene. The floor was slick with blood and scattered with dismembered limbs. Discarded mahjong tiles and pool cues lay next to the mutilated corpses of 3 Naga sea serpents. In the spa room on the south side of the entertainment center, a dozen civilians huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. At the door to the room, Li Guo knelt with both hands gripping a massive blade nearly half his height. The blade's tip was embedded in the chest of a monastery monk, pinning the man lifelessly to the floor. The room was littered with the corpses of monks from the Blood Monastery, all of whom were either of the mortal level or a few of the elite level. Every one of them had their chests gruesomely torn open, their deaths eerily mirroring that of Li Weiran. Li Guo appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, yet his hands clutched the blade so tightly that even 3 elite rescue team members working together couldn't pry them loose. The doctors quickly assessed his condition. A body temperature of 42 degrees, cyanotic lips indicating signs of poisoning, and a heart rate and blood pressure teetering on the brink of collapse. Medical staff immediately prepared to administer a toxin blocker to protect his heart. Did he kill all of them by himself? The recorder asked Lu Yingyi and the survivors in the corner, his voice laced with disbelief. The answer from all of them was a resounding yes. This fight was his message to Li Weiran, Lu Yingyi said softly. At least 7 mortal-level Nieju and 4 ordinary Monkshi took them all down. Suddenly, a boy of about 17 or 18 in the corner spoke up. He came here to ambush them. He was already on this floor 10 minutes ago. He whistled once, then launched the ambush. An ambush? The recorder pressed. Can you describe what you saw? I saw someone like him outside the door, talking to someone, the boy replied. The young man furrowed his brow and spoke slowly in a voice tinged with a European accent, relaying the information he had overheard. They said the setup is complete, and now they plan to accelerate the annexation of Xia. The battlefield recorder bent slightly forward, locking eyes with the young man. You really heard that clearly? The young man didn't flinch under the recorder's gaze. Instead, a hint of confidence flickered across his face. Not only that, but I also heard them talk about assassinating the top scorer of the college entrance exams to prevent any unforeseen threats in the future. One of them then whistled to summon more accomplices. The warriors present were stunned by the gravity of this revelation. The recorder frowned deeply, skeptical. In such a dangerous environment, how could someone your age possibly understand what foreigners are saying? I attend an international school. I interact with foreigners every day, so my translation should be accurate, the young man explained as he stepped closer to the recorder. His previously confident demeanor shifted slightly, and with lowered eyes and a hushed voice, he asked, "Is this information important?" The recorder pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. "Does this count as a contribution?" The young man's voice grew even softer. "Could I be assigned to Jinling?" Just then, a figure strode over. It was Ling Qianyang. Though his grandmaster-level strength wasn't considered top-tier, his accomplishments made him well-respected. He had saved Li Guo during the college entrance exam incident and promptly notified Lu Yingyi to get medical help, securing a prodigious Lingxia-level talent for the school. These feats had earned him considerable recognition. As Ling Qianyang ordered the recorder to document the young man's personal details, he moved over to Li Guo. Tearing open Li Ji's clothes and shining a flashlight on the wound, he noticed eerie crimson spots faintly visible beneath the bloodstains. "This is definitely the work of the Crimson Monastery," he muttered, frowning. "Can we retrieve the surveillance footage?" "The building lost power. All the cameras are down," someone replied. Ling Qianyang fixed his gaze on Li Ji's resolute, statue-like frame and his fierce eyes glinting beneath golden bangs, resembling a lion who had just witnessed its cub being attacked. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Send the combat report and testimony about the Crimson Monastery's assault to the principal and Dean Changhe." That's not a good idea. The principal's reaction is unpredictable, but Dean Changhe will definitely lose it, someone cautioned. The monastery is backed by an advanced civilization. They're the only organization on Earth that can directly receive information from such beings. Li Weiran is dead, and you're still concerned about their status? Ling Qinyang spun around sharply, his gaze piercing like lightning. Why can't you learn from Li Go? When there's a grudge, settle it right then and there. 11:50 p.m. The city of Jinling was engulfed by sudden rain. The torrential downpour came without warning, even more intense than the rain that had drenched the college entrance exam venues the day before. The previously clear night sky was abruptly consumed by heavy storm clouds, and dense raindrops cascaded down like a breached dam, submerging the entire city in a curtain of rain. On an open field in the western outskirts of Jinling, the engine of a small private plane roared loudly. The pilot looked up at the pitch-black sky, then turned to the cramped cabin behind him. In weather like this, it's impossible to take off, he said. Take off. A peculiar voice in Mandarin emerged from the cabin. 3 figures clad in oversized crimson cloaks were squeezed into the back seats. They were deacons of the Blood Monastery, occupying a mid-level rank within its hierarchy. Their strength had reached the 100 refinement level or even higher. Even in Xia, such combat capability was enough to rival the skywalkers of an average city. However, in Jinling, home to the Southeast Maritime University, even individuals of priest-level status had to abide by the city's rules. Sir, this plane is merely a small passenger aircraft coated with stealth paint. The current turbulence is so severe that even an Airbus A380 wouldn't dare to take off, the pilot explained anxiously. Take off, one of the deacons ordered again, as a translucent blood claw materialized above the pilot's head, ready to crush his skull at any moment. The pilot grabbed a bottle of brandy beside him and downed it in one gulp. All right, then we'll take off. Now I believe courage can ride through the storm, he roared, shoving the throttle forward. The plane roared and surged ahead through the torrential rain, its nose piercing the downpour and gradually lifting. Finally, like an ant defying the apocalypse, it ascended into the stormy night sky. From behind came the sound of the 3 deacons exhaling in relief, and the blood claw above the pilot dissipated. One deacon's voice echoed from the back, "Get into the clouds. As long as you cross Xia's borders, you've completed your mission. Your family will receive 5 million euros. The pilot gripped the empty bottle, drunkenly fantasizing about driving a Ferrari. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered his thoughts. He glanced at the radar screen and saw an unusual signal flashing on it. Detected by Xia's radar? One of the deacons asked, standing up and hitting his head against the cabin ceiling with a dull thud. Keep ascending. Get into the clouds. It's not radar, the pilot replied, shaking his head. Good, the deacon said, sitting back down. Even if we were detected, Xia would negotiate first, then issue warnings before forcing a landing. We'd have plenty of time. Sir, the pilot interrupted. It's really not radar. Of course, I know it's not radar. The steward roared in fury. The pilot sneered. Damn drunkard. Do you think I'm deaf? They were 2 anti-aircraft missiles. Before the words fully left his mouth, the pilot yanked open a lever, and the side door of the cabin burst open with a deafening roar. He had already prepared for an emergency landing and leapt out with fluid precision, disappearing into the torrential rain. This reckless daredevil was clearly prepared. Anyone bold enough to fly in such a storm would certainly have a plan to abandon the passengers and escape. The 3 stewards barely had time to react before 2 blinding streaks of fire tore through the air toward them. In the blink of an eye, their hands moved rapidly beneath their gray cloaks, forming intricate seals that unleashed a burst of golden light. The light shattered the cabin windows as they leapt out. Behind them, the plane transformed into a fireball, crashing to the ground in a fiery explosion. At an altitude of 3,200 meters, the stewards' cloaks billowed in the fierce winds, temporarily keeping them suspended in midair. Without hesitation, they coordinated and surged toward the black clouds. Being captured and interrogated by Xia would undoubtedly strip them of their steward status. As by line-level experts, they could fly up to 50 kilometers. If they could reach the black clouds, they might evade the Skywalker's pursuit. However, the moment they collided with the black clouds, they let out muffled groans in unison. What had seemed like intangible mist was as solid as iron, as if a massive black mountain had been erected above Jinling City. As despair gripped them and they plummeted, a figure emerged from the clouds. It was a middle-aged man, around 50, dressed in plain black cloth, standing unarmed. He hovered effortlessly at an altitude of 4,000 meters, gazing down at the land below. Zhang Wanli, one of the stewards murmured in a trembling voice. The president of Southeast Maritime University, rumored to have reached the 3rd tier of sainthood. What did it matter if he only possessed a lowly Ding-level Tianqing divine insight? He had pushed himself to the limits countless times, breaking through with sheer determination and talent, earning his reputation as the foremost offensive expert capable of splitting mountains with his bare hands. Suddenly, the unexpected occurred. A towering black cross, 100 meters tall, materialized out of thin air, catching the three falling stewards. "Father!" The stewards cried out in unison. "The Desya Skywalkers launched an attack on us." At the top of the cross, golden light flared, and an elder in a white cloak appeared, holding a golden cross as he stared directly at Jiang Wanli. "Testing the new divine insight bearers is a decree from the Lord. You know well that the decisions of the monastery represent the will of the Lord. And who gave you the right to represent the monastery?" Jiang Wanli retorted coldly. The elder sighed softly. "Perhaps they did go too far. I will take them back to Europe to repent and temporarily suspend their steward status." With that, she gave a slight nod and moved to leave with the others. "Wait," Jiang Wanli suddenly called out. "If you are dissatisfied, you may appeal to the Lord." The elder replied without turning, her tone stern. "The Lord? What nonsense is that?" Jiang Wanli's words caused the elder's expression to darken. Before she could respond, Jiang Wanli pointed eastward. "Who gave you permission to enter Desya's territory?" His finger then shifted toward the elder, his voice sharp and lethal. "Entering without authorization none shall be spared. Neither man nor God." He spread his palm and pressed downward. In an instant, the boundless black cloud shattered, transforming into a colossal hand that surged toward the being who dared claim to represent the Lord. "You're insane. Jiang Wanli, you're insane." The old priest stood tall atop the cross, his gaze piercing the stormy sky. In that moment, his voice cut through the wind and rain, filled with fury and shock. "He's gone mad. He's challenging the monastery." The deacon screamed hoarsely, clutching the cross tightly. "This is a declaration of war against all Skywalkers, against the higher civilizations." Jiang Wanli remained unfazed. To him, those voices were nothing more than the buzz of insects in the storm. Only by standing tall and proud could he shatter this tempest. As the shadow of an enormous mountain loomed overhead, the old priest silently placed his hand on the small cross on his chest. Without hesitation, he drove the cross deep into his chest. Blood gushed out in torrents, flowing toward the cross. The sacred symbol greedily absorbed the blood, releasing a radiant golden light as brilliant as a sunrise, illuminating the entire dark night in an instant. "To my Lord, have mercy on mankind." The old priest cried out with all his might toward the heavens. "Supreme glory." A golden beam of light erupted from his chest, piercing through the oppressive mountain like the dawn of God. "Supreme glory." The deacon knelt on the cross, repeating the name of the technique. The monastery had always declared that this was a divine combat art granted to devout believers, capable of countering the powers of the Skywalkers. Indeed, the old priest's sacrificial light easily shattered the dark clouds that Jiang Wanli had summoned. "The Lord has performed a miracle. Destroy the blasphemous heretic." The deacon chanted fervently toward the golden light, casting a disdainful glance at the mortal who dared to challenge the sacred radiance. A trace of relief finally appeared on the old priest's face. No matter how powerful Jiang Wanli's presence seemed, it was no match for the holy light. "The world's greatest striker? Nothing more than this," he chuckled, shaking his head. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Jiang Wanli's figure abruptly appeared within the holy light, striding forward against its brilliance. The scorching light seemed powerless against him as he punched the golden beam, shattering it into countless golden sparks. In just 5 steps, he crossed 1,000 meters, grabbing the cross embedded in the priest's chest. "Who are you calling nothing more than this?" Jiang Wanli sneered coldly. The priest stared into Jiang Wanli's numb, icy eyes, maintaining his proud posture. "Now, let me go. You and I both know that the 1.4 billion people of Dacia will never allow you to wage war against the monastery. Do you think Dacia would be afraid?" Jiang Wanli replied coldly, his gaze piercing through the priest. "Do you think 1.4 billion people would fear your Lord? He is the Lord of all mankind." The priest raised his voice. "For everything that happened today, Dacia must answer to the Lord." "Dacia answers to no one." Jiang Wanli shook his head, his eyes filled with a sorrow even the torrential rain couldn't wash away. "But I must answer to Li Weiran." Before the words had fully left his lips, he crushed the cross in the priest's chest, shattering his entire chest in the process. The priest of the Blood Monastery, a peerless powerhouse of the Tian Tong realm, fell in that instant. Then, with a single punch, Jiang Wanli obliterated the towering 100-meter cross. He soared through the sky like a streak of lightning, swiftly catching up with the 3 fleeing stewards. Amid the curtain of rain, his fists landed precisely on each target. Torrential rain poured down, washing away the shattered remains on the ground, blending them into the mud. Jiang Wanli tilted his head back and snapped his fingers, causing the downpour to weaken instantly. So, this rain was part of their trick. meant to cover up this massacre, he muttered to himself. The archpriests won't let this go. A voice emerged from the darkness. A higher civilization might even back them against you. That depends on whether they're capable of doing so. Jiang Wanli sneered. Last time, Onianon, you lost, the voice reminded him. That was in Europe, their territory. Dodging all those hidden traps and ambushes, anyone would struggle. Jiang Wanli's tone was filled with defiance. Your Tianqing Shenyuan level does put you at a disadvantage, the voice said gravely. We've already ignited a war, and that boy, Li Gu, is the catalyst. The monastery won't let him go. Well, I doubt he'll let the monastery go either. Jiang Wanli chuckled softly. He's an interesting kid. Li Gu slowly regained consciousness, unsure of how long he had been out. In his haze, he vaguely remembered the female characters from the manga in the 39-tone spectrum visiting him, holding his hand and leading him somewhere. But he was too exhausted to recall the details. At the moment, he only felt the bed beneath him, soft as clouds, and the warmth of someone holding his hand. Was it Lin Lucy? That was close. Almost died, he sighed inwardly. When Li Weiran died, a profound sense of powerlessness struck him to the core. The Scarlet Monastery, backed by a higher civilization, was a formidable force, and he knew his individual strength was far from enough. He wasn't sure if every member of the Great Wall Watchers would commit to an all-out fight against the monastery, so he decided to give the pro-war faction more leverage. He meticulously orchestrated a frame-up. First, crafting a blood-stained robe resembling that of the Scarlet Monastery's followers, then killing a lone novice monk to acquire an authentic clerical robe. Finally, he found hiding civilians in an entertainment venue and, using his newly acquired language skills, mimicked the tone of the Scarlet Monastery to stage a dialogue. To convince the Great Wall Watchers, he even collected poison fragments left by the Scarlet Monastery and smeared them on his own wounds. His message was clear. The Scarlet Monastery seeks to destroy our opportunities and sever our future. Will you not strike back? He remembered his father's teachings. If someone hits you, hit back hard. Though he wasn't strong enough yet, he could rally all of Daxia to deliver a devastating blow. Even if Daxia dared not openly oppose the monastery, he could use this as a pretext to assassinate its members. The plan was executed flawlessly. Witnesses on site clearly heard the fabricated dialogue and vaguely saw his duel with the Scarlet Monastery's follower. The only unexpected complication was the commotion, which attracted nearby abominations, almost costing him his life. What kind of headline would they write if I actually died? Li Gu thought groggily. Top scorer of the year collapses from overwork in a massage parlor? As his consciousness gradually returned, he managed to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was a cascade of pink, cloud-like hair. It wasn't Lin Lucy, it wasn't Yu Yun, and it certainly wasn't He Kedong, it was Gu Ling, the beautiful escape room owner. She was sitting by his hospital bed, casually holding his hand. When Gu Ling saw him wake up, she didn't seem the least bit surprised. Instead, she picked up his hand to unlock his phone and opened Alipay. You owe me 679 yuan. I've transferred it, plus 18 yuan in interest, she said nonchalantly, using his finger to complete the payment verification. Lin Lucy and He Chaodong are in other rooms, just minor injuries, Gu Ling said, tossing his phone back onto the bed. 4 people from the reunion died, 5 were seriously injured. Your class is practically going extinct. Li Gu looked around. It was a luxurious private hospital room, equipped with a balcony, an en-suite bathroom, and even a small living area. But the one person he cared about most wasn't there. Li Weiran is dead, Li Gu said softly, a wave of sadness washing over him. I know, Gu Ling replied calmly. They said you went to avenge him. Pretty gutsy of you. You predicted it, didn't you? Li Gu stared at her. You told me to be home by 10:30, and you invited him to have late-night snacks with you. You knew he was going to die, didn't you? I only foresaw a middling bad fortune, Gu Ling said, her eyes slightly red though she tried to maintain her composure. He chose the most dangerous yet noble path. Even if I warned him about the danger at the hotel at 10:30, would he have run? Probably not, Li Gu said after a pause. He would have charged and even more resolutely, because he was a warrior. Exactly. Until the very last moment, he had a chance to survive. But he chose to shield his comrades, Gu Ling said, sitting by the bed. So let's wipe away our tears and honor him. When you go to the funeral, bring a bouquet for me. And while you're at it, ask the shop downstairs to whip up some late-night snacks. After a long silence, Li Gu finally asked, can fate really be changed? Of course it can, Gu Ling said, looking at him. Wasn't your college entrance exam supposed to be a disaster? But you pushed through with sheer determination and turned it around. If I had told you a month in advance, would you have given up on the exam? You even calculated that? Li Gu asked, surprised. Gu Ling just rolled her eyes. Li Gu began to reflect. Both he and Gu Ling lacked close friends, and neither could rely on their fathers. In some ways, they were like siblings, leaning on each other for support. She must have secretly calculated his fate before and done something to help him. Was that comic book in the warehouse you're doing? He asked. Gu Ling only smiled faintly, refusing to answer. But Li Gu knew in his heart it was almost certainly her who had left the fate-changing comic there. By the way, why are you the one taking care of me? He changed the subject. Gu Ling crossed her legs elegantly, scrolling through her phone as she answered nonchalantly. The Skywalkers contacted your dad, told him you were injured and needed family around. So he called me. Suddenly, shouting erupted from outside the room. I entrusted my son to you, and this is how you take care of him? It was Li Gu's father's furious voice. If we had just stayed in the attic fixing cars, at least his life wouldn't have been in danger. Mr. Li, we understand you're upset, but please, hear us out. I don't want your explanations. I want my son to be healthy, safe, happy. Please rest assured, Li Gu is out of danger now, and his vital signs are stable. I don't trust your judgment. Mr. Li, the school deeply apologizes. We've prepared to gift Li Gu a repair shop. Where's the repair shop? Let's go now. Perhaps we could wait until Li Gu wakes up. No need. He's been tough since he was a kid. I've beaten him plenty. He's used to it. By the way, how big is this repair shop? Do I need to buy the equipment myself? Li Gu lay weakly on the hospital bed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Tell the people outside that the ownership and management rights of the repair shop belong to me now. Give Li D 3,000 a month to keep him working there obediently. If he slacks off, send him to the arsenal. Gu Ling casually tossed the intercom on the bedside table to him. Take this. You can talk to the soldiers outside and give your orders. She knew Li Ge's temper well and understood he was just venting. Let him be. He's trying to make up for the losses. What losses? Li Gu frowned. Peeling a banana at the bedside, Gu Ling explained. Your father may be unreliable most of the time, but at least he has some sense of loyalty. He put all 2 million of your dowry savings into Li Weiron's compensation fund. Li Gu silently pushed the intercom aside and muttered, at least he has a conscience. Watching Gu Ling munching on her banana, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, your predictions seem far more accurate than mine. It's not just about accuracy, Gu Ling clarified. It's about specificity. You can only foresee good or bad outcomes, but I can predict down to the time and events. She began listing examples. I advised you to go home before 10:30. At 10:30, the blood-stained Abby threw him out of the hotel. I suggested having dinner with Li Weiran to prevent him from falling into the heavenly blood path, but unfortunately, we couldn't save him. And as for pursuing that girl, Li Gu was struck by realization. He had thought it referred to his future with Lin Lucy, agonizing over it all night. Now it seemed it was about the female monk who attacked him. If he had chased after her, he might have been blown to pieces in the underground parking lot explosion. Holding on to the girl for a moment longer must have referred to the opportunity tied to the heavenly blood path. Gu Ling's fortune-telling. Li Gu thought to himself, it's so precise it feels like she orchestrated these events in advance. Actually, if we hadn't gone to the reunion, Li Gu began to say, guilt creeping into his voice. Going to the reunion was a mediocre choice. Gu Ling interrupted him bluntly. Staying home? That would have been even worse. Li Gu felt a pang of despair. Fate boxes you in from both sides, leaving no room to survive. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How many times a day can you even predict things? Isn't it supposed to be 3 times a day? Gu Ling, engrossed in scrolling through TikTok, ignored his question entirely. So, you must have predicted the escape room explosion too, right? He pressed. Don't you have anything you want to tell me? At that moment, Gu Ling finally spoke. You should still have an exemption from service slot, right? She kept her eyes on her phone screen, but her tone revealed her determination to get her hands on that slot. Li Ge's eyes lit up. All right, tell me where your fortune-telling book came from, and he'll give you the slot. He smirked to himself, thinking he had found her weak spot. But Gu Ling's response caught him completely off guard. What I meant was, sell the slot. I'm reporting to the Jinling garrison tomorrow. She blinked her large eyes at him with a sly grin. Starting tomorrow, I'll be a proud mounted police officer. Finally, I can ride a motorcycle legally. All of Li Ge's bargaining tactics instantly fell apart. This rebellious, thrill-seeking girl had somehow turned military service into an exciting game. She gracefully unfolded her long legs, stood up, and walked elegantly to the bedside, where she sat down, gently wrapping her arm around Li Ge's neck. Her soft pink lips parted slightly. The security office wants me to dye my hair black, but I really love pink. Could you help me talk to them about it? Gu Ling, stop dreaming. Do you think the security office belongs to your family? Li Gu rolled his eyes. I, Li Gu, despise unfairness the most. Do you really think I'd abandon my principles over a hair color? Gu Ling leaned closer to his face, a sly smile playing at her lips. But, I just checked your browser history, it's quite interesting. I think the mounted police could use a splash of color. Li Ji's face instantly turned red. Gu Ling continued. Pink can lift people's spirits. How about a pink motorcycle for you, sis? Satisfied, she let go of him and calmly sat back on the caregiver's chair, looking every bit like the gentle girl next door. The more Li Gu looked at her, the more frustrated he felt. He had been performing so well these past few days, finally gaining some semblance of control, yet in front of Gu Ling, he always seemed to be at a disadvantage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. As a Skywalker, Li Gu only just noticed the commotion from 80 meters away, but Gu Ling was already aware. Was this fortune-telling, or some kind of foresight? The hospital room door opened slightly, and Captain Yu Yun of the Jinling emergency team entered with 3 doctors in tow. She checked the monitoring equipment and softly said, "Awake? Your condition looks good. Li Weiren's body has been sent back to his hometown." Her last sentence was spoken so gently, as if not to upset Li Gu but still needing to inform him. "Don't blame yourself. You've done exceptionally well. It's just that no one expected that woman at the 100 refinement level to possess a Cross of Radiance artifact at the Emperor level." Yu Yun sighed and continued. She used blood sacrifice to detonate the artifact. Li Weiren, with his immortal body, bought everyone precious time. He fulfilled his great duty and truly achieved immortality. His deeds will forever be remembered. Li Gu wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He'll finish the battle he couldn't. Transfer the school's 1 million reward to his parents. Well, take good care of his family. Yu Yun pressed a hand on Li Ge's shoulder. Keep the money to upgrade your equipment and enhance your strength. The stronger you become, the more meaningful Li Weiren's sacrifice will be. Closing his eyes, Li Gu asked, "How many people died in this Heaven's Blood path?" So far, the count is 377. And this is just the lowest level of Heaven's Blood path. Yu Yun placed her hand on Li Gu, and a pure white light flowed from her meridians into his body, dispelling his exhaustion. Lowest level? Li Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. The whole hotel is filled with heretics, and it's just the lowest level of the Heaven's Gifted Blood path? That's right, Yu Yun explained. Only heretics of the mortal and elite levels were summoned. You all just accidentally stumbled into an opportunity granted to the heretics by a higher civilization. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Gu Ling. "Since Li Gu is fine now, I'll take my leave," Gu Ling said tactfully, standing up and heading toward the door. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man dressed in black, his hair slightly damp. It was Jiang Wanli, who had rushed straight here after a fierce battle. His gaze moved back and forth between Li Gu and Gu Ling. Gu Ling gave Jiang Wanli a polite smile before quickly walking away. Jiang Wanli's eyes seemed to linger on the long-legged young woman until she disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Interesting," he murmured under his breath. Once Gu Ling was gone, Yu Yun ruffled Li Ji's hair. "The matter with Li Weiren isn't over yet. For the next 2 months, we'll focus on clearing out the monastery's strongholds across Xia, and then we'll launch an assault on their headquarters." "I'm joining." Li Gu immediately perked up. "Stay put," Yu Yun said, shooting him a glare. "Newbies aren't participating in this expedition. Don't get any funny ideas. Even if you find Changhe, he won't let you go either." Seeing Li Gu fall into silence, Yu Yun could tell he was scheming something. She tapped his forehead. "You should be more concerned about Mi Kongwen. He's still on the run after killing so many people." "He's still alive?" Li Gu suddenly looked up. "Even a forbidden spell didn't kill him?" Yu Yun explained. "Surveillance shows he's alive and being hunted. He has 4 lives. The forbidden spell likely only cost him 3. His twisted mind is amplified by his alignment with the Chaos faction. Everyone has demons inside." Li Gu sighed softly. "The Chaos alignment just unlocks the cage." Yu Yun continued. "It's a pity we didn't find the Heaven's Gifted Blood path opportunity. It might have been taken by the Crimson Monastery or some heretic. Even a low-level opportunity like that would be a huge boost for newcomers." Jiang Wanli was still staring in the direction where Gu Ling had disappeared, seemingly forgetting he was here to visit Li Gu. Li Gu suddenly spoke up in a small voice. "I found a box on that monk. Could it be the opportunity?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Wanli's eyes, though he still didn't turn around. "What box?" Yu Yun scrutinized Li Gu closely. "We didn't see anything when we rescued you. The box was kicked into my chest by a heretic," Li Gu said, tapping his head. "And then I felt like a set of movements appeared in my mind." "What movements?" Yu Yun grabbed Li Ji's hand, asking softly, "Take your time and think." After hesitating for a moment, Li Gu timidly said, "I think it's called Sixren Demon Slayer." The words landed like a thunderclap, plunging the entire room into silence. Yu Yun's expression froze, and Jiang Wanli suddenly turned around sharply. "Say that again?" Yu Yun, half kneeling beside the hospital bed, swallowed hard and asked with a grave expression. Li Gu, curled up on the bed with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, murmured, "It's really called the Blurin Demon Slayer. Li Weiren mentioned before that a traitor once obtained this combat skill." When I got it, I didn't even dare to learn it. But his voice grew softer. On that floor, there was the Crimson Monastery and the Heretic Clan. If I didn't learn it, I wouldn't have been able to protect the civilians. Seeing Li Ji's timid demeanor, Yu Yun reached out to gently pat his back and comforted him softly. Don't be afraid. This is your opportunity. You only stumbled into the Heaven's Blood path by chance. She then turned to Jiang Wanli. It's okay, right? Jiang Wanli's expression was complicated, as though he had been forced to watch an entire soap opera and then write a glowing review. But the moment Yu Yun asked, the middle-aged man immediately straightened his back. It's just learning a skill. What's there to be superstitious about? If the sky falls, it'll hold it up. Then he frowned and questioned, but is it reasonable for a saint-level combat skill to appear in a mortal-tier blood path? Yu Yun fell silent. As a former music teacher, she had always firmly supported Li Gu. She knew that as long as Li Gu, a Lynxio-tier divine progenitor, reached his potential, and with her as a Tianmen-tier healing master, they could secure a place in this chaotic world. Yet, even so, this situation was undeniably perplexing. Maybe this combat skill wasn't produced by this blood path? Yu Yun tried to rationalize. It's possible the steward who attacked Li Gu carried it, but didn't know how to use it. In the end, they fled with other spoils and left behind the most valuable item. 100 refinement tier carrying a saint-level combat skill? Jiang Wanli's rebuttal left Yu Yun speechless. The room fell into a heavy silence. Is the Lurin Demon Slayer really that powerful? Li Gu asked in a hushed tone. Yu Yun lowered her voice and explained. The last time this combat skill surfaced, at least 13 Tiantong tier and 2 Sainter powerhouses fought over it. Top-tier warriors from both humanity and the Heretic clan around the world joined the battle. This could never appear in a mortal-tier blood path. Could it be that the influx of exam candidates has forced saint-level combat skills into some kind of inclusive policy, like a skills outreach program? Li Gu joked self-deprecatingly. Honestly, I've always had terrible luck. Something this good shouldn't have landed on me. Yu Yun turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, in Li Gu's mind, he was already strategizing how to leverage this Heaven's Blood path, not only to frame the Crimson Monastery but also to legitimize his acquisition of the Lurin Demon Slayer. If possible, he would even secure additional resources for training. Gu Ling had taught him that destiny could be altered. The key was strength. As a former car dealer, he was no stranger to scheming and deception. Judging from the sympathetic looks of those around him, it was clear they had all fallen into the scenario he had crafted. So annoying. The top scorer in the college entrance exam and a Lynxia-level Tianqing divine evolution talent. Yet he claims he has bad luck? Lying on the hospital bed, Li Gu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He turned his head and poked the person next to him. Yu Yun. Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu. Who was this old man? Jiang Wanli froze at the words, instinctively glancing around. Among his entourage and the hospital staff, no one seemed old enough to fit the description old man. President of Southeast Maritime University, Chief Strategic Advisor of Xia, the world's foremost strategist, member of the World Tianqing Round Table Council, one of the 6 saints of Xia. Jiang Wanli, Principal Jiang. Yu Yun enunciated each title with clear respect in her tone. Jiang Wanli subconsciously touched his face, wondering what made him appear so aged. Then the 6th-run demon-slaying technique is perfect for you. Let me teach you. Li Gu suddenly perked up, trying to sit up from the hospital bed with effort. This statement left Jiang Wanli, usually composed, momentarily stunned. A freshman who hadn't even started school yet, offering to teach the principal himself? Still, the kid seemed quite enthusiastic. Stay put. Yu Yun reacted quickly, gently but firmly pressing Li Gu back onto the bed as if playing a piano. Any combat technique is just the surface. The essence lies in the mental discipline. Once you've mastered the technique, your muscles, blood vessels, meridians, and the qi within your body will naturally align with it. These intricacies can't simply be learned or analyzed. What a pity. Li Gu sighed dramatically at the ceiling. Isn't it a waste for a forbidden spellcaster like me to have this skill? Outwardly, he feigned regret, but inwardly, he was plotting. The 6 saints of Desaiso, there are 6 of them? I'll conquer them one by one. Once I become a saint myself, no matter the faction, I'll reign supreme. All resources will be mine. When he's recovered, Yu Yun, bring him to my office to demonstrate the 6th-run demon-slaying technique, Jiang Wanli instructed. A legendary combat technique that had once sparked fierce battles among the world's top experts? How could it possibly be deciphered so easily? I can do it now. Li Gu, impatient, pulled the needle out of his hand and weakly turned to the other side of the bed. To avoid Yu Yun's interference, he grabbed the force stand as a makeshift weapon, ready to demonstrate. He thought to himself, so pitiful, demonstrating a combat technique to the principal without even a proper weapon. Principal, can you live with this shame? Wait. Jiang Wanli, noticing the absurdity of using a force stand, turned to his entourage and said, bring me the Renhuang Pajun spear. Li Gu stood there, clutching the force stand, his frail appearance evoking sympathy. But in his mind, he was already scheming. Once it's in my hands, don't even think about taking it back. Maybe I should find Changhe next time to demonstrate a forbidden spell and get myself a proper artifact for casting. An ancient bronze steel spear, measuring 8 feet 3 inches in length and weighing approximately 600 kilograms, was no ordinary weapon. It was meticulously crafted from the leg bone of a silver dragon with steel-like durability, refined to a level beyond ordinary forging. 7 gemstones of various colors adorned the spear's shaft, and the spearhead was intricately carved with 8 fine ridges. When the user infused it with chi energy, the gemstones emitted unique oscillation frequencies, granting the weapon unparalleled armor-piercing capabilities against shield-based defenses and biological exoskeletons. This was the human sovereign's breaker spear, a weapon valued at an astonishing 18.7 million. At this moment, this formidable spear was being wielded albeit clumsily by Li Gu. His movements were awkward and sluggish, the spear quivering in his grip, while his unsteady steps betrayed his lack of control. Onlookers murmured quietly, one of them whispering to Jiang Wanli, "It's impressive that he can even lift that spear, but his technique is far from top-notch. At the mortal body level, lifting 600 kilograms isn't impossible, but handling it with finesse is a different story," another Skywalker analyzed. "It's like asking a weightlifting champion to swing a 50-kilogram hammer. There's a good chance they'd injure their spine. This spear, which is relatively light for the human sovereign, is already a monumental feat for someone at the mortal body level to carry for even 20 meters. Don't forget, he's just recovered from serious injuries," a senior student said with concern. The fact that he can wield the human sovereign's breaker spear at the Lingxiao level is already a testament to his extraordinary strength and talent. But he's still injured. Don't push him too hard. Before her words even settled, Li Gu suddenly planted the spears but into the ground and leapt into the air. Mid-jump, he executed a move called Heaven's Veil, unleashing a powerful spear force that flew through the air and pierced a jujube tree 5 meters away with precision. When he landed, he was gasping for breath, the spear dragging along the ground, his entire body trembling from exertion. "I've only learned this much," he panted, leaning on his knees, barely able to speak. Jiang Wanli observed coldly. In truth, Li Gu was well-versed in the 6-ren demon-slaying technique, yet he deliberately made his performance appear clumsy, while subtly revealing traces of mastery. Such an act was no easy feat. "Pathetic," Jiang Wanli commented curtly. "You fought valiantly at the hotel using raw talent and bloodthirsty courage, but your combat technique transitions are downright terrible." Yu Yun, standing nearby, was silently fuming, tempted to slap Jiang Wanli. A wounded teenager, demonstrating techniques just to satisfy your curiosity about the 6-ren demon-slaying style, and you still find fault? "I want to join the expedition," Li Gu declared, gripping the spear tightly as he stubbornly raised his head to meet Jiang Wanli's gaze. "I'm qualified to join the expedition to the Scarlet Monastery." "A rookie on the expedition?" Jiang Wanli looked down at him from above. "Li Weiran is my guardian," Li Gu retorted, unwavering as he stared back at the headmaster. "No one is more qualified than me to join this expedition." "You've already avenged him," Jiang Wanli replied with a shake of his head. "Your mission is complete. One life, and it's over?" Li Gu countered defiantly. Jiang Wanli was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing slightly. This young man not only wanted to kill the murderer, but also vowed to wipe out the entire family. And he claimed he had only killed one murderer. Yet most of the cultivators who died at the hotel yesterday were clearly his doing. This bloodthirsty fellow. Jiang Wanli's lips curled into a faint smile. "I like him." But his smile quickly vanished as he hardened his expression and looked Li Gu up and down. "Joining the expedition requires a Grandmaster's level. And you think you qualify?" "Grandmaster?" Li Gu retorted. Jiang Wanli let out a cold laugh, turned on his heel, and strode away. Behind him came Li Gu's resolute voice. "In 2 months, I will reach Grandmaster level and join the expedition." Jiang Wanli's frown deepened as he quickened his pace. A group of attendants hurried to keep up with him, only managing to catch up when he reached the hospital entrance. "Headmaster." Yun Xiangrong, dressed in a pink hanfu, jogged up to Jiang Wanli's side and said softly, "Actually, I think he's not bad. After all, he's focused on forbidden spells, so it's normal for his physique and combat talent to be a bit lacking." As Jiang Wanli's last and most cherished disciple, Yun Xiangrong enjoyed privileges that made all the students envious. Though her talent was decent and her strength average, she had somehow won the favor of a saint, a fact that puzzled many. "Not bad." Jiang Wanli suddenly turned to her, his gaze sharp as a blade. "He's terrible. Awful beyond words. Senior sister has limited experience." "Please calm down, master. Your health is important," a male disciple quickly interjected, pulling Yun Xiangrong back. Smack! Jiang Wanli struck the male disciple on the head with his palm. pushing him straight onto the grass by the hospital entrance. The surrounding onlookers fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Wanli snorted coldly and continued walking. This time, no one but Yun Xiangrong dared to follow.
Master.
Yun Xiangrong jogged after him. Li Gu is actually quite pitiful. I looked into his backgrounds, had a tough life these past years. He finally became a Lingxia-level divine evolver with a bright future ahead, and he still stepped up to defend against the Nyeju tribe's attack. She continued to plead, letting someone at the mortal level join the expedition shouldn't be a big deal, right? Talents like him are worth nurturing. Although reaching Grandmaster in 2 months is indeed too difficult, the previous record was only 2 months to reach elite level. Have I not nurtured him? Jiang Wanli shot back. Yun Xiangrong tilted her head in thought. Did I get back the Renhuang Pajun spear? Jiang Wanli gave her a sidelong glance. Yun Xiangrong froze in realization. After confirming that Li Gu and the other disciples weren't following, Jiang Wanli turned back to look at the hospital. He's got talent, character, and ambition. The resources he deserves, he'll get. The ones he doesn't, we'll find a way to give him anyway. His execution of the Lurin demon-slaying technique was decent, but he focuses too much on the power of individual moves and neglects their transitions. What's there to be angry about? Yun Xiangrong retorted stubbornly. It's already impressive that Li Gu managed to execute it fully on his first try. The previous person took 3 months to truly master all 6 moves. That person had the aptitude of a Sainta Onsina generation genius. Jiang Wanli interrupted. Are you saying junior brother Li is even more talented than that? Yun Xiangrong suddenly understood. I see. You scolded him to keep him humble and grounded. Keep him humble, my foot. Jiang Wanli lowered his voice. What kind of young man isn't a little arrogant? Think about it. If I openly handed him the Renhuang Pajun spear, the student disciplinary committee would come to take it back tomorrow. Huh. Yun Xiangrong looked dumbfounded. But now that Li Gu has achieved great merit and I've scolded him publicly, leaving him feeling wronged, do you think they'd still dare to come and take it? Jiang Wanli sneered. They keep preaching fairness in front of me, insisting I can't favor certain students. Let's see how they handle this. Yun Xiangrong muttered quietly about the disciplinary committee's rules. Double resources for Tier C and B, triple for Tier A and S, with additional rewards based on performance. This system had functioned smoothly for years. It works fine in peacetime. Jiang Wanli shook his head. But in times of war, we must prioritize cultivating those who need it most. Recent generations of divine evolvers have all been Tianhe level, so triple resources make sense. But Lingxia level only gets triple too? Suddenly recalling something, he said. For this year's Sky Ladder selection, assign Li Gu to the elite group. Yun Xiangrong's head shot up in shock. The elite group? He'll get killed. The whole world was watching this genius newcomer, and winning the championship in the mortal level competition was already a foregone conclusion for him. Jiang Wanli shook his head, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in his eyes. For someone who is transformed on the brink of life and death, what he needs is a miraculous battle that will make history. He deliberately lowered his voice and added, that way, allocating resources to him would make perfect sense. Yun Xiangrong rolled her eyes dismissively. She was well aware of the principal's concern about the discipline committee's stance. A person who had spent 30 years in arduous training to become a saint would naturally value the fairness the committee upheld. But she spoke bluntly. Humanity might not have 30 years to wait anymore. The Scarlet Monastery has always been vengeful, Jiang Wanli said gravely. We need to both protect Li Gu and ensure he quickly adapts to fighting opponents above his level. The top brass of the Scarlet Monastery in Jinling are either dead 6 of Themer and hiding 3 of them. What threat could they possibly pose to Li Gu now? Yun Xiangrong asked in confusion, having assumed that after last night, the monastery was completely wiped out in Jinling. Jiang Wanli explained in a somber tone, the Scarlet Monastery, the Round Table Council, and the Chaos Asylum, these are the 3 major international Skywalker organizations. The monastery is the only one recognized by advanced civilizations. Don't underestimate your opponent. As long as Li Gu is alive, he is a constant humiliation to them. Hearing this, Yun Xiangrong couldn't help but silently mourn for Li Gu. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli gazed up at the sky and continued, this time, it's not just the 4 schools joining forces. Skywalker organizations from around the world will participate. Each round's winner will receive rewards so generous that they could elevate an ordinary warrior to greatness. And every match will be broadcast globally. Broadcast globally? Yun Xiangrong repeated in astonishment. Are the Skywalkers planning to give up any sense of mystery? At the same time, in the hospital, Yu Yun was explaining the same issue to Li Gu. Since the existence of Skywalkers and the Fallen is already an open secret, it's better to let people understand more deeply. In 7 days, the global arena will commence, allowing everyone to see the potential of the newcomers firsthand. The potential of newcomers? Isn't that just determined by the level of their Tianqing divine evolution? Li Gu asked, puzzled. Yu Yun smiled and used an analogy. It's like playing a game. A Lynxia-level fighter is like a hero with a full set of legendary equipment, but their potential still depends on the skill of the player. Contestants will need to form their own 5-person teams, advancing through elimination rounds based on points. Every victory earns them more resources for cultivation. Aren't Skywalkers supposed to grow by defeating the Fallen? What are cultivation resources? Ligu asked, even more confused. Only someone as insane as you would play it that way. Yuyan gave him a sidelong glance before patiently explaining, Skywalkers primarily enhance their strength by refining crystals. These crystals are formed from radiation stones in unique environments and become pure and transparent after processing. Additionally, advanced civilizations have set up numerous hidden, independent spaces on Earth to cultivate the Fallen. We call these spaces nests. These nests themselves are massive crystal mines. For example, the Jianling nest that the principal conquered last year contained enough crystals to nurture a level 30 human emperor. Even the corpses of some Fallen can be refined into crystals through special processes. Yuyun's gaze fell on Legay. Your Tianqing Shenyuan is quite unique. That Nyeju you killed with your forbidden curse yesterday crystallized directly. The school is collecting it from the ruins, and I've already deducted your manual fee in advance. Yunjia, you're the best. They'll follow you forever. Legay exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Yuyun's hand. Yuyun shot him a glare and pulled her hand back. Every student gets a basic monthly salary of 10 crystograms, enough to cultivate from mortal level 1 to level 5. You, however, enjoy special treatment. Your salary is 3 times that of regular students. If you perform well in competitions, you can get 6 times, 10 times, or even more. She glanced at her phone. I applied for a 30-gram crystal reward, but the school sent 60 grams. That's so blatant. Doesn't the discipline committee care about this? Legay didn't dare admit that he had already reached mortal level 35 after a wave of forbidden curses wiped out a weakened by Lien last night, followed by guarding the SBA room. His lifespan and level had skyrocketed. For him, cultivation resources were now almost irrelevant. The gains from killing far exceeded those from conventional training. Supporting Legay as they walked down the corridor, Yuyun continued, your primary task now is to cultivate and accumulate combat experience. In the latter competition, every round you win earns you 10 grams of crystal. If you get the MVP, it doubles. You'll quickly pull ahead. Legay nodded obediently but thought to himself, cultivation? Killing is way faster. Focus on killing, treat competitions as a side hustle, and occasionally cultivate for appearances. I'm going to obliterate the Scarlet Monastery and become the king of all races. Lin Lucy, dressed in a hospital gown, approached them and gently embraced Legay, patting his back softly to comfort him. Yuyun tactfully stepped back, observing the heartwarming scene. Suddenly, He Chaodong poked his head out of a hospital room. Boss, team up with me for the ladder competition. He Chaodong rushed over and hugged Legay's waist. I've thought it through. I don't want love anymore. I want crystals. I want to get stronger. What's going on? Weren't things going well with Jean Minhui? Legay asked, puzzled. He remembered during college application season, He Chaodong and that feisty short-haired girl from the attack division seemed to be hitting it off. He got dumped. Serves him right. Lin Lucy smirked as she walked to the bedside, skillfully unlocking Legay's phone and searching Taiyingxing's He Chaodong. Look, all the girls he confessed to in the group are posting screenshots. They're all claiming to be his official girlfriend. She shot He Chaodong a disdainful glance. There are already 47 girls claiming to be the future mistress of the He family. Legay glanced at the phone, then at He Chaodong. Boss, school bell. He Chaodong readied, pleaded. What do I do now? Become a monk. Legay sighed and suggested earnestly. You might as well declare you died in battle last night. Lin Lucy laughed so hard she could barely stand. I can't help draft the obituary, Yuyan added with amused interest. If you had died in battle last night, you would have been remembered as a young man yearning for love yet unable to attain it, ending his story in the most tragic and heroic way. People would praise the beauty of unrequited love in those youthful years, Lin Lucy said, sitting at the edge of the hospital bed, her eyes burning as she stared at He Chaodong. But you didn't die now, you're just a pathetic guy who's overjoyed at a small victory, a shameless simp. Her voice was full of intensity. The same event can be noble or disgraceful depending on your status. So, build yourself up, little sea dog. As long as you're strong enough, these chat logs will be proof of your boundless love and greatness. He Chaodong, inspired by her dramatic speech, stood up with his blood boiling and immediately deleted all his social media apps. Hand me a tissue, he said, clenching his fist, his voice trembling. I'm going to face life like a man. A man doesn't use tissues. Li Gu, also swept up in the over-the-top atmosphere, grabbed the Runhuang Pajun spear from beside the bed and declared, a man wipes his tears with the tip of a spear. With that, he tossed the spear to He Chaodong. With a loud crack, He Chaodong fell to the ground, fracturing a bone again and being rushed back for treatment. Shameful, truly shameful, Li Gu muttered at the door of the orthopedic treatment room. I forgot he's been single for so long that he has osteoporosis. Lin Lucy patted Li Gu on the shoulder. Don't feel ashamed about a friend's pain. Scars are just part of a boy's journey to becoming a man. I just told him that it's better to get hurt here than to die on the battlefield. Her eyes lit up. Actually, his reputation can still be salvaged. We can release his medical report and claim that he had already fractured a bone yesterday while rescuing 2 girls. Yet he endured the pain and fought heroically, paving the way to safety for the one he loves. Li Gu looked through the glass at He Chaodong wailing in the treatment room and couldn't help but sigh. It sounds so tragic and heroic. Truly tragic and heroic. A crisp female voice chimed in from behind them. Turning around, they saw a girl who had appeared at some point. It was Yun Xiangrong, who had come earlier with Jiang Wanli to visit. You're the one beside the principal. Li Gu recognized her. Yun Xiangrong gave a kind smile. I'm Yun Xiangrong, a representative from the Competition Management Office of Southeast Maritime University. I'm still in grad school, so just call me Senior Yun. She pulled a signed document from her folder. The principal asked me to find Li Gu and deliver one good piece of news and one bad piece of news. Senior Yun, I'd like to hear the good news, Li Gu said, raising his hand. The good news, Yun Xiangrong said with an even brighter smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of mischief, is that the principal thinks you have great potential and has decided to grant you elite-level student pay 30 grams of crystals per month. Thank you, Senior Yun. He'll treat you to a meal someday. Li Gu nodded politely. I'm good with just the good news. You can take the bad news back to the principal. Omega Omega. Yun Xiangrong looked utterly shocked. Li Gu grabbed Lin Lucy's arm and started to leave. Let's go. I'm tired and heading back to lie down. Wait, don't go. Yun Xiangrong quickly stepped in to block him. The principal said you'll be participating in the elite group for the ladder selection competition. Li Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you assuming he'll win the championship in the mortal division? Yun Xiangrong thought for a moment before nodding. Probably. Maybe? Li Gu immediately broke into a sly smile and extended his hand toward Yun Xiangrong. Great. Can I get the championship reward for the mortal division in advance? Omega Omega. Yun Xiangrong was dumbfounded. The 3 of them fell into a minute of silent eye contact. Yun Xiangrong realized she couldn't keep up with Li Ji's train of thought and promptly called in 3 senior brothers. After they pinned Li Gu to the hospital bed, she pulled out a tablet and began forcefully explaining the rules of the ladder selection tournament. The concept of the ladder selection tournament should have been mentioned to you by Yu Yun, Yun Xiangrong said seriously. As a Lingxia-level newcomer, your monthly salary is currently 30 crystal grams plus 13,000 for living expenses. If you participate in the elite-level competition, it can increase to 60 crystal grams and 50,000 for living expenses, with an additional 10 crystal grams and 10,000 per victory. Since the principal decided to let you compete across levels, increasing the difficulty, the rewards will be doubled. She emphasized, keep in mind, no freshman has ever reached the elite level. That division is filled with seniors from 5 years ago. While their talent might be average, their accumulated experience and combat skills are formidable. That said, you're not entirely without a chance. Before she could finish, Li Gu suddenly broke free of their hold and raised his hand. What's wrong? Did the senior brothers hurt you? Yun Xiangrong asked, concerned. If I join the elite division, does that mean he'll earn 6 times the salary of a regular academy student? Li Gu asked. Yun Xiangrong nodded in confirmation. No way, I want 8 times. Li Gu held up 2 fingers. 6 times is the maximum. Yun Xiangrong rejected him firmly. Then let's compromise at 7 times. Li Gu straightened his back, his attitude resolute. In truth, he was aiming for double, but since she readily offered 6 times, there was clearly room for negotiation. Yun Xiangrong gritted her teeth and glared at him. Remembering her teacher's repeated instructions to provide him with resources, she reluctantly nodded. Frustrated, she swiped open the presentation. Since you're taking the money, listen to the rules properly. She explained in detail. Each school has a primary division, with approximately 500 teams in the mortal division and around 50 in the elite division. After 3 group stage matches, the top 64 teams based on points move to the knockout rounds. Each knockout round offers generous rewards, including weapons and combat techniques, until the top 8 are determined. The top 8 from each division advance to the National League, where 32 teams compete for the top 4 spots nationwide, ultimately leading to the S1 Global Finals. All resources are directed toward the victors. Got it? If there are no questions, you'll start selecting teammates this afternoon and begin training. Yun Xiangrong was confident she had explained everything thoroughly. At that moment, the hospital room door opened. Lin Lucy entered, pushing a wheelchair. Sitting in it was He Chaodong, his arms fully encased in plaster, tears streaming down his face. Li Gu looked at the 2 of them, falling into deep thought. What's wrong? Lin Lucy noticed Li Gu's strange expression. Li Gu turned to Yun Xiangrong. Can I take these two with me to compete in the elite division? Absolutely not. Goodbye. Lin Lucy panicked, immediately releasing the wheelchair and turning to flee. He Chaodong froze for 2 seconds before shouting at the top of his lungs, "Take me with you. I don't want to compete in the elite division. I don't want to die." Lin Lucy was dragged back by Li Gu, who grabbed her by the collar. She struggled and protested in a sweet, whiny voice, "Let me go. Just let me be a salted fish. I'll bite you to death." Her demeanor was reminiscent of the past, when every time she tried copying homework, Li Gu would suddenly press her head down and forcibly explain the problems to her. Without hesitation, Li Gu pushed Lin Lucy down onto a chair and turned to Yun Xiangrong, saying, "Prepare 2 more contracts identical to mine for them. Please, let me go." Lin Lucy wailed, kicking her legs incessantly on the chair. "I just want to stay at the mundane level and bully newbies. I think I'm destined to be a salted fish." Meanwhile, He Chaodong shifted uncomfortably in his wheelchair, as though he was ready to flee the scene at any moment. "I don't care what you think. I care what I think," Li Gu declared, pinning down one friend with each hand, while calculating in his mind. As a forbidden spellcaster about to ascend to the Lingxiao level, the school would undoubtedly pay him special attention. If these two stuck with him, their future resources and prospects would surely be promising. More importantly, he needed teammates he could completely trust. While He Chaodong often seemed unreliable, during that one incident when even the dean was at a loss, this guy had shown up at the staircase with a high-pressure water gun. It proved that while he might act cowardly, he wouldn't back down when it truly mattered. Besides, the fortune-telling He Chaodong had done for the 3 of them, Li fire above, Qian heaven below, forming the hexagram of great possession signified great fortune for the team. Yun Xiangrong stood nearby, glancing at her tablet while waiting for their decision. Behind her, 2 senior brothers whispered to each other, "Isn't it a bit overconfident for 3 mundane-level individuals to try competing on an elite-level platform? The gap between those levels is massive. Breaking into the elite level is when you truly surpass the limits of carbon-based life. A beginner at the elite level has muscles as hard as bulletproof plates, while the mundane level is only comparable to ordinary stone. Yeah, it's definitely underestimating the elite level. But if a Lingxia-level forbidden spell gets unleashed in the arena, I've seen the aftermath of a battlefield at the Intercontinental Hotel 5 or 6 floors flattened by a forbidden spell, like it was bombed. But there's no way forbidden spells can be cast in the arena. The enemy's ranged attackers would focus all their firepower on Li Gu, unless Lin Lucy can hold out for dozens of seconds under a relentless assault. A soft, cute girl like her choosing a defensive class, just looking at it makes you feel bad for her. Feel bad? Get in line. First brother, 9th brother, and 17th junior all couldn't stop watching her videos. But judging by the looks of it now, this girl seems to have already been claimed. Survival of the fittest. Every man for himself. Sure, those guys have high reputations, but Li Gu's talent is undeniable. You think the teacher might step in with some fatherly love and secretly help them? Get real. The teacher clearly doesn't approve of Li Gu, and even tossed him into the elite level to get beaten up. Help him? Li Gu's got elder Changhe backing him. Changhe is only at Tian Tong level 18. The teacher is one of the 6 saints. But how many disciples does the teacher have, compared to Changhe? That's true. By the way, the male-to-female ratio among this year's Skywalkers is 3-to-1. Too many monks, not enough porridge. No kidding. This year's college entrance exam was practically a battle royale, with the male survival rate being way higher. As they were talking, the sound of Li Ji's voice suddenly came from nearby. At the same time, a new topic quickly captured everyone's attention. They're competing in a higher tier, so the prize money is doubled, right? Yun Xiangrong said while swiftly tapping on her phone to send a few messages. A moment later, she looked up and announced, "You 3 are competing in a higher tier. Your salaries and bonuses will be multiplied by 6. Settled then." Lin Lucy immediately responded with excitement. "You'll forever be my goddess." He Chaodong chimed in enthusiastically. Seeing how quickly the two changed their attitudes, Yun Xiangrong began to suspect if they had been acting earlier, using it as a ploy to negotiate for more. She shifted her focus to her phone screen and started reading out the AI-analyzed data. If you enter the elite tier, Lin Lucy's monthly salary will be 23,500 yuan, and He Chaodong's will be 18,700 yuan. The total salary cap for an elite tier team is 180,000 yuan, which leaves you with 87,800 yuan to spend. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the school's free training camp, where plenty of elite tier seniors are available for team recruitment. There's a salary cap? Lin Lucy raised an eyebrow. So it's like the NBA's salary cap? And the free training camp is like the free agency market? Yun Xiangrong nodded and explained, exactly. The total salary has a lower limit of 150,000 yuan and an upper limit of 180,000 yuan. This system helps maintain a balance of power across teams. The strong can learn to lead, while the weaker members get opportunities to shine individually. What happens if our salaries increase during the competition? Would we be forced to disband and reorganize? Lin Lucy raised a critical question. No, Yun Xiangrong responded firmly. Once a team is formed, the salaries are locked for that phase. Unless you voluntarily leave the team after the season or advance to a higher competition level. Li Gu confirmed two final questions. What's the timeline for selecting team members and special training? After resting for half a day, Captain Yu Yun will oversee your recovery. I'll arrange the team selection tonight after dinner, and training starts first thing tomorrow morning. Yun Xiangrong closed her laptop. See you after dinner. As night fell, the trio sat inside Yun Xiangrong's armored vehicle, feeling both anxious about their future and excited about the challenges ahead. Yun Xiangrong drove swiftly along the lakeside road near Jinji Lake in Nanjing. Suddenly, as they approached a sharp turn, she slammed on the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared as its engine and motor powered it off the road, heading straight for the cliffside. Just as they were about to collide with the cliff, the scenery abruptly transformed. The cliff vanished, replaced by a wide, expansive road that led to a massive steel and concrete fortress. The fortress's main gate, towering as high as a 10-story building and spanning over 100 meters wide, bore bold, three-metal characters that read, Southeast Maritime University. Li Gu gazed up at the cold, imposing entrance, which resembled the gaping maw of a mechanical beast, warily observing every visitor. This is our university campus, concealed using visual interference and signal-blocking technology, Yun Xiangrong proudly explained. It spans 9,470 mu, equivalent to 800 standard soccer fields. It's also the largest base for skywalkers in the entire southeastern region. The layout of the school was straightforward. 3 teaching buildings, 1 administrative building, for dormitories, and the rest were various training grounds, fitness facilities, and experimental bases. Yun Xiangrong drove them through the campus, passing by at least 5 training grounds along the way. These areas were nothing like the typical plastic tracks and grassy fields found in ordinary schools. Instead, they featured dense clusters of buildings, towering walls, and a mix of rugged terrain and forests. Warriors clad in heavy mech suits moved between the grounds. Some scaled walls dozens of meters high with their bare hands, only to leap down without hesitation. These are compressed battlefield environment training grounds, Yun Xiangrong explained as she drove, pointing to a warrior running with a heavy load. What they're wearing isn't armor, it's gravity training gear. These suits have no assistance systems and are equivalent to carrying 500 pounds of steel while running. Every joint movement requires hundreds of pounds of force, which accelerates your absorption of crystalline energy. Noticing Li Ji's eager expression, Yun Xiangrong added, renting training suits costs money $500 an hour. Li Gu immediately shrank back into his seat. Training hard to protect the nation, and we still have to pay for it ourselves? Li Gu asked, leaning on the back of the driver's seat. Didn't you have to hire tutors out of your own pocket to study for Xia's rise? Yun Xiangrong shot him a glance. The equipment for regular training classes is free, but extra training outside of class is self-funded. Consider it an investment. Stronger skills mean higher salaries, more access to crystals, and even greater strength. It's a positive cycle. She gestured toward a vast field ahead. That's the elite-level freestyle training camp. There's a training session tonight, and all the freelancers are over there. The training field, roughly the size of 3 or 4 soccer fields, was covered in lush green grass. Around 50 individuals were scattered across it, some running long distances, others doing strength training, and a few engaging in unknown sparring. However, their intensity and focus were clearly a notch below those of the senior students seen in the earlier training grounds. Get your heads in the game. A familiar voice boomed through a loudspeaker. The freshmen are starting next week, and in just a few months, those genius rookies will turn you senior students into Swiss cheese. From afar, Li Gu instantly recognized the blonde figure pacing back and forth across the field. Ling Qianyang. As tonight's instructor, he seemed to be the most energetic person on the ground. How are they lazier than me? He Chaodong muttered quietly from the back seat. 5 years, and they're still stuck at the second level, Li Gu remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment as he watched the distant training field. Aren't they afraid of dying on the battlefield if they slack off? Lin Lucy asked, tugging at her ponytail. As long as they stay in school for graduate and doctoral programs, they won't have to face that risk, Li Gu replied, shaking his head. The principal's treating me like a blackfish, tossing me into this stagnant koi pond to stir up some life. They do put in effort during combat missions, Yun Xiangrong explained, glancing back at them, but their talents are limited, so they rely on time to improve. Convincing them to help you in a challenge match will be tough. However, your decision to compete above your level will be a huge insult to them. They might all end up opposing you. She glanced at Lin Lucy again and continued. The few who are willing to join the team might just want to get closer to Lin Mimi. Li Gu turned to look at her reflection in the glass, gently stroking her cheek as she said, I think I still have some personal charm, right? After all, I'm a divine evolver. Narcissist, Yun Xiangrong sneered. Anyone with real ambition for strength would have been forming teams and working hard to reach the Grandmaster level before the competition starts. Actually, some of them used to work hard, Li Gu said, still touching her face. But their talent was limited. After failing time and again, they lost hope for the future. What if I use my own abilities to inspire them to sign up enthusiastically? Yun Xiangrong let out a disdainful laugh. Suddenly, He Chaodong leaned forward and said, "Want to bet? If Li Gu wins, this armored vehicle will be ours." "Fine, but if you lose, you'll return the Emperor's broken army spear to the teacher," Yun Xiangrong said, raising her chin. He Chaodong hesitated for a moment, seemingly realizing it wasn't worth it, and then leaned back into his seat. "Deal," Li Gu suddenly said, leaving Yun Xiangrong momentarily stunned. The armored vehicle slowly drove into the training field and came to a stop. The heavy door opened, instantly drawing the attention of all the students. Lin Lucy was the first to jump out of the vehicle, wearing a clean blue sweatshirt. Her twin ponytails swayed in the breeze, radiating a youthful and gentle charm that made the boys on the field forget their training. Li Gu followed closely behind, silently positioning himself in front of Lin Lucy, blocking everyone's view. "Li Gu, why are you here?" Ling Qinyang asked in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be resting in the hospital before he could finish?" He noticed Yun Xiangrong. "Oh, Yun's specialist is here too? What brings you here? How's the principal doing these days?" Yun Xiangrong didn't respond, but Li Gu quickly walked over, snatching the loudspeaker from Ling Qianyang's hands. Hey, hey, hey. Ling Qianyang looked completely baffled. Li Gu jumped onto the roof of the armored vehicle, tested the loudspeaker with a few taps, and then loudly announced, "Everyone, I'm Li Gu, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam and a Lynxia-level divine evolver. I'm sure you've all heard of me, right? Seriously? How obnoxious can he be?" Ling Qianyang muttered, looking up at Li Gu. Yun Xiangrong was equally puzzled. Wasn't Li Gu supposed to be humble and reserved? Dozens of students looked up at Li Gu with indifference. For those who had repeatedly failed to advance or had been stuck at the same level for years, a divine evolver and a Skywalker were no different. Those prodigies had long since left them behind, while they only grew more disheartened with each passing day. Watching Lin Lucy was far more appealing. Noticing the cold reaction, Li Gu kept smiling and said, "I plan to skip a level and compete in the elite division. I'm here today to invite a few senior students to join my team." A few mocking laughs rose from the crowd, clearly ridiculing the naive freshman who didn't know his limits. Their years of grueling effort couldn't possibly be matched by a mere genius newcomer. Only a handful of them seemed to be considering it. If Lin Lucy was part of the team, it might be worth it. Yun Xiangrong found a spot to sit, calmly waiting for Li Gu to embarrass himself. Ling Qianyang was equally skeptical. He's talking to this group of deadbeats about dreams? Even the principal couldn't motivate them with literal gold and silver. Lin Lucy looked up at Li Gu, her bright eyes blinking as if she were lost in thought. At that moment, Li Gu turned up the loudspeaker's volume and said something that shocked everyone. "On the way here, someone told me that you've wasted all your talent and opportunities, that you're nothing but a bunch of losers. Trash idiots." Yun Xiangrong stared at Li Gu, who was standing on the car roof, with a look of shock. Lowering her voice, she urgently reminded him, "Are you crazy? These people may be called slackers, but they are all elite-level fighters. If you provoke dozens of elites, even I can't save you." "Rong Rong," Ling Qianyang said softly from behind her. "Don't worry about Li Gu." Yun Xiangrong spun around abruptly, glaring at Ling Qianyang in frustration. "It's all your fault for spoiling him, making him so blindly confident. These are Skywalkers. Each one is like a human tank. Even if we called in the mentors, they might not be able to handle this easily." Ling Qianyang grabbed her sleeve, his expression suddenly turning peculiar. "What I mean is, you should be more worried about yourself right now." "What do you mean?" Yun Xiangrong froze, finally noticing the strange looks being cast her way. Could someone here have a secret crush on her? Ling Qianyang's voice dropped even lower. "Think about it. You're the only one who brought Li Gu and the others here, and on top of that, you're from the previous class." Yun Xiangrong's face changed dramatically as realization dawned. Everyone here must think those harsh words came from her. "That brat is setting me up?" She was about to explain herself but was met with dozens of furious eyes, half glaring at Li Gu and the other half locked on her. "A teacher can scold their students, but who are you, as a peer, to judge us?" someone demanded angrily. Just as Yun Xiangrong was about to lose her temper, Li Gu suddenly raised his voice. "Many people used to say the same things about me. When I was just an ordinary student, they called me the scum of this world. They said this world burned countless wastes like me every day." His words instantly struck a chord with everyone present. At that moment, Li Gu seemed to enter a special state, much like the charismatic manipulation scenes he'd read about in that book Diary of Business Trips with a Pencil Skirt Boss. His words seemed to carry a unique power, stirring the emotions of his audience. "Most of us weren't born to be generals, nor do we want to be generals. Is that wrong?" Li Gu called out, waving his hand dramatically from the car roof. No. The crowd roared in unison. Our talents are average, our combat abilities are average, but is there anything wrong with being average? No. The response grew even louder. We fight with all our might to protect our homes and our country. There is no hierarchy among warriors. Is that wrong? No. Look at the junior's awareness. It's no wonder he ranked first. A male student raised his hands in support, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Xiangrong. Yun Xiangrong was so furious she almost lost it. If Ling Qianyang hadn't been holding her back tightly, she would have stormed up there and torn Li Gu to pieces. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Li Gu quickly tried to smooth things over for Yun Xiangrong. Don't look at Senior Yun like that. She didn't say those things. She was only worried that those unruly guys would lead me astray, so she made them get off the car. Li Gu casually made up a few non-existent names, locking eyes with Yun Xiangrong. Senior. Isn't that right? Yun Xiangrong frowned slightly, caught in a dilemma. Denying it would imply admitting those prior words were hers, but agreeing would make it seem like she was helping Li Gu fabricate lies. You're using me, and am supposed to thank you for it? Ling Qianyang chimed in from the side. Li Gu asked you a question. Yun Xiangrong reluctantly nodded, her jaw clenched tightly. Li Gu nimbly jumped down from the armored vehicle, holding a loudspeaker as he walked to the center of the crowd. Seniors, my family runs a car repair shop, right by the street. Every day, I reek of engine oil, from Confucius Temple to Purple Mountain. The line of people looking down on me could stretch for miles. You've come this far just to gain their approval? A gentle-looking senior in the crowd asked, her eyes filled with pity. Li Gu let out a cold laugh and looked up. What are they worth? How much is their approval even worth to me? I just want to slap their faces, again and again, until they bleed. Well said. That's the spirit. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. The faces I needed to slap have already been slapped. Li Gu's gaze swept over the crowd. And what about you? Do you still have the chance to slap those faces? The crowd fell silent. Some hesitated to speak, while others pressed their lips together in silence. Leaning against the armored vehicle, Ling Qianyang lit a cigarette. They don't have the chance anymore. Anyone in our year with a bit of ambition has already reached elite level 40 or higher, and 30 of them are already masters. Why not? He Chaodong interjected, stepping forward. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance, right? Doesn't that mean the gap will narrow? Yun Xiangrong shook her head, explaining, the faster someone grows in strength, the harder their tasks and the greater their rewards. They also get more resources. Unless someone gets stuck at a breakthrough due to sheer bad luck, there's no catching up. This competition will widen the gap even further. At that moment, Li Gu raised the loudspeaker and shouted, your chance is here now. He pointed to the sky. Each of you has a chance to be seen by the whole world, and your opportunity is even bigger than those master-level students. Seeing the puzzled expressions around him, Li Gu continued, do you think the master-level competition gets the most attention? People who want to see high-level matches will watch the Grandmaster or Emperor-level competitions. Who's watching the Masters? His words seemed to spark realization, and the crowd's eyes began to light up. Who really cares about our matches? It's the people closest to us. There are tens of thousands of us in this cohort of Skywalkers. Think about how wide that reach is. Relatives, friends, classmates, online followers. Li Gu's voice grew more passionate. And don't forget, I'm the top student of our year. Who wouldn't want to see how the most talented performs? Noticing the seniors unconsciously moving closer to him, Li Gu pressed on, I'm at the Lingxiao level. Imagine this. Just when you're ready to give up and coast through life, the only heir of the world's richest person invites you to start a business and even gives you shares. Wouldn't you fight one more time? Whether as teammates or opponents, you will gain massive attention. On the biggest live streaming stage, let your friends and family witness your brilliance. If you perform well, your popularity will surpass those peers who've left you far behind. Li Gu's voice echoed in the air. This world values two things: strength and influence. Those who look down on you neither have absolute strength nor sufficient influence. But this is your chance. We're going to put on the most spectacular competition ever. Let your parents point at the television and proudly say, that's my child, a hero who stands tall. He took a deep breath and roared his final call. So, who's ready to turn the tide with me? Damn it, with all those cameras on me, I can't embarrass my dad. On the training field, a burly senior bent down, firmly gripping a barbell weighing a ton with both hands. His muscles bulged as he lifted it in one powerful motion. This month, I won't send money back home. I'm putting everything I have into training to push for elite level 35. He gritted his teeth and said determinedly, I have to win at least one match during the live broadcast. Beside him, a gentle senior clenched her small fists, trying to encourage herself, though her eyes betrayed her anxiety. But with so many cameras on me, I'm so nervous. What if I lose to the younger students? Li Gu overheard their chatter and and smiled effortlessly. Raising 4 fingers, he said, "Afraid of losing? There are only 4 possible outcomes. First, as teammates, the 3 freshmen and I win the match together, stunning the audience. Second, we lose, but hey, carrying 3 rookies is tough, so it can't be helped. Third, as opponents, you lose to us. Getting beaten by Lynxia-level players is perfectly normal. Fourth, as opponents, you beat us, and then you can brag for the rest of your life. I defeated a Lynxia level. All you need to do is play your best. No pressure." Lowering 2 fingers, Li Gu continued, "Right now, our team has a Lynxia level forbidden spellcaster, and a level defender, a level healer, and a salary budget of 87,800 yuan. I need 2 seniors to join our squad. I'm in. Elite level 18, level defender. Me too. Elite level 27, level battle strategist." In an instant, hands shot up all around, and Li Gu found himself surrounded by eager volunteers. Ling Qinyang watched the lively scene, skepticism in his eyes. These slackers, did he really manage to rally them? Probably just a fleeting burst of enthusiasm. Yun Xiangrong let out a dismissive snort, clearly still harboring resentment toward Li Gu. But Lin Lucy, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a confident smile. "Not at all. This is their last chance. Who wouldn't give it their all?" Yun Xiangrong shrugged. "Pity, though. Even if they train until they drop dead, 1 month isn't enough to make up for 5 wasted years. Many mid-year students from the previous batch are stuck at elite level 50. At that stage, they dominate completely. Let's wait and see. On the arena, it's all about what you bring to the fight," Lin Lucy replied, her smile unwavering. It dawned on Yun Xiangrong that despite being freshmen, Li Gu and Lin Lucy showed no fear of battle. It made sense. They were part of a generation forged in blood and chaos. Anyone who had faced death would hardly tremble at the prospect of a mere arena match. "I need a mental spellcaster," Li Gu suddenly shouted into the crowd. Who here is a mental spellcaster? He needed someone to control opponents and buy him time to unleash his 6-rin demon-slaying technique. The crowd gradually fell silent, and all eyes turned to a corner of the training field. There, a striking senior leaned casually against a motorcycle. She wore pink sunglasses and was engrossed in an ancient book. Her flawless makeup and flowing hair added to her commanding presence, but she seemed oblivious to the commotion around her. She glanced up at Li Gu. "You're looking for me? A mental spellcaster?" Li Gu asked directly. She locked eyes with him. "I'm the only one here. But let me tell you, truly powerful mental spellcasters have already ascended to become masters. You won't find gold in the trash. Maybe try looking elsewhere." With that, she returned her focus to her book. "Anyone up for some action?" Li Gu weaved through the crowd and sat down next to the senior who was engrossed in an ancient book. He glanced at the text on the page. It seemed to be a black magic book written in ancient Hebrew. Thanks to his proficiency in languages and his impressive intuition, what was incomprehensible to most was clear as day to him. "Just some junk I picked up last month, killing time." The senior closed the book and gave Li Gu a cold, assessing look. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested in your action." At that moment, Lin Lucy sat down on the other side and spoke. "What if we could humiliate that scumbag and clear your name?" It turned out that this senior had once been in a relationship with a Branklead senior. After 2 years of mutual progress, the senior had grown dissatisfied with their slower growth and left her for a more talented upperclasswoman. What followed was like a cliché soap opera. The real third party used her influence to frame the senior, causing her to lose motivation to pursue strength. Instead, she devoted her energy and earnings to supporting her family and hometown. "Why should I? We barely know each other." The senior looked at Lin Lucy skeptically. "Because I think you're trustworthy," Lin Lucy replied with a smile and then pointed at Li Gu. "And because he has the influence to make it happen." Although unsure of Lin Lucy's deeper intentions, Li Gu nodded and said, "I need a mental mage. What do you need me to do?" "Train hard and follow orders." "Deal." The girl removed her helmet and extended her hand to the two of them. "I'm Lillian." Just as He Chaodong was about to step forward to shake her hand, Lin Lucy pulled Lillian aside. At that moment, Li Gu raised his megaphone again. "I need a tanky nature mage. Anyone?" The crowd fell silent. Nature mages, along with forbidden spellcasters, were often considered the weakest professions in the field. Those who awakened these abilities typically had poor physical constitutions except for anomalies like Li Gu. "Me. Qian." A hand shot up from the back of the crowd. It belonged to an unassuming young man, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, with a buzz cut and a plain tactical outfit. His expression was timid. Despite being Li Ge's senior and having a higher level, he appeared quite reserved. "I'm a level 32 nature mage. My Tianqing divine gift is crank 073, Storm Sacrifice, which lets me summon lightning-infused beasts to absorb damage." He approached, stopping 5 steps away from Li Gu, and stammered, "Can I? My physical talent is 7. 7 in physical talent? How did you end up here?" Ling Qinyang asked, astonished. Someone in the crowd explained. His intelligence talent is 2. 2 isn't too bad. Honestly, many people here don't have high talents, Ling Qianyang said reassuringly, then paused as something dawned on him. Wait, nature mages get a 2-point intelligence boost as a class bonus. Yeah, it was 0 before, Qian muttered, lowering his head. I had ADHD as a kid, wasn't very smart. So now I learn spells really slowly and can't level up much. Laughter rippled through the crowd, making Qian shrink further into himself. Can you follow orders? Lin Lucy stood in front of him, hands on her hips. Yes. Are you afraid of getting hurt? No. So certain? It's going to hurt a lot. I'm not afraid, Qian murmured. They say I'm a fool. Fools don't fear pain. I want this one. Lin Lucy turned to Li Gu. Qian's face lit up with a faint smile, like a struggling student finally earning praise. All right. Li Gu looked at Lillian. Can you accept this? Train hard and follow orders. Li Gu then turned to Yun Xiangrong. Officer Yun, our team is complete. Team name, Vanguard. Please register us. Great. This team feels like a joke. Yun Xiangrong rolled her eyes and picked up her tablet. Also, you've stolen the principal's Tianqing divine gift name. Qian's market value is too low. Your total team value is under 150,000. You can't register. And you can't just throw around a name like Vanguard. Not even 150,000? Li Gu asked in astonishment. Yun Xiangrong stared intently at the computer screen. We're 4,000 short. The team needs a minimum total worth of 150,000 to register. Swap someone out. Ling Qianyang suggested enthusiastically to Li Gu. Get a main attacker. That Yang Bingkuan isn't bot is already at level 40. With some extra training, he might even hit the elite level 50 this year. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Li Gu and lowered his voice. The two you picked, their talent isn't great. Tianqing Shenyan is decent, but they can't make the most of it. You know what I mean? Hearing this, Qian took 2 steps back, retreating quietly into the crowd. The joy he had just felt vanished like a bubble bursting. He forced a bitter smile, thinking to himself, I've never been someone people needed, not since I was a kid. Even becoming a Skywalker hasn't changed that. We're not swapping. Li Ji's calm voice stopped Qian in his tracks. Ling Qianyang glanced around and pointed in another direction. If we absolutely need a nature sorcerer, there are at least 5 others here to choose from. For instance, his words triggered a new wave of commotion. The crowd surged forward, enveloping Qian in a sea of people. It was clear to everyone the chance to join Li Ji's team meant unparalleled exposure and attention. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're not swapping, Li Gu repeated, pressing down on Ling Qianyang's hand and shaking his head slowly. The crowd fell silent. I've been replaced before more than once right before competitions, Li Gu said, gripping Ling Qianyang's hand. I know how it feels. You're filled with hope, only to come crashing down the next moment. The first time, it felt like the sky was falling. The second time, it felt like fate was unfair. By the third time, you just go numb. So no, I'm not swapping. Though his words were plain, they made everyone who had been ready to step forward stop in their tracks. Ling Qianyang patted him on the shoulder, signaling his understanding. Yun Xiangrong leaned against the armored vehicle, hesitant to speak. In truth, Li Gu had already discerned through He Luo's divination that the combination of these two individuals formed a hexagram with the upper trigram Li Fire and the lower trigram Qian Heaven. It symbolized leadership, the ability to inspire and guide others, and immense influence qualities that could make them revered figures. This hexagram was identical to those of Lin Lucy and He Chaodong, suggesting the 5 of them would form a team with boundless potential. I like this kid, someone murmured in the crowd. Yeah, there's just something about him, another agreed. It's because he respects us, a voice chimed in from the back. Around here, it's been a long time since anyone showed us respect. Among the onlookers, some pressed their lips together, some lowered their heads, and others were visibly moved. More and more people lifted their gaze toward Li Gu, as though they saw a glimmer of hope shining from this underclassman. Is there a way to quickly raise the team's worth? Someone asked. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the training grounds. There is. Qian's been stuck at level 32 for a while. With just a bit of crystal, he could break through to level 33, which would add at least 800 to his worth. I've got 6 grams here who can chip in. I've got 4 grams left, shouted another voice from the crowd, and immediately, a figure dashed off toward the dormitory. Hey, hey, hey. The training session isn't over yet. Who gave you permission to leave? Ling Qianyang's furious shout echoed across the field, but the student had already disappeared without a trace. These two are Qian's roommates. Ling Qianyang rolled his eyes and turned to explain in a low voice to Li Gu. They've been living together for 5 years, so there's some bond, of course. But a sudden upgrade won't make up for the 4,000 credit gap in value. Before he finished speaking, a girl suddenly pushed her way through the crowd and stood beside the charming senior. There's actually another way, she suggested. You can apply for equipment transfer on the official website. Ain't it? They'll give you my magic bone necklace site, should add 1,500 to your value. Equipment transfer? Gasps erupted from the crowd. That's so generous. Someone immediately began analyzing the pros and cons. Transferring the equipment will indeed increase her value. But for the next year, only Lillian will be allowed to wear the necklace during competitions. What about Chunling? That necklace increases magical strength by 5. A grandmaster once offered 90 crystal units for it. It's not about the price, another voice chimed in. Remember, that necklace was forged from the teeth of the earthbone basilisk she fought so hard to kill. It has immense sentimental value. Li Gu listened to the heated discussions around him, feeling secretly shocked. With his Lynxia level talent, earning him 30 crystal units a month, it would take him 3 whole months of savings to buy such a necklace. The owner of the necklace, Chen Ling, was a tall girl with slightly tan skin and a strong, athletic build. As she removed the necklace to place it around Lillian's neck, the latter pushed her hand away. Cut the sentimental nonsense. Chun Ling glared at Lillian. I have mediocre talent and have never worked hard. I'm just coasting along. This necklace only has value when it's hanging around your neck. Remember, you have to make it to the elimination rounds and slap that jerk's face hard. Oh, and don't forget to pay me back 90 crystal units by the end of the year. Lillian pressed her lips together, her carefully applied eyeshadow shimmering faintly under the night sky, her long lashes trembling slightly. Lillian, take it. Ling Qinyang's voice came from behind. Then make full use of its power. But even after transferring the necklace and recalculating, your combined value still falls short. If the girls are this loyal, we guys can't just stand by. A chubby guy suddenly rushed forward and shoved a massive curved bone spike into Qian's hands. The wing bone of a windwing bird. An elite-grade weapon. It adds 2,300 to your value. Seeing Qian's look of confusion, the chubby guy forced the weapon firmly into his grip. Stop hesitating. Consider it a bet. All your winnings from this competition go to me. If you lose, it's my bad luck. If you win, I take it all. Deal? The other boys quickly surrounded him, cheering him on. Take it. Go show those prodigies who's boss. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. I've got the crystals. I've got the crystals. The student who had skipped training earlier came running back, clutching a metal safe with a look of utter reverence for the few crystal units inside. This little bit of crystal might not be enough. Brothers, let's pitch in together. No matter what, we have to get Qian upgraded today. A young man in the crowd shouted enthusiastically, pulling out his phone. I still have some savings here meant for confessing to my crush. Qian, take it. Anyway, my goddess is already a grandmaster. She probably wouldn't care about this little bit of crystal. On the training field, a group of students gathered in a circle, the glow of their phone screens reflecting their excited faces. Each person was recalculating their own worth, the air buzzing with tension and anticipation. Leaning against the cold, metallic armor of an armored vehicle, Ling Qinyang suddenly asked Yun Xiangrong beside him, "Do they look like a bunch of losers to you?" "I'm reminded of my school days," Yun Xiangrong replied, also leaning against the vehicle. She spoke slowly. There were a few boys in my class whose grades were terrible in the first year. The worse their grades, the more the teachers scolded them, and the more they got scolded, the worse their grades became. Then a young, idealistic homeroom teacher came along and said those boys were full of energy and had endless potential. He told the whole class, "Don't underestimate these young men just because they're struggling now." And then those boys' grades skyrocketed? Ling Qinyang asked. Yun Xiangrong let out a derisive laugh. Real life isn't that melodramatic. They started trying harder, sure, but their grades didn't improve much. Still, they managed to get into 32 bachelor programs, found decent jobs, and one of them even got into the local community office. That's not bad. Though I guess now they've all been reassigned in the workforce, huh? That's rough, Ling Qinyang sighed, thinking about how the world had drastically changed right after they graduated from 5 years of college. Yun Xiangrong suddenly chuckled. Rough? Those guys studied mechanical repair for 3 years in vocational school and industrial design for 2 years in college. Now they formed a team in the 17th Division's armored factory. They're outperforming those finance geniuses from top universities. Cheers erupted from the training field. It's done. He's upgraded. Total worth is 35,800. Lillian added 1,880. We've crossed the line. We can form a team. Not far away, Li Gu was on the phone, speaking loudly. Teacher, I need your help. I want to form a team called Xinjin, but the principal doesn't agree. He paused, then continued. If he doesn't agree, should we just burn down his office building? Got it. Oh, and he's thrown me into the elite group. The competition's in 7 days. This is so unfair. There are 5 of us, each with a different specialization. Make him assign professors from the other 4 fields to give us special training. If he refuses, maybe burn his house down too. What? You want him to send 4 deans instead? Teacher, are you planning a big surprise for me? Got it. Got it. Take care. Drink plenty of water. More than 30 people gathered around the training field, with 5 individuals standing at the center. They all took a deep breath simultaneously and pressed their right thumbs neatly onto the 5 corners of a tablet. The screen immediately displayed their detailed information. Captain Li Gu, Forbidden Spellcaster, Mortal Tier Level 35, Tianqing Xinyan, Era Restart Lingxiao 008. Team Member Lillian, Mental Spell Elite, Level 32, Tianqing Xinyan, Sirens Allure Bing 052. Team Member Qi Un, Natural Spell Elite, Level 33, Tianqing Xinyan, Wind and Thunder Sacrifice Bing 073. Team Member Lin Lucy, Defense Specialist, Mortal Tier Level 16, Tianqing Xinyan, Verdun's Final Chapter Jia 003. Team Member He Chaodong, Healing Specialist, Mortal Tier Level 14, Tianqing Xinyan, Pact of Compassion E021. The registration information for the 49th competition team of the Southeast Maritime University Elite Group was confirmed one by one. The names and details of the 5 individuals flashed across the screen before finally forming the words, Battlefront. Yun Xiangrong retracted the tablet, unable to hide her astonishment as she glanced at Li Gu. A Mortal Tier Level 35 strength, no wonder the instructor had directly assigned him to compete in the elite level matches. The surrounding onlookers also gasped in shock upon seeing this level. After all, in previous years, students typically required at least 6 months to advance from Mortal Tier to Elite Tier. Yet these individuals had already reached at least level 14 before the semester had even begun. Although this year's candidates faced more pressure due to the bloody trial arena, naturally accelerating their learning pace, reaching level 35 in just 2 days was still jaw-dropping. A single forbidden spell could bring down several floors, and there were plenty of wretches inside. Li Gu shrugged nonchalantly. Yun Xiangrong turned toward the armored vehicle. Well then, I wish you luck in winning your first match. Wait, Li Gu suddenly called out, pointing at the exaggeratedly designed camouflage light 4-wheel armored vehicle. This car is mine now. Of course, if you want to rent it, it's 3,000 a day and don't forget to fill up the tank. Yun Xiangrong clenched her fists as she recalled the earlier betiff this group agreed to compete. This 9.4 million yuan Chang'an Dongjing armored personnel carrier would belong to Li Gu. The Chang'an Dongjing guzzles fuel like crazy 80 liters per 100 kilometers. Can you even afford that? Yun Xiangrong gritted her teeth. How about this? I'll give you 10 grams of crystals and we'll call it even. Don't worry, Lin Lucy said with a grin, patting the heavy armor. I can afford it. As the heiress of a tricycle factory and a textile mill, even though the factories were currently under government control, her family still had billions in cash reserves. Yun Xiangrong seized on one last chance. Using a girl's money, don't you feel ashamed? Not at all, Li Gu replied without hesitation. The house I live in is hers, too. Li Gu was calm, composed, and utterly shameless. Is he your boyfriend? Yun Xiangrong turned to look at Lin Lucy, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. As the school beauty and an A-level defender, Lin Lucy's photos and videos were widely circulated among the upperclassmen, making her the ideal girlfriend in the eyes of many outstanding young men. And now, it was clear that her relationship with Li Gu was far more complex than the ordinary classmates' label in her profile. Is now really the time for him to be worrying about love? Lin Lucy glanced at Li Gu and shrugged. Love will always wait for you at the finish line, draped in wedding attire, but the future won't. He should be picking up his weapon and charging forward to carve out a brighter horizon. Senior, are you saying that love comes naturally after achieving success? Yun Xiangrong frowned. That sounds more like a transaction. Lin Lucy smiled and countered. Love should have already packed its wedding dress, mounted a white horse, and joined the battle alongside him. Senior, have you found your love? Feeling slightly disdained, Yun Xiangrong quickly changed the subject. I need to take the license plate off the car. This is an operations department plate. Without a proper plate, parking at school will be a hassle. How about I drive it away for now and return it once you've applied for your own? No need. Just apply for a plate and parking spot through Dean Changhe. It'll only take a day, Li Gu said, waving his hand dismissively. But Dean Changhe is only here temporarily for 1 or 2 years. After that, you'll have to reapply. By the time the dean leaves, I might be the dean myself, Li Gu said seriously. Yun Xiangrong grew more and more frustrated. The original Forbidden Spell Academy dean of Donghai Maritime University, Ai Liangqiu, had temporarily swapped places with Changhe to join the United Universities of the 4 provinces. Ai was a clever forbidden spellcaster, reaching the 100 refined rank. If, in 2 years, Li Gu really managed to advance to master level, the position of dean, fuming, she stomped her foot and left, throwing down a sharp remark as she went. You better drive carefully. If you wreck it, no one's fixing it for you. Li Gu and Lin Lucy were both momentarily stunned. Our school's designated repair shop? Li Gu hesitated, thinking for 3 seconds. Isn't it managed by my dad? Yeah. Lin Lucy checked her phone to confirm. And the parts production line is under my mom's management. So what was she even talking about? Senior probably meant, if her car breaks down in the future, we shouldn't fix it for her. Makes sense. Li Gu gave a thumbs up. Dean Changhe just sent a message. He wants us to head to Southeast Avenue, number 001, to meet his old friend for some devilish training. Number 001? Sounds like the residence of someone powerful and important. Lin Lucy looked excited. Dean Changhe is so reliable. The five of them piled into the armored vehicle, cranked the speakers to maximum, and roared along Southeast Avenue. The chatterboxes and a melodramatic teenager dragged the introverted, stuttering Qian into belting out beyond's boundless oceans, vast skies, as they sped forward. Screech. The sharp sound of brakes filled the air as they arrived at their destination. The atmosphere in the car turned serious in an instant. Senior, did you know Southeast Avenue, number 001, is here? Li Gu gripped the steering wheel and turned to ask Lillian. The lively and charming senior shook her head and looked to Qian. I don't check building numbers at school, Qian stammered, scratching his head. Who even pays attention to building numbers at school? The five of them got out of the car, their faces full of suspicion, and looked up at the massive sign ahead. Southeast Avenue, number 001, Gatekeeper Management Office. In stark contrast to the grandeur and openness of the West Gate, the East Gate seemed more like a crude, narrow opening forcibly carved into the 80-meter-high wall. The guardroom was concealed within the 15-meter-thick wall, making it exceptionally hidden. So the West Gate actually has guards? Lillian stared at the sign, her tone laced with surprise. She rarely ventured to the West Gate, which was mostly a dusty area housing the logistics warehouse and archives office. Qian nodded silently in confirmation. As students who had spent 5 years at the school, they had seldom stepped outside the campus except for their weekly patrol duties. Although they were well acquainted with the owners of over 100 stores on the nearby pedestrian street, they were completely unaware of the existence of a guard at the East Gate. Working here must be pretty nice, so quiet you can't even see a shadow, He Chaodong muttered under his breath. I wonder if they're hiring. Maybe my dad could apply. His remark wasn't without merit amid the current industrial boom in Daxia. Every organization was downsizing. Even his father, a bank manager, had been reassigned to the noisy rubber factory as an accountant. Li Gu stepped forward and lightly knocked on the heavy iron door. Is anyone there? I was sent by Dean Changhe. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of a lock turning from within. The door creaked open, releasing a musty odor that filled the air. The interior was extremely bare, with only a table and a chair. Behind the chair loomed a circular well, its heavy iron cover wide open. Li Gu leaned over to peer inside and noticed a rudimentary iron ladder fixed to the well's wall, stretching deep into the darkness below. Suddenly, he jerked his head back. A pitch-black gun barrel was pointed directly at him from the bottom of the well. Instinctively, Li Gu stepped back, his hand already gripping the Emperor's breakthrough spear. If I had fired just now, you'd be dead. A raspy male voice echoed from the well, carrying a tone of casual provocation. Li Gu thought to himself, even if you could land a headshot, with my invincibility and true damage activation, the outcome would still be uncertain. Your vigilance is lacking. Come down, the voice called out again. After ensuring the well cover wouldn't suddenly collapse, Li Gu cautiously stepped onto the iron ladder. As he descended, the light grew dimmer and dimmer. The shaft, seemingly as deep as an 8-story building, resembled some kind of air raid shelter. Each step he took sent sharp echoes reverberating through the space, triggering sound-activated lights along the way. Upon reaching the bottom, Li Gu found himself surrounded by rock walls stained a dark red from blood. Passing through several open circular iron doors, he finally arrived at the end of a tunnel, dimly lit cavern. There, he saw a bald middle-aged figure wearing a green trench coat. He sat in the midst of the crude, rubble-strewn space, with a bed haphazardly thrown into a corner. The entire cave was supported by layers of wooden scaffolding, with shelves neatly arranged to hold various books, food, and multifunctional tools. In front of a rough wooden table, a middle-aged man sat gripping a bowl of liquor, taking large bites of marinated snacks wrapped in brown paper. The aroma of smoked sausages, chicken feet, peanuts, and pork head meat spread across the table, filling the passage with a rich blend of savory flavors and the sharp scent of white liquor. Wow! Lin Lucy couldn't help but exclaim, this is exactly how I imagine life in a post-apocalyptic survival shelter. Hearing this, the middle-aged man warily pulled the food closer to himself. He lifted his head to inspect the 5 people in front of him. Standing about 6 feet tall, with a burly build and a menacing face, he looked intimidating even in the dim cave light. He wore black sunglasses despite the darkness and chewed on his meat noisily, resembling a weasel holed up in its den. He took a swig of liquor and let out a loud burp. Who's the disciple of Changhe? Li Gu stepped forward. That would be me. I'm this year's recruit and the captain of the Vanguard squad, Li Gu. My teacher said you'd provide us with top-notch train. Go to the back door of Jinling Museum, to Ajo's grocery store, and bring me a case of liquor. The middle-aged man interrupted drunkenly, his face flushed unnaturally red. A case of Maodai as tuition. There's a supermarket outside the school. I can buy a case from there, Lin Lucy offered eagerly, as money was hardly a concern for her. No. The middle-aged man slammed the table. The liquor outside won't do. But that chain supermarket is pretty big. Lin Lucy blinked her wide eyes. Are you saying they sell fake liquor? The supermarket liquor is real. The man shook his head, but real liquor doesn't cut it, it's too weak. The five of them exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Did you hear me? The man impatiently slapped the table again. You have 2 hours. Get me the liquor. Li Gu turned and started to leave. No driving, the middle-aged man shouted after them. Got it, Li Gu called back. Not long after, a Denza D9 7-seater van pulled up at the back entrance of Jinling Museum. The five of them got out one by one. True to his word, Li Gu hadn't driven himself but had called for a ride instead. He Chaozhong leaned closer to Li Gu and whispered, Are you sure that old guy is trustworthy? He seems more like a drunk freeloader scamming food and booze from the school. I feel the same way, Qian chimed in. He looks unimpressive. Maybe he's just an experienced trainer. An ordinary bald old man, living in a bunker he dug in the school's guardroom? Li Gu analyzed as they walked. I've observed that Spoted's position to monitor both the supply warehouse and the archives. Plus, the school's west gate faces Jinji Lake, an open area where enemies are easy to spot. But the east gate is surrounded by mountains, making it the most likely point of invasion. He pointed to a side alley. Senior Qian, stay here and keep the radio open. Then he gestured to a nearby cafe. Lucy, head to the rooftop of that cafe and set up as part of a 2-person watch, one visible and one hidden. That old guy might be testing us by forbidding the use of a car. If that bald trickster really tries to mess with us, we'll counter with a surround strategy. The other four exchanged looks, watching Li Gu as he spoke with growing excitement. A counter surround? Between the two of you, who's really the trickster? Ajo's grocery store is one of those small shops commonly found in old neighborhoods. The LED letters on its signboard have dimmed over time, and the yellowish glow of incandescent lights fills the interior. Scattered across the counter are some drinks, liquor, and snacks. Sandwiched between a bustling mahjong parlor and a modest massage and hair-washing shop, it looks no different from any other corner store at the entrance of an aging residential area. Li Gu pushed the door open and stepped in, spotting a middle-aged woman engrossed in scrolling through TikTok. She had an average build and an unremarkable face, showing no signs of any martial arts training. Clearly, she wasn't one of the test subjects assigned by the bald-headed Lao Lu. One case of mutai, please, Li Gu said as he leaned against the counter. The shopkeeper lifted her gaze, scanning Li Gu up and down before glancing thoughtfully toward the door. Out the back door, turn left, and head up to the 2nd floor, she said at last, only after catching sight of Lillian and He Chaodong outside. Her cautious response made Li Gu suspect that she might know Lillian. He gestured for Lillian to follow him. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, Lillian had a flawlessly toned physique from years of training, accentuated by her sharp makeup and bold outfit. Under the pink and purple glow of street-side neon lights, she stood out, drawing attention from passers-by. To avoid any misunderstandings that could inadvertently boost business for the neighboring massage parlor, Li Gu quickened his pace. Lillian strode in behind him, her long legs clad in black fishnet stockings, while her combat boots struck the floor in a steady rhythm. They passed through the back door, leaving He Chaodong squatting by the roadside, snacking on sunflower seeds. In the dimly lit passageway, Lillian instinctively stepped ahead to shield her younger companion. Does she know you? Li Gu asked quietly. I noticed she recognized me, but I don't know her, Lillian replied in a low voice. Back then, I was always on missions with my ex. My role was just to handle visible enemies. I heard from your roomie he betrayed you? Li Gu probed. He chose a senior at the Bai Lian level. In Taiyingxing's, geniuses and fools don't belong in the same world, Lillian said as she ascended the iron staircase, shifting to her toes to muffle her footsteps. Li Gu observed that her boots weren't merely for style. Their heels were solid and heavy, likely weighted with metal, while the soft soles allowed for quiet movement. Suddenly, Lillian stopped near the railing and raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She pressed her ear against the wall, listening intently. Li Gu quickly moved closer, using his Taiyangxing Xinhen's hearing. Amid the cacophony of mahjong tiles clattering, they began to pick out the faint voices hidden within the noise. Number 9. Don't carry your robe in your bag when you go out, and stop nervously glancing toward the main gate during meetings. A reprimanding voice echoed. Are you trying to let the patrols know we're from the monastery? Lillian felt her heart tighten. Beside her, Li Gu silently scanned the surrounding terrain and then lowered his gaze to his hands. Sorry, I'm just too nervous, a trembling voice came from inside the room. Most of my superiors have almost been wiped out these past few days. I've been hiding in the underground parking lot of an abandoned building. It's terrifying. Relax. This shop is filled with our people. How much supply do you have left? Only 2 small crystals and some personal protective gear and weapons. Oh, and 2 crucifixes for casting spells. Put them in this box. Everyone's supplies will be stored together. Head to Nightshade Alley to trade for weapons and equipment to help build our sanctuary here in Jinling. Record keeper, take note of this. When the deacon arrives, they'll distribute rewards based on the value of the donated supplies. Lilianne's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that this bald man had impressive intelligence capabilities. It seemed he had long known that the Scarlet Monastery was planning to establish a sanctuary here. She began calculating how to seize these resources as startup funds for her own team. As she pressed her ear closer to the wall, the conversation inside the room became clearer. A new deacon, a lifelong deacon, and a priest would arrive in Jinling within half a month. A new monastery would be built in the mountains. The high priest would pressure Xia, emphasizing that the monastery represented the will of the Lord, which could not be defied. They also mentioned a divine blood path belonging to the Chaos faction, which was destined to descend upon Jinling. The time and place would be revealed by the Lord himself. Killing humans from the Chaos faction grants us their cultivation and talents. This is the Lord's blessing. We must purge the newly emerged Chaos faction in Jinling, strengthen ourselves, and establish our roots here. The one who triggered this war is a rookie named Li Gu, who's already at the Lingxiao level. While he's currently under the protection of his school and family, who are part of the Great Wall Watch Regiment, they can't hide forever. In the coming months, he'll surely have to undertake some simple missions. When that happens, we'll send a master-level expert to eliminate him. We'll orchestrate a few incidents in Jinling that seem manageable for a mortal-level individual to handle, luring him out. Erase his photo, everyone gets a copy. Memorize his face and kill him at all costs. Drain his blood, dismember him, and display his remains as a declaration of war from the monastery to Xia. The will of the Lord shall forever reign supreme over all creation. Lilianne held her breath as she listened, swallowing hard when the voices inside fell silent. She turned to whisper to the person behind her, "Junior, you can't go out anymore. Stay at school and focus on your training." But why did that bald guy send us here? Did he already know this was a Scarlet Monastery stronghold? They're outnumbering us. What should we do now? The quiet night was punctuated by faint lights in the distance and the occasional sound of dogs barking. Lilianne waited for a response, but, when she turned around, found that Li Gu had vanished. Did he run off in fear? She muttered, hastily retreating to the convenience store entrance. She noticed the shopkeeper was gone too, leaving only He Chaodong leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. "Where's Li Gu?" she asked, trying to keep her composure. He Chaodong pointed toward a noisy mahjong parlor nearby. "He went in there. Said he suddenly felt lucky and wanted to gamble. He told me to take you a bit further away." With that, he shuffled toward a hair salon and continued eating his seeds. Lillian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Looking up, she saw the sky had become cloaked in thick, layered clouds, as though something was brewing within them, perhaps a storm, lightning, or even divine punishment. He Chaodong stopped munching and slowly got to his feet. "Is it going to rain?" Lilianne frowned in confusion. The weather forecast didn't mention any rain. The next moment, He Chaodong grabbed her hand and dragged her across the street at full speed. "Rain? Are you kidding? This is the epic reset." The clouds above flared with a sudden brilliance, as though a malevolent deity was gazing down upon the mortal world. And just like that, it cast a profound and lingering glance. Li Gu walked into the chess and card shop, his hands tucked into the pockets at his abdomen, his fingers secretly forming a series of incantations. Without the 400 agility boost from the burial grounds of the gods, he needed more time to prepare this unfamiliar forbidden spell. "We're full. Come back tomorrow," the shop owner said bluntly. "The Lord does not turn away the faithful," Li Gu replied, deliberately mimicking the speech of the Scarlet Monastery. His voice was hoarse, his gaze unfocused, as he headed straight for the stairs to the second floor. The shop owner froze, his mind racing. A summon monk? From which region? I've never seen him before. Probably a monk from the mountains, driven to desperation by the Great Wall Watchers. Then, he called out upstairs, one walk-in. On the second floor, 3 mahjong tables were surrounded by 12 people. The sounds of conversation and tiles clattering filled the room. On the innermost table sat a black and red leather case, neatly packed with crystals, crucifixes, and silver mirrors. Li Gu is already on the Scarlet Monastery's bounty list. Any being who kills him can claim 10 kilograms of top-grade crystals. The high priest wants to use him as a warning to all humanity. Disrespecting the Lord, even at the Lingxiao level, is a death sentence. The great Xia thinks a siege will scare us? They don't understand that dying for the Lord means ascension to the celestial court and eternal bliss. spread the faith with blood, ascend to the heavens. As Skywalkers, they quickly noticed the sound of Li Ji's footsteps. Watching this stranger with his hands in his pockets heading straight for the case, they began murmuring among themselves. Who is this guy? He looks familiar. Is he one of yours? No, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. When someone glanced down at the photo in their hand and suddenly stood up, pointing at Li Gu, he spoke calmly. Do I really look that unremarkable? Would you like to see my ID? In an instant, scarlet energy flooded the entire room. Everyone rose simultaneously, and the electric mahjong table shattered under the violent aura. They all clasped the crucifixes on their chests, the blood-red energy transforming into blinding golden light. Facing a power strong enough to tear him apart in seconds, Li Gu let out a mocking laugh. Your holy light isn't bright enough. Before the words fully left his mouth, he pulled his hands from his pockets, his fingers now encircled by rings of runic symbols. Pressing his palms together, a light more dazzling than justice itself pierced through the ceiling, descending with overwhelming force. It's a forbidden spell. Take cover against the walls, a monk shouted. Cover? Li Gu scoffed with disdain. Against a forbidden spell, any cover was utterly meaningless. In the next instant, an earth-shattering force descended. A two-story building was reduced to dust in a heartbeat, and a pillar of lightning pierced the heavens and earth. He Chaodong, fleeing for his life, turned back to see the lightning pillar persist for a full 3 seconds, its deafening roar unrelenting, as though someone had turned lightning into a machine gun, mercilessly strafing the ground. This was the simplified version of the forbidden spell judgment of the epoch. Though forbidden spellcasters were frail, slow to cast, and drained immense energy, once a forbidden spell was unleashed, even the weakest class spellcaster could strike fear into level 40 mortal champions. The monks of the Scarlet Monastery had stumbled upon the most formidable spell in the history of Skywalkers. Charred silhouettes were blasted away one after another, shattering the tranquility of the long night. From all directions, countless figures began to rush toward the scene. System notifications rang out in succession. Mortal level human killed, biological level increased to 35. Elite level human killed, biological level increased to 36. Mortal level human killed, biological level increased to 41. The eruption of the forbidden spell triggered a rapid surge in levels. Li Ji's power cycled between consumption and replenishment. When the lightning pillar finally dissipated, all that remained was a massive crater 5 meters deep. Lin Lucy arrived just in time to see Li Gu carefully leaping out of the crater, clutching a suitcase as if it contained a fortune exchanged for his life savings. She noticed that Li Ji's control over the forbidden spell had significantly improved compared to his previous uncontrollable outburst. This time he managed to deliberately suppress the range and intensity of the spell. Li Gu casually kicked aside a charred corpse lying by the roadside. The mortal-level monk hadn't even had a chance to react under the onslaught of judgment of the epoch. When you see Li Weiran, tell him I said hello. What's that? Lin Lucy pointed at the suitcase. Money. Li Gu patted the case and answered without hesitation. Watch out. Lin Lucy suddenly darted to Li Ji's left side, snapping her fingers as she moved. A steel barrier materialized out of thin air, just in time to block their front. A massive, blood-red serpent surged out of a nearby alley. Its translucent form suggested it was some kind of Skywalker divine projection. The serpent's head, over 2 meters in diameter, slammed fiercely into the barrier. With a thunderous crash, the A-class divine projection, Verdun's finale, instantly shattered. Lin Lucy's face turned pale, clearly enduring a tremendous impact. Just as the blood serpent was about to strike her, Li Gu pulled her behind him without a word. It had been 48 hours since he last used Graveyard of the Gods, and his body was now the only absolute defense in this world. However, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from the ground, intercepting the blood serpent. Wind and lightning intertwined, forming a lion-tiger beast over 2 meters tall, which clamped its jaws firmly around the serpent's neck. Nice work, senior, Li Gu shouted. This was the signature skill Wind Thunder Right, an advanced technique of class natural spellcaster Qian. Fallback. Qian, who had appeared on a small path behind them, shouted while maintaining his spell. Fallback? Fight. Li Gu growled, drawing the Emperor's breaker spear from his back, intending to take advantage of Qian's distraction to pierce their foe with a few clean holes. The opponent is an elite level 50. I can't hold it. Qian roared in frustration. Even before he finished speaking, the blood serpent had already flung the lion-tiger beast to the ground, crushing it into fragments of elemental energy. In the blink of an eye, the serpent coiled around Li Gu and Lin Lucy with terrifying speed. Its massive body tightened abruptly, seemingly ready to crush the two Skywalkers into pulp. The moment the liger was torn apart, Li Gu and Lin Lucy instinctively sensed the danger descending upon them. Almost simultaneously, they clung to each other and rolled swiftly into the deep pit created by the forbidden spell. The giant serpent's lethal strike missed its mark, but the two found themselves trapped in a perilous position. The pit had become a dead zone for them. What do we do? Lin Lucy asked in a low voice, pressing close to Li Gu. She mustered her strength, her fingers beginning to form a spell seal, preparing to summon the final chapter of Verdun once more. Li Gu grabbed her hand to stop her from casting and shouted into his wireless earpiece with his other hand. I've got his location. You 5, take him down. Before his voice had fully faded, the sound of the serpent retreating at high speed echoed through the air. I don't see his location. Lillian's confused voice came through. You'll see it now, follow that snake. Li Gu pulled Lin Lucy out of the pit, and in an instant, they leapt onto the rooftop, scanning for the direction in which the serpent had fled. What do you mean? Lillian still sounded puzzled. Showdown immediately caught on. Summoners like this usually aren't that strong in close combat. Li Gu's shout was psychological warfare. The caster thought their position was exposed and immediately recalled the serpent for support. By following the serpent, we can track down the caster. Lillian and Showdown raced over to join Li Gu. Without hesitation, Li Gu cast a healing bond on Lin Lucy, instantly restoring some color to her pale face. Their heavenly manifestation ability seems to be a type of psionic summoning, Lillian analyzed. It can mimic various creatures using energy, share sensory perception, and even control them to attack. Yeah, elite level 50, Chi and confirm the opponent's level. You can even determine their level? Lin Lucy shot Chi in a skeptical glance. Summoned creatures from an ordinary elite level battlefield scout couldn't possibly overpower a natural spellcaster summons. Chi stammered an explanation. Summons from a grandmaster level caster, I wouldn't even be able to hold them off. Li Gu was inwardly astonished. Elite level 50 was already this formidable. The elite division of the Heavenly Ladder tournament was clearly far more challenging than he had anticipated. Don't chase, Lillian said, stopping Li Gu as he tensed to move. The casting range of an elite level psionic summoner doesn't exceed 800 meters. Their heavenly manifestation should already be back at their side. We need to be cautious of their ambush. Watch out, Lillian suddenly screamed. A massive golden cross descended from the sky without warning, radiating a blinding light and waves of searing heat. This sacred symbol of justice only made the ambush seem all the more justified. In an instant, Li Gu sprang into action, twisting midair to raise the Emperor's breaker spear in a sweeping arc. His entire body moved with perfect coordination, unleashing a strike of unparalleled force. This blow was powerful enough to clash Hedon with an elite-level primary attacker. As the spear blade collided with the golden cross, sparks flew, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the cross. Li Gu was sent flying a dozen meters away like a badminton shuttlecock smashed by a racket, crashing heavily into a dilapidated massage and hair-washing shop. Inside, sharp screams of women pierced the air, mixed with a low, muffled groan from a man. Lin Lucy acted decisively, snapping her fingers to summon steel barriers that descended with a clang. The crucifix plummeted onto Verdun's finale, like an explosive-laden war chariot colliding with the last fortress. After a deafening crash, both the crucifix and the fortress shattered simultaneously. Showdown rushed over and cast a healing spell on Lin Lucy's back. Move, we need to rescue Li Gu. Lin Lucy gritted her teeth, suppressing her pain as she prepared to act. However, she suddenly noticed that Lillian was nowhere to be found. Just then, Lillian's voice echoed from within the shop. Li Gu, strike. By the broken glass window on the shop's second floor, a foreign young man had appeared at some point. His muscular body was covered in red tattoos, his face inscribed with words, and a crucifix marked between his eyes. Clearly, he was an undercover agent from the monastery, likely the one responsible for the crucifix attack. Yet, at this moment, he staggered like a drunk. His face flushed as he mumbled incoherently. Suddenly, his dazed expression turned sharp, then twisted in pain. A crimson spearhead pierced through his throat, blood spraying along the grooves of the spear. Behind him stood Li Gu, gripping the spear tightly, his face bloodied and his breath labored. The man clutched his neck in vain, emitting choking sounds before collapsing lifelessly. Lillian appeared just in time to steady the swaying Li Gu by the window. The other three quickly rushed to the second floor. When did you get up here? Qian asked, perplexed. Right when Li Gu was knocked back, Lillian said, wiping cold sweat from her forehead. I heard that man's groan. It clearly wasn't Li Ji's voice. It must have been the backlash from his crucifix being destroyed. I followed the sound, used Banshee's lure to control him for 2 seconds. Thankfully, Li Gu held his ground and delivered the killing blow despite his injuries. This might be the most seamless teamwork I've ever experienced. She then fired off a series of questions. Who exactly is that security guard at the school's east gate? Did he know in advance that the Scarlet Monastery was gathering here? Is the shop owner one of his informants? How could our team possibly take on so many of them? Was he just sending us to our deaths? At this moment, He Chaodong was channeling a golden glow into Li Ji's chest, gradually restoring his complexion and healing his wounds. Why does it feel like your healing works better on Li Gu than on me? Lin Lucy glanced at her still unhealed injuries with suspicion. Are you two secretly in love? Ignoring the teasing, Li Gu propped himself up with his spear and said, forget about that balding old man for now. We'll deal with him later. Right now, we need to Levithir still that snake-wielding Skywalker out there, and he's far too dangerous. Although Li Gu still exuded his usual fierceness, both he and Lin Lucy were injured, and their sole healer, He Chaodong, was exhausted from overexertion. If they encountered the blood-red serpent again, they might have no choice but to rely on the god's burial ground technique for a desperate fight. As Qian and Lin Lucy supported Li Gu, preparing to retreat, Lillian suddenly spoke up. I think I just saw the snake. Everyone turned simultaneously. From their elevated vantage point on the second floor, they caught a glimpse of the blood-red serpent streaking past, its massive form disappearing in a flash. There appeared to be a figure riding atop its head. Li Gu immediately tightened his grip on the Emperor's spear of overthrow. But why does it feel like it's running away? Lillian tilted her head in confusion. The serpent did indeed seem to be fleeing, covering a great distance in just 2 seconds, darting from the building to 2 intersections away. At that moment, a golden blade descended from the dense clouds above, spinning as it carved a dazzling arc through the air. Like the sword of divine judgment, it struck with precision, severing the serpent's head and the person atop it in one swift motion. The blade's momentum carried it into the ground, embedding itself deeply. From above the clouds, a familiar golden figure descended gracefully, arms crossed, standing coolly atop the sword's hilt. That was really cool, Qian stammered in awe. Don't jinx it by saying that. Li Gu quickly covered his mouth. Mate 1 delivery. Lin Lucy shouted at the golden figure. Startled, the figure wobbled and tumbled off the sword's hilt. What are you all doing here? Ling Qinyang approached, holding his golden tang blade, frowning as he glanced at his watch. Aren't you supposed to arrive 10 minutes later and assist me with the mission? What do you mean, 10 minutes? He Chaodong asked, confused. The vice principal said there was a Scarlet Monastery stronghold here and instructed me to lead a team to wipe it out. Ling Qinyang explained, checking his watch again. He calculated that it would take you 40 minutes to run here, matching the scheduled mission start time. If you were too slow and missed it, that'd be on you. Scratching his head, Ling Qinyang added, did I mess up the timing? Or did you guys run too fast? You guys didn't drive here, did you? Ling Qinyang frowned and thought for a moment before asking the obvious question. No. Li Gu immediately answered, his gaze clear. None of the 5 of us has ever touched a steering wheel. Then how did you get here so fast? Li Ji's expression turned serious. Someone secretly informed us to come here for a mission. Considering there might be civilians in danger, we quickened our pace. Ling Qinyang gave a thumbs up. You 3 freshmen plus 2 slackers actually have a sense of responsibility. His gaze shifted to the suitcase Li Gu was clutching tightly. What's in that case? Li Gu instinctively held the suitcase closer, his eyes drifting toward the large crater not far away as he mumbled evasively, someone asked me to deliver some goods. Following his gaze, Ling Qinyang looked at the shocking pit and shouted angrily, who did this? All the power lines are destroyed, causing a blackout across 3 nearby streets. Who knows how long the factory's generator can hold out? Li Gu remained silent. This time, he had done his best to compress the cycle and range of the forbidden spell, avoiding residential areas as much as possible. Yet, the power of the first round of lightning punishment still exceeded his expectations. Noticing Li Ji's evasive expression, Ling Qinyang snorted softly and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. I know it was you. But with no evidence, just blame it on the Scarlet Monastery. What's the difference? If you admit it was you, the repair cost will come out of the school's maintenance fund. Ling Qinyang took a step forward. If we pin it on the monastery, the money will come from Jinling City's municipal fund. Li Gu suddenly understood. Ling Qinyang continued, by the way, 2 hours ago, the Scarlet Monastery sent a blood letter to the Round Table Council, announcing their break with Disya and threatening to report us to higher civilizations. Who knows how much they'll exaggerate you've already been listed as their primary target and put on a global Scarlet Wanted list. By tomorrow morning, all Skywalkers worldwide will know. A Scarlet Wanted list? Lillian tried to comfort him. Don't worry, not many people dare to come to Disya to kill anyone. Not necessarily. Ling Qinyang gave Li Gu a once-over. The bounty is 10 kilograms of high-grade crystals, plus 1 billion euros in cash and a 5-acre Mediterranean island. Just the crystals alone are enough to elevate a Skywalker from entry-level master to mid-tier refinement. Li Gu shrank his neck. So even master-level Skywalkers might come after me? Any Skywalker from other factions would have a reason to target you. Ling Qinyang patted him on the shoulder. And the monastery has promised that any Skywalker from the Chaos faction who kills you can join them and receive protection. The four teammates looked at Li Gu with concern, as if they could already foresee his bleak future. Li Ji's expression was equally filled with worry. Thanks for the heads up. Li Gu nodded solemnly. I'll use this wanted notice as motivation. Good. The school and the Great Wall Watch will protect you. If it gets too bad, just stay on campus and don't go out, Ling Qinyang said, suddenly realizing something was off. Wait, motivation? Most people would be terrified and sleepless after hearing about such a wanted notice, but this kid called it motivation. Then what was the worry on his face about? In truth, Li Gu was indeed worried the school's protection would be too effective, leaving the Scarlet Monastery unable to find him. A dark future? Li Gu chuckled softly. But isn't the darkness pressing down on us just resources and experience points on the road ahead? Thanks to the higher civilization for sending us this opportunity. Before his words had fully settled, an ear-piercing siren suddenly echoed across the block. Red warning lights flashed between the buildings, and the emergency broadcast repeatedly instructed all humans to evacuate to indoor safe houses immediately. Members of the assault squad instinctively tensed up, their eyes scanning their surroundings warily. Stop looking around. This is the original time for the assault. Ling Qinyang waved a hand in front of Li Ji's face. The vice principal's initial plan was for the informant to eavesdrop and gather intel in the small shop next door, while I infiltrated to take out their elite scout. Then the alarm would be triggered, and 6 teams would complete an encirclement within 3 minutes, capturing all the cultivators in one sweep. He paused. But all of that got thrown off course by your lightning strike. That's a solid tactic, Li Gu nodded. But I have a question, why would a gatekeeper know the vice principal's plan? What gatekeeper? The blind drunk at the east gate wearing sunglasses, looking like a muscle-bound version of Guada. Ling Qinyang's eye twitched noticeably. First of all, muscle-bound Guada, are you trying to say Jason Statham? Uglier than Jason Statham, Lin Lucy added mercilessly from behind Li Gu. Second, Ling Qinyang lowered his voice. The one guarding the east gate of the Xiaodongnan Maritime Academy is Vice Principal Fan Wuyan, a Quasi-Saint at Skyway level 50. Not some blind Guada, and certainly not an old drunk. If the vice principal hears this, you're done for. The 4 people behind Li Gu simultaneously covered their mouths. What I meant was, I must be blind to think he looks like Guada, Li Gu replied with a straight face. Clearly, he's more like a middle-aged Takashi Kaneshiro and is 4 old drunk. I meant it as a compliment, suggesting the vice principal is worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the 6 saints. Instructor Ling, make sure you don't misrepresent my words when you pass this along. Ling Qinyang rolled his eyes. Li Gu continued, the vice principal personally directing you, does that mean you're one of his trusted aides? The vice principal commands the Jinling camp, and the tasks are assigned to me level by level from the top. Ling Qinyang hissed in frustration. Don't spread nonsense outside. If the vice principal thinks I'm out there flaunting his authority for my own gain, my career is over. Not everyone is like you, a Lingxia-level expert, free from concerns about their future. From Ling Qinyang's explanation, Li Gu roughly pieced together the structure of the Great Wall Watchers. The school's leadership also served as the leadership of the Watchers, with strict internal hierarchy. His own privilege of enjoying flat management was entirely due to Changhe's protection. At this moment, synchronized footsteps echoed from all directions. Both Li Gu and Ling Qinyang leaned over to look downstairs, where figures darted quickly through the alleyways. At every intersection, someone stationed themselves, finding a vantage point to stand guard. Team 1, enemy captured, passage cleared. Team 2, enemy captured, passage cleared. Team 3, no enemy encountered. Team 4, no enemy encountered. Team 5, no enemy encountered. 5 voices came through Ling Qinyang's walkie-talkie in quick succession, the entire report taking less than 10 seconds. This meant that, whether or not they encountered enemies, each team had positioned themselves perfectly within the 10-second window. Witnessing the discipline and efficiency of the other teams, Li Gu realized that the assault squad still had much room for improvement. Soon, 25 members from the 5 teams regrouped downstairs. The only spoils of their mission were 2 enemies, now zipped into black body bags. Ling Qinyang, what's going on at the target site? One team leader glanced at the massive crater and the scattered corpses, then looked up to question him. This wasn't part of the original plan. You'll need to submit a report to the disciplinary committee. His gaze swept past Li Gu and landed on someone behind him. Lillian, you shouldn't have the authority to participate in this mission. Lillian, busy fixing her hair that had been tousled by the wind, ignored the accusation entirely. This was a fair-skinned man, his muscular body tightly wrapped in battle armor, standing at an estimated height of 6 feet tall. He looked about 23 or 24 years old, with sharp, handsome features beneath his sword-like brows and bright, piercing eyes. Who's that? Lin Lucy nudged Lillian gently with her shoulder. Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Jinling City Patrol Division, and also a member of the disciplinary committee, Lillian replied, her red lips pursed. Meng Zai. Looks pretty handsome, but his skin's too pale, like a reincarnated Shimanqing. Lin Lucy observed seriously. Why did he say you couldn't join the mission? Lillian lowered her head, her eyes evasive. I got into a fight with a girl at school and lost. Now I'm in a 1-month disciplinary period, which means I can't participate in combat missions. But I really didn't know this was a combat mission. This isn't even a combat mission, Li Gu interjected. That sly vice principal just wants us to move boxes of Maodai. It doesn't even count as training. Wait, He Chaodong frowned. So if you lose a fight, you can't go on missions, but if you win, you can? Ling Qianyang explained, conflicts between students can be resolved in the ring. The loser, regardless of who's right or wrong, enters a 1-month disciplinary period. Isn't that blatantly favoring the strong? He Chaodong was stunned. The principal has a point. On the battlefield, the Nyeju don't distinguish between good and evil. The strong live, the weak die. If you don't like it, just train harder. Ling Qianyang shrugged. That's so unfair. Lin Lucy looked incredulous. Lillian suddenly spoke up. It is unfair, but the veterans understand the principal's intention. Students in their ivory towers need a reason to train like their lives depend on it. You can choose to back down and not step into the ring, but that's the same as admitting you're wrong. Ling Qianyang glanced at Meng Zai, then at Lillian, his expression complicated. That girl is a master-level fighter. With your elite-level skills, going up against her is just asking for humiliation. An elite challenging a master? Skipping 2 levels? He Chaodong whispered to Lillian, Senior, are you crazy? Not everyone is a freak like Li Gu. Today's experiences had shown He Chaodong just how hard it was to fight above one's level. Despite their group of 5 working together, they could barely handle a level 50 elite blood serpent, while Ling Qianyang, a grandmaster, effortlessly reduced both the serpent and its handler to ashes with a single strike. I didn't step into the ring to win, Lillian said softly, her gaze fixed on Meng Zai down below. I did it to show them that I refuse to submit. I'll never submit, even if it kills me. Isn't it just because Meng Zai is chasing that girl and turned around to call you a homewrecker? Ling Qianyang rolled his eyes. Everyone at school knows the story, but she's stronger, and they're a better match. He glanced at Lillian. She's a grade A master, your cohort's elite group instructor, and even has the potential to become the Runhuang. These words struck a nerve. Lillian clenched her jaw in silence, her teeth grinding. Li Gu glanced at her and saw that the alluring senior was fighting back tears, her eyes glistening, whether from heartbreak over a relationship gone sour or the bitterness of being oppressed. Don't cry. People will look down on you if you do. Ling Qianyang let out a soft sigh, his gaze dimming. Forget about it. Who would risk offending the future emperor for someone like you, whose limit is merely the master realm? Who could even afford to? I would. Li Ji's voice cut through the air abruptly. Spare me. Back then, you weren't around to stir the pot, were you? Ling Qianyang spat, then straightened his expression. Technically, Lillian shouldn't be out on missions. Keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Li Ji's right hand twitched inside his pocket as if performing some sort of calculation. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Technically not allowed? Ling Qianyang nodded solemnly. But I am the exception to the rule. Li Ji's grin deepened. At that moment, Meng Zai, standing downstairs, looked up at the noisy group above. His tone was calm but commanding. Lillian, I expect a proper explanation on my desk before sunrise tomorrow. Before his words fully settled, a furious shout erupted from the second floor. Who gave you permission to bark, you scumbag? All eyes turned toward the source of the outburst. It was He Chaodong. Li Gu had anticipated that Lin Lucy, as a fellow woman, might speak up for Lillian. To his surprise, He Chaodong beat her to it. Turning to glance at Lin Lucy, he saw her hesitating, as though she wanted to intervene but held back. Standing on the second floor, He Chaodong grabbed Ling Qianyang with one hand and pointed at Meng Zai with the other, launching into a tirade. You call yourself a man while clinging to others' coattails? Your father gave you 2 legs and a third one just so you could latch onto someone else's? If you're going to ride coattails, why not aim higher? Why don't you cling to Yun Xiangrong's? Her legs are long, straight, and fair. Ling Qianyang quickly broke free from He Chaodong's grip, lowering his voice angrily. If you want to make a scene, leave me out of it. Offending Meng Zai is one thing, but Yun Xiangrong? Are you out of your mind? I'd say it to her face if she were standing right here. He Chaodong retorted, eyes blazing. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying Yun Xiangrong's legs aren't long, straight, or fair? Ling Qianyang turned away, refusing to engage further. Li Gu, hands clasped behind his back, spoke to Qian while fanning the flames. Senior, there are still a few employees from the salon downstairs. Could you help move them? Carry on, he added, nodding encouragingly at He Chaodong. Leaning against the window frame, He Chaodong shouted with gusto, let me write you a couplet. The first line. A pale face ensnares successful women. The second line. A spineless man fears public opinion. The horizontal inscription. Even medicine won't help. The moment he finished, Meng Zai's complexion underwent a dramatic transformation: white to red, red to purple, and finally purple to black. Insolence, he growled. In a flash, he appeared in front of He Chaodong, his ironclad hand reaching for the latter's throat. In the split second before impact, the air rippled like water. Meng Zai's eyes glazed over momentarily, a brief effect of Lillian's siren's curse, which caused its target to see their ideal beauty. However, Meng Zai snapped back to clarity almost immediately. You dare lay a hand on me? He spat coldly, sweeping a glance at Lillian. One hand lunged for He Chaodong, while the other lashed out toward her. Enough! A frosty voice rang out from the second floor. Seeing Li Gu amidst the crowd, Meng Zai's body trembled slightly. He clasped his hands together, and the still night sky was suddenly torn asunder by a massive rift. From it, a blazing golden meteor hurtled directly toward Meng Zai. What kind of amateur spell is this? Meng Zai sneered. Raising his iron fist encased in battle armor, he smashed the meteor into a burst of radiant sparks with a single punch. It was the first time someone had shattered one of Li Ji's forbidden spells. You're a nature mage? Meng Zai turned toward Li Gu, shaking his head. This is a Class B falling star, isn't it? Late elite stage, perhaps? Still far from my level. Before he could finish, a second meteor streaked through the sky, followed by a third, fourth, all the way to the 15th. At the same time, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating half the city as it struck Meng Zai squarely. The ground cracked open beneath him, and a 3-meter-wide high-pressure water column shot upward, battering his body relentlessly. The apocalyptic scene left everyone frozen in shock, unsure how to react. Only He Chaodong clapped his hands in delight, laughing. I knew it. While I'm cursing someone out, my brother's definitely charging up a forbidden spell. The longer I insult someone, the stronger the spell gets. Before he could finish his gloating, a blood-curdling roar erupted from within the chaos. A shadowy black blade tore through the maelstrom of fire, lightning, and wind, slashing straight at the jubilant He Chaodong. He Chaodong swiftly stepped behind Ling Qianyang with a single sliding motion. As a warrior well-versed in drawing aggro, he knew Ling Qianyang had no choice but to protect himself at this moment. As expected, a helpless expression appeared on Ling Qianyang's face. He closed his eyes with a soft sigh, raised his blade horizontally before his chest, and shattered the incoming sword light with sheer force. At that moment, a furious roar louder than the thunderclaps boomed through the air. Ling Qianyang. Meng Zai burst out from the forbidden spell, gripping a straight blade of concentrated light in each hand, both radiating an aura of futuristic technology. Damn, you're injured? Ling Qianyang's eyes widened in shock. Meng Zai charged forward like a madman, his armor shattered, blood streaming down his body. A mortal wounding a grandmaster? That's a difference of 2 entire realms. It's like an AK-47 piercing through a tiger tank. Ling Qianyang exclaimed in amazement. If that level 50 elite battlefield scout had encountered Li Ji's forbidden spell, I wouldn't even need to step in. This comment thoroughly enraged Meng Zai. As a main offense Skywalker, influenced by the divine power of Tianxing Shenyan, he became uncontrollably berserk in battle. Like a humanoid mecha, he stormed up to the second floor, briefly scanning He Chaodong, who was being shielded by Ling Qianyang, before locking his attack onto Li Gu. Faced with Meng Zai's ferocious charge, Li Gu advanced instead of retreating, drawing the Runhuang Po Jun spear to counter. The moment the spear tip collided with the laser blade, the massive spear began to vibrate rhythmically. Its tip spun rapidly like a small boat caught in a whirlpool, neutralizing 70% of the energy on Meng Zai's blade. 6 Ren Demon Slaying Technique, 4th Form. Chaos Reversal. This move was akin to Tai Kai's principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. In its full form, it could even redirect the opponent's force back at them. Although Li Gu hadn't yet mastered this level, the mere 3 seconds of stalemate were enough to upend the understanding of all Skywalkers. A system notification suddenly flashed in front of Li Gu. Your combat skill, 6 Ren Demon Slaying, has been partially mastered. Entering skill options. A character icon holding a staff appeared on the right side of his vision. Just as Li Gu was about to check the skill, he suddenly shouted at the frenzied Meng Zai. So, you're from the Scarlet Monastery? The screech of metal grinding against metal echoed as Meng Zai's attack abruptly halted. Ling Qianyang's golden straight blade intervened just in time, forcibly separating the two combatants. Meng Zai glared at Ling Qianyang in frustration, then, panting heavily, demanded of Li Gu, "Are you accusing me?" "Accusing you?" Li Gu showed no fear despite the twin blades threateningly close to him. Instead, he straightened his posture and said, "Slandering a Skywalker maliciously carries a minimum sentence of 3 years imprisonment. If the offense is severe, you could even be exiled to Australia. You should know that, right?" Meng Zai scrutinized Li Gu from head to toe. "You're not from this school, are you? There's no natural mage like you here." Li Gu chuckled softly and turned to Ling Qianyang. Instructor Ling, tell him who I am. Ling Qianyang rolled his eyes, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. This kid actually thought he could intimidate Meng Zai, a seasoned veteran with countless battle accolades, by flaunting his own talents and the great Xia's favor toward him? Classic case of bullying with borrowed authority. However, since Li Ji's true identity couldn't be revealed yet, this situation was clearly not going to resolve itself so easily. Just as Ling Qianyang was about to step in and mediate, Li Gu suddenly brought up the crimson bounty. The abrupt shift caught Ling Qianyang off guard. Before he could figure out what Li Gu was planning, Lin Lucy interjected. He's the #1 target on the Crimson Monastery's bounty list. Killing him would earn someone a high-ranking position and immense wealth in the monastery. She feigned a look of sudden realization, pointed at Meng Zai, and raised her voice to shout toward the floor below. So that's it. This guy wants to kill Li Gu to claim the Crimson Monastery's reward. This move left Ling Qianyang utterly stunned. The Crimson Bounty, which was supposed to be a death sentence, had been cleverly turned into a lifeline by Li Gu. Anyone who dared to harm him would now be suspected of coveting the bounty from the Crimson Monastery, a charge no one could afford to bear. Li Gu, emboldened, took it a step further. He leaned his neck into Meng Zai's twin blades and advanced, forcing Meng Zai to retreat with every step. Seizing the moment, Lin Lucy whipped out her phone, snapped a photo, and cheerfully said, "Hey, buddy, I've got your photo ready. If the Crimson Monastery needs evidence, you can just use this." Meng Zai's face began to twitch uncontrollably. He didn't even know who Li Gu was. How had he suddenly become entangled in such an absurd accusation? He tried to explain. Lillian acted on her own to carry out a mission. I was just enforcing school rules. Lillian was helping the vice principal. Li Gu countered sharply. Are you accusing the vice principal of covering for her by calling her actions unauthorized? He then lifted the briefcase in his hand and turned to Lillian. This is what the vice principal wanted, right? Wasn't he trying to take it just now? Lillian nodded in confirmation. Meng Zai's facial twitching intensified. What began as a simple conflict had now escalated to involve both the vice principal and the Crimson Bounty. This was heading straight for the principal's office at this rate. I wasn't informed beforehand. He hastily distanced himself from the mess. Not informed. Li Gu sneered. As her ex-boyfriend, you've been keeping tabs on and suppressing Lillian all this time. And now you're claiming you had no idea what she was involved in? He cast a deliberate glance toward the floor below. And you're dragging your teammates into this mess too? Meng Zai's 4 teammates immediately scattered to avoid association. They understood this was likely just a misunderstanding, but if photos or videos got out, who knew how others might interpret it? To steer clear of trouble, staying far away from Meng Zai seemed like the safest bet. Cornered at the edge of the second floor with nowhere left to go, Meng Zai had no choice but to jump down. The leap not only cost him his imposing demeanor, but also made him look like he was fleeing. Gritting his teeth, he pointed a trembling finger at Li Gu and growled, "They'll file for the disciplinary committee to investigate. This matter will be resolved." It was like watching 2 kids fight. Whoever threatened to tell the teacher first had already lost. Go ahead, go ahead. I've saved all the photos and videos. Lin Lucy leaned casually against the second floor railing, smiling down at the scene below. Why not let the disciplinary committee investigate all your past misdeeds and issue a public announcement while they're at it? Meng Zai's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, as though he had suffered a massive blow. After the battle, Li Gu began clearing the area while checking the attribute panel of the new skill he had acquired. The skill, Lu Rin Famo, was marked as Saint Lavila's set of 6 staff techniques, left behind in the ruins by a mysterious figure who called himself the Wandering Rebel. This enigmatic figure seemed to have traversed the river of history, only to vanish into the boundless sky, leaving no trace in historical records. The skill panel displayed. Basic mastery increases power by 20, reduces stamina consumption by 20. My proficiency with He Luo Tingming still isn't there yet. Li Gu mused to himself. The Wandering Rebel. Why does that sound like Sun Wukong? More and more armored vehicles flooded into the alley as logistics personnel began cleaning up the battlefield, tallying the results, and rushing to make repairs. The surrounding skywalkers kept their distance, wary, only daring to listen from afar to the scattered cries. I've been injured. It was Meng Zai's hidden strike. Don't let Meng Zai escape. He's definitely heading to the Scarlet Monastery to claim his reward. Hundreds of logistics personnel exchanged uneasy glances. Some pretended not to hear, covering their ears, while others discreetly activated the recording function on their phones. This scene sent a clear message. Meng Zai had trampled Lillian into the dust, while Li Gu had stood up for his teammate. It was a silent declaration that Li Gu and Lillian were not just temporary partners. He was a true leader who would fight for his team. The assault squad boarded their transport vehicle for the return trip. It was only then that Ling Qianyang revealed an astonishing truth. Li Gu was the top scorer of this year's exams and had already reached the Lingxiao level. This revelation left the Skywalkers on board utterly stunned. How could a mortal face off against a master Hedon? Was the gap in levels truly that fragile? They all praised Li Ji's extraordinary talent, expressing their willingness to let bygones be bygones. Ling Qianyang, however, was puzzled. Li Ji's actions seemed to teeter between arrogance and humility, making it hard to judge his character. Meanwhile, Li Gu had already blended in with the others. Senior brothers and sisters, sorry for stealing the battle credits. How about you take this gun and divide it among yourselves? No way. It's our duty to look after younger students. We should be the ones feeling guilty for not arriving sooner. During the journey, everyone picked up on a few key details from Li Ji's casual remarks. The Runhuang Pajun spear was a gift from the principal. The assault squad was personally named by the principal. His participation in the elite-level competition was specially approved by Yun Xiangrong. And even this trip to buy alcohol was authorized by the vice principal. Combined with Li Ji's Lingxia-level strength, these details naturally escalated in the retelling to a saint's bestowed spear, personally assigned squad name, special training approval, and a designated mentor. Shortly after exchanging contact information on social media, a senior messaged him privately, "Junior, I heard a Heaven's Blood path might appear soon. I'll notify you as soon as there's news." Another message followed. "I know a way to take on missions without going through the disciplinary committee." The third message was even more straightforward. "Here's the ranking of single senior sisters by appearance, along with a guide on how to pursue them." The transport truck made a brief stop in front of the family dormitory. When it started moving again, over 30 jars of liquor had been added to its cargo. He Kaedong's father stood at the back of the truck, tears welling in his eyes as he bid farewell to his son. As a seasoned connoisseur and a bank manager, his collection consisted of premium-aged liquors from renowned distilleries, all over a decade old. In the past, drinking one jar would result in receiving 2 more as gifts. Now, he had to watch helplessly as his treasured stash was emptied in one go by his son. When the squad carried the jars into the underground base, Vice Principal Fan Wuyan glanced at them and scoffed. "Is this the Maodai I asked for?" He Chaodong silently removed the seal from one of the jars, and the rich aroma of the liquor instantly filled the underground space. Fan Wuyan immediately grabbed the jar, took a deep breath, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. "Fine, fine. Original Maodai will do," he relented. Cradling the jar carefully, Fan Wuyan turned to Li Gu and asked, "How was tonight's routine training?" "We arrived early, so the intensity might have been a bit excessive," Li Gu replied tactfully. "Not too early," Fan Wuyan said sharply, his back to the squad. "I'm in charge of intelligence gathering and combat command for the entire Southeast. Don't play petty tricks in front of me." At his words, Li Gu instinctively shrank back. Fan Wuyan's gaze shifted to Lin Lucy, who was carrying a blood-red chest of loot from the Scarlet Monastery. "Those monks must have had some good stuff on them, right?" Li Gu quickly stepped in front of him with a forced smile. "Nothing worthy of your attention, sir. Drinking is more important." The vice principal shot him a glare but didn't press further about the loot. Instead, he asked, "You fought against a level 50 elite, didn't you? Could you handle it without forbidden spells?" 5 against 1 barely, Li Gu admitted honestly. "As soon as the fight begins, ranged attacks will all target you. Don't expect to cast any forbidden spells." Fan Wuyan patted Li Gu's right hand. "The lower limit of the team depends on how proficient you are with Lu Ren's demon-slaying technique." "And the upper limit?" Li Gu asked. Fan Wuyan pointed at He Chaodong and Lilian. "It has nothing to do with me?" Lin Lucy asked, surprised. "You and Qian have solid foundations. Just focus on more training and real combat experience," Fan Wuyan replied. He then turned to He Chaodong. "This kid brought some decent liquora. No, his Tianqing divine evolution is decent, but his physical condition is too poor. His healing only works if he can stay on the battlefield." Then, turning to Lilian, he added, "And you? Ever since your breakup, you've only cared about your appearance. Your combat power doesn't match your level. Let me guess, you were dumped because you weren't strong enough? There are plenty of pretty girls out there, but how many are Grandmaster-level Tianqing practitioners?" Lilian lowered her head in shame, the snowflake earrings she wore swaying gently in the dim light. "Lilian, don't let deep feelings ruin your potential," Fan Wuyan said, gesturing emphatically. "You need to bridge a 5-year gap in 7 days. Do you think that's possible?" Lilian and Qian shook their heads, while Lin Lucy and He Chaodong looked toward Li Gu. "It's possible," Li Gu answered with confidence. "You plan to use forbidden spells to level up, reach the elite rank in 7 days, and then rely on martial arts to make it through the elimination rounds?" Fan Wuyan's sharp gaze bore into Li Gu. Li Gu was at a loss for words. This elder had clearly seen right through his intentions. What if your teammates fall in a short amount of time? The opponent's defender blocks your attacks, the mage restricts your movements, and the damage dealer bombards you relentlessly. Can you hold your ground? Fan Wuyan's rough hand pressed heavily on Li Ji's forehead. "This is a 5-person arena, not a unknown deathmatch." "Then, Principal Fan, why don't you share your plan with us?" Lin Lucy asked with a smile. Who said I had a plan? Fan Wutian rolled his eyes. Lin Lucy smirked slyly. If you dared to take on this task, you must have seen some hope. If the team trained by the vice principal gets eliminated in the first round, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Fan Wutian frowned, realizing he might have been set up by Chang He. Indeed, losing even one match would be quite humiliating. You have a lot of crystals, Fan Wutian said. No, we don't, Lin Lucy reminded him. We haven't even received our first month's salary yet. Then, as if realizing something, she asked in a low voice, Are you saying you'll give us crystals? A large amount of untraceable crystals would immediately trigger an investigation by the disciplinary committee. Fan Wutian interrupted sternly. Even if Chang He favors Li Gu, he can't just give away crystals. Then what should we do? Lin Lucy pressed. Fan Wutian turned to the two senior students and brought up a screen filled with dense data. Aside from mining, crystals mainly come from refining the corpses of the fallen and hostile Skywalkers. Over the years, you've defeated 19 enemies. The corpses you handed over to the logistics department earned you 273 points. While you might want to use these points to secure high-level housing for your families in the safe zone. The two senior students nodded in agreement. But if you pay the refining fee, these points can be converted directly into crystals. Fan Wutian pointed to the screen. The total refining cost is 1.78 million, which can be exchanged for 273 grams of low-grade crystals. Eventually, under Lin Lucy's persuasion, the two senior students agreed to contribute their points, with the 5 of them splitting the refining costs. Fan Wutian then turned to review Li Ji's data. You have 598 points here, earned by killing? That was self-defense. Li Gu retorted immediately. I haven't even seen what a crystal looks like, and I'm being forced to compete in an elite-level tournament. What else can I do but go after the fallen? 68. Were you treating the fallen like crayfish? Lillian stared at Li Gu in disbelief. Not just the fallen. Tonight, I took out 13 members of the Scarlet Monastery, Li Gu added quietly. Fan Wutian glanced at this kid, who seemed like a prehistoric beast, and said, Tonight's points haven't been calculated yet. Li Gu shrugged. I still have 10 million on my card. Deduct the refining fees directly, I'll deal with the shared costs later. Fan Wutian quickly outlined the training plan. Wake up at 4 a.m. to absorb crystals, followed by a 5-minute breakfast at 5:30 and martial arts training until 11 a.m. From 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., they would eat lunch while continuing to absorb crystals, then move on to afternoon Skywalk Divine Evolution training. In the evening, they would absorb more crystals, potentially carry out missions at night, and finish with tactical coordination training until 3:30 a.m. Reasonable, right? Fan Wutian looked at the 5 silent individuals before him. Li Gu raised 2 fingers. Only 2 hours of sleep a day? 2 hours is for medical treatment. Fan Wutian scanned the group. Take a nap while you're on in 4-drip. Only the dead have the right to sleep. Now, I'll fetch the crystals. Once you've absorbed them, head straight to the training grounds. Not even time to wash up? You can rinse your mouth while drinking water. As for bathing, consider it done during underwater training. Vice Principal, has anyone ever told you you're not human? No one has ever claimed I am human. This exchange reminded Li Gu of his classmates' complaints about the Dasya system. They felt the 888 roulette hours each of work, training, and sleep was too harsh, treating people like beasts of burden. But at this moment, Li Gu wished they could experience what true hellish training was like firsthand. After surviving a grueling battle, they didn't even have time to catch their breath. They barely managed to stuff a few buns into their mouths to stave off hunger. Each of them gripped 2 amethyst-like crystals tightly, channeling their internal energy to resonate with them. The crystals gradually dimmed and eventually crumbled into powder, unleashing chaotic energy that coursed wildly through their bodies. Fan Wutian, chewing on a chicken claw and holding a wine flask, led them to an arena about the size of a swimming pool. After locking the doors behind them, he nonchalantly announced, Training starts now. Before the group could react, a massive fissure split open in the center of the arena, and an elite-level iron-winged sacred beetle of the Nyeju species emerged, its wings slicing through the air with invisible blades that sent the 5 of them scattering. After a harrowing 10-minute struggle, Qian finally seized an opportunity, using his thunderstorm beast to clash Hedon with the sacred beetle. As the beetle lost its balance, Li Gu lunged forward, his spear striking its vulnerable underbelly. What level is this thing? Li Gu panted heavily. Level 40 or so. Defense-focused, with strong offensive abilities too. It's a real pain, Qian replied, lying on the ground, too exhausted to stutter as he usually did. Well done, everyone. Li Gu was about to clap when Lin Lucy suddenly shouted, Verdun. Let me hear your echo. Her body was once again encased in an impenetrable shield. The ground cracked open once more, and 4 gray-white claws emerged. Fan Wutian, you bastard. Can't even let us catch our breath? Li Gu gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright despite his fatigue. Black mountain gargoyles. Two of them. Lillian shouted a warning. Watch out for their magic rebound shields when they turn to stone. 20 minutes later, the gargoyles were reduced to rubble. He Chao Dong, the healer, was utterly spent, curled up in a corner foaming at the mouth. Lin Lucy was equally battered, staggering with every step. But then, a three-headed giant serpent slowly rose from the ground. By the fourth wave of Nyeju, the five of them collapsed, utterly drained. The doors opened, and a medical team rushed in to administer emergency treatment. Demonic training? Fan Wutian strolled casually into the arena, still gnawing on a chicken leg. Those coaches who make players vomit call it demonic training? What a joke. True demonic training isn't about being trained by demons. It's about turning you into demons. He nudged Li Ji's side with his foot. These elite Nyeju creatures cost 250,000 each from the lab. Don't forget to pay up. Li Gu, barely conscious, trembled as he raised his arm and gave him the middle finger. An hour later, the five had completed their treatment. Each received an injection of a high dose of adrenaline before being thrown into the training ground. A whole night of grueling training finally made Li Gu understand the logic behind Fan Wutian's training plan. They didn't even need to wash up, as all five of them passed out directly on the training ground. 2 hours later, they were jolted awake by a bucket of icy cold water. Fan Wutian, holding an iron rod, towered over them, his voice commanding and leaving no room for negotiation. Take the crystals and meat buns, eat them, absorb them. If you're thirsty, there's water in the metal barrel over there. He then turned to each of them, calling them out individually. Lillian, move faster. Your ex-boyfriend and his current girlfriend came to your dorm last night looking for trouble. If you don't want to get bullied, train like your life depends on it. Qian, this is your one chance to make a name for yourself. If you miss it, go sweep the streets outside the dorm. Lin Lucy, the experimental cost for the aberrant specimen last night was 3.25 million. Why not just pay 20 million for a week and save me the trouble of doing the math every day? Li Gu, is this all your top scholar title is worth? Strike faster and harder. He Chao Dong. If you slack off again, the video of you twitching on the ground yesterday will be on the news headlines. Watching the five devour their breakfast in a frenzy, Fan Wutian smiled with satisfaction. Good. Keep that energy up. The first training session this morning is an easy one. Put on the Tintimus gravity armor and run 100 kilometers cross-country. The second task is even simpler. Fight each other in the octagon until 4 of you have broken bones. Yu Yun will treat you on the spot. 3 rounds and you're done. As for tonight's mission, I'll find something fitting, preferably one where you end up surrounded and have to fight your way out. Remember, only those unafraid of death will survive. For 6 days, the 5 of them stumbled through training as if in a daze, like living in a dream. Money and crystals were consumed rapidly, but their levels skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Lillian reached elite level 47, Qian elite level 45, Lin Lucy mortal level 32, and He Chaodong mortal level 30. Meanwhile, Li Gu broke through to mortal level 50 during a sudden nighttime mission on the 4th day, only waiting for the right opportunity to advance to the elite tier. Every night, Li Gu faintly dreamed of visits from the heroines created by Sanji Yu, but his sleep was so brief that before he could savor the moments, Fan Wutian's gunfire would wake him. In the past few days, you might have set a record for the fastest progress among human skywalkers. Fan Wutian remarked, a rare note of approval in his tone. Tomorrow night at 8:45, Channel 4, your first official match. This is the debut of our Scholar Champion, live-streamed globally. You and your families can watch from wherever they are. He opened a tablet. Your opponents are the Zhuhong team, with an average level of Elite 37. Their lineup includes 2 Grade C primary attackers, 1 Grade B Elite Level 50 defender, 1 graded battlefield scout, and 1 Grade A Elite Level 50 nature mage. A classic dual-core setup. Confident? Yes. He Chaodong shouted. Yes, my ass. Your average level is only Elite 10.8. Fan Wutian smacked He Chaodong's head. Lin Lucy frowned and said, we were told the matchmaking system would ensure balance before the match. A 25-level gap? Isn't this blatant targeting? So, you think you're being targeted? Fan Wutian asked. Yes. Fan Wutian turned to Li Gu. Both of their elite level 50 players have been stuck at that level for over a year. They're extremely experienced. How long do you think you can last? I'll fight. Li Gu replied firmly. Even if you're being targeted, you'll fight? I will. Do you believe this matchmaking is fair? No. Then aren't you going to investigate? I don't need to investigate. Then who will? Changhe. Li Gu looked directly at Fan Wutian. Theoretically speaking, the one who plays with intelligence is usually the one who plays dirty, right? Isn't that so, Chief Intelligence Officer Fan Wutian of the Grand Siak Great Wall Watch? Where is Night Enchantment Pavilion? Li Gu asked. The vice principal opposite him smiled. At the time, a few cultivators in the Mahjong parlor were pooling resources to purchase weapons and equipment from the underground trading hub known as Night Charm Alley. Li Gu keenly sensed that this shadowy marketplace might present a rare opportunity. Night Charm Alley? He Chaodong rubbed his temples and leaned in with a mischievous grin. Sounds like a decent nightclub. Although he knew full well that it was highly unlikely for the ever-serious vice principal to casually mention a bar, the words night and charm were enough to ignite his playful instincts. That was just his Naturia poet at heart, willing to risk a reprimand for a moment of cheeky indulgence. Surprisingly, this time he didn't receive the scolding he expected. The vice principal merely adjusted his sunglasses and gave He Chaodong a meaningful glance. Not bad. Pretty sharp. The unexpected praise made He Chaodong unconsciously straighten his posture. Fan Wuyan surveyed the group before delving into an explanation. Globally, Skywalkers are divided into three major organizations. The most powerful is the Round Table Council, which unites the official Skywalker forces of 12 major nations. Following that is the Scarlet Abbey. Their Grand Priests have unique ties to advanced civilizations and a massive member base. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Gu with a meaningful look, lightly patting his shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. In preparation for the expedition against the Scarlet Abbey 2 months from now, this individual currently the top target on the Abbey's Scarlet Wanted listies, growing at a rate that defies human comprehension. The last organization, Fan Wuyan continued, is the Chaotic Ward. Founded by 2 saints of the Chaos faction, this group has, in just over a decade, grown into the world's largest neutral platform and trading hub. Within their sphere of influence, all races whether human, fiendish, or chaotic are strictly prohibited from attacking one another. Violators are personally eliminated by the saints. One of these saints wields the Skywalker divine ability of battlefield reconnaissance, Limitless Leap, which enables spatial teleportation. He has established teleportation points in major cities worldwide, granting access to special barriers constructed by battlefield tacticians. The nearest one to Daxia is Night Charm Alley. There, all races can trade in any form currency, goods, and even human trafficking. The area is also home to the Succubus clan, renowned for their unparalleled collective beauty. You can find any goods or services there, including the kind of nightclub He Chaodong jokingly mentioned. Fan Wuyan lowered his voice. At 9 p.m. tonight, the shop at 19, Zhuke Street will update its inventory. Among the items is a shield forged from the corpse of a Grandmaster-level fighter, being sold by a Chaos faction human who urgently needs funds. The starting price is 10 kilograms of gold. Most transactions there require equivalent exchanges. The box of supplies you seized from the Abbey at the parlor? I specifically held on to it for this moment. He flashed a sly smile. Of course, I can't openly send you to a place like that. If anyone asks, just say the information came from a drunken slip by Ling Qianyang. At most, he'll get another reprimand, not that it matters, considering how many he's already accumulated. Oh, and one more thing, the person you've been searching for, Mi Kongwen, is likely at Night Charm Alley. By 6 p.m. that evening, the Vanguard squad received orders from the vice principal to board a helicopter en route to a so-called emergency support location. As the aircraft passed near Jinjing's Yangtze River Bridge, it claimed turbulence as an excuse to make a temporary landing on the riverbank. At that moment, a Yangtze River cruise ship docked nearby. Following Ling Qianyang's instructions, the 5 members each paid 100,000 in cash to board the vessel and, guided by the crew, descended to the lowest deck, entering the last room at the end of the corridor. After entering a complex sequence of passwords, the iron door of the room clicked open. As the team stepped into the dimly lit cabin of the ship, they were immediately overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness and a sensation of weightlessness, as if they were caught in the surreal loop of being teleported back and forth in an exam hall. Gradually, the surroundings became clearer, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Li Gu suddenly opened his eyes and found that they were standing on the deck of an elegant, classical European wooden ship. At the bow, a blindfolded ferryman was rhythmically rowing the oars. Under the dark purple night sky, a massive European-style city loomed faintly in the dense fog, its scattered lights resembling a grand celebration in a city of spirits or a school of lanternfish lurking in the deep sea, waiting for prey. Welcome to the Chaos Asylum and the Nightshade Market. Passengers, please put on your masks. We'll be arriving at the Nightshade Market in 3 minutes, the ferryman announced in clear Mandarin. Li Gu looked down and saw several silver masks laid out in front of him. He picked one up and put it on. It was evident that this was a world outside the bounds of normal rules, where transactions left no trace. As the boat moved forward, more passenger-laden wooden ships appeared around them. All the passengers wore masks and clutched their briefcases tightly. Lin Lucy leaned closer to Li Gu and whispered, "Look, there are Europeans, and some things that aren't even human. In a place with such a mix of species, how do they not end up killing each other?" "They won't," Lillian interjected. "I've heard from senior students that Chaos Asylum has surveillance creatures stationed all over the market. No one knows how many eyes are watching you at any given moment. So, if a school teacher wanted to provide resources to a student, could they use a third party to trade here? Like selling a senior's necklace at a high price?" Lin Lucy asked. Lillian shook her head and explained, that would be hard to justify. The discipline committee is strict, but it does ensure fairness for the lower-ranking students. Otherwise, geniuses like Li Gu would monopolize all the resources, and we wouldn't see miracles like the principal reaching the rank of saint despite starting with only a D-level talent. Li Gu fell into contemplation. The crystals he needed to level up were increasing exponentially. If he wanted to break through to the master level within 2 months, he would indeed need to find a way to secure resources from the old headmaster. Transactions exceeding market prices by 10 to 20 might evade monitoring, Li Gu murmured to himself. Lillian leaned closer to Li Gu, her red lips nearly brushing his ear. But you can't sell every piece of equipment at a high price. Frequent buying and reselling would attract attention on its own. Besides, rumor has it that the founder of the Chaos Asylum was once part of the Great Wall Sentinels. Li Ji's pupils contracted sharply as he recalled something Li Weiran had once said: that other wielder of the six-rin demon-slaying art in this world was a heaven-tier human aligned with the chaotic faction who had left Xia. After all these years, he must have reached the saint level by now. The past of the Lingxia level master who built the teleportation array remains shrouded in mystery. Was he the saint who defected from Xia? Did he leave willingly, or was he forced to? What was his stance toward Xia and humanity? How significant were the events of that time? And where are his students and close followers now? These unanswered questions linger in the minds of the 2 senior students, who can only glean fragments of insight from scattered rumors. The boat slowly approached the shore. Along the riverbank, a dozen docks were neatly arranged, each staffed by robust young men in white cloaks managing mooring and transport. Even more striking, however, was the presence of a succubus girl at each dock. Their captivating beauty, graceful figures, and alluring demeanor made them stand out. Dressed in elegant robes, they had small goat-like horns on either side of their heads and demon-like wings that fluttered lightly behind them. According to records, this race specialized in psychic magic and was not particularly strong in combat. They were said to have existed briefly on Earth and Europe for thousands of years, often treated as commodities for trade. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Night Enchantress Market. I am Ji Xiaoxi, employee number 0574, and I'll be at your service tonight. A succubus girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old approached, her blue-violet eyes gleaming as though they held a galaxy within. She quickly introduced the layout of the market. Straight ahead is Azure Dragon Avenue, home to Asia's largest trading hub, where goods are authenticated by the Chaos Ward. Over here, Black Tortoise Avenue specializes in blueprints for technological products and intelligence from various countries. To the left, White Tiger Avenue features auction houses, appraisal centers, and legitimate entertainment venues. On the right, Vermilion Bird Avenue is open for individual stalls, shelters wanderers unwilling to fight, and caters to certain unique needs. Ji Xiaoxi handed a map and a communication device resembling a walkie-talkie to Li Gu, adding, "These are included in the ticket price. I can also provide guidance and errands." As a succubus, she instantly recognized the leader of the group. "Take a break somewhere," Li Gu said as he accepted the items. "We'll look around first and find you later." Ji Xiaoxi flashed a charming smile, revealing her sharp little fangs. "Sure, have a great time." She found a spot under a boat canopy to sit down. She knew well the complexities of Vermilion Bird Avenue. Shadowy artifacts, wanderers evading pursuit, and succubi offering specialized services. Guests generally preferred not to be followed there. "Well, head to shop number 19. On Vermilion Bird Avenue first to get a shield," Lillian said softly, walking in the middle of the group. "Then we can look for suitable artifacts, especially the defensive chest armor Li Gu needs." "We're not going to shop number 19, came a sudden voice from Lin Lucy behind them. "Huh." Lillian turned her head in surprise. "Senior, if the customer shows a strong desire to buy, would you give them the lowest price?" Lin Lucy asked Lillian directly. Lillian thought for a moment and shook her head. "If they're determined to buy, of course I wouldn't lower the price." "All right, then let's split into 3 groups," Lin Lucy began to plan. "Senior, you and Chao Dong will pretend to be a couple, strolling through the shops. Look around and ask questions, but don't make any purchases." She turned to Qian. "Senior, you're in charge of carrying Li Ji's suitcase. Keep it mysterious, and you don't need to talk. Not that you're great at talking anyway." "Okay." Qian stammered in agreement. Lillian glanced at Li Gu, her eyes questioning. "Lucy comes from a family of merchants," Li Gu confirmed succinctly. Lillian nodded and immediately grabbed the still pretending Toba reluctant He Chao Dong by the arm. "You guys go first, and act natural." Once the trio had left, Lin Lucy leaned closer to Li Gu and lowered her voice. "Your task is a bit more complicated." Zhuke Street stretched on for 3 kilometers, lined with hundreds of shops packed tightly together, a mix of different establishments resembling a medieval European marketplace. The vendors, whether human or non-human, wore white masks. Some sat silently, while others shouted to attract customers, their goods casually displayed along the street. Master-level Skywalker gear from England, 30 million Xia coins. North American single-soldier tech cannon, 30 grams of crystals. Fresh Naga meat buns. Boost your vitality. Amid the chaotic hawking, Li Gu entered the market. In the distance, He Chaodong was tugging on Lillian's sleeve while munching on a Naga meat bun. As the three passed each other, Li Gu squatted down in front of a stall and asked about the price of a classical longsword. 3 pounds of crystals, the vendor replied. The Bank Jinling branch is just around the corner, Li Gu said with a meaningful tone. What do you mean? You might as well rob them. Li Gu shot the vendor a disdainful look and stood up to leave. Looking for weapons, brother? The vendor at the next stall chimed in eagerly. Check out this catenary attire just 5 days ago by a top-tier warrior from the Eastern Empire. Ha! Li Gu sneered. 5 days ago? If they were using this scrap metal, they'd have been dead long before that. He continued browsing for weapons, negotiating prices on the ones that caught his interest, but never finalizing a deal. Eventually, he arrived at shop number 19. Inside were 2 shields on display, one made of bone, the other of steel, both crafted with decent workmanship. But what caught Li Ge's eye was a European-style rapier, broader and heavier than modern fencing swords. How much for this one? He asked, gesturing towards the sword. The masked, non-human vendor picked up the rapier, its blade shimmering faintly with purple patterns under the starlight. This sword once assassinated a master-level warrior in California. So? Battle records aren't a reason to hike up the price, Li Gu interrupted. A saint could kill a master with a piece of scrap paper. The surrounding vendors chuckled knowingly, familiar with Li Ge's sharp bargaining skills. Let me take a look, a deep voice interjected as Qian, carrying the blood-red monastery suitcase, reached out his hand. Friend, I haven't decided if I want it yet, Li Gu said, pushing Qian aside. He turned back to the vendor. What do you think is a reasonable price for this sword? The vendor's eyes locked onto Qian. I'd like to hear your opinion. He hasn't decided if he wants it, Qian replied, shaking his head. My rule has never been first come, first served, the vendor said calmly, sitting back down. It's always highest bidder wins. Qian quietly opened a corner of the suitcase and took out 3 crucifix necklaces stained with dark blood. Under the starlight, the necklaces clinked together with a crisp sound. Second-class crucifixes from the Scarlet Monastery. The merchant glanced at them and shook his head dismissively. Not particularly valuable. Qian then took out 2 more, but the merchant still shook his head. At that moment, Li Gu pulled a thumb-sized purple crystal out of his pocket. Polar mica crystal? The merchant's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer. How heavy is this piece? This crystal was something Li Gu had borrowed from the vice principal, and it seemed to be working. While gifting items was against the rules, borrowing one for a bit of acting should be fine, right? You want to trade a broken sword for half a pound of top-grade crystals? Li Gu glared at the merchant. The merchant chuckled slyly and gestured toward his stall. Boss, pick a few more items and he'll throw in a bigger bundle. What else here would even suit me? Li Gu scanned the stall. Worn-out boots, junky shields, not even worth half a gram of crystal. That crystal ball looks decent, but I have no use for it. I can add two more crystals, Qian stammered, his face turning red. He thought to himself. You might not need that crystal ball, but it's clearly for mages. Darling, what's all the fuss about over there? Lillian's voice came from behind. The merchant looked up to see the couple approaching, his brow furrowing. That sword was roughly worth 100 grams of mid-grade crystals, suitable for a master-level frontline fighter. It was good, but not so exceptional to warrant such a commotion. He began to suspect they were staging a scene to drive the price down. Looks like some broken sword. I'm not a fan of European-style swords, He Chaodong said arrogantly. Only nouveau riche types use things like that to pretend they're aristocrats. Real nobles wouldn't bother. Say that again? Li Gu spun around abruptly, pointing at He Chaodong. They'll say whatever I want. You country bumpkin. He Chaodong sneered, glancing at Qian buying a broken sword to show off. What a joke. Both Li Gu and Qian erupted in anger, and the 3 of them started shoving and shouting as they walked away. Hey, come back. The merchant panicked. This wasn't going according to plan. Wasn't this supposed to be about haggling? How did they all just leave? Boss, how much for these 2 shields? Lin Lucy cheerfully approached, carrying a small satchel. I'm busy. Wait a moment. The merchant was already preparing to chase after the previous group. It's not like your stall is the only one around. Lin Lucy rolled her eyes and huffed, turning to leave. Hey. 50 grams of low-grade crystals for both. The merchant hurriedly shouted after her. Swindler. Lin Lucy spat. 30 pounds of gold. Take it or leave it. I only accept crystal transactions, the merchant retorted, though his eyes remained fixed on the 3 quarreling figures in the distance. 30 pounds of gold for the shield. Lin Lucy's shout echoed through the night market. She turned to leave when an urgent voice called out from behind. Wait. 35 pounds. Deal. Lin Lucy swiftly opened her leather bag and laid out 7 gleaming 5-pound gold bars in front of the shop. Under the streetlights, They sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. The shopkeeper silently regretted his decision. The consignment price for the bone shield had been set at 20 pounds of gold. Just as he was about to speak up, Lin Lucy had already grabbed the two shields and skipped away into the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Selling the rapier will make up for it." He tried chasing after her, but passersby informed him that the trio had headed to Qinglong Street's arbitration hall. At the docks, the team had already gathered, except for Li Gu, who was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Li Gu?" Lin Lucy asked, looking around. Qichaodong pointed to a jacket lying on the ground. He said to wait 10 minutes. He took the items from the suitcase and then disappeared. Meanwhile, the dejected shopkeeper returned to his stall, only to find a burly young man crouching there. The man spoke in halting Chinese, his voice deep and primitive, almost like that of a Neanderthal. "This sword is cursed. It brings bloodshed, even war. Stop with the superstitious nonsense just to haggle," the shopkeeper snapped impatiently. The young man raised his head, his eyes dark and penetrating. "The first person who buys this sword is an enemy of the Scarlet Monastery." He pulled out 2 crucifixes bearing the monastery's emblem. These were left behind when he killed the monks 7 days ago. The shopkeeper quickly verified the information and confirmed that the Scarlet Monastery was indeed hunting for a fugitive who had killed multiple monks. Nearby vendors, intrigued by the revelation, began eavesdropping. Within minutes, the young man traded the crucifixes for a crystal orb. Over the next several minutes, he continued exchanging items from the monastery, acquiring a blackwood staff and a protective silver mirror. When he finally reached a secluded spot, his form began to shift, revealing his true identity. Li Gu. He glanced at his now empty pockets and chuckled smugly. The Scarlet Monastery's reputation really is worth something, turning their name into cash. It's like killing their people and making them pay me for it. Satisfying, isn't it? In a minimalist lounge, Ji Xiaoxi was carefully examining a shield made of human bone with a magnifying glass. This artifact, crafted from the remains of a level 27 Grandmaster, boasted exceptional magical defense capabilities. It had once belonged to a powerful figure from the Chaotic faction, who had surrendered it along with several other items in exchange for temporary shelter and protection while being hunted. Nearby was a steel shield, a tool previously wielded by a Canadian elite practitioner before his ascension to Grandmaster. Ji Xiaoxi held a mediocre opinion of it, though Lin Lucy had intended to use it as a secondary shield for guarding against sneak attacks from behind. "What level of attacks can this bone shield withstand?" Lin Lucy asked, resting her chin on her hand. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xiaoxi replied, "It can withstand a few elite-level magical attacks, but anything above grade A spells would be questionable. This is just a rough estimate. If you want precise data, you can take it to an appraisal center. It costs 5 of the item's value, which is about 10 grams of crystals for this shield." This casual remark revealed the shield's market value to be approximately 200 grams of crystals, far exceeding its actual worth. The vice principal had indeed shown great cunning in selecting the most suitable and cost-effective artifacts for the team. Even more impressive was Li Gu's maneuvering had turned the Scarlet Monastery's wanted notices into a money-making scheme, selling the artifacts of mundane and elite practitioners at prices tenfold their value. Li Gu handed over a chestplate mirror, which Ji Xiaoxi immediately recognized. "This is from Shop 27, isn't it? Likely crafted by the infirmary's artifact smith. When attacked, it generates a magical shield, though each activation requires 5 grams of crystals for recharging." Next, she examined a staff. This was borrowed from a miner in the Caucasus Mountains. It's a relic of a dark practitioner and can enhance spellcasting speed and stamina recovery. Noticing Lin Lucy's surprise at the word borrowed, Ji Xiaoxi remained unfazed. "Don't worry. We left 300,000 euros in the miner's clothes as compensation. He's living a comfortable life in Florence now." The final item was a crystal ball, which particularly caught Li Gu's attention. When he entered Juke Street, he had deliberately visited 3 shops for fortune-telling. The resulting hexagram, with the upper trigram of Li Fire and the lower trigram of Current Earth, predicted extraordinary luck. This crystal ball, dismissed by the shopkeeper, had been tucked away in a corner. During his first visit to Shop 19, Li Gu had feigned disinterest, further lowering the shopkeeper's valuation of the item. In this open market where pricing relied heavily on sharp judgment, Li Gu's expertise was nothing short of a game-changing advantage. Within the crystal ball's bluish glow, a thread flickered faintly, resembling a serpent swimming through a vast ocean. The surface of the sphere was coated in a layer of dark red dust that seemed impossible to wipe away, obscuring its original luster. 3 mages took turns channeling energy into it, yet no response came from the artifact. "The crystal ball from booth 19? Ji Xiaoxi crouched down slowly, the small wings on her back quivering gently with her movement. She examined the crystal ball closely and shook her head. "I have no idea where this came from. Night Charm Pavilion has never handled such an item." "Never handled it? You don't know it's from booth 19? Qichaodong leaned in to ask. Ji Xiaoxi explained carefully, every item we've traded, appraised, or that belongs to the Chaos Ward is meticulously recorded. Last month, a Skywalker being pursued collapsed just before boarding the retrieval ship. The owner of Booth 19 picked up this crystal ball. Since the individual hadn't fully boarded, Chaos Ward doesn't have ownership of this item. With no subsequent transactions or appraisals, we don't have any detailed records. You guys are way too honest, Li Gu muttered, reflecting that he wasn't cut out to work in a place like this. His mind was too full of schemes. But he quickly realized that this almost insanely honest approach might be the very reason Skywalkers across the world trusted the Chaos Ward. Ji Xiaoxi straightened up. It seems like it might be a weapon for a nature spellcaster, but I can't make any definitive conclusions. If needed, I can take you to the appraisal center to activate its effects. However, since the item's grade and effects are unknown, the appraisal fee is hard to determine. She glanced at them and immediately noticed their resources were depleted. What happens to the item if the appraisal fee can't be paid? Li Gu asked. Well, hold it temporarily for a month, Ji Xiaoxi replied. If it remains unresolved after a month, we'll auction it off. After deducting the appraisal and auction fees, we'll return the remaining balance to the client. Take me to the appraisal center. Li Gu picked up the crystal ball. Ji Xiaoxi nodded and led the way without questioning the source of their payment. Behind Li Gu, Lin Lucy quietly reminded him, we're out of resources. Should we try having it appraised at the academy instead? Appraisal at the academy costs the same. Li Gu turned to Qian for confirmation. Right, senior. Qian nodded. Walking quickly, Li Gu explained, if we take it to the academy, everything will be under the discipline committee surveillance. But if we appraise it here and can't afford the high fee, I can always ask my mentor for resources to retrieve the artifact. Wouldn't that still count as a mentor providing resources to a student? It'll still be investigated, right? Lin Lucy asked, puzzled. Li Gu grinned. I'm just helping my mentor purchase a magical artifact. My mentor will reimburse me for the cost. Who's to say how many resources I used to buy it? In the end, whatever we claim the price was, that's the price. And how do you explain having so much capital in the first place? Lin Lucy pressed. Someone might see me with relics from the monastery and try to use those as evidence to capture Li Gu and turn him into the monastery. Li Gu shrugged. Those old crucifixes are worth a few grams, but Li Gu's head is worth 10 pounds. Lin Lucy suddenly understood. So you're planning to use this crystal ball to clean your money? I didn't realize before that this thing was useless without an appraisal. Li Gu held the crystal ball and thought to himself with a wry smile. The four people in front of him were staring at him as if he were some sort of anomaly, clearly astonished by his quick thinking. It had taken him mere seconds to come up with a flawless plan. Not only did it bypass the scrutiny of the disciplinary committee, but it also allowed him to reasonably obtain the crystal from Dean Changhe. Following the rhythmic clicks of the little succubus's high heels, the group entered White Tiger Street. Compared to Vermilion Bird Street, this place was like stepping into another world. The street was twice as wide, with meticulously laid rainflower stone paving. Baroque-style domed buildings shimmered under the golden street lights. At the entrances of various shops, succubi men and women dressed in elaborate clothing moved gracefully, enthusiastically attending to their guests. The stark contrast between this affluent district and the commoners' area left the five cash-strapped individuals feeling rather out of place. Ji Xiaoxi's ears twitched slightly before she slowed her pace to wait for Li Gu. Someone's following you, she murmured in a low voice. Li Gu had already anticipated this. A place like this was bound to be riddled with outposts of various factions. Walking around flaunting spoils from the monastery was practically an open invitation for trouble. It's fine. Let them follow, he said calmly. In the night char market, we guarantee the absolute safety of our guests, Ji Xiaoxi said, walking alongside Li Gu. However, if you require an escort service to ensure safe passage home, the pricing is based on difficulty, with a minimum fee of 2 million daxia coins per person. The price made Li Gu inwardly flinch. Over 10 million for the whole group? The business of the Chaos Ward seemed almost too lucrative. Shaking his head, he suddenly turned around, raised his middle finger at the crowd following them, and held the gesture for a full 3 seconds. All right, the way back is safe now, he said with a smile. The five people around him stared at him in utter bewilderment. How could such a provocative act possibly ensure safety? In the crowd, the undercover agents from the monastery were seething with rage. Kill him. Wait until he leaves the night charm market's escort zone. But if he's that bold, could he have backup? Changhe or Jiangwanli? There are no steward-level powerhouses in Jinling. Right now their hushed arguments eventually led them to swallow their frustration and abandon the pursuit. The crystals they had paid to the informants were now wasted. Li Gu and his group had already entered a grand domed building. The interior bore a striking resemblance to a classical European-style bank. The golden dome above was adorned with epic murals depicting a chaotic battle of the gods. Dozens of counters lined both sides, where customers sat on gilded red velvet chairs, placing various treasures on the counters. Gloved appraisers meticulously examined each item's details under magnifying glasses with intense focus. Li Gu sat cautiously in front of identification desk number 6, carefully placing the crystal ball on the surface. Behind the counter stood a European man with pale skin, golden hair, and striking blue eyes, dressed in a waistcoat and wearing a top hat. He skillfully took the crystal ball and asked, "Sir, is this from the shop at number 19 Suzuka Street? I once considered buying it as a decoration, but the shopkeeper's price was too high. Are you sure you want it appraised?" There was a subtle warning in his tone. While they were familiar with the wares from those small stalls, no one had ever brought such items for appraisal. It might just be worth keeping as a decoration. "Yes, I need it appraised," Li Gu said firmly. The man shrugged and lightly tapped the sphere with his fingers. "This glass ball is infused with a significant amount of blood mist. I'll need to activate its spirit to dispel the mist." With his motion, golden ripples elegantly spread across the surface of the sphere. "Amazing!" Qian exclaimed in awe. "No matter how much energy I tried to infuse into this glass ball before, it never reacted." Ji Xiaoxi, standing nearby, explained, "That's a unique ability of Chaos Ward appraisers. Their fingertips can awaken the life within any object." The appraiser's fingers began to move more rapidly across the sphere, but the azure crystal ball remained utterly still, with no signs of the blood mist dissipating. After 3 minutes, he wiped sweat from his forehead and let out a deep breath. "Do you have the results?" "What is it?" Li Gu asked eagerly. He wanted to verify whether Halua's assessment was accurate, and if it was, he planned to collect all the hidden treasures from Suzaku Street. The appraiser adjusted his glasses, pointed at the sphere, and slowly uttered 4 words before nodding. "I can't tell." Li Gu nearly wanted to slap the man's face with his size 43 shoe. "If you can't tell, why put on a show? And if you can't tell, you don't charge." The moment the words "don't charge" were uttered, the elegant appraiser sprang to his feet, startling Li Gu so much he almost reached for his gun in self-defense. "Please wait, sir. I'll fetch my teacher right away." The man turned and jogged off, his Chelsea boots clattering against the marble floor. Ji Xiaoxi softly reminded him, "Sir, senior appraisers charge 15 of the item's value as an appraisal fee." "I didn't ask him to call a senior appraiser, did I?" "He went on his own," Li Gu said in confusion. Before his words had fully settled, the European appraiser returned with an elderly man from Desya, dressed in a linen robe and with a head full of gray hair. The elder extended his hands over the sphere without touching it. The air around the ball began to tremble violently, and the blood mist started to separate from the azure sphere. Within it, a blue serpent began to writhe, resembling a dragon breaking through the sea and blood clouds filling the sky. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as blue ripples spread outward, and the faint sound of a dragon's roar resonated through the hall. "Perhaps this is the heart of nature," the elder murmured, gazing at the sphere. He smiled as he looked up, seemingly about to congratulate Li Gu. "Old man, don't think you can strong-arm me into selling." Li Gu slammed his hand on the table, standing abruptly. "The heart of nature." The old man turned to the white auctioneer, his brows furrowed. "You didn't tell him about the additional appraisal fee?" The white appraiser shrank back, his voice barely above a whisper. "Teacher, I thought you would mention it." "I thought you already had." The old man's eyes widened in shock. The two stared at each other, the air thick with awkwardness. Li Gu watched the scene unfold, a strong sense of doubt creeping into his mind about the professionalism of Night Vale Pavilion. Ji Xiaoxi quickly broke the tension, calmly announcing, "Charge according to the junior appraiser's rate. As for the teacher's appearance fee, Victor, you handle that with your teacher yourself." She shot a stern glare at the dejected white appraiser. "Wow, Ji Xiaoxi has a lot of authority," Lin Lucy whispered to Lillian. Lillian responded softly, "If Night Vale Pavilion were a massive hotel, Ji Xiaoxi would be the equivalent of a low-level greeter at the Duran intern, no less. The appraisers, on the other hand, are like the chefs. For an intern greeter to make decisions on behalf of a chef, that's highly unusual." She paused. "I've heard that the principle behind the Chaos Ward's establishment is equality among all beings, ensuring all races have the same rights. It's meant to be a refuge for those unwilling to participate in racial wars." Judging by how the appraiser acts like a scolded child in front of Ji Xiaoxi, it seems they're still adhering to this principle. As they spoke, a middle-aged woman approached Li Gu and crouched beside him, scrutinizing the crystal ball. "Is this the heart of nature? I thought the heart of nature was a pulsating plant heart." She gestured with her hands to mimic the shape of a heart. "I once bought a low-grade heart of nature for a pound of crystal sit, permanently increased the power of my nature spells by 2. This piece of information made Li Gu's eyes light up. A 2 improvement might seem small, but considering most people hit a bottleneck at the Grandmaster level for a decade, such an enhancement was undeniably valuable. Just then, a deep voice boomed from behind Li Gu. "Brother, I'm willing to offer 600 grams of top-grade crystals and cover all appraisal and transportation costs." I really need this heart of nature. Li Gu turned to see a massive humanoid creature with a white mask, broad shoulders, and a body covered in Fura hallmark of the Caucasus man-eaters, an ancient race that lived 32 million years ago. Ironically, this race, known for hunting and fire manipulation, eventually became prey to Homo sapiens tribes and faced extinction. You think you can swoop in and grab it here? Another voice cut into the conversation. A Naga sea serpent spoke through Night Veil, Pavilion's biological translator. They'll offer 800 grams of commercial-grade crystals, plus an elite-level dragon bone staff. This staff is particularly suited for necromancy and could fetch a high price with the Indian necromancer clans. Hearing these successive bids, the entire team couldn't help but smile. This was clearly a setup to drive down the price, though the tactics were far less refined than Lin Lucy's maneuvering back on Juke Street. Li Gu shifted his gaze back to the two appraisers. Explain to me first, what exactly is the heart of nature? Although these two seemed unreliable in their handling of matters, their appraisal skills were presumably still trustworthy. The heart of nature can only form naturally in the wild, whether deep within a primeval forest surrounded by millennial trees, or in the depths of an 8,000-meter ocean trench. However, the process of harvesting it is fraught with danger. The leaked natural energy often gives rise to terrifying creatures like mountain giants or leviathan whales, requiring the gatherers to possess both strength and luck. An old appraiser frowned as he stared at the glowing blue orb in front of him. Normally, an activated heart of nature would automatically purify itself, but this one displayed an unusual dual-colored fusion. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. My offer is, how about I give you 1,600 grams of crystals on the spot? Deal? Nearby, a Naga sea serpent swam up to Li Gu. I feel like the snake in that crystal orb resonates with me, it said. The four teammates collectively gasped at the price. 1,600 grams of crystals amounted to 5 years' salary for an elite warrior. If they could successfully sell it, it would not only afford the entire team top-tier equipment, but also fund a month of grueling training. With some luck, 2 senior members could even break through to level 50 elite status, which might help Li Gu himself ascend to the elite rank as well. Li Gu, however, shook his head with a conflicted expression. I still want to keep this heart of nature for personal use. I have a friend who's a nature mage, he said, gesturing toward Qian, who stood behind him. Qian was visibly moved by the gesture. By the way, how do you use this thing? Li Gu turned to the appraiser, secretly calculating how to raise the price to 4 pounds of crystals. The white appraiser replied, only a nature mage can use it. Bring your friend over, and I'll teach him. Qian stepped forward at the appraiser's call, and the latter began explaining the usage of the crystal orb. Meanwhile, the Naga sea serpent grew anxious and interjected. 1,700, come on, man, let it go. Its scaled face was filled with turmoil. Even if I sold my staff and all my belongings, this is all I could offer. But my friend really needs it too, Li Gu sighed. 1,700, I don't know if I can convince my friend. I'll check with my kin outside. I can go up to 1,900 at most. The Naga sea serpent hissed, its tone resolute. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang out from the appraisal table. Wait, you were planning to sell this heart of nature? They turned to see the white appraiser placing Qian's hands on the heart of nature. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder echoed throughout the hall. Qian's eyes closed, his body levitated, and behind him appeared the enormous spectral form of a wind-thunder beast, his celestial guardian manifestation, wind and thunder right. In the vision, the beast loomed over a vast ocean, a blood-red moon hanging ominously above its head. Beneath the waves, a massive sea serpent swam in and out of sight, the two entities locked in a silent standoff across the boundless sea. You said you were going to use it yourself? He's already started absorbing it. The appraiser's eyes widened in shock. That was just to negotiate a better price. Li Gu, the Naga sea serpent, and Ji Xiaoxi shouted in unison. The old appraiser immediately grabbed a metal pipe and whacked his apprentice on the head. Can we stop it? The Naga sea serpent asked desperately, clinging to a sliver of hope. Of course not. Stopping it now would cause a backlash. Guards, guards. Summon the protective squad, the white appraiser yelled. Li Gu closed his eyes and rubbed his temples before patting the Naga sea serpent on the shoulder. Sorry, brother, go file a complaint against this idiot appraiser. I'll testify for you. The sea serpent glared tearfully at the appraiser, but could do nothing as a squad of golden-armored guards stormed into the appraisal hall. Their imposing presence forced the sea serpent to back off and leave. How long does it take to absorb a heart of nature? Will 10 minutes be enough? Li Gu asked, watching Qian's floating figure. He had hoped to head back early to familiarize himself with new equipment for tomorrow's competition. It doesn't take too long, usually within 24 hours, the appraiser replied. Li Gu pressed his temples harder. 24 hours? The first match is tomorrow evening. Fine. We'll head back to train and pick Qian up tomorrow night. Wait. The white appraiser stopped Li Gu just as he turned to leave. The estimated value of the heart of nature is 2,000 grams of high-grade crystals. The appraisal fee is 10, which is 200 grams, and the protective service fee is 5, which is 100 grams. Will that be cash or card? Li Gu sighed in exasperation. Can I wash dishes instead? Oh, sir. The blue-eyed Caucasian appraiser, Victor, looked at Li Gu with a troubled expression. If you plan to save up 300 high-grade crystals by washing dishes at the Paramount, it would take at least 15 years, maybe even longer. Li Gu felt a sharp pain shoot through his nerves at those words. Before he could respond, Ji Xiaoxi stepped in front of him, her pale finger pointing directly at Victor. You conducted this appraisal without obtaining the client's consent. Therefore, no appraisal fee is required. Victor looked as if he were about to cry, while the other 5 people present exclaimed in unison, Xiaoxi, you're so righteous. They all gave her a synchronized thumbs up. Ji Xiaoxi turned to Li Gu and asked softly, Sir, would you like the guards to escort your friend and ensure his safety while he absorbs the heart of nature? If not, I can have them withdraw. Li Gu glanced up at Qi and hovering above him, weighed his options for a moment, and then said, let them stay. Since 2,000 grams of crystals have already been absorbed, it would be a real loss if something went wrong just to save 100 grams. About that 100 grams of crystals, Ji Xiaoxi murmured. Night Charm Pavilion doesn't allow credit. Li Ji's gaze shifted to the steel shield behind Lin Lucy. Can you buy back that shield on the spot? Our buyback rate is typically 80 of the market price. This shield would fetch you about 50 grams of crystals. Ji Xiaoxi glanced at the long spear on Li Ji's back and added, while the spear is more valuable, we can't purchase standard equipment of the Xia Imperial level. 50 grams it is. The shield is yours, Li Gu said, taking a deep breath as he walked toward Lin Lucy. Since Lin already had a bone shield and a heart-protecting mirror, this heavy steel shield could indeed be spared. Lin Lucy had always supported Li Gu's decisions unconditionally. After obtaining the crystals, Li Gu asked Ji Xiaoxi to help him change into a fresh set of clothes, then headed straight for Zhuke Street with He Chaodong. At a stall brimming with goods, he got straight to the point with the vendor. Do you have any items here that you're unsure about? I'll pay 50 grams of crystals for a mix of uncertain goods. Oh, looking to test your luck? Huh? The vendor immediately understood. Seeing Li Gu nod, he quickly pulled out 2 ancient jade pieces, a slightly rusty flintlock pistol, and a broken spearhead from the stall. These should be worth about 50 grams of crystals, the vendor said with a smirk. These are treasures I painstakingly collected. At the very least, you'll break even. The commotion caught the attention of onlookers. In the bustling and chaotic Zhuke Street, the allure of mystery was the heart of trading. Li Gu stared intently at the 4 items before him and began to chant in a low voice, with the spirit eye, reveal the truth. Heed the wind's command. The great Tao guides the lost, may these years not be wasted. Open. As he finished the incantation, a strange energy seemed to flow over the 4 objects, forming a misty spectacle of swirling clouds. Within the vision, faint outlines of mountains and rivers appeared. The divination revealed a trigram. Earth below, mountain above. This overlapping of opposing forces signified imbalance 5 yin below, 1 yang above. The dominance of yin and the isolation of yang foretold a time when villains prosper, virtuous men struggle, and endeavors ultimately fail. The omen from the lower-tier hexagram made Li Ji's heart sink. Damn it. Wasted a use of He Luo listening command. I only get 1 shot at it today, he thought bitterly, his gaze sweeping over the stalls before him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You dare sell me this useless junk, claiming it's some kind of treasure? This is nothing but garbage. Li Gu deliberately raised his voice, locking eyes with the vendor. The vendor immediately frowned and retorted, watch your words. Who are you calling garbage? These are treasures covered in dust. He noticed a growing crowd of bystanders drawn to the commotion and became anxious to protect his business reputation. A sly smile tugged at Li Ji's lips. Dust-covered treasures, huh? All right, let's take these 4 items to the appraisal center. If they're worth more than 50 grams of crystal, I'll give you 50 grams for free. If they're worth less, you give me 50 grams for free. He paused momentarily before adding, and whoever loses pays the appraisal fee. The vendor's brows furrowed in hesitation, but before he could respond, Li Gu had already risen to his feet. How about it, everyone? Want to be witnesses? His voice carried through the crowd, and he suddenly felt a familiar presence and energy akin to the commanding aura of a CEO in a comic book. It was clearly a battle technique, though one he had yet to fully master. In Xia, both humans and demons alike loved a good spectacle. In no time, the stall was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The vendor knew that backing down now would ruin his business for days. Forcing a smile, he replied, these items might hover around 50 grams of crystal in value. I can't guarantee they'll exceed that. I run a small business and can't afford losses. These are treasures covered in dust. A voice from the crowd mocked in an exaggerated imitation of the vendor's tone. It was He Chaodong, a notorious instigator who had once gained notoriety in late-night chat rooms by mimicking celebrity voices. The remark made the vendor's face twitch with frustration, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sensing an opportunity, Li Gu offered him a way out. To be fair, there are some decent items on your stall, or you wouldn't be selling here. But business relies on integrity. Try to pass off obvious junk as treasures. I'll give you another chance. Bring out something that's truly uncertain in value. The vendor hesitated for a moment before pulling out a blood-stained, dark purple mask with a sinister grin. I picked this up at the entrance of a massacred village in Greece. It had some energy back then, but I couldn't figure out what it was. He then hesitated again before producing a filthy, blood-soaked scrap of cloth. This seems to be a fragment of a battle flag. If you want, you can take it too. Seeing the vendor resort to items of such dubious worth, Li Gu knew he had reached his psychological limit. Silently, Li Gu placed 50 grams of crystal into the vendor's hand. I can't be sure either, but I trust you've learned your lesson. As he headed toward the appraisal center, Li Gu silently contemplated the hexagram he had seen on the mask. Lower Sun and Upper Kuan. Kuan represents earth and submission. Sun represents wood and modesty. The earth nourishes, and deadwood springs back to Lithia, sign of great fortune and prosperity. Suddenly, he slowed his pace. A notification flashed beneath the holographic interface in front of him. Your battle technique, Hiluo listening command, has been preliminarily mastered. Enter the skill menu to continue honing your proficiency. At the same time, a new icon appeared in the skill bar of his 6th demon-slaying abilities, a turtle carrying a stone tablet. As Li Ji's gaze fell on the tablet, the skill description materialized. Hiluo listening command sage level. The giant turtle carried the river chart, while Fushi composed the Luo book. Li Gu stared intently at the Hiluo command in his hand, his heart racing as he read the description of this combat technicite allowed for 4 uses of its additional ability per day. Within a minute, it could predict an opponent's movement trajectory 1 second ahead, and once every hour, it could activate a special skill. Saint level? Li Gu repeatedly confirmed the ranking label of Hiluo command, struggling to believe that this seemingly ordinary shoujo manga contained 2 saint-level combat techniques. Since when did saint-level techniques come in a buy one, get one free deal? He quickly realized that the value of Hiluo command far surpassed its surface-level fortune-telling abilities. In close combat, being able to predict an opponent's movements in advance was practically cheating for a martial arts expert like him. And in long-range battles, this ability could elevate him to the level of a top-tier sniper without the need for guesswork. Awesome! Li Gu quickened his pace, heading straight for the appraisal center. Inside the appraisal center, Victor frowned deeply as he gazed at Qian, who was floating midair. Teacher, isn't the commotion from absorbing this natural force a bit too much? One stern look from the elder appraiser was enough to shut him up. Unlike the usual forest or water illusions that appeared when others absorbed natural forces, what unfolded before them was an unprecedented vision of a blood-red cloud and 2 beasts locked in a fierce battle. I've heard that some violent natural forces can devour their gatherers, even turning on the magical beasts they themselves nurtured, the elder appraiser remarked, hands clasped behind his back, as he observed the sea serpent entangled with the lion-tiger beast. I'm quite curious to see how this will end. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The golden-armored guards immediately ascended to protect Qian. Li Gu strode in, holding a crimson mask, followed by a crowd of curious onlookers, as if he were hosting a live treasure hunt. Li Gu handed the mask to Ji Xiaoxi first, though he had no intention of spending money to appraise the broken battle flag fragment for now. Ji Xiaoxi shook her head lightly, seemingly unsure or unwilling to overstep her boundaries. Without hesitation, Li Gu slapped the mask onto the appraisal table. Appraise it. Victor was just about to take the mask and showcase his skills when the elder appraiser slapped his hand away. I'll charge the standard rate for a junior appraiser. The elder donned his magnifying glasses, and golden swirls appeared in his eyes. Beams of golden light shone through the lenses, peeling away the grime on the mask's surface. Artifacts like this, long shrouded in dust, are difficult to unleash at their full power even if you know what they are. They must be handled directly by an appraiser, Ji Xiaoxi explained as she stood beside Li Gu, marveling. What a sharp eye you have, sir. To find a treasure on Zhuke Street that even Professor Huang himself is willing to appraise. Professor? Li Gu repeated the term in confusion. There's a school here? Of course not, Ji Xiaoxi replied with a gentle smile. He's a professor from the Southeast Maritime University, specializing in ancient artifact research. Li Ji's gaze shifted back and forth between Ji Xiaoxi and the sweat-drenched Professor Huang. Southeast Maritime University? He glanced sidelong at 2 senior students nearby, noting their utterly bewildered expressions. They clearly had never encountered this Professor Huang at their school. Exactly, it's a side hustle. Ji Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Plus, it helps improve my appraisal skills. She tilted her head suddenly, giving Li Gu a curious look. I thought you were in this field too. Can you guess the customers' identities? Li Gu immediately became cautious. We can, but we can't directly ask the customers. Hee hee, Ji Xiaoxi giggled. In our chaotic ward, as long as we don't cross the line, the management is pretty lenient. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. This is the Ghost Tribe's Mother Deity mask from Ileo Mountain. On the appraisal table, the mask had shed all its rust and grime, revealing its true appearance: a blood-red fox mask with intricate golden thread patterns painted around the eyes, exuding an aura of both grandeur and eerie allure. Ileo Mountain, someone muttered dismissively. That place is crawling with tourists now. It's lost all its mystery, and I've never heard of anything strange happening there. Amateur, scoffed a member of the Great Wall Watchers group. Desya discovered at least 5 mother nests of the Abomination tribe and traces of 17 different abomination species in Ileo Mountain. There are hundreds of independent small spaces in the mountain. The areas tourists visit are just the outskirts. Haven't you heard the saying, none but the human emperor may enter Ileo? If you're so knowledgeable, then tell us, where did this mask come from, and what's it for? The doubter retorted defiantly. That, I don't know, the watcher replied without hesitation. Mother Deity mask? That's not wrong, Professor Huang said, wiping sweat from his brow. He turned to Li Gu and added, this mask is worth at least 2 pounds of high-grade crystals. Jackpot! That kid only paid 50 grams for it. The crowd erupted in excitement. That stall must have more treasures. Let's go dig them up. I still have 300 crystals, someone shouted as the crowd surged toward the market. Li Gu, finally breathing a sigh of relief, was about to settle the escort fee with Qian when he noticed Professor Huang stroking the mask, admiring it. This mask is perfect for a psychic mage. It's more than sufficient even at the human emperor stage. Li Gu froze. Sell it. I already have a necklace, Lillian whispered considerately from behind him, but Professor Huang seemed determined to keep Li Gu around as he continued his explanation. The Ghost Tribe are humanoid creatures from Southeast Asia, capable of shifting between physical and energy forms. This mask can expand a psychic mage's casting range by 30% and significantly increase success rates. Moreover, he raised the mask slowly. Wearing it allows you to cast spells through walls. I'll take it. Li Gu clenched his fists. You're broke. Lillian pinched his waist in frustration. Sell it now and come back for another one next time. Hold it for me. I'll pay the 100-gram appraisal fee before I leave. Li Gu slammed the table. Where are you getting the money? Lillian hissed in his ear. I am the money, Li Gu declared before turning and dashing into the crowd. With a front flip, he landed squarely in front of the onlookers. Who wants to make some cash with me? He asked, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. I pick the goods, you pay for them, and we split the profits 50-50. Only one spot available. At the marketplace, a crowd of traders surrounded Li Gu, eagerly showcasing their crystals. Big brother, I have 300 grams of crystals, one trader exclaimed anxiously. 300? Get out of here. Another scoffed dismissively. I have 800 grams of crystals. Big brother, your luck is good today. I've got 2,000 grams of crystals, let's go big. A third person declared, pounding his chest in confidence. Among the many eager competitors, Li Gu ultimately chose a seemingly ordinary trader. This person only had 1,500 grams of crystals as capital, but boldly offered a 3,070 profit split, 30 for himself, 70 for Li Gu, even promised to bear any losses without complaint. Using his final opportunity that day to consult the Hulua divination system, Li Gu purchased a flagpole of the Renhuang human emperor grade. The flagpole, priced at 1,200 grams of crystals, was revealed through the divination to be of mid-high fortune. Upon evaluation, its estimated value skyrocketed to an astonishing 2,400 grams of crystals. The cooperating trader received his 30 share, earning 300 grams of crystals equivalent to the annual salary of an average Skywalker. At that moment, Li Gu glanced at the time and realized it was already past midnight. The Hulua divination system had refreshed. He slapped his thigh suddenly, a sharp determination flashing in his eyes. Damn it, I'm done playing around. Tonight's match will show those scheming against us what it really means to be equipped to the teeth. With nearly 1,000 grams of crystals in hand, he dove back into the marketplace. At 7:40 p.m. that evening, the world's attention was fixed on television screens. People couldn't even recall the last time they had anticipated a program so eagerly. At the commentary desk sat two Skywalkers web, novelist Sanjiu and short drama actress Suelon. While they had subtly hinted at the existence of Skywalkers on their respective platforms, no one had ever taken it seriously. Now, as they stared at the live broadcast feed about to begin, they took deep breaths, steadying themselves as the countdown and the red light signaled the start. Welcome to Daxia Television, Daxia Television. The current time in Yindu is 7:40 p.m., Sanjiu announced with a steady and powerful voice. We are now broadcasting live the first match of the 2028 First Skywalker Global Championship, Southeast Dacia Division. I'm your commentator, Grandmaster Skywalker Sanjiu, and I'm your commentator, Grandmaster Skywalker Suelon. Suelon followed up with her introduction. The first match today comes from the Elite Division, marking the world's inaugural Skywalker competition. It will be a showdown between the Zhuhong team and the Xinjin team. At the commentary desk, Sanjiu and Suelon are eagerly discussing this highly anticipated battle. The top scorer of this year's college entrance exams, Li Gu, will compete across levels with immortal tier strength. Sanjiu adjusted his glasses, his tone filled with admiration. As the only newcomer in 2028 daring enough to challenge higher tiers, and the sole divine emanator from this year's Dacia, every move he makes draws attention. Even after becoming a divine emanator, he remains humble and hardworking. Indeed, Suelon chimed in, I heard that he performed exceptionally in several emergency battles, risking his life to protect civilians. Sanji's voice suddenly rose. But this challenge will be unprecedentedly tough. The overall strength of Team Zhuhong far surpasses that of Team Xinjin. As their commentary continued, Team Zhuhong began to enter the arena. The first to appear was Yu Bei's, a Grade C main attacker. His Skywalker Divine Emanation is the Grade C number 144 Golden Dragon Lance. Over the past 5 years, with his formidable assault capabilities and piercing attacks, he has amassed 374 kills against the Nieju. Next came another Grade C main attacker, Li Yong, whose number 057, Echo of Valor, possesses a unique trait. The more severe his teammates' injuries, the stronger his abilities become. In late-game scenarios, he can even rival Grade B Skywalkers. The third team member was Fu Linger, a graded battlefield scout. Her number 251 Eye of Insight can easily see through disguises, making her a direct counter to Li Ji's strategy of casting forbidden spells from the battlefield's edge. Interestingly, Suelon added, even the weakest member of Team Zhuhong, Fu Linger, is a level higher than the strongest member of Team Xinjin, Lillian. Sanjiu sighed. Does this mean we can only hope for a miracle? In response to audience concerns about the fairness of the matchup, the organizing committee stated that as the inaugural Skywalker competition, participants must demonstrate genuine combat prowess and unwavering resolve. By now, the 3 members of Team Zhuhong were already standing at the edge of the arena, while 2 other level 50 elite players lingered in the passageway. Someone murmured, the opposing team isn't here yet. Could it be they're too afraid to show up? Didn't Li Gu prove himself brave on the battlefield? Who knows? Another voice sneered. Maybe all those achievements were someone else's doing, and the principal just wanted to build him a reputation. This time, not only do we want to crush them, but we also want Lillian to suffer. One team member murmured, a determined glint in his eyes. Meng Zai promised us a master-level artifact and 100 grams of premium crystals. Isn't that exactly why we were stationed here? Another chimed in. Luckily, the principal didn't interfere. But why didn't they? Maybe they thought it was time to curb Li Gu's arrogance. Let's go. Time to make our entrance. As they stepped into the arena, the voice of the commentator, Sanjiu, echoed throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, now entering the stage is Zhu Yaoguang, clad in Roman heavy armor and wielding an assault shield. His codename, Beta-009 Macedonian Iron Wall, has earned him a record of slaying 674 aberrations in 5 years, ranking him among the top 30 of last year's students. Look, the captain of the Zhurong squad, Qi Xuantian, has arrived on the field. This extraordinary elemental mage, with his Alpha 021 Immortal Flame Burst, has eliminated 894 aberrations in 5 years, ranking him among the top 10 of his cohort. The Zhurong squad is now fully assembled. But what about the Xinjin squad? Sanjiu shifted the focus. The director has informed me that the Xinjin squad has yet to arrive. The match begins in 10 minutes. If they fail to appear on time, it will be considered a forfeit. The audience buzzed with speculation. Are they too scared to show up? Maybe they're protesting the first-round matchups? It's bold, but it just makes them look like cowards to the crowd. Meanwhile, the referee began briefing the Zhurong squad on the rules. As the minutes ticked by, the members of the Zhurong squad remained stoic, showing no joy at the possibility of an easy victory. They craved a true battle, eager to teach those overconfident freshmen a harsh lesson. 2 minutes left, Sanjiu sighed. If this match doesn't happen, then the next event. Wait, what's that? Suelon suddenly interrupted, pointing to a bright spot in the sky. Sanjiu bolted upright. It's a Dacia Honghu series water transport aircraft. It's flying at ultra-low altitude toward the arena. The hatch is open. I see Li Gu. The entire Xinjin squad is on board. They're jumping out. No parachutes. They're performing a free-fall drop directly over the arena. He shouted in excitement. This is the most badass entrance I've ever seen in my life. All the photographers' lenses were trained on the open cabin door of the aircraft. High above the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, 5 young individuals leaped from a height of over 100 meters, shattering the hierarchy of the skies with their daring act. They landed with precision, swiftly stood up, hoisted their respective weapons, and marched confidently toward the competition arena. The commentator, Sanjiu, spoke with electrifying energy, his voice echoing through the sound system. Nature spellcaster Qian, healer He Chaodong, mental spellcaster Lilian, defender Lin Lucy, forbidden spellcaster Li Gu. His words brimmed with enthusiasm. This team's average level is nearly 30 levels lower than their opponents. Yet look at their spirit theory like vanguards charging into battle. Who says the underdogs can't take down the giants? Let us remember the name of this challenger Team Vanguard squad. The 5 of them stood at the edge of the arena, attentively listening to the referee explain the detailed rules of the match. The stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers and jeers, with voices rising in waves. Chiksunshin, teach these arrogant rookies a lesson. End the fight in 3 minutes. Go, Li Go. Lead us underdogs to a glorious victory. As the camera zoomed in for close-ups displayed on the big screen, the audience finally noticed the unique gear worn by Vanguard squad. Lin Lucy, in particular, stood out. She wielded a black bone shield and a massive cross sword, her entire body clad in futuristic nano-battle armor, with a tactical helmet specially prepared for her by Lilian. The stands erupted with gasps and chatter. Isn't that the Grandmaster Combat exoskeleton from North America's Lockheed Martin? It costs 500 crystal cores. Didn't they only have 2 mortal tier bone necklaces and a winged bone staff? Where did they get the rest of their gear? I get it now theory boosting their defender with high-grade equipment to create space for the 3 spellcasters to deal damage. Just lock down Li Go. I heard his forbidden spell can equalize the playing field for everyone. If he casts it, the referee might have to declare the opposing team defeated immediately. No wonder Mengzi he has been lobbying us seniors to suppress Li Gu. The match was about to begin. All 10 contestants put on their wireless communication devices and stepped into the 20-acre competition field, shrouded in dense fog. Swarms of drones ascended, not only capturing every detail of the battlefield but also dispersing the mist. As the fog gradually lifted, viewers worldwide were left in awe of the scene before Thema, dilapidated urban district concealed within the massive stadium. Between 4 crumbling skyscrapers, sewage flowed freely, and the air was thick with a rancid stench. The 2 teams stood at opposite ends of the district, staring each other down as the countdown on the electronic scoreboard began to tick. Suelon stood at the commentary booth, his voice resonant as he introduced the scene unfolding before the audience. As you can see, both teams have now entered the battlefield. The theme for the first match is No One Left Alive. He proceeded to recount the grim history of the abandoned factory. On a frigid winter night in 1999, the Nyeju clan overran the living quarters of the Dasha factory, turning it into their lair. They not only forced the workers to manufacture weapons, but also used them as food. After 5 days of brutal combat, the Great Wall Watchers finally eradicated the lair, but at a heavy cost. 57 dead, 119 missing, and 399 rescued. Space mages later sealed this scarred land. Today, this tragic history becomes the stage for the first round of the Skywalker Global Championship, where death will ignite the Skywalker's drive to fight. Let the match begin. The battle erupted instantly. Zhurong Squad's agile scout, Fu Linger, quickly climbed a tall building, securing a vantage point to provide battlefield intel for her team. Meanwhile, their captain, Qi Xuantian, launched a ferocious assault, driving his blood-red staff into the ground, causing a series of fissures and fiery pillars to erupt, targeting Li Ji's position. Scatter! Li Gu commanded sharply, and his team swiftly dispersed. Li Gu and Lilian dashed into the north entrance of Building 1, while the rest of the team entered Building 2. From the rooftop, Fu Linger relayed intel with precision. Qi Xuantian issued orders without hesitation. Pin down Li Gu with our dual attackers. Defenders, cover me as I enter Building 2 and take them out one by one. With that, he strode forward, staff in hand. Yu Bei's and Li Yong charged into the lobby of Building 2 like arrows loosed from a bow. The abandoned hospital was littered with shattered glassware and overturned furniture, with dusty floors clearly marking the tracks of Li Gu and Lilian. The 2 attackers pursued the trail with astonishing speed. Li Gu is already on the 2nd floor. Fu Linger reported via radio. At his current speed, there's no way he can cast a forbidden spell. What about Lilian? Qi Xuantian asked urgently. She's nowhere to be seen. Be wary of Lilian hiding in the shadows. She may be a weakling, but she's still an elite-level psychic mage. The 2 pursuers immediately adjusted their tactics, maintaining a 10-step gap on the staircase. Back at the commentary booth, Sanjiu enthusiastically analyzed the situation, highlighting the limitations of a psychic mage's attack range and why Lilian might hesitate to act recklessly. As Li Gu reached the 5th floor and the pursuers arrived on the 4th, Suelon chimed in again. Lilian's whereabouts remain unknown, and Li Gu seems to be cornered. Although Fu Linger is only D-class, her ability to see through disguises provides her team with comprehensive battlefield awareness. Sanjiu added. Meanwhile, the rest of the Shinjin squad is avoiding direct confrontation against a super A-class nature mage. Global viewers, frustrated by the seemingly one-sided battle, voiced their disappointment, complaining that this fell far short of the intense showdown they had anticipated. Sanjiu clenched his fist and sighed. The entire Shinjin squad looks like prey being hunted by predators, completely devoid of their earlier momentum. Wait, Lillian has appeared. But how did she get there? No, this isn't right. It turns out the Shinjin squad are the real hunters. The world fell silent, doubts vanishing in an instant. The cameras inside the building zoomed in precisely on Lillian's figure. This commanding woman now resembled an elegant wildcat, her face adorned with a crimson goddess mask, her fingertips glowing with a strange, purplish-red light. Her position sent a chill down everyone's spine. She was directly beneath the rooftop where Fu Linger stood, separated only by a single floor. I see now, Sanyu muttered under his breath. Li Gu is intentionally exposing her location to draw attention, giving Lillian the chance to move in. Psychic mages and battlefield scouts are team-based roles. They're not meant to act alone, Suelon analyzed. But a psychic mage's control abilities can be lethal on a dynamic battlefield. Now Lillian just needs to quietly reach the rooftop to deliver the fatal blow. Scouts have incredibly sharp senses, Sanyu said, his eyes fixed on the screen. Getting to the last floor unnoticed is nearly impossible. Wait, she's casting a spell from below. Lillian's fingertips traced a symbol in the air, ancient and stunningly intricate. Purple threads pierced through the ceiling, silently emerging on the rooftop. Fu Linger froze, her sharp eyes consumed by the violet glow. In a trance, she walked to the edge of the building and fell straight down. Below, the ruins of shattered construction lay scattered, jagged steel beams reaching skyward as if eagerly awaiting her fall. A shadow streaked by a middle-aged referee in a sharp suit caught Fu Linger just in time. An announcement rang across every corner of the battlefield. Team Zhu Rong Fu Linger eliminated. Killer Lillian. The cameras captured the disbelief etched on every member of Team Zhu Rong's face. Li Yong, who was in the middle of chasing Li Gu, was stunned. Lillian soloed Fu Linger? That's impossible. Even in close combat, Fu Linger wouldn't lose. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanyu explained to the audience, Grade C psychic magic has minimal penetration power, yet Lillian managed to execute this strike through a wall. This is nothing short of extraordinary. In the stands, Lillian's classmates erupted in cheers. Well done. The first global kill. Meanwhile, far away in Hunan, her parents quietly wiped away tears in front of the factory screen, accepting congratulations from their co-workers. Pre-match media had labeled their daughter's team as underdogs, but what parent wants to hear their child dismissed like that? Meng Zihe glared at his phone, his teeth clenched so tightly it seemed they might shatter. This first global kill would undoubtedly make Lillian the focus of media attention, threatening to undermine the persona he had carefully crafted, the Zhao Zilong of the battlefield, the aloof CEO in everyday life. He knew his capabilities were limited to the training grounds. Only by leveraging the resources of his love-struck senior could he hope to change his fate. A soft hand rested on his shoulder. His girlfriend gently sat beside him, offering comfort. Don't worry, they won't win. Qi Xuantian alone can stabilize the entire situation. Bai Ying was a prodigy. She reached the level of a master in just 3 years, achieved the 100 refinements in 5, and soared to level 40 of the 100 refinements within 10 years, a staggering accomplishment that even the principal praised as having the potential of a human emperor. Meng Zhi had no doubt about this assessment. At this moment, he stared intently at the screen. On it, Qi Xuantian faced the current situation with unwavering composure. Linger has no combat power to speak of. Don't worry about Lillian. Focus on dealing with Li Gu. Leave these 3 to me. Lillian isn't here. If we take down Li Gu, we'll become legends overnight. Yu Bei's whispered to Li Yong. The two exchanged a knowing glance and quickened their pace. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed through the dark hallway. Li Gu had doubled back unexpectedly. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the corridor as a burst of golden light exploded. Yu Bei's immediately summoned the Tianqing Divine Golden Dragon Spear, conjuring a massive golden dragon. The Dragon Knight stood atop the dragon, spear in hand, launching a full-force attack at Li Gu. Chaos Breaker! Li Gu roared, gripping his spear tightly. The weapon's tip trembled, transforming into countless blossoming spear shadows, dazzling to behold. Then, from the intricate display, a single spear shadow shot out with precision, colliding head-on with the golden dragon spear. The resulting impact was catastrophic. The dragon's spear shattered instantly, and the golden dragon and its knight disintegrated into a storm of energy fragments. These fragments pierced the walls like blades through butter, leaving the entire structure riddled with holes before collapsing with a deafening crash. Seeing Tianqing Divine Art fail, Li Yong immediately brandished his twin blades, their edges igniting with crimson flames, and charged at Li Gu for a head-on confrontation. Li Yong's blade techniques were sharp and relentless. like a swarm of locusts sweeping through. Yet Li Ge's spear techniques, though seemingly simple, struck with the ferocity of a raging sea shark, each move lethal. Within just 3 exchanges, Li Yong realized he was no match. No matter what blade technique he employed, Li Ge countered effortlessly with just 2 moves, Shatter Kunlun and Break All Arts, leaving Li Yong's resolve shaken. Surround him, Li Yong bellowed. Yu Bei's seized the moment, maneuvering behind Li Ge and aiming the golden dragon spear at his vulnerable back. Skybreaker! Li Ge's voice rang out as he forced Li Yong back with a single strike. In the same motion, he turned and shattered the golden dragon spear once again. He then flung Yu Bei's toward the ceiling, transforming his spear into a staff and delivering 3 thunderous blows reminiscent of the rebellious monkey smashing the heavenly palace in defiance. The battle was nothing short of shocking. As Fu Linger fell, this newcomer forbidden spellcaster showcased overwhelming strength, forcing Li Yong back in 3 moves and ambushing Yu Bei's in 2. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Yu Bei's could no longer hold his ground. Li Ge's combo is finished, and now he's turning to deal with Li Yong. This isn't defense. He's aiming to eliminate Li Yong completely. Sanjia shouted in excitement. Even Suelon couldn't help but rise to her feet. He's so confident. He knew from the start he could take on 2 opponents at once. In the blink of an eye, Li Yong's blades were broken, and he was sent flying out of the building. The previously reserved assault squad had suddenly seized control of the battlefield, now with a real chance to overturn the odds. System announcements rang out in quick succession. Zhurong Squad Yu Bei's eliminated, killer. Li Ge. Zhurong Squad Li Yong eliminated, killer. Li Ge. The 2 announcements were separated by only 2 seconds, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Even the 2 remaining elite level 50 members of Zhurong Squad were dumbfounded. If he had this level of strength, why did he run at the start? Sanjiu asked in confusion. Suelon, brimming with excitement, explained. Fighting in the open streets would have allowed Qi Xuantian to assist at any moment. But now, he's trapped inside the building with his vision completely obstructed. The assault squad only seemed scattered. They actually used the most tempting bait to lure Qi Xuantian in. Now, Li Ge and Lillian have reached the top floor and are preparing to leap to building 2. Sanjiu watched as Li Ge and Lillian leapt through the air, a chill running down his spine. The assault squad was on the verge of completing a 5-on-2 encirclement. Tide of battle had completely turned. Wait. Suelon stopped him. It's too early to call it a reversal. Qi Xuantian's speed just became very unusual. There's something wrong with his shoes. Now, the assault squad's 3-person team has entered his Tianqing divine art attack range. Mortal grade defenders won't stand a chance against his assault. Qi Xuantian charged forward, the heavy thud of his tactical boots echoing against the ground, as if propelled by an invisible thruster, accelerating him. Within 0.8 seconds, he had leaped 2 stories, his gaze locking onto a trio ahead: 2 mortal tier defenders and healers, accompanied by an elite tier mage. In his grasp, a crimson staff sliced through the air, igniting into a raging inferno that transformed into a roaring dragon, filling the entire corridor. Amid the deafening roar of the fire dragon's pursuit, the clanging of metal against the ground reverberated incessantly. Cutting through the chaos, a cold, clear female voice rang out, "Verdun! The war begins." The live streaming drone captured the heart-stopping scene in its entirety. Lin Lucy stood firm with her giant shield, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of bronze. The protective crystal on her chest emitted a faint, purple magical barrier between the Verdun finale and the colossal shield. He Chaodong swiftly drew his golden crescent moon staff, pouring out healing light that enveloped Lin Lucy. The combination of 2 defensive artifacts, and a grade defensive technique Tianqing Xinyuan, and the healer's full support granted Lin Lucy the potential to withstand an opponent 70 levels higher. She stood resolute in the middle of the corridor, like the final fortress on the Verdun battlefield of December 1916, unyielding amidst the corpses of nearly 1 million soldiers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Her magical shield began to fracture, and the bronze walls started melting, but she remained immovable. "Get out of my way!" Qi Xuantian roared, his hand gestures accelerating as the fire dragon's assault grew fiercer. Suddenly, a shout echoed from behind, "Lucy, retreat!" At the sound of the voice, Lin Lucy immediately slammed her greatsword through the floor, pulling He Chaodong with her as they leaped to the lower level. The blazing fire dragon roared past, instantly reducing the walls to molten lava. A deafening clash of wind and thunder reverberated through the corridor. "You think you can rely on Qian, that fool, to take me on?" Qi Xuantian sneered. "With his measly crade wind thunder, right?" Before his words could settle, a semi-transparent beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion surged forward through a sea of blood, charging straight at Qi Xuantian. His pupils contracted as he sensed the unusual nature of the opponent's spell. At the commentary booth, Sui Lan slammed the table in excitement. Lin Lucy bought Qi in 3 precious seconds, But even if he manages to use the wind thunder right, there's no way he's a match for Qi Xuantian. Sanjia's voice suddenly interjected. No, this isn't an ordinary Kraid wind thunder right. What did Qian do to his Tianqing Xinyuan? Fusion technique? Sui Lan reclaimed the commentary with fervor. The natural magic user Qian, long considered the least talented, has actually mastered a fusion technique? His Tianqing Xinyuan's power might break through the limits of Kraid. The commentators' voices overlapped in excitement, and the audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch with each unexpected twist. Return. Qi Xuantian barked, and the fire dragon staff reformed in his grasp. He snapped his fingers, and the flames erupting from both ends of his staff instantly coalesced into a blazing long sword. In a flash, the nature spellcaster transformed into an offensive force, slashing the sword precisely at the head of the beast. Though the creature was split in two, it reassembled in the blink of an eye, unleashing a blood-red bolt of lightning straight at Qi Xuantian. Relying on his extensive battlefield experience, Qi Xuantian, as if he had eyes on his back, swung his blade in reverse, shattering the lightning. He continued his relentless strikes, skillfully fending off the onslaught from Qian, whose attacks surged like a tide. In the stands, the senior students observed the scene in disbelief. These were individuals who had reached elite level 40 or even the master realm, yet they clenched their fists in shock. The once dismissed fool, Qian, was now displaying such formidable power that each move felt like a slap to their faces. If even Qian could reach this level, what did their years of mockery amount to? Undying flame burst. Qi Xuantian roared as he was held back by Qian, unleashing flames that erupted outward in every direction from his body. In the narrow corridor, the fiery waves surged repeatedly, finally engulfing and obliterating the wind thunder beast. Yet, from within the inferno, a dark purple staff shot through the air, colliding fiercely with his fiery blade. The impact forced Qi Xuantian back several steps, his right hand numb from the strike. Emerging from the sea of flames, Qian advanced step by step, carrying a massive purple-gold staff as tall as a person and a half. Though his clothes were scorched by the fire, he seemed impervious to pain. Legay said, "Get up close and fight. Outmatch with sheer grit." Qian muttered under his breath. "At close range, you're just average." He swung the staff, raining down strike after strike, resembling both a relentless fighter and the unassuming monk Shao Wujing from mythology. The nature spellcasters in the stands, who took pride in Qi Xuantian, exchanged uneasy glances until one of them suddenly realized, Qian's physical attribute is at 7 points. Qi Xuantian's is at most only 5. The crowd finally understood the strength of Qi Xuantian lay in his extraordinary heavenly path comprehension and insight, but in terms of pure physicality, his 500 points were no match for Qian's 665 points at elite level 45. Forced to retreat repeatedly, Qi Xuantian could barely fend off Qian's relentless assault with one hand while attempting to cast a spell with the other. "Zhu Yaoguang, get up here and hold off Qian," he shouted downstairs, urgently calling for the support of the level 50 defender. "Guess why he hasn't made it up yet?" came the lazy, seductive voice of Lillian from below. A chill ran through Qi Xuantian as he realized Zhu Yaoguang was likely entangled in a fierce battle with Lin Lucy, He Chaodong, Legay, and Lillian. In a split second, Qi Xuantian gripped the bracelet on his wrist with his left hand and roared, "Thunderfire Cataclysm." Instantly, purple lightning and golden flames intertwined around his body, forming a suit of thunderfire armor. Transformed into a towering thunderfire giant, he smashed through Qian's attack with a single punch and followed up with a backhanded strike, sending Qian flying out of the building. "Lei Huowu Wang? Isn't that a Tianhe-level divine artifact?" Murmurs rippled through the audience. Meng Zai was about to stand up and refute, but he realized that the ones speaking were senior students from the previous year. Most of them had already achieved great feats in the military, with strength generally at the master level, and some even stepping into the Balian realm. They were discussing the Thunderfire Bracelet, a life-saving artifact that had once appeared in the hands of Karsa. Karsa, a genius battle formation master from Central Asia, was also one of Bai Ying's admirers. He thinks, with Meng Zai's talent, he's probably just a fleeting plaything for Bai Ying. Someone sneered dismissively. Bai Ying noticed the hushed whispers. The future Sword Empress, clad in European-style heavy armor and carrying dual swords on her back, radiated an imposing aura. "I can hear what you're saying," she said coldly, standing up for her boyfriend. "I know you can," a languid voice responded. It was Yu Yun, the captain of the Jinling Camp battlefield medical team. Dressed in a white gown, she was casually toying with a moon-white magic orb. As a Tianhe-level divine practitioner, her status far surpassed that of Bai Ying, who was merely an A-grade Skywalker. In Daxia, Yu Yun was the greatest hope for the entire healing front. "You can rely on your talent and authority to play little tricks," Yu Yun remarked gracefully, her gaze fixed on the battlefield displayed on the screen. "But if you cross the line..." She turned her attention to Bai Ying. "Think careful lie in the battlefield. I do have the right to prioritize my healing choices. The weight of her words carried more force than any threat from Li. After all, no one dared to offend the surgeon responsible for saving their life. You should trust your comrades, Defying said in a low voice. Everything I do will remain within the bounds of the rules. Good, Yu Yun replied, her eyes returning to the screen. But don't think borrowing 2 minutes of divine power guarantees victory. He couldn't even eliminate Chia. Meng's eye suddenly snapped his head up to look at the screen. Outside the window, a drone locked onto Qian. His Zen staff had transformed into a thunder axe, firmly hooked onto the edge of the building. A referee glided past him in midair, observing that although blood trickled from Qian's lips, he still retained his combat ability, and thus refrained from intervening. Qian, switch out. Li Ji's voice echoed from the stairwell. Got it. Qian wiped the blood from his mouth, straightened his back, and swung himself down to the lower level like a pendulum. The scene before him made him pause. Zhu Yaoguang, wielding dual heavy shields, was fighting with unrelenting vigor despite being surrounded by Lillian, Lin Lucy, He Chaodong, and Li Gu. Does it hurt? Lillian asked. Idiot. I can't feel pain, Qian replied with a grin. At first, this line seemed like self-deprecating humor, but as time passed, everyone realized he truly had an astonishingly high pain threshold, like a battle-hardened berserker mage. The moment Zhu Yaoguang saw Qian appear, he launched into a charge. Lin Lucy immediately stepped in from the side, colliding shields with him. The impact was like a deer ramming into a rhino. Lin Lucy was sent flying like a bowling pin, crashing through 3 walls in succession. She struggled to her feet, muttering to herself, the gap between ordinary fighters and elites is too massive. I got fooled by Li Ji's combat strength. Qian said nothing as his weapon transformed under the watchful gaze of the cameras, shifting from a thunder axe back into a staff. With a series of hand seals, he summoned the Wind and Thunder Beast, a fusion of Storm and Sea Serpent, wielding power comparable to a Class B natural spell. Each clash of the beast against Zhu Yaoguang's shield produced thunderous booms, with lightning coursing through the shield to shock Zhu's muscles. Yet the burly man only grew more ferocious, repelling every attack. His stamina seemed endless, while the strike team relied on He Chaodong's healing spells to hold their ground. Suddenly, Lin Lucy exchanged a glance with Lillian and shouted loudly, is the star player of this team really Qi Xuantian? Because Zhu Yaoguang feels way tougher to deal with. Lillian, sprinting in circles around Zhu Yaoguang, chimed in sharply, his Macedonian Iron Wall is second only to your Verdun Finalia top-tier skill. His footwork is solid, his willpower unshakable. In some ways, he might actually be better suited as the core than Qi Xuantian. This deliberately provocative exchange had the desired effect. Qi Xuantian, a fire mage with a notoriously fiery temper, had long been the undisputed core of the team. Hearing such doubts from 2 women sent him into a frenzy. As Li Gu ascended the stairs with determined strides, an inferno engulfed the entire floor, forcing him to leap back down. In the next instant, all the glass on the floor shattered, flames erupting in every direction. From a distance, it resembled a high-yield explosive detonating, shaking the entire building violently. He's lost it after being taunted. Right now, you're no match for him, Lin Lucy said, patting Li Gu on the shoulder as she gazed at the ceiling, now glowing red from the heat. Wait until he burns off some energy before going back up. Avoid confronting him hidden for now. Avoid him? Li Ji's brows furrowed sharply as he raised his spear and began climbing the molten stairs toward the upper level. Lin Lucy was left speechless. Leave these words to me next time. Lillian walked past Lin Lucy, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. This guy really had a knack for provoking a man's competitive spirit. At that moment, Li Gu had already reached the rooftop. With a powerful push against the support column, his spear shot forward like a dragon unleashed, closing in on Qi Xuantian in a flash. Qi Xuantian smirked disdainfully. A mere mortal dares to challenge an elite? How presumptuous! His palms struck his staff heavily, and in an instant, a massive, semi-transparent lightning fire formation materialized before Li Gu. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out as a divine-tier Tianhe-class attack struck Li Gu without warning. The defensive gear on his body shattered completely, and he was sent skidding across the scorching ground, sparks flying in all directions. A black-clad referee swiftly appeared at the edge of the building, ready to catch Li Gu if he fell. Sighs of disappointment rippled through the audience. The gap in strength was undeniable. Qi Xuantian not only had the advantage of a divine-tier experience token, but Li Gu had also forfeited the chance to use forbidden spells. Off stage, Yu Yun's brows knitted slightly as she rose slowly, preparing to heal Li Gu. Meanwhile, Meng Zihe couldn't hide the grin stretching across his face, nearly reaching his ears. You're standing in the wrong place. Li Ji's voice suddenly echoed from the screen, freezing everyone in their tracks. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, his spear planted firmly in the ground with one hand. Glancing down at his charred skin, he then looked up at Qi Xuantian. Elite level 50, just a step away from the master threshold. You deliberately avoided breaking through for this match-smart move. You might have a bright future ahead of you. Qi Xuantian began forming seals with his hands, preparing his next spell. Unfortunately for you, the gap in power today is insurmountable. This victory is mine. I am mortal level 50, Li Gu suddenly said, as the Runhuang broad spear in his hand began to spin slowly. Qi Xuantian's brows furrowed in disbelief. From mortal level 0 to 50 in just 10 days? Do you have tenfold experience gain? Li Gu looked at the formation in front of his opponent and nodded lightly. To break through from mortal level 50 to elite, one needs an external force to unblock all the body's meridians. Clearly, your lightning fire formation is the perfect catalyst for that breakthrough. Qi Xuantian's expression darkened, as he sensed the energy Li Gu was gathering it seemed to surpass even his natural spell. At that moment, Li Gu stood tall, spear in hand, as an incredible surge of energy erupted from his core. The cameras captured the dazzling energy points coursing rapidly through his meridians, rainbow-colored light gradually enveloping his entire body. Now, the real match begins. Before his words faded, the rainbow light shot skyward, piercing through layer upon layer of ceilings and illuminating the night sky over Jinling City. The system notification immediately followed. Your biological level has advanced to elite. You have gained attribute enhancements equivalent to 25 biological levels. Acquired elite level bonus. Iron body greatly enhanced physical durability. Breaking through to elite in just 10 days. This wasn't just a new record for humanity, but potentially a groundbreaking milestone for all life forms across the galaxy. Elite. Li Gu has reached the elite level. Sanjiu gripped the microphone tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. From 1978 to 2028, the fastest record for a Skywalker to ascend from mortal to elite was 61 days. This record, set by Yi Wuguei, the commander of the Great Wall Watch Corps, has been shattered today by Li Gu, who has improved it by sixfold. Suilon quickly added, Commander Yi, as one of the founding figures of the Great Wall Watch Corps in Daxia, painstakingly paved the way for Skywalker cultivation. His 61-day breakthrough was an unparalleled achievement in its time. Her words carried an unmistakable reverence for the legendary figure. But Sanjiu, unrestrained, shouted even louder. Each generation brings forth its own heroes, each dominating their era. Li Gu not only outshines his peers, but is also challenging the very limits of humanity itself. Now, let's witness the elite-level Li Gu. As his voice fell, a dazzling beam of multicolored light surged skyward, forming a radiant staircase between heaven and earth. Within the pillar of light, Li Ji's figure emerged. Though his clothes were tattered, the once charred skin on his body was now completely renewed. Under the camera's lens, his body was adorned with muscles that seemed forged from steel, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen that exuded extraordinary power. Qi Xuantian took a deep breath, clearly sensing the powerful energy surging from Li Ji's body. The surrounding air shimmered faintly from the energy's flow. This was the unmistakable sign that Li Gu had fully transcended his mortal limits, stepping into the ranks of elite beings. Qi Xuantian immediately began casting spells to reinforce the Lei Hua Wuwang formation. You're afraid. Li Ji's voice suddenly echoed from within the pillar of light. Qi Xuantian frowned and sneered. What nonsense are you spouting? You're still 50 levels below me. The gap is insurmountable. Is it really that large? Li Gu countered calmly. Recalling the earlier moment when Li Gu had been reduced to a charred figure by a single strike, Qi Xuantian let out a cold laugh. Of course it is. The gap is so vast that your gun isn't fast enough, and your fists aren't strong enough. You're afraid, Li Gu repeated, shaking his head slowly. You have inner demons. The words struck Qi Xuantian like a hammer to the chest. Though he felt no external force at play, it was as if an invisible grip had seized his heart. At that moment, a holographic display appeared in Li Ji's eyes. 6th Demon Slayer Demon Mark activated. Target has been marked as a demon. All combat attributes against the target are increased by 10, with 5 bonuses to penetration and critical hits, a 30 boost to chase speed, and immunity to the target's stealth state. Mark can be reassigned to a new target after 60 minutes. It was only now that Li Gu fully grasped the profound meaning of the 6th Demon Slayer's principle. Whoever I declare a demon, they become one. In unknown combat, this technique could directly suppress an opponent. Suddenly, Li Gu launched his next move, Rising Revolt. Without moving a single joint, he propelled himself forward purely through energy. A glint of cold light pierced through the radiant pillar in an instant, and the tip of his spear was already at Qi Xuantian's face. His movements were as swift as lightning, too fast for ordinary cameras to capture, but Qi Xuantian's eyes were locked on his every move. I held back earlier. Qi Xuantian's look of astonishment shifted into a confident smirk. Now, let me witness the true strength of the 2nd Lingxio tier warrior of Daxia. The Lei Huo Wu Wang array flickered with violet light in the air. Qi Xuantian slammed his palm against the array, and in an instant, violet lightning surged from all directions toward Li Gu, sealing off any possible escape. Where does this path lead? Li Gu murmured to himself, his spear angled toward the heavens. He whispered, bury fate, bury destiny, bury all living beings. In his hands, the spear transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, each strike precisely shattering the incoming thunderbolts. His movements were steady and powerful, completely suppressing Lei Huo Wu Wang's attacks. With every bolt he shattered, his spear strikes grew sharper and more ferocious. When the final bolt dissipated, Li Gu leapt into the air, gripping his spear with both hands. With a thunderous roar, he descended from the sky, striking at the very heart of the array. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the Lei Huo Wu Wang array exploded into fragments of starlight. Shun Yan. Li Gu stood before Qi Xuantian, his spear reversed in his grip, a cold smirk on his face. Is that all? The audience fell into a stunned silence. Masters and hardened warriors alike pondered. What made that strike so unrelenting? What was the name of that spear technique? It was the third style of the six-ren demon-slaying spear technique, bury all living beings. This move was rooted in an ancient tale. Fate has failed me, destiny has betrayed me, and all living beings have scorned me. When asked by the sage, where does this path lead? There could only be one answer. Bury fate, bury destiny, bury all living beings. It was not merely a martial technique, but a defiant stand against fate itself. Qi Xuantian began to retreat, his first sign of weakness. Using the remaining energy in his bracelet, he reformed the array, preparing to unleash the violet sky divine thunder. But Li Gu had already anticipated this. He activated the second style of the six-ren demon-slaying spear technique, raised the banner, propelling himself with explosive leg strength directly toward Qi Xuantian, his spear aimed straight at his chest. Even as Qi Xuantian used his artifact-enhanced boots to accelerate, he couldn't shake off Li Ji's relentless pursuit. This was the brilliance of the first style, Shadow's companion. No matter how fast the opponent moved, they could never escape. Running away? Afraid to fight? Li Ji's taunt forced Qi Xuantian to stop. His staff transformed into a fiery blade as he launched a counterattack. But it was as if Li Gu had foreseen his every move. With one precise strike, he blocked the fiery blade, then immediately followed up with a flying kick, breaking through Qi Xuantian's defense and landing a direct hit to his chest. This was the power of the He Luo Tingming passive ability, allowing Li Gu to predict his opponent's movements a second in advance, including their spellcasting paths. In close combat, Qi Xuantian could only rely on brute strength. Yet, despite a 50-level difference, Li Ji's innate talent of 8 points in Constitution, combined with the 6-ren demon-slaying spear technique's bonuses, enabled him to stand toe-to-toe. 4 consecutive, precise kicks struck the exact same spot, each one landing with devastating impact. Qi Xuantian coughed up blood as he crashed heavily onto the street. Li Gu descended from above, landing with the stance of a triumphant victor. Senior. Li Gu twirled his spear, looking down at Qi Xuantian. What was it you said earlier? That I wasn't fast enough? Not fierce enough? 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. After advancing to the elite rank, Li Gu swiftly executed a counterattack against Qi Xuantian with lightning-fast precision. On the sidelines, Sanjia was so excited that he jumped and waved his arms wildly, shouting, "This is the most exhilarating comeback I've ever seen." Qi Xuantian's situation was dire. He desperately needed to conjure an immortal flame burst, but Li Ji's relentless attacks left him no room to breathe. Meanwhile, Zhu Yaoguang's movements grew increasingly sluggish, and his strikes lost their force. However, the 4-member assault squad, under the healer's cover, grew stronger and more coordinated with each passing moment. Is there still hope for a miracle? Sui Lan's voice rang out across the battlefield. The millions of viewers watching the livestream knew that everything unfolding before their eyes was already a miracle. A team led by 2 so-called underdog Skywalkers, along with 3 rookies who had only awakened their abilities 10 days ago, was defeating an elite squad. This went beyond a mere miracle. It was nothing short of divine intervention. Qi Xuantian gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to cast his spell. As he started forming a seal with his left hand, Li Ji's swift kick interrupted him. Switching to his right hand, Li Ji's movements were even faster, blocking him like a thunderclap. If I can just complete one incantation, I can turn the tide. This thought drove Qi Xuantian to persist, but Li Ji's speed and precision outmatched him at every turn. By the time both of his hands were swollen and bruised, he continued trembling, still trying to cast his spell. Li Gu was inwardly surprised by his own sudden improvement in leg techniques. The seamless chain of kicks and intercepts bore a faint resemblance to Jeet Kune Do, but their power was undeniably superior. These moves felt oddly familiar, as if he'd seen them in a dream. Could this be from that combat technique in Sangio's Confessions of a Midnight English Teacher? He wondered. Just as he was lost in thought, Qi Xuantian suddenly roared from beneath him, "Li Gu, I swear ill." Before he could finish, Li Gu impatiently hoisted him up and slammed him to the ground with a brutal shoulder throw. Qi Xuantian hit the ground hard, covered in dirt, but his eyes remained fixed on his fingers as he muttered, "Immortal flame." Li Gu noticed Qi Xuantian's astonishing regenerative abilities. The swelling on his fingers began to subside in an instant. This was the hallmark of the Immortal Flame Burst, one of the top-tier Skywalker abilities. Not only did it possess immense explosive power, but it also granted rapid recovery. While casting it required a significant toll on physical and mental strength, its combination of power and endurance made it worthy of its elite status. Qi Xuantian was almost delirious, obsessively staring at his fingers. If I can release it, I can still win. He refused to accept the reality of losing to a novice. In his mind, if only he had mastered the Thunderfire Unbound technique earlier and not been countered, or if he had used the Immortal Flame Burst from the start, he would have secured victory. Slap. A crisp sound interrupted his fantasy. A vivid, red handprint appeared on one side of his face. Stunned, he looked at Li Gu in disbelief. A rookie dared to slap him? Just as he was about to react, slap, another strike left him completely dazed. Li Gu loomed over Qi Xuantian, who lay on the ground. "You think you can win as long as you unleash your Skywalker ability, right?" "Yes." Qi Xuantian answered resolutely. "Wrong." Li Gu scolded, kicking him squarely in the rear. "Who's going to give you the chance to cast? If I could unleash my epic reboot, this entire building, no, this entire street would be gone. Losing is losing." Qi Xuantian's lips quivered, but he had no rebuttal. As a spellcaster, failing to cast a skill was equivalent to defeat, an undeniable truth. On the sidelines, the spectators could hardly bear to watch any longer. Qi Xuantian was on the verge of mental collapse. He knew all too well that if he couldn't overcome this inner demon, his future path to advancing to the 100 refined realm would be fraught with difficulties. The audience buzzed with discussion. Someone suggested he should regroup with Zhu Yaoguang and use the defender's cover to break through the encirclement. There's still a good chance of turning the tide. Another shook their head. That's overconfident. Ever since Li Gu broke into the elite realm, Qi Xuantian has lost his chance. Li Gu's astonishing marksmanship and explosive power ended the fight in just 5 seconds. If you want to face Li Gu, you must send a top-tier striker to trade one for one. Anyone else is insignificant, someone analyzed. It's over. The reputation of our generation is in shambles. A self-deprecating laugh rippled through the crowd. In the rear, several teams built around core strikers were poised and ready to act. Baying likely had a plan. As seniors, none of them wanted to see their peers so easily defeated by newcomers. All eyes turned to Baying, who stood composed and commanding, gently patting Meng Zai's back as if to comfort him. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, observing the triumphant Li Gu and the nearly frenzied Qi Xuantian. Now, unless Zhu Yaoguang can break through and help Qi Xuantian regroup, there's no chance, she murmured. No sooner had she spoken than Zhu Yaoguang broke through the encirclement of the alien beasts. He leapt down, crashing heavily into the ruins. Like a raging bull, he charged out, holding his massive shield aloft and sprinting straight for Li Gu. "There's hope," Meng Zai exclaimed, suddenly energized by the unexpected turn. "This is the last chance for the Zhuhong squad. Zhu Yaoguang has broken through." Sui Lan clenched his fists. "The match isn't over yet." Li Gu frowned slightly. If he dodged now, Qi Xuantian would undoubtedly recover. However, Zhu Yaogang's steps suddenly faltered, and his pupils glowed with an eerie purple light. His consciousness had been controlled. It turned out that Lillian, at some unknown moment, had leapt from a tall building and landed behind Zhu Yaoguang. Her precise Banshee's curse struck the charging Zhu Yaoguang, who was fully focused on his assault. "Now's the chance," Lillian shouted sharply. Li Gu instantly understood, grabbing the struggling Qi Xuantian and rushing toward Zhu Yaoguang. "Stop! Stop!" Qi Xuantian shouted with wide eyes. But the controlled Zhu Yaoguang continued his charge. Li Gu used all his strength to hurl Qi Xuantian toward the massive shields. With a thunderous crash, Qi Xuantian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A soft sigh echoed in the air as a referee swooped down to catch Qi Xuantian and carried him off the field. The announcement rang out. Zhuhong squad Qi Xuantian eliminated. Eliminator Zhu Yaoguang. Hearing the announcement, the now conscious Zhu Yaoguang looked bewildered. Before he could process what had happened, 5 opponents had already surrounded him. Outside the field, Meng Zai closed his eyes in anguish, while Bai Ying sighed softly. "A bet is a bet." Li Gu, holding his spear, stared directly at Zhu Yaoguang. "Save yourself some dignity." Zhu Yaoguang glanced around at the warriors glaring at him and let out a quiet sigh, slowly lowering his shield. The referee's whistles echoed from all directions. This match is over. Congratulations to the victor's trenchant squad, the head referee announced. Several drones zoomed in on the final battlefield. At its center, Li Gu stood tall, holding the Emperor's breaking spear aloft, like a victorious epic statue. They've won. Trenchant squad has won. Sanjiu roared, slamming the table. This team, formed by abandoned warriors and rookies, achieved a flawless victory against Zhuhang's squad in their global debut. This is a miracle worthy of the history books. Let's congratulate every member of Trenchant Squad, Sui Lan declared hoarsely. Warriors in the army, scaling city walls first, breaking through enemy lines, slaying generals and seizing banners. This is the spirit of Trenchant Squad charging into enemy ranks, embracing death to survive. They've done it. Now they stand at the center of the world, basking in unparalleled glory. At that moment, Sanjiu looked up and exclaimed, "He's here! Jiang Wanli, one of the 6 saints of Daxia and the world's #1 striker, is entering the field. The director just informed me that he's going to personally present the global first victory reward to Trenchant Squad. We won." He Chaodong shouted at the top of his lungs, tugging at his shirt. "I won. The first global victory." Lin Lucy leaned against her shield and exhaled deeply, her exhausted body finally finding a moment of support. Beside her, Qian bit his lip, his eyes red with emotion today. The so-called fool and loser had defeated 2 top students. Lillian looked directly into the drone cameras encircling her and flashed a radiant smile. "My name is Lillian." She raised her staff, her voice trembling slightly. I'm back." In that moment, she felt as though she had returned to the spirited days of being a Skywalker, no longer needing to prove herself to anyone because now, the entire world bore witness to her triumph. Jiang Wanli, clad in a bronze-toned modern battle suit, entered the old factory that had drawn the attention of over 1 billion people, accompanied by several students. Unexpectedly, his first words were directed at the losing side. "Zhu Yaoguang, well played. I look forward to seeing you become the true Iron Shield of Daxia." The towering man froze in place, stunned. For 5 years, he had only caught distant glimpses of this legendary principal, let alone received direct praise from him. "Impressive indeed," Li Gu said, patting Zhu Yaoguang on the shoulder. "The 4 of us attacked for 5 minutes and couldn't break through his defense." This defender was undoubtedly the MVP of the losing team, but unfortunately, his teammates had squandered all the time he fought so hard to buy. Jiang Wanli pondered for a moment. "Defeat with honor. Award him 25 grams of crystal, and the school will cover the repair costs for battle damage." After a pause, he added, "The Dean of the Defense Academy will provide Zhu Yaoguang with 8 hours of unknown training." The medical team immediately stepped forward to escort Zhu Yaoguang away. Turning to Li Gu, the principal's expression grew serious. "You won. This match was..." He seemed to search for the right words before finally settling on, "within my expectations." The weight of this evaluation depended entirely on the scope of Jiang Wanli's imagination. Then, without warning, he clapped Li Gu on the shoulder and casually took the Runhuang spear from him, stating flatly, "The spear seems damaged. It needs to be sent back for repairs." Li Gu was stunned. In front of billions of viewers, the principal had blatantly confiscated his weapon? In the stands, a group of disciplinary committee members burst into applause. They had been pressuring the principal for ages, waiting for the day this overpowered spear, granted as a special exception, would finally be reclaimed. To them, this was a victory for fairness. The audience erupted into an uproar, with countless eyes instinctively turning to Bai Ying, one of the committee members. Li Gu parading the Renhuang spear around every day had been nothing short of a public slap in the face for the disciplinary committee. Yet Bai Ying sat there expressionless, as if none of this concerned her in the slightest. Is this love-struck fool really that dumb? Yu Yun glanced at Bai Ying as she spoke. Bai Ying simply rolled her eyes, her gaze still fixed intently on the screen. On the screen, Li Gu was forcing a polite smile, trying his best to maintain his composure as the top scorer. At that moment, Jiang Wanli's voice suddenly rose, commanding attention. "Everyone." He scanned the room, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. "The 5 people standing beside me have accomplished a historical feat, a groundbreaking act of defiance. Today, we bear witness to a battle fought in the name of courage. To all the new Skywalkers of Daxia, may this inspire your nation needs you to grow and advance with unrelenting fervor." Jiang Wanli's eyes moved across the members of the team, one by one. "To honor this spirit of perseverance and determination, the Great Wall Watchers have entrusted me with the task of presenting the global first victory and first crossfire battle achievement reward to the Vanguard Squad. First, each team member will receive 100 grams of premium crystalline." What the 100 grams of premium crystalline? The audience shot to their feet, murmurs spreading like wildfire. This reward was equivalent to half a year's wages for an average person. Everyone present understood that crystalline was the most valuable currency in this world. and 100 grams of premium crystalline was equivalent to what a miner could extract in an entire year. The smiles on the faces of the discipline committee members grew stiff. Let it go. Let it go, someone whispered. The principal took back the gun. So we have to offer some compensation. It's a matter of saving face. The others nodded in agreement. Second, each member will be granted 2 sets of elite-grade standard equipment, Jiang Wanli continued. This seemed like a reasonable reward after all. Combat personnel who achieved elite status could only receive 1 set of equipment per year. If damaged during a mission, a replacement set would cost 650,000. 2 sets would comfortably sustain their mission needs for a while. Third, within 3 days, the Heavenly Crafts Department will custom design a master-level primary weapon for each member. The expressions of the discipline committee members instantly turned grim. This meant that in the upcoming matches, every member of the Vanguard squad would wield custom-made, master-grade weapons. Their current equipment sources hadn't even been fully investigated, and now they were getting an upgrade? This was essentially leveling the playing field in terms of equipment disparity. Finally, Jiang Wanli's gaze landed on Li Gu. Behind him, Yun Xiangrong stepped forward, carrying a long alloy case. A flawless match has concluded, but your combat style has been thoroughly exposed. He stared at the promising young student. The upcoming matches will undoubtedly be more challenging. Set a goal for yourself. Can you make it to the top 8? The top 8? Li Gu looked up. Jiang Wanli nodded, signaling for him to declare his goal during the live broadcast. The championship, Li Gu replied with a calm smile. Jiang Wanli's mouth twitched noticeably. You want to win the national championship? The teammates flinched. Captain, isn't that goal a bit too ambitious? There's only 1 month left until the national championship. Off stage, Yu Yun face-bombed. This kid probably didn't fully understand the real level top players would likely attempt to break into the master level during the event. If the opposing team showed up with a 2 weaklings, 3 masters lineup, was he seriously thinking of winning the national championship after just 1 victory? The national championship? That seems unrealistic. Jiang Wanli frowned. But Li Gu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the glimmering drone camera surrounding him. Under the watchful eyes of the world, he stood tall and spoke with effortless confidence. I want the World Championship. Of course, the World Championship. Lin Lucy declared confidently, lightly tapping the shield in her hand against Li Ji's shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Otherwise, why would the 5 of us form a galactic battleship? Jiang Wanli stared at this overly dramatic girl in disbelief, feeling as though his worldview had just collapsed. Galactic battleship? This group looked more like a tiny dinghy. Maybe with Li Gu on board, the dinghy could gain some armor plating. But even an armored dinghy couldn't possibly stand against an unbeatable fleet. Champion. He Chaodong suddenly raised both arms high, as if filled with an inexplicable surge of energy. Champion. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Everyone stared at the team as though they were lunatics. Even staunch supporter Yu Yun couldn't help but glance up at the highest row of the stands. There, Principal Changhe leaned on his cane, silently watching the screen showing Li Gu. A faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips, perhaps one of approval. Or maybe the comfort of seeing his protege stepping up. Jiang Wanli sighed internally. This kid probably had no idea who was on the competitor list. On the Dasha side, there were participants who had already reached elite level 53 years ago, and had been refining their physical prowess by suppressing their advancement. Their physical capabilities now rivaled those of the 100 refinement class divine practitioners. Over in Europe, there were even 2 former master level elites who had fallen to grade A elite. They might have registered as elite level 7 days ago, but who could say where they'd stand a month from now? Add to that a slew of experienced elite level 50 veterans on the verge of breaking into master level. Simply put, this so-called elite level competition couldn't be fought with just elite level abilities. Even master level strength might not be enough to step into the world finals. Jiang Wanli cast a pleading glance at the 2 senior students, hoping they would help Li Gu understand just how brutal the competition at this level truly was. If Li Gu says we can win, Qian said, looking at Lillian, then we can win. Lillian replied without hesitation. If it weren't for the cameras pointed at him, Jiang Wanli would have rushed over to press down on Li Gu's temples and filtrum, trying to snap this arrogant kid out of his delusion. This newly formed team seemed utterly unremarkable yet brimming with inexplicable confidence. Where on earth did this self-assurance come from? The live audience scoffed at Li Gu's bold claims, but in front of TVs across the country, the atmosphere was electric. In countless factories working through the night, young workers cheered with beers in hand, punching the air as they shouted, "Hell yeah, this is what youth should look like. Who cares if they win or not? Daring to dream big is what matters. Champion. Champion. Forget seniority, experience, and reason if you're competing. You're going for the championship. That's what being the best is about. That's what Ling Xiao deserves." Mortals have no sense of their limits. They only believe that human will can conquer all. Meng Zihe muttered as he headed to the stands to converse with his fellow members of the disciplinary committee. The principal spoils him too much, is completely pampered now. True, the human emperor's breaking spear never should have been given to him. Someone chimed in. The principal realized he couldn't let him become arrogant and reckless, so he clearly defined the rules for resource allocation. Tier C and D would receive a single share of resources, Tier A and B would get double, while Divine Ascendants would be allocated triple. The remaining resources would be distributed based on battle merits and competition results. Without hesitation, he reclaimed the gun. At this moment, Yun Xiangrong was holding a long box in her hands. Everyone speculated on what gift the principal might present next. Someone joked it must be another calligraphy piece. The principal was fond of inscribing characters. Previously, he had given Bai Ying a piece that read, "The bearing of a human sovereign." Just thinking about it gave Bai Ying a headache. The writing was atrocious, yet her roommates had enthusiastically hung it in their dorm room, making her prefer sleeping on the streets over returning there. Jiang Wanli spoke solemnly. "Your ambition is commendable. As the principal, I should give you a special token of encouragement." With that, he took the box from Yun Xiangrong's hands. The stands erupted into chatter as everyone craned their necks to see. What inscription is it this time? Young hero? I bet it's the bearing of a sage, someone teased. Bai Ying closed her eyes, unable to bear the embarrassment she was certain would follow. The alloy box opened slowly, revealing a nearly 1.5-meter-long black staff nestled in white velvet. The staff's shape was slightly irregular, and its material didn't appear metallic. Instead, it seemed to be made of wood or bone, with mysterious dark golden threads coiled around its surface. All eyes immediately locked onto the staff. Even Changhe on the stands frowned slightly. Li Gu muttered in confusion. "This is?" He thought to himself. "You took away my human sovereign war lance, and now you're giving me this broken stick?" Still, he shrugged it off. The lance had already proven its worth by helping him shatter Qi Xuantian's Thunderfire Cataclysm, a significant achievement. Worst case, he could always head to the Nightshade Market to scrape together funds for a better weapon. He also recalled the unidentified battle flag fragments he had, though the appraisal fees were prohibitively high. Jiang Wanli maintained a calm expression. "I found this on the beach a few days ago. I thought the staff looked quite straight, so I'm giving it to you as encouragement to continue forging ahead on your unyielding path to greatness." The statement sounded as absurd as a father saying, "Son, I found this stick on the road Sadego, use it to knock down the neighbor's canola flowers." Li Gu had an inexplicable urge to punch someone. What was even stranger was that a dozen people on the stands were being dragged away with their mouths covered, including Meng Zihe. Thanks, Principal." Li Gu reluctantly accepted the staff, his brows furrowed. It was unexpectedly heavy, at least 4 times, denser than gold of the same size. Could something like this really be found on a beach? The principal's expression turned serious. "All right, the rewards for the first victory have been distributed. I hope you all continue to strive for excellence." He turned and instructed, "System, record their rewards." For Li Gu, note it down as a commemorative item discovered by the principal in nature. Yun Xiangrong nodded lightly, thinking the excuse was painfully unconvincing. "Wait," Li Gu suddenly called out. Jiang Wanli frowned, worried he might make some outrageous demand in public. To his surprise, Li Gu merely chuckled and asked, "Could I get a few free appraisal opportunities? I've got some trinkets from the Fiend clan that I can't make sense of." "Fine, 3 appraisals. Go directly to Professor Huang." Jiang Wanli waved dismissively, thinking, what treasures could he possibly have? Probably just some crosses from the Blood Abbey. The assault squad exited the stage amidst applause, making way for the next group of Grandmaster-level contestants. As they passed the edge of the stands, Lillian suddenly furrowed her brow. "I think I heard Meng Zihe crying." Li Gu, tossing the heavy, broken stick in his hand, asked curiously, "Did he break up with Bai Ying? Weren't they just watching the match together earlier?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Bai Ying emerged from a side passage at the edge of the field, dragging a tearful Meng Zihe behind her. Meng Zihe wailed, "The principal is so unfair. That's not something he picked up on a beach. That's a dragon horn from the Tian Tong-class sea dragon that was hunted down by the 3 great saints of Desia." A Tian Tong-class dragon horn. In December 2024, Desia received a distress call from the Iceland Skywalker patrol team. Off the western coast of Greenland, a massive creature was causing monstrous tidal waves. The local patrol team mistook it for Jormungandr, the world-encircling serpent from Norse mythology, making a reappearance. Although the so-called gods were merely the defeated remnants of ancient races, the possibility of them returning after being reshaped by advanced civilizations remained ever-present. The 5 Icelandic Skywalkers had all studied the art of Tianxing Xinyan in Desia and shared a deep mentor-student bond with the principal. Upon arriving in Greenland, the principal discovered that the so-called Jormungandr was, in fact, a northern flame jiao of Tian Tong level 3, stretching 600 meters in length. Considering the unique challenges of deep-sea combat, the principal summoned 2 additional saints to assist. Together, they engaged in an intense 3-day battle along the edge of the Arctic Circle, ultimately slaying the gigantic creature. This northern flame Jiao displayed clear signs of evolving into a dragon, with its horned skull being particularly valuable. Its scales were used to craft a batch of standardized equipment at the Emperor and Lu Xian levels, while its dragon bones became material for single-soldier technology bullets. The hardest horn was exceptionally precious, capable of forging weapons at the Lu Xian or even Tiantong level. One horn was refined into the Ice Sea Dragon Staff, now wielded by the Dean of the Natural Techniques Department at the Northern Great Wall University. In the lounge of the Southeast Maritime University's Antiquities Research Institute, the elderly Professor Huang leaned against the edge of a bed, his trembling hand caressing the second dragon horn handed to him by Li Gu. He looked up at Li Gu, his voice weary. "But can you let me rest for a while? Since last night until early this morning, how many items have you made me appraise? Shouldn't students make an appointment before consulting a professor?" The night before, as Li Ji's capital grew, so did the quantity of items he purchased. Professor Huang worked tirelessly until 5 a.m. to complete the appraisals. While watching a match earlier, he suddenly realized that the entire equipment set of the assault squad came from his appraisals the previous night. The thought of the ruthless disciplinary committee inevitably tracing the matter back to him gave him a splitting headache. "Student?" Li Gu stared seriously at Professor Huang. "I'm a professor too. A professor in the Forbidden Spell Academy." This was a privilege granted by the principal during college admissions. Though becoming a professor before even enrolling sounded absurd, the Forbidden Spell Academy only had 3 other members besides the Dean Changhe and Li Gu: 1 dean, 1 vice dean, and 3 professors. Professor Huang wanted to quip that even a dog could become a professor in the Forbidden Spell Academy, given that the academy had 5 professor slots. Yet, Li Gu was indeed his equal in rank, prompting him to sigh at how often choices outweighed effort. Yes, so were colleagues," Li Gu said shamelessly. "Professor Huang, how should this dragon bone be forged into a weapon?" "Go to the school or night charm workshop," Professor Huang replied irritably. "This level of dragon bone requires a significant amount of crystals and rare materials for forging. You'll need about 10 pounds of high-grade crystals that should be enough to create a prototype." "Tenjin?" Li Ji's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the elderly professor in disbelief. This was the bounty price listed on the Bloodstained Monastery's top wanted notice. If it were only worth a mere tenjin of spirit crystals, wouldn't that be a colossal joke? After all, if he truly had tenjin of crystals, he would have already attempted to break through to the Grandmaster realm instead of considering crafting weapons. The Emperor's Breaking Army Spear is worth over 10 million Xia coins, and the Emperor is only 1 rank above Lu Xian, Li Gu continued. Besides, that steel-boned silver dragon doesn't sound bad either, especially with all those embedded gemstones. Lin Lucy also looked puzzled, suspecting that the professor was deliberately making things difficult for Li Gu. Standard equipment only requires the appropriate level of toughness and hardness to withstand unarmed attacks from peak Emperor-level warriors, Professor Huang scoffed. As for those so-called gemstones, they're just ordinary rubies and sapphires. And the steel-boned silver dragon? Heh, it's nothing more than a centipede with over 500 legs. What? A centipede? Lin Lucy's eyes widened in astonishment. You thought it was really a dragon? It's just a centipede, 300 or 400 meters long, Professor Huang sneered. Then he turned his attention to the dragon horn, his tone growing serious. But this northern flame Jiao is a true creature with a trace of 5-clawed dragon bloodline. Such dragons disappeared from Earth over 4 billion years ago. Professor Huang elaborated. Back then, advanced civilizations waged a massive war near the solar system against other civilizations, causing surface temperatures to soar to 5,000 degrees Celsius. Countless advanced species perished as a result. This battle is recorded in the annals of advanced civilizations as the Graveyard of the Gods. Hearing this name, Li Ji's heart raced, and the symbol of the Graveyard of the Gods began to emit a faint glow. After that, they were severely weakened and lost their absolute control over the galaxy. They could only rely on technology to influence the development of various civilizations, Professor Huang said, pointing to the holographic display in front of them. Take this system we're looking at now. Based on my research, advanced civilizations were not even the creators of this technology. They simply stumbled upon it. None of this is mentioned in textbooks, Lillian murmured softly. Because it's all unverified, Professor Huang said, stretching lazily. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. If you want to craft that dragon horn, you'd better head to the Nightshade Market and raise some funds. What if I gather the materials myself? Li Gu asked, unwilling to give up. Professor Huang shook his head and listed. The deadwater of the vast sea for quenching is at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, guarded by Lu Xian-level dragon king whales. The undying essence seed is hidden beneath Mount Fuji, its passage surrounded by the eastern skywalkers. Even the dean's staff required an enormous sum and countless connections. taking a whole year just to gather the materials. So, this thing is useless now? Li Gu asked, frustrated. Use it as firewood. At least no one below Saint level can break it, Professor Huang said with a hint of schadenfreude as he prepared to lie down. But Li Gu grabbed him before he could. Since I'm already here, please take a look at this tattered battle flag for me. I'm a senior appraiser. Professor Huang exclaimed in exasperation. Why do you bring me all this junk to evaluate? Before he could finish, Li Gu had already unfurled a cloth, stained with blood and grease. It was something a vendor had casually thrown in when he bought Lillian's Mother God Ghost mask, which allowed spells to pass through walls. Take it away. Take it away. Don't dirty my floor with that weight. The professor, who had seemed sleepy moments ago, suddenly jumped up, put on a magnifying lens, and directed a golden beam of light from his eyes onto the cloth. 5 minutes later, Professor Huang's expression turned grave. Put it away. This is not a battle flag. What the hell? That guy tricked me. Li Gu ground his teeth, already planning how to deal with the vendor the next time he visited the Nightshade Market. This is a map. Professor Huang threw on a coat. Come on. We need to find the principal. The 5 of them hurriedly folded the cloth and rushed to follow. What kind of map is it? Li Gu asked, lowering his voice. After scanning their surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, Professor Huang whispered, a hive. A massive hive. At the top floor of the administrative building at Southeast Maritime University of Daxia, the corridor was bathed in the glow of spotlights. The smooth walls and intricate wooden carvings showcased the unique, luxurious charm of Daxia. This building, infused with a modern Chinese architectural style, was designed by the university's vice president. While the president, Jiang Wanli, was supposed to have the final say, his questionable taste in aesthetics necessitated alternative arrangements. At this moment, Jiang Wanli was seated in his spacious office. The walls were densely covered with his self-proclaimed calligraphy masterpieces, though their artistic quality was so poor that one couldn't help but think even a cockroach scuttling across paper would create something more visually appealing. Standing before his desk, Jiang Wanli was leisurely grinding ink. Across from him sat 3 middle-aged individuals, 2 men, and 1 woman, key members of the Student Discipline Committee. The first round of the competition had just concluded, and the 3 had stormed into his office in a flurry. The chairman, Yiling Cheng, a lean middle-aged man dressed in a cyan hanfa, was visibly furious. His chest heaved with anger, and even his beard quivered. He slammed a report onto Jiang Wanli's desk, his voice barely restraining his rage. The progress of the Vanguard squad is completely beyond reason. With the limited talents of Lillian and Qian, it's impossible for them to achieve this level unless someone has been recklessly pouring crystals into their development. Yi Lingsheng rattled off his evidence in one breath. Lillian's equipment alone is worth at least 1,200 grams of crystals, Lin Lucy's is 900 grams, and He Kaodong's healing staff is valued at over 1,000 grams on the market. The most outrageous case is Qi Anhis Tianqing Xinyuan, has even undergone a mutation. Principal, how do you explain all this equipment? The female vice chair immediately chimed in. Li Guess victory with the Ren Huang spear is already skirting the edge of the rules, and now you've handed him a Tian Tong level dragon horn? Do you still remember the original purpose of establishing the 4-school discipline committee? Jiang Wanli remained silent, raising his eyes only to look at the last vice chair. That man stepped forward, his tone resolute. We need your assurance not to favor Li Gu and to ensure that all students have fair access to resources according to the rules. Unperturbed, Jiang Wanli picked up a Huzhou green bamboo brush and began writing with focused precision on the rice paper in front of him. He spoke calmly. The Vanguard squad is personally trained by Fan Wuyin, with 3 ordinary mortals competing against elites, providing them with top-tier training to close the gap. What's the problem with that? None, Yi Lingsheng replied. Didn't you all constantly emphasize fairness and the need to give average children opportunities to improve? Jiang Wanli countered. Jiang Wanli kept his head down, the tip of his brush moving steadily over the rice paper. The atmosphere in the office was tense, as 3 members of the disciplinary committee watched him with questioning eyes. Qian and Lillian have indeed progressed quickly, but why are they receiving so many resources? Yi Lingsheng fixed his gaze on Jiang Wanli. Have you, or Principal Changhe, privately allocated resources to them? My crystal account shows no unusual expenditures recently, Jiang Wanli replied calmly. As for Changhe, he told me that Li Gu has never asked him for any resources, not even for advice. Li Gu advances by killing. Have any of you ever witnessed an epic reboot? Yi Lingsheng began to retort, but Jiang Wanli interrupted him. You haven't. People like you and me, with mediocre talent, can't even fathom the impact of someone at the Lingxiao level. Speaking of which, wasn't your disciplinary committee's master Meng Zai beaten to a pulp by Li Gu, who's only at the fetal level? Jiang Wanli slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp and piercing. But there's one thing I can promise you. The 3 stared back at him. Jiang Wanli set down his brush and enunciated each word clearly. I guarantee that I will favor Li Gu. You guarantee? Well, we trust the principal's integrity. The female vice chair began to speak, but suddenly froze. Wait, did you say you guarantee favoritism? Zhang Wanli let out a cold laugh. If you want fairness, let me tell you this. Across the entire Southeast, the total number of demonic creatures killed by all new students after the college entrance exams is 27. Of those, Li Gu accounted for 21, Lin Lucy for 2, and He Chaodong for 1. These three alone make up 88.8. By your logic, shouldn't 88.8 of the resources for new students go to them? The three committee members were left speechless. While it was true that other new students hadn't encountered demonic creatures after the exams, Zhang Wanli's argument was clearly sophistry. The fairness you seek is the allocation of resources based on merit in battle, Zhang Wanli said, shaking his head, his voice rising. What I pursue is foresight. If I give him 1 share of resources, and he can produce 3 times the results, then I'll give him 100-fold. I gave him the dragon horn because I saw hope. He continued passionately, among the 6 saints of Daxia, Laozi is the youngest. The rest are all over 60. For the current Tianting level powerhouses, the hope of advancing to sage level is almost non-existent. Heaven sent me a Lingxia level talent in Jinling, and I managed to snatch him from the other 3 schools, and now you're lecturing me about fairness? Daxia needs a world where everyone is extraordinary, where everyone can rise like a dragon. That's been the pursuit of the Great Wall Watchers all along. The female vice chair interjected. A world where everyone rises like a dragon, where everyone is extraordinary, with perfect resource allocation. That's only possible if we saints are holding the line at the front. Zhang Wanli pounded his chest. As long as no one dares to challenge us, we can seize enough resources to support all the Tianqing warriors. Remember, resources are seized, not distributed by some big data model. The 3 committee members' faces all showed indignation. Zhang Wanli stood tall and straight. Over the years, we've indeed nurtured many low talent, but brave and determined warriors, myself included. I've always respected the disciplinary committee, but with the enemy at our gates, if we saints fall, who will take our place? Meng Zai or Li Go? He turned to the female vice chair. Vice Chair Qi, you asked me what the original purpose of establishing the disciplinary committee was. Why don't you tell me first? Of course, it's to ensure justice and provide equal opportunities for everyone. Vice Chair Qi answered resolutely. I don't see it that way. Zhang Wanli blew the ink dry and held up the rice paper. On it were 2 large, unevenly written characters. In times of peace, we cultivate evenly. In times of war, we focus our efforts. All for these 2 words. The rice paper floated gently down in front of the 3 committee members. Zhang Wanli's voice was firm and resolute. I've said my piece. Whether you agree or not, Li Gu is the successor I've chosen. I disagree. Yi Lingqing stood up abruptly. The Tianting level dragon horn must be reclaimed from Li Gu, and his training resources must be reviewed by the committee. A Shenyang level individual's resources should be no more than 3 times that of an ordinary student. We must ensure fairness. At that moment, the office door swung open, and golden light from the overhead lamps flooded the entrance. All 4 turned their heads. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the light, was Li Gu. His expression was icy, his presence commanding, like an enraged guardian deity. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Gu's gaze swept across the 3 committee members, his voice cold as ice. Are you upholding fairness, or are you simply protecting the power that fairness grants you? Yi Lingqing turned to Li Gu with a serious expression. Even if you're at the Lingxiao level, you can't just spout nonsense, let alone act recklessly. Li Gu stood his ground, stepping directly in front of Yi Lingqing. His voice carried a sharp edge of questioning. First, explain to me why the assault squad, with such a low average level, was matched against the Zhurong squad in the first round? A level gap of over 20, is that even within the rules? Though he wasn't entirely clear about the strength of the opponent or the specific authority of the discipline committee, Li Gu had made up his mind. If the committee wouldn't come to him, he would go to them. They'll conduct a thorough investigation after this, Yi Lingqing said, standing upright, his face calm as if he truly knew nothing about the matter. Within a week, they'll give the tournament committee an explanation. You should have investigated the moment the matchup list was released. Li Gu interrupted sharply, his gaze shifting to Zhang Wanli. Why didn't you look into it then? What were you thinking? Was it because the principal gave that kid a gun? So you thought you'd teach him a lesson and knock the principal down a peg too? Yi Lingqing opened his mouth to explain, but Li Gu cut him off with a cold laugh. Don't bother explaining. If something wasn't addressed immediately, it means it was condoned. His words directly placed the committee and the principal in opposition. Li Gu pressed on relentlessly. Mi Kongwen is a student recruited by the school, right? He's killed so many people and has been on the run for over a week now. Are you saying it's harder to track down a Ding-level fugitive than it is to investigate me? His gaze swept over the 3 people in front of him. And what about Meng Zai from the discipline committee? The assault squad was utterly exhausted after their bloody battle with the Scarlet Monastery. and he still took advantage of the situation to target a freshman. Fairness, huh? Since I've enrolled, I haven't seen a shred of fairness. The trio was left speechless, caught off guard by the rapid barrage of accusations. Each incident had its reasoning. The committee wanted to counterbalance the principal. Mi Kongwen had hidden in the elusive Nightshade Market, and Meng Zai was provoked by He Chaodong. But none of these explanations held water in front of Li Gu. The discipline committee was supposed to represent order and justice. If those principles wavered, their very existence lost its meaning. All right then, you want fairness? I'll give you fairness. Li Gu suddenly shifted his tone. The crystals were earned by flipping unidentified goods in the Suzaku Street Market of Nightshade. The initial capital came from exchanging the Scarlet Monastery spoils. Is that clear enough? Vice President Chi sneered. Are you claiming you managed to trade 5 or 6 pounds of crystals in just 7 days? Is that so much? Li Gu countered. You've probably handled so many crystals that you've lost all sense of value, Chi retorted sharply. Li Gu, 5 pounds of crystals is the annual salary of a distinguished 100 refinement level warrior. So what you're saying is that I, Li Gu, can't earn a 100 refinement level salary in 7 days? Why don't you tell us exactly how you managed it? Chi pressed, refusing to let the matter drop. Li Gu couldn't be bothered to explain the details. She raised her chin slightly, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Do you know what it means to be the chosen one? This unapologetically blunt remark caused the 3 people opposite her to simultaneously show expressions of indignation and frustration. Seeing their reactions, Li Gu added another comment that was even more provocative. You wouldn't understand because you're not one. Turning her attention to Yi Lingqing, whose face was twisted with displeasure, Li Gu asked, by the way, you're Chairman Yi, right? You were just overseeing the balance of resources between students, correct? Yi Lingqing nodded in confirmation. But I'm a professor, Li Gu said nonchalantly as she made herself comfortable on a nearby sofa. The 3 were momentarily stunned. Then, Li Gu pulled out her phone, opened the Great Wall Watch app, and displayed her profile to them. Southeast Maritime University of Daxia, Forbidden Spell Academy, first-year student, Forbidden Spell Academy Tier 3 professor. The benefits were clearly listed below her information. Student benefits, monthly living allowance of 50,000 yuan, 30 grams of crystals per month. Tier 3 professor benefits, monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, 100 grams of crystals per month. Zhang Wanli. Yi Lingqing suddenly turned around, enunciating the university president's name word by word. Huh. Zhang Wanli, seated nearby, let out a long sigh, clearly attempting to feign ignorance. You gave a freshman professor-level benefits? Yi Lingqing shouted, slamming his hand on Zhang Wanli's desk. What else could I do? Zhang Wanli sighed again, quickly fabricating an excuse. During recruitment, other schools were offering even more practically ready-to-hand over vice president positions. He further explained that the deputy director of admissions, Lu Yingying, had informed him that other universities were preparing to pay breach of contract fees to compete for this Lingxia-level Skywalker. Without much thought, he had granted Li Gu professor-level benefits, reasoning that the Forbidden Spell Academy only had one by lion-level dean, and that position would inevitably belong to Li Gu in the future. Later, upon realizing that the professor title and benefits couldn't be separated, he worked with Chang He, having both the president and the dean sign off to officially designate Li Gu as a legitimate professor. Sensing the president's embarrassment, Li Gu chimed in immediately to back him up. Another school even offered me a Renhuang-level escort team and planned to let me use forbidden spells to level up. The old man and the young woman took turns defending their actions, leaving the 3 others feeling utterly overwhelmed. Inwardly, they couldn't help but question. Where were the discipline committees in those other schools? Where was their sense of propriety? Zhang Wanli, noticing their stunned silence, let out another soft sigh. You see, the presidents of those other schools are all Shenyang-level individuals. Faced with the current crisis, they've completely abandoned the rules of the past, but at least I remember that as a lowly Ding level, I was able to succeed because of the fairness of the committee. So I've always tried my best to respect its decisions. The 3 people's expressions softened slightly. At least the president was showing some regard for their authority. Zhang Wanli gazed at the rice paper on his desk and spoke slowly. But if, on the future battlefield, there are large-scale casualties, countless people will point fingers at us, asking why we couldn't retain a homegrown Lingxia-level forbidden spellcaster. He slapped his thigh for emphasis. At that point, they'll say I lacked the courage to make a change, and that you clung to outdated traditions, blindly following the strategies of your predecessors without any independent thought. Would have no face left to answer to the warriors fighting on the front lines of the southeastern coaster to remain on this land at all. The meeting room fell into a heavy silence, with the 3 individuals wearing varied expressions. Inwardly, Li Gu gave a silent thumbs up, marveling at the principal's cunning strategy. First, he extended full respect, then skillfully sidestepped fairness, principles, and rules, ultimately shifting the responsibility onto the disciplinary committee. At this point, The offers from other schools no longer mattered. The principal had deftly reframed the logic. If Li Gu wasn't recruited with generous terms, the future casualties of warriors would fall squarely on the committee's shoulders. Li Gu realized that the principal had probably prepared this argument long before deciding to entrust him with the Renhuang Pijuan spear, always ready to turn the tables. By using Li Gu as a breakthrough point, the privilege of nurturing new talent could return to the principal's hands. To have elevated a Drank Skywalker all the way to a sage, the principal was clearly far more calculating than he appeared on the surface. Yi Lingqing pondered for a moment, seemingly about to voice a counterargument when Professor Li. Jiang Wanli seized the moment to interject, shooting Li Gu a meaningful glance. Li Gu froze for half a second before realizing this unfamiliar title was directed at him. Jiang Wanli patted Li Gu on the shoulder, subtly nudging him in Yi Lingqing's direction. The committee has taken on a lot of pressure for you, so you must give it your all. Li Gu immediately caught on and stepped forward quickly, grasping Yi Lingqing's hand. Thank you, President Yi. I will fight with all my might to prove that the committee's decision to grant me these privileges was the right one. This is an unparalleled responsibility to bear the immense pressure for the billions of citizens of Xia. The three were instantly dumbfounded. When had granting privileges become the committee's decision? When had it turned into their responsibility? They had never intended to grant any privileges. Yet, at this moment, refusing to approve them would make the committee seem stubborn and lacking in responsibility. The principal had artfully placed this burden on them without their realization. At that moment, Jiang Wanli calmly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. President Yi, this is the application form for Li Guess enrollment benefits. It just needs your committee's official seal. I believe you always carry it with you. Jiang Wanli stood in the center of the office, a sly smile on his face, as he fawned over the three chairmen. Come, stamp and sign here. Once Li Gu becomes a saint and leads humanity to victory in the war, this document will go straight to the museum. By then, the whole world will praise your wise decision-making. Li Gu stood silently to the side, observing the solemn expressions of the chairman as they signed the document. He cast a glance at Jiang Wanli, who appeared completely at ease. He couldn't help but admire the old fox's cunning. Jiang had precisely exploited the chairman's vanity and desire for fame. The previous committee had created a saint through fairness and impartiality. This one, in the era of war, shifted strategies to create another. Their achievements, if not surpassing their predecessors, would at least match them. With this maneuver, Jiang Wanli not only secured Li Ji's allegiance, but also transformed the once obstructive disciplinary committee into an ally. The entire situation remained firmly under his control. So, does this mean my professorship is now officially confirmed? Li Gu asked as he watched Jiang Wanli upload the appointment letter into the system. Vice Chairman Qi immediately nodded. Exactly. From now on, anything you acquire, whether through missions or other means, will rightfully and entirely belong to you. Professor Li, make sure to work hard and earn well. Professor Huang, please come in. Li Gu suddenly called out toward the doorway. Huang, what's he doing here? Jiang Wanli asked, puzzled. Li Gu casually draped his elbow over Jiang Wanli's shoulder and smirked. I bought a map of the hive. Just now, I wanted to confirm whether I could keep my spoils in full. Now that I'm reassured, I brought the map in. You sly devil. So you were just trying to bait me? Jiang Wanli exclaimed in disbelief. Chairman Yi Lingqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. How is that baiting? Wasn't this part of the terms we just discussed? No matter how large the hive is, what's yours is yours. Vice Chairman Qi eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Once we take down the hive, we'll make sure the school properly calculates your share. Honestly, I think the principal took too much of a cut during previous hive developments. Jiang Wanli stood dumbfounded. These people had been singing a very different tune just moments ago. That Li Gu, he thought, truly a mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Even I ended up being played by him. Li Gu had noticed a peculiar trait about the three chairmen. They were unshakably rigid in their beliefs. Once they decided fairness was paramount, they would cling to it fiercely. Once they deemed Li Gu important, they would stop at nothing to secure benefits for him, even going so far as to try and wrest some advantages from the principal. Before long, a grease-stained map was spread out on the carpet. Professor Huang, armed with a magnifying glass, marked the map with a red pen as he explained the details. The three chairmen, along with the entire assault team, crouched around the carpet, intently studying the map. I encountered this species while on a mission near the southern border, Professor Huang explained. They seem to coexist peacefully with the Skywalkers of Tianju. In fact, Tianju has given them a plateau as a breeding ground. Isn't that just nurturing a threat? Tianju is willing to let its land be occupied by primitives. That area borders Daxia's territory. They can use the Cretans to harass our borders. Since last year, we've already had over a dozen skirmishes, and there have even been sightings of Cretans near Jinling. A group of people gathered around a piece of yellowed fabric, carefully studying the deep yellow dye patterns etched onto it. "What does this map convey?" someone asked. "It's a clear signal," came an analytical voice. "A higher civilization has placed a group of Cretans in this area. Through this disguised map, they are sending a call for their kin worldwide to assemble." The discovery of the Cretans in Jinling wasn't by chance. A thief already gathered here. Are they not worried the map might be intercepted? Not at all. Look at the deep yellow dye on this fabric. Most people would dismiss it as a dirty piece of cloth. Only an advanced appraiser could recognize its true nature. Where's the mother hive? And how large is it? It's located within Jinling City, covering at least 30 square kilometers. If this area is developed successfully, it could yield 30,000 pounds of crystals, enough to sustain this new generation. Li Gu, the one who discovered it, quickly calculated. "We'll need 5 of the shares, right? The principal gets 10, though I think his share is too high. It should match mine." "Exactly. He's already a sage. What does he need so many shares for?" 30 square kilometers of land could nurture at least 2,000 Cretans. They'll also control beasts and insects, and there's usually a companion beast in the mother hive. The principal will need to personally lead and command this operation. Only then did everyone notice Jiang Wanli's presence. They all looked up in unison, searching for him. The principal sat silently at his desk, expressionless, writing 4 crooked characters on a sheet of rice paper. In a cold voice, he said, "Oh, now you remember me when it's time for war? Where was I when you were dividing the profits?" He slowly lifted the paper and said to Li Gu, "Read it aloud." On the paper, the words "ungrateful and treacherous" were scrawled. "Ungrateful and treacherous." He Chao Dong read aloud for Li Gu. "Righteous and noble." Lin Lu, she quickly chimed in. "Perfectly justified." Li Gu seamlessly followed, turning to Lillian. Righteous and noble?" Lillian hesitated. "Perfectly justified." Even Qian, who usually stuttered, declared firmly. Jiang Wanli erupted in anger. "Who told you to turn this into a word game?" Li Gu quickly changed the subject, looking at Yi Lingqing. "The principal means he's righteous and noble's just too modest to say it outright. So he thinks letting go of some profits is perfectly justified." Yi Lingqing exclaimed in realization. "I get it now. The principal wants to cultivate Li Gu but is too shy to admit it." Li Gu was secretly stunned. He had only intended to divert the discussion, but Yi Lingqing had taken it to a whole new level. "No problem," Yi Lingqing said, looking at the principal. "Everyone in this room agrees we should fully support Li Gu." Vice President Qi nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The principal will lead, and Li Gu will take the vanguard." "That's too much." Jiang Wanli finally couldn't hold back. "You want an elite-level individual to lead the charge? The disciplinary committee really knows how to swing between extremes, obstructing with all their might one moment and going all out to promote someone the next. Even Chang He wouldn't dare be this brazen." "What are the benefits of being the vanguard?" Li Gu asked, looking around curiously. Yi Lingqing patiently explained. "The 4 Great War achievements in Daxia are slaying commanders, seizing banners, being the first to ascend, and breaking through enemy lines. The first to charge into the enemy formation gets 3 of the total profits. The first to occupy the enemy stronghold gets another 3. Vice President Qi immediately added, "With the principal's additional 2.5 and your original 5, that's a total of 13.5 of the profits." Li Gu felt a little embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he looked at Jiang Wanli. "Isn't that too much?" Seeing Li Gu's newfound humility, Jiang Wanli's expression softened slightly. He was about to speak when Yi Lingqing interjected. "It's not too much. The more capable you are, the more you should earn. Principal, just give the order, stamp it." With that, he pulled out a gleaming golden seal from his pocket. Li Gu stared at the seal, as if glimpsing the dazzling future that awaited him. Professor Huang's fingers moved swiftly across the phone screen, meticulously sketching a topographic map and importing it into the system for analysis. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, followed by a trace of seriousness on his face. "Found it," he exclaimed, exhaling deeply, as the others quickly gathered around. The map revealed that the location of the hive was shockingly at the very center of Jinling City, in the eastern side of Xuanwu Lake and the western side of the Zhongshan Scenic Area, precisely where the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum, the joint burial site of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma of the Ming Dynasty, was located. "This is a protected cultural heritage site. Large-scale combat here might not be a good idea," Lin Lucy remarked, her tone laced with concern. Jiang Wanli made a quick decision. "It's fortunate we discovered it early." Li Gu set out immediately. "I'll supervise the operation personally." He turned to Chairman Yi. "The disciplinary committee will handle the arrangements for other combat squads to provide support." Chairman Yi nodded solemnly and took out a golden seal. An hour later, Li Gu, holding a contract with an impressive 7.5 cut, was driving an armored vehicle, leading the entire team through the streets of Jinling under the cover of night. "Li Gu, I have good news." Jiang Wanli's slightly teasing voice came through the radio. "Your next 2 opponents have been specially selected by the committee. They're particularly tough. What? Aren't they supposed to be on my side? Li Gu asked in surprise. They want all of Daxia to witness your strength. Jiang Wanli explained with a laugh. Besides, compared to what's coming next, this is actually good news. The Crimson Abbey has officially sent a notice to Daxia, demanding you be handed over within a week, or they will formally enter Daxia to hunt you down within a month. I just took out a few minions and a steward. You killed a priest, why aren't they after you? Li Gu asked, puzzled. Because they know they can't kill me. Jiang Wanli replied with a light chuckle. Don't back down. Worst case, you die. For now, just focus on resolving the hive issue. Li Gu silently adjusted the radio channel. The command center reported. This operation will be supervised from the rear by the principal, with frontline command led by Dong Ping'an, the vice dean of the Forbidden Spell Academy, and logistical support managed by Yu Yun, the captain of Jinling Camp's emergency rescue team. 6 combat teams were patrolling near Xuanwu Lake, standing by for action. Taking over the disciplinary committee feels amazing, Lin Lucy remarked with emotion. The hive, as a gathering point for the Nyeju species, not only contained a massive amount of high-grade crystals granted by advanced beings, but also housed artifacts crafted by the Nyeju. Such high-reward missions often prompted various factions to send their elite forces to ensure a fair distribution of the spoils. The 4 major allied academies of Daxia operated under a tripartite system. The principal oversaw personnel and overall strategy, the vice principal managed intelligence and operations, and the disciplinary committee monitored regulations and finances. At this moment, as Li Gu glanced around, he realized the entire battle line consisted of his allies. It was as if a golden path had been laid out before him, awaiting the ascension of a new emperor. The 6-legged bionic robots had already arrived on site. A faint signal of overlapping space was detected. Soil samples were collected on site for testing, revealing traces of non-human intelligent life forms. Location data was instantly transmitted. All combat teams quickly assembled at the designated location, and the Jinling Iron Army's patrol battalion immediately initiated focus protection for nearby residential areas. Encrypted signals leapt between the city's iron towers, while vehicles that had been aimlessly roaming the streets suddenly changed direction, speeding uniformly toward Zhongshan. Under the precise control of the system, traffic lights along the way synchronized perfectly to escort this convoy toward the dark-shrouded mountain at the city's center. Beneath the mountain lay a king, along with 630 years of the Daxia dynasty's rise and fall. At the foot of Zhongshan, Li Gu held a bronze compass in her hand, conducting observations. The compass rotated slowly and then stopped, revealing dense characters that were automatically arranged into a sentence by He Luo's command. The emperor's will is shapeless, and heaven's might is unfathomable. Unable to comprehend the cryptic message, Li Gu put away the compass and took out her phone to ask Gu Ling for help. As she pondered how to phrase her question without exposing her mission, her phone vibrated with Gu Ling's reply. Are you at Zhu Yuanzhang's old lair? This single sentence instantly shattered the careful excuses Li Gu had prepared. Another message immediately followed. The founding emperors of every dynasty defied the heavens to alter fate. Matters concerning them are beyond calculation and cannot be deciphered. Only then did Li Gu realize how she had exposed herself. Gu Ling added, let me give you a reading. Your luck is too strong today. Remember to take a step back. Got it. How's patrolling going lately? Li Gu replied, pretty good. Heading out on patrol now. Let's talk another time. Gu Ling concluded the conversation succinctly. What are you doing? Lin Lucy's voice came from behind. Gear up, we're heading up the mountain. She was already fully equipped, wearing an elite-grade tactical exoskeleton suit with a night forest camouflage pattern, perfectly suited for tonight's operation. The once brightly lit Zhongshan scenic area was now engulfed in darkness due to the war between humans and the Nyeju. The 5 of them donned their helmets and activated the infrared night vision. Lin Lucy carried a heavy shield at the front, leading the team as they moved swiftly through the forest. The sensor on her arm displayed a lifeless straight line, with occasional flickers hinting at the possible presence of an energy entity, whether it was a Nyeju or merely a smoldering cigarette butt. Vanguard squad has entered the designated area. Zhu Yin squad has entered the designated area. Dream Sakura squad has entered the designated area. With the final team's report, the Skywalkers had completed their encirclement of the target area within 8 minutes, leaving no chance for the Nyeju to escape. Dream Sakura squad. Qian repeated the name, turning to Lillian. Is that Bai Ying's team? It's a combination of Ming Zai's surname and Bai Ying's name, Lillian explained expressionlessly. Disgusting. Lin Lucy rolled her eyes. Completely inconsiderate of the rest of the team, that brute is definitely going to compete with Li Gu for the first claim on the rewards, He Chaodong said, sharpening his blade. Lillian, once we find the mother nest, you hold him off so Li Gu can go first. Lillian nodded solemnly. Let him go first, Li Gu suddenly interjected, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The other 4 looked at her in surprise, unable to understand why someone is unwilling to back down as Li Gu would voluntarily give up the opportunity. But Li Gu knew better. She understood Meng Zai's personality and had full confidence in Gu Ling's abilities. We seem to have found it. Coordinates have been sent. Requesting to tighten the encirclement. The command crackled through the radio, prompting the assault squad to spring into action. The target coordinates were located on a mountain road 2 kilometers away, a mere few minutes' journey for these skywalkers. Li Gu quickly arrived at a wooden cabin. It was a temporary ranger shelter, simple and rustic, with only a cabinet and a hammock inside. While a thin layer of dust covered the furniture, traces indicated recent use. The battlefield scout skillfully opened the cabinet and removed a false bottom, revealing a pitch-black abyss from which a cold wind howled. He promptly deployed several drones equipped with cables into the void, his eyes fixed intently on the feedback displayed on his phone. As 6 squad leaders squeezed into the wooden cabin, other teams had already formed a perimeter outside. A young senior carrying dual machine cannons, clearly a master-level tech warrior, looked at Li Gu with interest. I heard this hive was discovered by Li Gu. If it's deemed safe, let the assault squad go in first. Sure, you guys can be the first to reach the core. You'll get a 3 bonus share. Another squad leader, armed with a battle axe, said with a grin. We'll provide fire support. The squad leaders were particularly courteous to Li Gu, as they had already received intel prior to the mission. Li Gu was the one who discovered the hive. They subtly extended goodwill, knowing full well that Li Gu would likely reciprocate once he acquired a massive haul of crystals. In a place like Jinling, with so much backup, an easy battle, and lucrative rewards, who wouldn't want to join in? Some were discreetly observing Meng Zai, the captain of the Dream Sakura squad. He stood beside Li Gu, his gaze shifting between the scout's phone screen and the gaping hole. Despite past conflicts with Li Gu and He Chaodong, and a complicated history with Lillian from the assault squad, he now merely gripped his dual laser blades, wearing a professional and detached expression. Zai, what do you think of our proposal? Asked the senior with the machine cannons. The signal is back. Meng Zai pointed to the phone screen. The squad leaders immediately gathered around as the dim footage displayed an expansive underground palace. Intricately carved, but decaying beams and rafters shimmered with sword-like crystal veins. The drones navigated through the palace, encountering no attacks from the Nieju. Is this hive built directly within the underground palace of Zhu Yuanzhang's mausoleum? Li Gu asked in confusion. No, the senior patiently explained. Hives are usually independent spaces but camouflage themselves by blending with the surrounding environment. For example, if the entrance is in a stadium, the interior might resemble the stadium itself. That's why some people unknowingly wander into hives, only to find themselves surrounded. So, is there only one entrance to this hive? Li Gu pressed further. There were only 2 entrances to the brood nest, and the logistics team along with the commander had already secured one of them. As a squad leader was briefing Li Gu on the situation, he suddenly frowned and murmured, strange, there isn't a single guard in this brood nest? This might be an abandoned old nest. The tech-savvy senior pointed at the screen and analyzed. Look here, the crystal deposits along the way are noticeably low. Considering its proximity to the school base, it's reasonable that the Nieju wouldn't linger here for long. Have the drones scan again, then send in the assault team. A senior patted Li Gu on the shoulder. Junior, get your team ready. We'll cover you. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly shoved past the unprepared Li Gu. It was Meng Zai, who sneered coldly before leaping into the brood nest's entrance. Meng Zai, you son of a, the senior roared. Juyan squad, assemble. Pursue him. Muyu squad, keep an eye on the rest of Minjing squad. The tech-savvy senior, carrying a heavy machine gun, was furious. We're all here out of respect for Li Gu, and you rushing ahead? Who's supposed to owe this favor now? Just as several squad leaders were about to jump down the entrance, Li Gu suddenly barked, wait, something's off. On the screen, Meng Zai had already landed in the underground palace. He took a few quick steps forward before stopping to dig out a natural crystal-like mineral with his light blade. Holding the mineral in his hand, he felt an unusual warmth, which heightened his vigilance. Looking up, he saw a crimson eye staring intently at him from a hole that had been pried open. Meng Zai let out a low scoff and gripped the hilt of his blade in reverse. In an instant, the laser blade materialized, and he slashed at the eye with lightning speed. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from all directions. The earth in the underground palace cracked, and the ceiling above collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless pale hands emerged from the ground, clutching his ankles tightly. It's an ambush. Help me. Meng Zai roared at the drone while slashing through the restraints with his dual blades. Like a leopard, he darted toward the exit, but behind him, the Nieju wielding their weapons let out furious howls as they gave chase. The wardrobe in one of the treehouses in the Crete Skywalker forest shook violently. Meng Zai burst out of the exit and shouted, "Prepare for battle! We've got hostiles!" But his voice faltered. There was no one in the treehouse. Even the battlefield scouts were gone. Does this exit lead to different treehouses? He muttered in confusion, glancing into the distance. He saw his comrades had somehow retreated 30 meters into the forest. The howls from the passage grew louder as the swarm of Nieju closed in. Why are they over there? Meng's I couldn't understand, until a blinding white light suddenly descended, obliterating the surrounding treehouses and wardrobes in an instant. Standing in the light, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Looking up, he saw a massive black hole tearing through the night sky over Jinling City. Dark clouds swirled at the edges of the hole, forming a vortex, while golden-red flames roiled within. A thunder dragon roared as it dove down, engulfed in a storm of meteor fire and the searing heat of absolute destruction, coupled with the icy grip of absolute zero. It carried the despair of epical judgment as it descended upon the peak of Zhongshan. Meng's I suddenly realized this was Li Ji's epic restart. But a more pressing thought struck him immediately. Am I standing within the range of the epic restart? What are you standing there for? Move. Li Ji's furious roar echoed from above, but it was too late. Before Meng's I could react, a thunder dragon descended with a deafening crash, shattering his master-level battle armor. The searing pain tore through his body like being ripped apart, his vision went black, and he was instantly sent back to the mother nest. Meanwhile, the ground split open with a loud rumble. Squads of Cretan warriors burst forth from beneath wooden huts. Clad in tattered clothes and wielding dual blades, they charged forward, chanting ancient battle songs. Yet what awaited them was a meteor shower of fire, swatting them away like flies and sending them all back to the mother nest. 7 days ago, the epic reset had leveled the playing field for everyone below the master level. But now, this forbidden spell was even more terrifying. Those below the 100 refinement stage were obliterated in an instant. The weaker abominations disintegrated under the epic's power, leaving only their clothing and weapons scattered pitifully on the ground. Their bodies vanished like fleeting fireworks in the tide of generational change. A towering pillar of light, piercing the heavens, became the most dazzling spectacle in Jinling City. At its core stood Li Gu, commanding this apocalyptic judgment. The surrounding skywalkers, witnessing the sheer destructive force of the forbidden spell, were left trembling in awe. Is he even human? A 20-meter radius of annihilation. He might just punch a hole through the mother nest. He's only had the Skywalker's divine evolution for 10 days and is already this strong. Give him another month. Is Meng Zai out of his mind? Of all people to provoke, he chose this monster. The last time they fought, we thought he was just a regular exchange student who knew he was part of an elite assault squad. Couldn't he just apologize and be done with it? With his arrogant personality, no way he'd bow his head to a junior. Well, he's bowing now, isn't he? Probably with his head smashed into the ground. Suddenly, someone voiced a concern, but Li Gu attacked one of our own. If the higher-ups investigate. The crowd fell silent. However, someone quickly countered. Who else but the epic reset could wipe out so many abominations in one go? These creatures had already breached the factories and dormitory zones. Who would protect the civilians? A senior carrying a heavy cannon spoke with firm resolve. The Great Wall Watchers have only one principal: people come first. She swiftly issued orders. The forbidden spell is about to end. Well, enter the mother nest for rescue immediately. Defenders, set up a temporary perimeter. Strikers, eliminate any remaining abominations. Healers, locate Meng Zai and treat him at once. Understood. The group responded in unison, fully convinced by their clear-headed captain's leadership. Wait, someone suddenly asked. Do we even have a healer in our squads? Everyone exchanged uncertain looks until Qiaodong slowly raised his hand. They all remembered the heated arguments between him and Meng Zai, their enmity as clear as day. Yet Qiaodong seemed to sense their doubts. Without hesitation, he activated his internal energy, and his arms glowed faintly with the golden light of the Grade B healing spell, Covenant of Compassion. On the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies, no personal grudges, he said solemnly. Don't worry. Li Gu has already emphasized the principles to me. The group refocused their attention on the battlefield. For a full 30 seconds, not a single abomination managed to cross the lightning barrier. As the light of the forbidden spell gradually faded, the ground revealed a massive crater, 20 meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep. The center of the pit revealed the entrance to the Broodmother's lair, but it had been tightly sealed with the clothes and weapons of the fallen. The bodies of these alien beings had long since turned to dust, leaving only their belongings as proof of their existence. Li Gu landed lightly, and within 30 seconds, his level skyrocketed from Elite Level 1 to Elite Level 10. The commander's voice broke the silence. Defenders, move in first. Assault team, follow up. Ice element natural mages, control the temperature to prevent wildfires. Everyone else, act according to your roles. A senior carrying a machine cannon moved swiftly, leaping up and locking her long legs around a tree. She quickly adjusted her position, aimed the cannon at the Broodmother's entrance, and completed her firepower setup from this elevated vantage point. Lin Lucy followed the defenders, wielding a massive shield to clear the entrance before jumping into the depths of the broodmother's lair. The scene before her was revolting severed limbs and remains writhed across the ground. Fallen who had not been consumed by the epoch writhed in agony, their wails echoing through the lair. At the entrance, their corpses were piled high, and dismembered limbs twitched unnervingly on the ground, as if their nerve endings still held life. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the defenders' gear a deep crimson. It was like a gruesome execution ground. Evidence of beheadings, dismemberments, and slow torture was starkly visible, with no one left to clean up the aftermath. Even battle-hardened warriors couldn't suppress the nausea rising in their stomachs at such a scene. Lin Lucy suddenly noticed something strange. The severed limbs were slowly crawling back toward their owners. When the limbs came into contact with their respective torsos, the flesh and bones began to regenerate on their own. "Kill them on the spot," a defender shouted beside her. "The Krites have extreme regenerative abilities. Their limbs can reattach within 5 minutes." Lin Lucy reacted instantly, raising her shield and using its sharp edge to precisely crush the skulls of each fallen. The sickening splatter of blood was nauseating, but the rapid surge in levels brought an undeniable rush of satisfaction. "Help, help!" A faint moan suddenly emerged from beneath the mountain of corpses and blood. "Call for a healer. Clear the area and find Meng Zai." Urgent voices erupted among the group. Meng Zai's condition was horrifying. Most of his body was buried in the broodmother's soil, his once handsome face scorched black by Li Ji's strike. His ribs were fractured in multiple places, and several of the fallen's blades were embedded in his thigh. Even Lin Lucy found it hard to look directly at his injuries. In a makeshift safe zone, He Chaodong quickly opened a medical kit and deftly tore away Meng Zai's clothing. He unscrewed an entire bottle of medical alcohol and poured it unhesitatingly over the wounds. Meng Zai's screams echoed through the lair. "Aha! Morphine! Give me morphine! Stop yelling! There's no morphine!" He Chaodong's hands glowed with golden light as the energy of the beta-level divine covenant of benevolence surged from his chest into Meng Zai's body. The agonized screams continued to reverberate through the space. By now, 6 squads had cleared the fallen near the entrance. Lin Lucy led a group of assault team members, escorting Li Gu deeper into the broodmother's lair. Even from hundreds of meters away, Meng Zai's screams could still be heard clearly. A member of Meng Zai's squad whispered, "Li Shuedi, I know Brother Meng isn't always the most righteous, but could the healer..." He hesitated, wanting to ask if the healer could go easier on him. Advanced healing skills typically provided a numbing and cooling sensation, alleviating pain, and when combined with morphine, they could allow treatment to proceed without the patient even noticing. "He Chaodong has done his best," Lin Lucy replied curtly, standing next to Li Gu. The squad member fell silent, clearly thinking Lin Lucy was being dismissive. Sensing this, Lin Lucy added, "In our team, Li Gu, Qian, and I are all naturally immune to pain." Lin Lucy shrugged and explained, "He Chaodong's heavenly healing divination induces a strong anesthetic effect, so there's no need for morphine." "Anesthetic effect?" the striker muttered under his breath, the agonized cries from behind piercing his ears. "This doesn't sound like anesthesia to me." "Ahem." Lin Lucy paused awkwardly. "The pact of altruism, skill. The stronger the bond between the two parties, the greater the healing effect." Conversely, the surrounding teammates immediately caught on to her implication: if the feelings were worse, the skill's effectiveness would weaken. At this moment, the pain Meng Zai was enduring needed no further explanation. The group collectively chose silence and continued advancing. The beams of their headlamps swept through the tomb-like passage. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew unexpectedly brighter. Crystals embedded in the cracks of the rock walls and soil began to appear, their exposed surfaces revealing clean, sharp edges. Massive crystal formations remained buried within the rock. Under the light, these crystals shimmered with a translucent brilliance, resembling a starry night sky, stirring primal desires of awe and greed. "We've struck gold," one defender exclaimed, nudging Li Ji's shoulder excitedly. "Hey, freshman, you're on your way to becoming the richest person in school. This hive doesn't seem to have been mined much at all, probably because the Nyeju thought it was too close to the school to be safe." Another striker chimed in with a broad grin, already calculating his share of the impending profits. Lin Lucy wandered around like a curious child, utterly captivated by the glimmering crystals. "Do you like them?" Li Gu asked. Lin Lucy didn't respond, simply smiling happily. "The day after tomorrow's your birthday. Consider the dividends from this as your birthday gift," Li Gu said, gently patting her helmet. "No way." Lin Lucy suddenly had an idea. "How about you cosplay as a Super Saiyan for me then?" As she imagined Li Gu dressed as a Super Saiyan, she noticed him suddenly crouched down by the side of the path. "What's wrong?" Lin Lucy crouched down beside him. "I have a bad feeling about this," Li Gu said, picking up a massive crystal shard and examining it closely. This was likely left behind by the Nyeju during their mining. Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Li Gu continued his analysis. They didn't actually mine the crystal deposits. They only stripped the surface crystals. We've never found traces of a hive here before, so why were they in such a hurry to leave? How many Nyeju might have lived in this hive? And what are the characteristics of the Creedy species? The Creedy, a senior behind him, responded immediately. Stealth, hunting, and controlling beasts. Before the words had fully settled, Li Gu crushed the crystal shard in his hand, his expression darkening. Jinling is in serious trouble. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the hive's entrance. What did you find? Lin Lucy panted as she ran behind Li Gu, her voice echoing in the narrow passageway. Li Gu pressed forward quickly, pointing at the crystalline raw minerals around them. The surface of these ores is covered with a thin layer of dust. Back when I worked at the escape room, we cleaned the shelves every 2 weeks, and the dust accumulation was about the same as this. Does that mean they left about 2 weeks ago? Only leaving a small team here to mine? Lin Lucy quickened her pace and finally caught up to Li Gu. Or they might have finished mining and then retreated, Li Gu said in a low voice, analyzing. 2 weeks ago was during the college entrance exams, and I didn't hear any reports of the Crete tribe attacking students. They may have taken advantage of that time to withdraw. What if they didn't leave? Lin Lucy pressed further. Li Gu's expression grew serious. Nanjing has a rich ecological environment, with plenty of wild boars and stray cats in the urban area. The Crete tribe is especially skilled at taming wild beasts, transforming them into creatures with berserk traits. Damn it, this is bad. Lin Lucy finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as she was about to speed up, Li Gu suddenly stopped, his tactical boots screeching against the ground. What is it? Lin Lucy asked in confusion, looking at him. Li Gu stared at the path ahead. Did we pass a fork on the way here? Why is there a shaped junction now? This was supposed to be a straight passage. Lin Lucy silently raised her heavy shield and stepped in front of Li Gu. He immediately used the radio to call for backup. Something's off here. Requesting reinforcements. Roger that. A brief response came through the walkie-talkie, offering Lin Lucy a slight sense of reassurance. 5 seconds later, Lillian's voice came over the radio. Li Gu, I've reached your location. Where are you? Li Gu glanced down at his watch, which showed several red dots overlapping his position. But aside from Lin Lucy, there wasn't another soul in sight. He grabbed Lin Lucy and started retracing their steps, trying to locate the teammates who were supposed to have arrived. Yet the dim corridor remained eerily empty. Back to the junction, Li Gu decided on the spot. However, when the two returned, the original S-shaped fork had transformed into a 4-way intersection. Li Gu frowned in thought. With his 10-point willpower, he could even sense the watchers lurking above the exam halls. This couldn't possibly be an illusion. These paths, could they have somehow multiplied in such a short time? Lin Lucy speculated wildly. If this reproduction rate could be applied in fertility clinics, they'd make a fortune. Li Gu closely examined the solid walls around them, faintly embedded with crystals. This was no illusion, it felt more like. It's possible that the entire hive only has one elevator, and each segment of the passage can move and rearrange freely. We might already be trapped. Lin Lucy frowned slightly at his words, then rolled up her sleeves and hoisted her shield. What are you doing? Li Gu asked, surprised. Dig our way out, Lin Lucy declared with determination, cracking her knuckles. Seeing her like this, Li Gu couldn't help but recall how she used to deal with homework she couldn't solve by simply copying from his notebook. Take a break. Li Gu quickly pulled Lin Lucy behind him, his voice low and urgent as he spoke into the radio. Everyone, clear my coordinates within 30 seconds. Standing behind Li Gu, Lin Lucy tilted her head slightly, her expression relaxed. She couldn't think of a solution herself, but she had unwavering faith in Li Ji's ability to find a way out. At that moment, Li Ji's body began to rise slowly off the ground as he chanted an ancient, cryptic incantation. The air around them grew heavy, and blood-red threads slithered like serpents out of the void, weaving intricate runes at his fingertips, forming spinning rings of light. Ugh, Lin Lucy sighed, crouching down with her shield in hand and covering her ears. How is this any different from me trying to dig through the mountain? Blasting through a mountain is way more efficient than using an excavator, Li Gu replied, his fingers now encased in glowing rune rings. His eyes were filled with crimson light as he suddenly clashed his fists together and shouted, "Epic! Restart!" A deafening roar erupted from the ceiling above, and the passage trembled violently. I don't care if it's an illusion, a pocket dimension, a hive, or whatever else, blow it all up, Li Gu bellowed. The overhead rock layers began to collapse, and bolts of thunder and meteor-like explosions rained down. Under the force of the epic restart, all barriers were obliterated. Lin Lucy crouched beneath Li Gu, silently gazing up at him. He looked like a god descending from the heavens. A soft, serene smile graced her lips. Suddenly, She gripped her massive shield tightly and leapt forward, positioning herself in front of him. Li Gu glanced down and saw countless black and white striped tendrils writhing silently in the passage ahead, their movements like those of coiled vipers, fixated on the two of them. In an instant, the tendrils surged forward, ensnaring Lin Lucy along with her shield. The crushing force shattered her bone shield and cracked her armor. The immense pressure left her gasping for air, her eyes rolling back. Break! Li Gu roared, and lightning surged through the ground, striking the black and white tendrils. Sparks flew, leaving faint scorch marks and shallow wounds. But the next moment, the tendrils tightened their grip on Lin Lucy and dragged her swiftly down a side passage. Shadow Bond! Li Gu shouted, his dragonhorn staff brushing against Lin Lucy's limp hand. Instantly, their bodies became inseparably connected. This technique was as unyielding as when he had used it on the rooftop against the Blood Monastery woman. No matter how violently the tendrils thrashed, they could not separate the two. Verdun! Lin Lucy murmured faintly, her remaining consciousness slipping. Finale! For shields materialized around her, the celestial power of Tianqing Shunyin granting her a brief reprieve. She broke free of the tendrils' grip, but the inertia sent them tumbling down the passage, crashing into crystalline minerals and jagged rocks along the way. As they rolled together, tightly entwined, Li Gu caught sight of a blinding light ahead. It was the end of the tunnel. As they drew closer, he realized the source of the light. A cavernous space the size of a stadium, filled with dazzling, multicolored crystal formations. They hurtled into the massive crystal mine, and the air quivered violently. Below, a pair of silver-ringed, snake-like horns emerged from the shadows. Shield! Lin Lucy, barely conscious, flung her heart-guarding mirror behind her. The precious artifact instantly transformed into a violet magical shield. Yet the silver horns pierced through it with ease. In the next moment, even Verdun's finale shattered under the force. Against these silver-ringed horns, even the divine-grade defense of Tianqing Shunyin was as fragile as paper. Lin Lucy pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Li Gu. A resolute smile played on her face as she used the last of her strength to twist her body, shielding him with her back. In that moment, it wasn't just the duty of a defender, it was love. Get out of here! Li Gu roared, mustering all his strength to hurl Lin Lucy aside. This isn't your moment to play the hero. The next instant, Lin Lucy crashed into the crystal formations, watching helplessly as Li Ji's body was pierced through by the silver horns, his blood painting the air scarlet. Blood splattered to the ground like a torrential rain, soaking into Lin Lucy's shattered armor. In her blurred vision, a horrifying creature hovered in Madarit's body covered in black and white striped muscles, a gaping maw lined with hundreds of backward-facing fangs, and two saber-like canines longer than a human skull that now pierced through Li Ji's body. The monstrosity seemed like a grotesque amalgamation of human, great white shark, banded kite, and saber-toothed Tajera killing machine perfected for carnage. Even Li Gu, the formidable royal of Crete, was utterly powerless against it. Enduring the excruciating pain of her fractured bones, Lin Lucy clawed her way up from the jagged crystal rocks. With a fierce strike, she let her dull steel shield crash to the ground, the deafening clang echoing like a flare fired from the last fortress of the Battle of Verdun. She was trying to draw the creature's attention, buying her comrades even a single second to escape. The creature, still clutching Li Ji's convulsing body in its jaws, slowly turned its head. In the blink of an eye, it vanished and reappeared directly in front of Lin Lucy. With one swipe, it obliterated her steel shield and gripped her throat, its crimson tongue flicking across its lips with eerie interest. This perfect predator possessed unyielding fangs, terrifying strength, and the ability to move instantaneously. As Lin Lucy locked eyes with the creature, a massive shadow suddenly loomed between them. A colossal azure naga sea serpent had appeared, its immense body forcing the creature to release its hold. Lin Lucy's eyes widened in shock as she realized the serpent had taken Li Ji's place. The horrifying truth dawned upon her. Li Gu had transformed into the serpent. He had the ability to shift species, a power that could only come from one source. Li Gu was aligned with the Chaos faction. The revelation sent a jolt through Lin Lucy's heart, but she forced herself to stay composed. She knew Yu Yun and Jiang Wanli were nearby and would soon notice Li Ji's absence. Her job was to keep the creature occupied, to buy time for reinforcements. The creature now focused on the sea serpent, its guttural voice emitting an incomprehensible string of words. Lin Lucy couldn't understand, but she knew Li Gakuda had always been fluent in every race's languages. The creature's tone carried a mocking amusement. Interesting, so, the one hunted by the Abbey and protected by Daxia is a human of the Chaos faction. Daxia should exile you, and the Abbey should recruit you. Its gaze lingered on the massive serpent that was Li Gu, fixating on the blood flowing relentlessly from its wounded belly. So, you ambushed me here to claim the monastery's bounty and protection? Li Gu questioned in the creature's language. Of course. The monster's face lit up with an excited grin. But now, it's more than that. Killing a creature of the Chaos faction might grant me everything you possess: your combat skills, the Tianqing divine evolution, and even the ability to master other races' languages. How thrilling is that? Before the words fully left its mouth, the monster vanished, reappearing instantly behind Li Gu. It lunged through Li Ji's massive serpent body, only to find nothing but air. In a split second, Li Gu had transformed from a giant sea serpent into a tiny mouse, darting into the crystalline mine. The surrounding crystals reflected countless mouse images, creating an illusion of a mirrored labyrinth. Enraged, the monster unleashed a series of teleportation attacks, shattering the crystal mine into fragments, but it could never catch the ever-shifting Li Gu. Lin Lucy clenched her fists, watching as Li Gu morphed from a mouse to a fly, then from a naga into a dire wolf, skillfully evading the teleporting enemy. Though she couldn't understand their conversation, she knew every second was a fight for survival. How did that one-way tunnel turn into a three-way fork, and now a four-way maze? Li Gu demanded as he fled. A spatial displacement artifact, the monster replied smugly. It swaps the rear passage to the front, along with anyone inside, without them ever realizing it. Who exactly are you? Li Gu pressed. The royal bloodline of Crete, a demigod bestowed with divine favor, and the future evolution of the Crete race. The monster declared, correcting him. You shall address it as a blessing. Unable to capture Li Gu, the monster abruptly changed tactics, teleporting to Lin Lucy's side and plunging its iron-like hand into her shoulder. It didn't deliver a fatal blow, but instead used her as bait. Li Gu, don't come out. Wait for the headmaster. Lin Lucy screamed desperately. Sensing Li Ji's approach, the monster spun around with lightning speed, leaving an afterimage in its wake. Li Gu, now in human form, charged forward wielding the Tian Tong dragon horn, only to be caught by the creature's sharp fangs sinking into his throat. The monster smiled triumphantly, but something felt off. It realized too late that Li Gu had deliberately lowered his stance. Li Gu, Lin Lucy cried, her voice breaking as tears and blood mixed on her face. Don't cry. Li Gu forced a faint smile, struggling to speak. Didn't you want to see a super? Before he could finish, a dark golden light erupted from his eyes, illuminating the entire mine. Golden liquid coursed over his body, transforming into phoenix-like golden feathers and scales. Effortlessly, he crushed the fangs embedded in his throat and rose into the air, his overwhelming aura causing the mine to tremble. Her birthday is coming up, Li Gu said, pointing at Lin Lucy as he addressed the terrified Crete royal. She wanted me to play a super scion for her. How could I refuse such a simple birthday gift? He gripped the Crete royal's diamond-hard skull firmly. So, I'll need you to cooperate for a moment. Summoning the gods to their end. Let the heavens return to the void. A fierce hurricane suddenly erupted in the vast space, and the lower body of the Crete royal family disintegrated instantly, transforming into countless silver glowing serpents that filled the entire mine. These silver serpents tore through the storm at lightning speed, their sharp heads effortlessly piercing the hard crystalline ores as they attacked Li Gu from every direction with no room for escape. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening blasts erupted from Li Ji's body as the serpent heads repeatedly shattered against his armor. The Crete royal's face lit up with a smug smile, only for it to freeze in the next moment. Those silver serpents, capable of easily piercing the defenses of a master-level warrior, turned into dazzling blood splatter the instant they touched Li Ji's body after breaking through his armor. The more ferocious the impact, the more thoroughly the serpents disintegrated. Li Ji's body seemed like a terrifying meat grinder, annihilating anything that dared come into contact with it. Yet he himself remained unscathed, not even a single red mark left behind. Is his body stronger than that of 100 refinement, or even an Emperor-level Skywalker? Isn't this guy supposed to be just at the elite level? The Crete royal stared in disbelief. What's wrong? Out of strength? Afraid to defy fate? Li Gu gripped the opponent's head, his eyes brimming with disdain. The burial grounds of the gods had entered a near-death state, automatically triggering an invincibility effect where all damage was converted into true damage including recoil. What kind of power is this? Is it another forbidden spell? The Crete royal roared in fury through the searing pain, pulling out the hand that had been embedded in Lin Lucy's shoulder. His fingers morphed into claws resembling those of Wolverine, leaving irreparable tears in the air wherever they passed. Under normal circumstances, let alone hunting Li Gu, even 6 squads working together might struggle to defeat him. The only concern in his ambush plan was Zhang Wanli above the heavens. The claws, capable of tearing through storms, struck Li Ji's skin but failed to move even a single hair. Instead, they bent and deformed themselves. The entire sequence of attacks happened in a flash, and the Crete royal finally realized his end was near. Just as he was about to execute a teleportation escape, Li Ji's fingers clamped tightly onto his skull. If he dared to continue teleporting, the immense force would surely separate his brain from his body. He'll count to 3. Hand over the spatial shifting artifact, and you can leave. Li Gu, his body ablaze with golden red flames, shook his head lightly. The Crete royal looked up sharply, shocked to find a glimmer of hope. I swear on my father's honor, Li Gu said expressionlessly, beginning the countdown. 3, 2. Li Ji's fingers tightened, and the Crete royal could hear the distinct sound of his own skull cracking. It's there. There's a piece. The Crete royal shouted in terror. Thank you. Li Gu nodded slightly. Too bad Li Di has no honor. Before the words fully left his mouth, his left hand clenched abruptly, causing the Crete royal's head to explode instantly. At the same time, his right hand pierced through the opponent's chest, crushing his heart. To ensure no chance of survival, Li Gu drove both hands into the body, shattering the entire spinal column into fragments. In the next moment, the golden light around Li Gu faded abruptly, his feathers and scales vanishing as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Gu. Lin Lucy gasped in shock at the sight. This guy was like a god for 5 seconds, and now he's completely down? His stamina's really that bad? Clutching her chest, she hobbled toward Li Gu. Lin Lucy stared intently at Li Gu's wounds. The ghastly, gaping injury on his neck was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cuts that covered his body were stitching themselves together. At this moment, Li Gu lay on the ground, his face pale and tinged with a deathly purple, resembling a drowned man freshly pulled from the water. Despite his alarming frailty, he managed to muster a faint smile in her direction. Rolling her eyes, Lin Lucy extended a hand for a high five and used her remaining strength to pull him up with her left hand. She embraced him tightly for 10 full seconds before shoving him away. Anything else you're hiding from me? She asked, glaring at him. Li Gu shook his head frantically, like a malfunctioning bobblehead. This is your last chance to come clean, Lin Lucy warned. I peeked at some Sanjui comics. Li Gu confessed hastily. That's all. What kind of comics? Lin Lucy's brows furrowed deeply. Judging by the name, they were probably something explicit. Images of school beauties, sultry women, factory workers, teachers, and CEOs from the comics flooded Li Ji's mind. Stop daydreaming. Your face is so red. It's obvious. Lin Lucy smacked him on the head. Don't keep things bottled up. After all these years of friendship, even if you are of the Nyeju clan, I'd never betray you. Li Gu scratched his head with a sheepish grin, at a loss for words. The events of the past few days had been too convoluted for him to know where to begin. Fortunately, Lin Lucy understood him well enough not to press further when he failed to elaborate on the chaotic factions. She tore a strip from her tattered undershirt and hastily bandaged the wounds that were still bleeding. Then, with a tilt of her chin in the direction the Cretan royal family had last indicated, she said, "Let's see what's over there." Li Gu hobbled over the priceless crystalline formations, climbing with difficulty until he reached the designated spot. At the end of the crystalline mine, he discovered a black cave entrance, about half a person tall. Peering inside, he could faintly make out a dim glow. That guy wouldn't dare lie to me, right? Li Gu muttered to himself. The Cretan royal family had no way of knowing how long his invincibility would last, so revealing the treasure's location was likely their only bargaining chip. They probably wouldn't deceive him. He crawled into the cave, the sharp crystalline edges scraping painfully against his body. After several minutes of winding through the narrow passage, he finally reached the end, where a breathtaking sight greeted him. A slab of ice blue crystal, roughly a meter long, half a meter wide, and 10 centimeters thick, suspended midair and emitting a faint glow. Li Gu reached out to touch it, only to be struck by a biting cold that seeped deep into his bones. So cold! This'll be perfect for icing Lucy's injuries, he muttered, shaking his numb hand. Planting his feet firmly, he gripped the edges of the crystal with both hands and began pulling with all his might. The crystal didn't budge an inch, but the surrounding area started to tremble. He scanned the vicinity warily but, seeing no signs of a collapse, resumed his efforts, engaging in what felt like a tug-of-war with the massive crystal. Meanwhile, Lin Lucy sat at the cave's entrance, gritting her teeth against the pain as she took deep breaths. From within, she could hear Li Gu's rhythmic shouts. 1, 2, 3 come on, pull harder. 5, 6, 7 get it for Lucy. Recognizing the familiar tug-of-war chant from their school days, Lin Lucy rolled her eyes again. Wasn't that the same silly rhyme the boys had made up during their competitions back then? Suddenly, she felt something around her tremble slightly. Lin Lucy instinctively looked around. The surface of the crystal ores was smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of cracking clearly. It wasn't an earthquake. Li Gu, are you out yet? She called toward the cave entrance. Almost. I think I got it. I'm out, came Li Gu's powerful shout from within the cave. Before his voice had fully faded, A wave of intense dizziness struck Lin Lucy's mind. The ground seemed to shake violently beneath her, yet everything around her remained perfectly still, and her feet stayed firmly planted. What's going on? Am I fainting from blood loss? She murmured to herself, pressing her hand to her forehead. Suddenly, a powerful sensation of weightlessness washed over her entire body. Though her feet were still on solid ground, it felt as if she were being hurled into a void. The scene before her eyes began to shift wildly. The expansive, crystal-filled cave instantly transformed into layers of compact soil, as though she had become a seed buried deep underground. Moments later, she found herself back on the surface, staring up at a starry night sky. Before she could catch her breath, the scene changed again. She now stood in a dim, ancient hall. Jars and vases were scattered haphazardly across the floor, and beneath her feet lay a human skeleton. In the center of the hall stood two solemn, gold-lacquered coffins, surrounded by flickering candles that cast eerie, shifting shadows. As soon as she entered the hall, the unsettling weightlessness abruptly vanished. Lin Lucy took a deep breath and carefully surveyed her surroundings. She spotted Ligu cautiously moving toward her from beside the coffins, clutching a massive crystal shield. "What's going on?" she asked. But before she could finish, Ligu quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. "I don't know how to use this artifact," he whispered apologetically. "I accidentally lost control of the space. I think we've ended up in some hidden chamber inside the mountain." As his words trailed off, the candles in the hall suddenly flared, their light growing brighter as if awakening some monstrous presence, its eyes slowly opening to feast on its prey. "It seems we've accidentally stumbled into Zhu Yuanzhang's place," Ligu muttered awkwardly, scratching his head. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cloud of dust rose from nowhere, and an ancient horn sounded, echoing through the space. From all directions came the chilling screech of metal grinding against metal. "Something's waking up. What do we do now?" Lin Lucy forced herself to stay calm and turned to Ligu for answers. Ligu suddenly straightened his back, threw the heavy crystal shield in front of the coffins with a resounding thud, and, without warning, dropped to his knees. In a booming voice, he cried out, "Great Emperor Taizu, the Ming dynasty is in peril." Lin Lucy carefully adjusted the bandages on her wound, her ears filled with the sharp clangs of metal colliding. She glanced around and found herself in a pitch-black stone palace. The hall was in utter disarray, with toppled porcelain and scattered weapons strewn across the floor. On both sides, statues of deities and spirits held eternal lamps, their flames flickering eerily in the darkness. At the center of the hall, two gilded wooden coffins were neatly placed, while in the corners, piles of human bones lay in silence, hinting at the tales of tomb raiders or sacrificial victims. Though the wooden structure of the palace had decayed over time, traces of the former grandeur of a royal mausoleum could still be discerned from the crumbling walls. Ligu's earlier judgment was spot on. This indeed resembled an imperial tomb. More importantly, they were currently within the confines of the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum, which likely meant this was the burial site of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Ligu immediately dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, his movements swift and reverent. Seeing this, Lin Lucy couldn't help but mock him, such unwavering integrity. "Hey, it's our ancestor. Bowing won't kill me," Ligu retorted as he knocked his head against the ground 3 times in quick succession. "Not bowing, though, might actually get me killed." He knocked his head 3 more times with loud thuds. "Pride is worthless, life is the most important thing." He continued with another 3 resounding bows. Just then, an icy gust of wind swept across Ligu's back, making him shiver uncontrollably. The cold wind seeped through the cracks in the tomb chamber, producing a mournful wail that echoed through the 600-year-old crypt. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, all the eternal lamps extinguished at once. "Wa ghostly breath?" Ligu jumped to his feet instantly. He recalled reading in novels that when entering a tomb, one must light a candle in the southeast corner. If the candle went out, it meant the tomb's owner was unwelcoming, and one should retreat immediately. A soft sound followed, and the candles reignited, but this time, their flames flickered with an eerie green hue, casting a ghastly glow over their already pale faces. Lin Lucy approached Ligu and snatched the shield-like artifact from his hands. "Can this thing teleport us out of here again?" "I have no idea how it suddenly activated earlier and allowed us to teleport several times," Ligu admitted, shaking his head. "Now, when I try to channel energy into it, there's no response at all." "Then stop dreaming and get ready for a fight." Lin Lucy stuffed the shield away. "This time, you'll take the lead. Buy me 5 minutes to recover." In just a few days, their strike team had gained more combat experience than most would in years. Even Lin Lucy, once a reckless and impulsive girl, had become more pragmatic. Pressing the cold shield against her blood-soaked wound, she tried to use the chill to slow her blood flow, aiming to activate her advanced defensive healing ability within 5 minutes and stop the bleeding. In the distance, The faint sound of an ancient horn echoed intermittently. Li Gu, holding the Tian Tong dragon horn in his hand, chose a path that seemed relatively safe and cautiously advanced. He thought to himself, if the descriptions in those tomb-raiding novels were accurate, the traps and zombies in this ancient tomb shouldn't pose much of a threat to a Skywalker. The emerald green eternal lamps along the corridor flickered dimly, and Li Gu's footsteps gradually slowed. He noticed several skeletal remains soldiers' bones. Their armor had long since corroded and fallen apart, their bodies lying haphazardly in the corridor. Each skeleton was accompanied by drawn swords, as if they had perished in a fierce and desperate battle. In ancient underground palaces, finding sacrificial victims was not uncommon. However, it was inconceivable for them to appear in such a manner, blocking a group of heavily armed soldiers near the main hall of the underground tomb. Didn't the tomb's owner fear that these soldiers might pry open their coffin? Li Gu moved cautiously through the narrow passage, softly muttering, excuse me, no offense, as he deliberately avoided stepping on the scattered white bones. Suddenly, a startled cry came from Lin Lucy behind him. What is this? Li Gu turned around to see Lin Lucy leaning against the wall, carefully using her crystal shield to shift aside the overlapping remains of human soldiers. Beneath the pile of bones, an unusual skeleton was revealed. This skeleton was significantly larger, and its skull was markedly different from a human's. Its snout jutted forward, resembling that of a primate. When Lin Lucy tapped the bones with her crystal shield, the sound of metal clinking echoed in the air. A plateau ironbone fiend ape? Li Gu blurted out in shock. That's a mutant species from Tianju. How could it be here? Were there fiend species 600 years ago? In human understanding, fiend species were believed to have been introduced to Earth by advanced civilizations after 1978. Yet, this discovery completely overturned that notion. In the underground palace of a Ming Dynasty tomb, evidence of a confrontation between human soldiers and fiend species had been uncovered. What was even more puzzling was how ordinary humans could possibly stand against a plateau ironbone fiend ape standing 2.3 meters tall, weighing nearly half a ton, and with skin capable of deflecting 7.62 millimeters bullets. Li Gu knelt down and clasped his hands together before one of the human soldier skeletons. Brother, forgive me for this scientific experiment. With that, he gripped the skeleton's arm bone and attempted to snap it, only to find it unyielding. Though he hadn't used full force, human bones, after drying out for centuries, should have been extremely brittle. Could it be there were Skywalkers 600 years ago? Li Ji's lips twitched as the realization dawned on him that their discovery might drastically predate the history of Skywalkers. Lin Lucy rubbed her temples, analyzing the situation with her gamer instincts. It's like playing a strategy game. You send out a wave of troops, and the AI defeats them. So you gather resources, develop your army further, and launch wave after wave of attacks against the AI. A game that's been played for millions of years? Why not just upgrade the fiend species to their maximum potential? Li Gu questioned skeptically. Or prevent humans from having the gift of skywalking altogether? Maybe they can't, Lin Lucy replied, stepping on the remains of the plateau ironbone fiend ape. They're just players. You mean, advanced civilizations are merely players and not the game developers? And the program itself is inherently fair? Fiend species have skywalking abilities, so humans must be granted equal measures. Li Gu nodded thoughtfully. They keep introducing fiend skywalkers, which in turn causes an equal number of human skywalkers to emerge. Exactly. It's like in strategy games. If you open a gold mine, the AI opens a mirrored gold mine, Lin Lucy said, nodding firmly. This year, they spawned a large number of fiend species, so the program forced the college entrance exams to become a nationwide Skywalker awakening test to maintain balance between the two sides. At this, Lin Lucy lowered her head, her expression clouded with disappointment. But if that's the case, we'll never win. Game characters can't attack the programmers sitting behind the screen. The two of them stared silently at the countless bones beneath their feet. It was a crushing sense of despair, a realization of being powerless in the face of a higher dimensional force. All their struggles were nothing more than entertainment in someone else's game. They couldn't even break through the computer screen to strike back. There is a way, Li Gu suddenly said. Lin Lucy looked up. It seems that advanced civilizations have been searching for something in the examination field, Li Gu said, staring down at his body, which looked as though it had been sculpted from steel. If they're searching, it means they're afraid. Afraid of what? Lin Lucy asked, her gaze locking onto Li Gu. She noticed a faint glimmer in his once dull eyes, a spark of hope, like the first light breaking through the horizon after an endless night. The tomb of the fallen gods, Li Gu whispered. For a moment, Lin Lucy thought she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble ever so slightly. What do you mean by shush? Lin Lucy asked, puzzled. Li Gu briefly explained how he achieved the world's first kill in the Tomb of the Gods, and then drifted into memories of his high school entrance exams. His pace quickened as he spoke. During the humanities comprehensive exam, The examiner from the Bloodstained Monastery offered me bonus points for guaranteed admission. His tone was oddly insistent when emphasizing acting alone. What was even stranger was the deliberate mist that blanketed the sky. I could feel someone watching me from above the fog. Then, just seconds after I declined the 20-point bonus, that feeling of being observed vanished completely. His eyes lit up, as if he'd caught onto a critical clue. I think the Tomb of the Gods must manifest on a creature from the Chaos faction. Given that I achieved the first kill during the exams and actively took down the corrupted, I must have seemed like a potential host for it. Their 20-point offer and emphasis on solo action were tests to determine whether I belonged to the Chaos faction. If I wasn't, then the Tomb of the Gods couldn't possibly be linked to me. Lin Lucy seemed deep in thought. So when you fought the Dean, you must have used the Tomb of the Gods, right? That explains how you survived against that kind of monster. But it's strange. Why hasn't the advanced civilizations come after you yet? She suddenly noticed something peculiar. Every time we mention the Tomb of the Gods, the ground seems to tremble slightly. Or am I imagining it? Li Gu pressed his temples, continuing to analyze. The advanced civilization's influence on Earth is limited to when they release the corrupted. During those times, the system automatically births corresponding walkers of the sky, which aligns with the high school entrance exam period. Their window for observing Earth may only be open during the exam itself. He suddenly remembered something. Wait, during the final exam, the system announced that the exam hall's protective mechanism had failed. The corrupted's invasion destabilized the exam hall, causing the advanced civilizations to lose their ability to observe. Lin Lucy exclaimed in realization. Exactly. Li Gu slapped his thigh. I even suspect that the Bloodstained Monastery examiner's promise of 20 bonus points was a trick by the advanced beings. They probably don't have the authority to alter the exams at all, since no one in the world was ever guaranteed admission. When filling out applications, it was made clear achieving a perfect score in any subject automatically makes you a walker of the sky. No bonus points needed. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Makes sense." The scattered clues finally pieced together into a cohesive deduction. It seemed the advanced civilizations were indeed wary of the Tomb of the Gods, a celestial artifact capable of growth. But how far could it evolve? By the way, have you noticed that every time we mention the Tomb of the Gods, the ground lightly shakes? Lin Lucy's long legs trembled slightly. Look, it's happening again. Shaking. Li Gu shook his head. I don't feel anything. Wait, when did this ever-burning lamp fall at your feet? Lin Lucy lowered her head and lifted her tactical boot, noticing a faint blue-green phosphorescent flame flickering between the ribs on the left side of the Highland Ironbone ape's skeleton. The flame swayed gently in the breeze, likely caused by her blood dripping onto the aged bones and reacting with the phosphorus within. She casually waved her crystal shield to fan it, but instead of extinguishing, the flame drifted toward the center of the ribcage, growing larger and brighter. Its shape and location made Li Ge's expression turn grave. The pulsing blue-green flame eerily resembled a burning heart. Gripping the sky-piercing dragon horn tightly, Li Gu lunged forward and thrust it toward the strange flame. Yet just as the weapon was about to make contact, a skeletal hand suddenly clamped onto his wrist. It was the hand of the Highland Ironbone ape's skeleton, gripping him with such force that it left bloody marks on his skin. What was even more horrifying was that the long-dead ape's hollow eye sockets now glowed with the same eerie blue fire. From within the flames came a deep, resonant voice. The gods. Tomb ruins. He heard it. Run. Lin Lucy shouted in alarm. Li Gu stared at the skeletal remains, realizing that neither of them was in any condition to continue this fight. No, we can't. Lin Lucy raised her shield. We have to destroy him, or the secret of the gods' tomb ruins will be exposed. With those words, the flames within the ape's skeleton flared even brighter. It was clear now that the earlier tremors had been a prelude to the fire's awakening. Lin Lucy leapt into the air, striking the ape's skull with the edge of her shield. Even though she was gravely injured, her strength as an rank Skywalker made the blow powerful enough to cleave a large vehicle in half. Yet the ape's skull remained unscathed, and with a swift counterattack, it struck her with such force that she and her shield were sent flying. She arced through the air, landing heavily on the stone floor of the main burial chamber and rolling several times before crashing into a large coffin. The coffin, made of some unusual material, absorbed the impact with only a dull thud, remaining completely intact. Lin Lucy coughed up blood, her face pale and ashen. Her vision blurred as darkness crept in. Meanwhile, the sounds of Li Ge's battle echoed through the corridor. Heaven's overthrow. Chaos reigns. Bury the world. The clash of weapons and his muffled grunts filled the air. Damn it, this is a bona fide bone demon. Li Gu growled, attempting to activate the passive skill of the 6th Demon Slayer to mark the enemy and deal more damage. But this was a beast that had once stormed into the Imperial Mausoleum, perishing alongside countless ancient Skywalkers. In his injured state, how much strength could Li Gu muster? Lin Lucy struggled to stand, determined to help distract the creature and give Li Gu a chance to strike at the fire within the ape's chest. But the muscles in her legs and back had been torn by the massive impact, leaving her barely able to prop herself up against the edge of the coffin. Just as she steadied herself and prepared to move toward the battle, a chilling sensation crept from her toes to the top of her head. The coffin's lid had silently shifted open, revealing a sliver of darkness. A cold breeze brushed her face as she instinctively peered through the gap. In the endless void within, she caught a glimpse of something radiant like a sunrise, vivid as fresh blood, and as vibrant as a bridal gown. A deep, crimson glow bloomed quietly within the 600-year-old coffin. A mysterious voice seemed to beckon her, urging her to reach out, to step closer, to merge with that mesmerizing scarlet light. In the narrow passageway, Li Ji's figure moved like a storm, swift and thunderous. During the cool-down period of the burial ground of the gods, his agility had increased nearly fourfold. The comprehensive enhancement brought by his promotion to the elite level, combined with the quadruple agility boost, made it difficult for him to fully control his own body. His staff techniques swept through the air like an overwhelming tide, while his leg techniques carried lethal intent with every strike. The confined passage echoed with the dull thuds of flesh and bone colliding, each impact stronger than the last. The air currents generated by the clashes turned into raging winds within the tomb corridor. The weathered skeletal giant ape seemed unable to unleash the divine skill Tianxing Xinyuan and could only rely on brute force to go head-to-head against Li Ji's Tian Tong-level dragon horn staff. It had been so long since Li Gu had faced such an evenly matched opponent. Each of his moves flowed continuously, like the unending waters of a great river. But soon, he noticed a troubling problem: the ape's recovery speed was faster than his. Every time he shattered its ribs, eerie blue flames would ignite at the broken bones, reconnecting them within 3 seconds. Even when he used his airborne four-kick combo, which once defeated the Crimson Patrol Sky, to disperse the flames, they would reform in the next instant. Damn it, if I can't figure out how to kill this thing, I'll die of exhaustion here. Li Gu gritted his teeth, seized the opportunity, and leaped into the air, unleashing the Skyward Vault's triple staff strike. The move split the air with a deafening roar. Half of the giant ape's skull was instantly shattered, but the crystalline blue flames ignited almost immediately on its skull, beginning to repair the damage. After a grueling 5 minutes of intense combat, a notification suddenly flashed before Li Ji's eyes. Your combat skill 6 Ren Demon Slayer has advanced to mastery level, power increased by 30, stamina consumption reduced by 30. Holy crap, I take it back, you're a walking experience farm. Let's keep this going. Li Gu exclaimed in delight. But before he could celebrate, the giant ape shot up like a rocket, its burning skull hurtling straight towards his chest. Acting on instinct, Li Gu delivered a mid-air kick, colliding head-on with the ape's skull. The resulting impact reverberated through the entire underground palace. The giant ape staggered backward, while Li Gu was sent flying like a pinball, slamming into the tomb ceiling before crashing heavily to the ground. A new notification promptly appeared. You have begun to grasp the combat skill Moonstep Starcatcher. Continue practicing to improve proficiency. Oh? Li Gu stared in confusion as he opened the combat skill menu. The icon for 6 Ren Demon Slayer featured a monkey wielding an iron staff, while the icon for Moonstep Starcatcher depicted a celestial maiden gracefully treading through the air. Moonstep Starcatcher, Tian Tong level. Once, there was a divine maiden who walked eastward with the moon and westward in pursuit of the stars. Her steps made gods weep, her strides startled the sun and moon. Proficiency. Initial mastery 15, chance to inflict armor-breaking damage or stun the target. After analyzing for a moment, Li Gu realized that this skill must have originated from the mysterious tome The Midnight Confessions of the Black Silk English Teacher from the 3-9 sound domain. Occasionally, in fleeting moments during his dreams, the image of his English teacher would appear, dancing gracefully under the moonlight. Her movements seemed gentle and elegant at first glance, but when infused with speed and power, they transformed into deadly strikes akin to lethal moves on Lei Ji's legs. Thank heavens for this. Such an experienced sparring partner, Li Gu exclaimed, lying on the ground with a long sigh. If a few more show up, I might just max out the proficiency of these 2 combat techniques today. Before his words fully landed, the ceiling above him trembled, and 2 ghostly blue lights suddenly flared. Oh no, I take it back, heavens. I was wrong. I won't jinx it again. Li Gu rolled away in a panic to dodge. From beneath the soil emerged an enormous skeletal bull's head, ignited with crystalline blue flames. 2 sharp horns, each as long as an adult's arm, pointed straight at him, emitting faint vibrations. A translucent energy form of the bull's head materialized in the air, letting out a deafening roar as it charged toward Li Gu. Li Gu abruptly stopped rolling. The energy wave struck the floor of the burial chamber, blasting out a terrifying crater nearly 2 meters deep. Even a rocket launcher wouldn't have this kind of power, he muttered, his eye twitching. Just as he was preparing to counterattack, a massive ape loomed behind him, its boned fist hurtling toward his head. Simultaneously, the bull's horns began to vibrate once again, forming another energy wave. Narrowing his eyes, Lei Gu chose not to retreat, but to charge forward instead. He pushed off the ground with his legs, launching himself into the arms of the giant ape. The energy wave locked onto his back instantly, roaring as it closed in. At the very last moment, just as the wave was about to hit his spine, Lei Gu executed raising the banner, a move from the Six Paths Demon Slayer technique, propelling himself skyward with no warning, driven entirely by internal energy. The energy wave collided head-on with the giant ape, tearing its chest apart and scattering shards of blue flames in every direction. Handled, Lei Gu sneered as he landed, spinning the dragon horn in his hand before leaping toward the bull's head. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Looking down, he saw the shattered ribs of the giant ape slithering toward him like creeping vines, silently locking around his legs. The crystalline blue flames spread along the bones, bringing not searing heat but a bone-deep coldness that seemed to drain both muscle and life itself. Lei Gu looked up at the bull's horns, intending to use the next energy wave to break free. But the blue flames within the horn sockets began to dim. An eerie, mocking laughter echoed through the air, as though the flames themselves were ridiculing his overconfidence. The scattered blue fire sought out the skeletal remains of Ming Dynasty soldiers on the ground, igniting their chests. One by one, the skeletons clawed their way upright, their bony limbs reaching toward the immobilized Lei Gu. Gritting his teeth, Lei Gu released his hold on the dragon horn. His hands moved rapidly in the air, forming intricate, arcane symbols that encircled the floating horn. He had just enough strength left to cast a forbidden spell, but he was reluctant to use it here. This place might be the tomb of Zhu Yuanzhang, a rare and intact relic of the Great Xia's history. So much heritage had already been reduced to ash by warfare or stolen as trophies by looters. He couldn't bear to destroy the last remnants of what their ancestors had left for future generations. But at this moment, was there any other choice? With a soft sigh, he carefully controlled the range of the epic reboot spell and then clapped his hands together, directing his energy toward the dragon horn. However, in the next instant, Lei Ji's body vanished from the encirclement, replaced by a crystal-clear, translucent shield. In the main burial chamber, a golden-red light suddenly erupted, filling the room. A phoenix's cry pierced the 600-year silence. Amidst the ethereal song, a gentle voice spoke. "To all my children of Huaishi, heed my command." Her voice was soft yet resolute, echoing through the eerie tomb chamber. It evoked memories of the most distinguished woman of the Ming Dynasty, Empress Xiao Sigo Ma. As Zhu Yuanzhang's wife from humble beginnings, she was not only the mistress of the imperial harem but also his most crucial support during his quest for power. The Huaishi troops were the core force that Zhu Yuanzhang relied on to establish his reign. Founding generals like Su De, Tang He, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and Li Shanchang all came from this iron-blooded legion. They fought countless battles under Zhu Yuanzhang's leadership and achieved remarkable victories. In the hearts of these fierce warriors, Empress Ma held a position almost equal to Zhu Yuanzhang, and at times, even surpassed him. She managed logistics, mediated conflicts between the emperor and his officials, and was renowned for her virtuous and benevolent character, earning her the title of the most exemplary empress of the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, her voice, traveling across 6 centuries, resonated in the tomb. The skeleton soldiers, their bones and joints engulfed in blue flames, suddenly froze in place. Despite the flames raging on their bodies, they remained motionless, as if awaiting the woman's command. "Eliminate the traitor." With these 2 words, the soldiers simultaneously raised their phoenix-winged sabers and plunged them into the blue flames burning on their chests. The crystalline blue fire, sensing danger, swiftly withdrew from their bodies, coalescing into a larger flame in midair that now faced off against the golden-red radiance. One by one, the skeletal soldiers collapsed to the ground, their empty eye sockets fixed in the direction of the golden-red glow. Lei Gu, now standing between 2 coffins without realizing when he had moved there, looked up to see Lin Lucy hovering in midair, clad in ceremonial attire from 6 centuries ago. She wore a phoenix coronet and a red gown embroidered with swirling clouds and dancing golden phoenixes in gold and silver threads. Though faded and dimmed by time, the intricate garment still emanated a warm, soothing golden-red light. Lin Lucy formed a seal with her hands, and the crystal shield instantly returned to her grasp. The sight left Lei Gu utterly astonished what he had struggled to master for so long. Lin Lucy wielded with effortless precision. "Disperse it," Lin Lucy commanded in her own voice. Without hesitation, Lei Gu leapt forward, swinging the massive heaven-cleaving blade to strike the blue flame. He showed no fear of confronting the deathly cold fire, which could extinguish life in an instant, relying on his extraordinary regenerative abilities to endure the clash. Yet, at the final moment, the flames scattered, causing his powerful strike to hit nothing but air. The phoenix coronet and red wedding robe separated from Lin Lucy in an instant. Accompanied by a piercing cry of a phoenix, they transformed into a golden phoenix that soared into the air. Its blazing fiery feathers carved a streak of golden light across the tomb's ceiling. The phoenix then dove down, precisely snatching the small azure flame in its beak and swallowing it whole. Li Gu noticed that as the flame was consumed, the golden phoenix glowed even more brilliantly. Is this phoenix coronet and robe the nemesis of the flame? Li Ji's eyes lit up. Sensing the threat, the azure flame began to gather rapidly. Strike again, Lin Lucy commanded sharply. Li Gu dashed through the tomb like a thunderbolt, dispersing the flames attempting to coalesce. The golden phoenix followed closely, letting out resounding cries and greedily devouring every trace of blue fire. The last flicker of flame, hidden in a crevice, was captured by the phoenix. With a final triumphant cry, it circled Lin Lucy several times before transforming back into the phoenix coronet and robe. Now, the robe gleamed with the brilliance it had 6 centuries augured as blazing fire, gold as the rising sun. Even in the dim tomb, it made Lin Lucy radiate an otherworldly beauty. She walked slowly toward Li Gu, and for a moment, he was dazed. It was as if he were at a grand wedding ceremony, with the woman of his dreams approaching in the phoenix coronet and robe. No matter how turbulent the outside world or how dark the path ahead, as long as he held her hand, it felt like the ultimate triumph of life. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Lucy spun playfully in front of him with a smile. Absolutely stunning. Li Gu nodded emphatically. Lin Lucy turned her gaze toward a slightly opened coffin. The sister in the coffin gave it to me, she said. Li Gu instinctively looked over, but Lin Lucy added, she's not there. Was there ever anyone inside? Li Gu asked, puzzled by her conflicting words. The coffin only contained this outfit, Lin Lucy said, staring at the coffin. When I fell against it, I heard a woman's voice speaking to me. What did she say? She said, if you are determined to share hardships and joys, I grant you the phoenix coronet and robe to conquer the world together, Lin Lucy recalled. Sounds like something Empress Ma would say. Li Gu nodded. Gentle yet dignified. It fits the historical accounts of her personality. Empress who? Lin Lucy's eyes widened in confusion. Li Gu suddenly remembered that Lin Lucy wasn't well-versed in history. He speculated that perhaps her bravery and teamwork had moved this legendary empress of the Ming dynasty. It was said that Empress Ma once declared that any woman, regardless of status, could wear the imperial phoenix coronet and robe on her wedding day. This decree brought the magnificent attire into the lives of ordinary people. Based on Lin Lucy's account, it seemed the empress was expressing that every woman willing to fight alongside her beloved deserved the protection of the phoenix coronet and robe to create a brighter future. By the way, how did you suddenly know how to use that shield? Li Gu asked, eyeing Lin Lucy, who was now dressed in red and holding a crystal shield. Earlier, she had wielded the shield with remarkable ease, even using it for teleportation. I'm not sure. Lin Lucy scratched her head. That sister touched my forehead and chest, and then I just knew how to use it. Li Gu frowned in thought. Perhaps a fragment of Empress Ma's will had been left in the phoenix coronet and robe, guiding its wearer. But what exactly had she imparted? This legendary empress seemed to share a mysterious connection with the Skywalkers. What else did she say? He pressed. She said this wedding attire was given to her by Lu Bowen, and the golden phoenix within the golden threads could counter the azure bone crystal flame. Lin Lucy paused. She also mentioned that the white skeletons weren't resurrected, but were controlled by the blue flame, and that collecting different types of flames would allow the attire to grow stronger. Lu Bowen, the Ming dynasty's foremost strategist, was renowned for his mastery of divination and foresight. If Skywalkers had truly existed during the early Ming era, he would undoubtedly have been one of them. No wonder this wedding attire was so powerful, and as soon as I put it on, I knew how to use it. Lin Lucy added. Li Gu pondered deeply. Could Empress Ma have passed down some secret technique that allowed the wearer to bond with magical artifacts? There really was no body in the coffin, just the attire, he confirmed. Lin Lucy nodded solemnly. Li Gu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed toward the coffin, expressing both gratitude and reverence. Then, he silently approached another coffin. If one represented Empress Ma, the other must be connected to Zhu Yuanzhang. What secrets might lie within the coffin of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor? A body? A dragon robe? Or perhaps the hidden truths of the Skywalkers from 6 centuries ago? The coffin was empty. This discovery froze Li Ji's gaze on the slightly ajar coffin. Its interior was pitch black and eerily vacant. What legend? Lin Lucy's voice brimmed with curiosity. Li Gu succinctly recounted the official history of Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma, then shifted the topic. But the elders of Jinling say that Zhu Yuanzhang was never actually buried here. Noticing Lin Lucy's rapt attention, he continued, according to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang was inherently suspicious and had committed countless killings in his lifetime. Fearing that his tomb would be desecrated after his death, he ordered the gates of Jinling to be thrown wide open on the day of his funeral. 13 dragon coffins were sent out simultaneously. The soldiers escorting the coffins all took their own lives after reaching their destinations, leaving no one alive to reveal his true burial site. As he spoke, Li Gu had already positioned himself directly in front of the coffin. Well then, let's open it. Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Lucy cautiously followed behind him. There's no body anyway. Li Gu rubbed his hands together eagerly. Lin Lucy couldn't help but retort, that logic is like saying since there's no one home, let's just break in and rob the place. You've taken something, how can I not? Teamwork makes the dream work. Li Gu quipped enthusiastically. Might as well double the good fortune. But my clothes were given to me by that sister willingly, Lin Lucy muttered under her breath. What I did was take. What you're doing is stealing. Ignoring her, Li Gu clasped his hands together and began circling the gilded coffin, chanting, You're probably older than me, so I'll respectfully call you Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu, you saw me risking my life earlier, blocking that fireball to keep your coffin from being rammed by those monkeys and wild oxen. You, Brother Zhu, are a mighty emperor of ages past, surely a man of honor and dignity. This counts as a service to you, doesn't it? I don't mind if the reward is small, but that would tarnish your reputation. Here's the deal. No need to trouble yourself by getting up to reward me personally. I'll just open the coffin, we'll meet face to face, and I'll help myself to a little something. Thank you in advance. Before he finished speaking, Li Gu suddenly exerted his strength, stepping forward into a lunge and channeling all his power into his hands, shoving against the coffin lid. The screech of tactical boots scraping against the ground echoed sharply, but the lid didn't budge an inch. Lin Lucy was stunned. With Li Ji's strength, that push could have flipped a main battle tank. There must be some kind of extraordinary enchantment protecting the coffin lid. Brother Zhu, being this stingy isn't fitting for an emperor of your stature. Li Gu grumbled, unwilling to give up. Rolling up his sleeves, he braced his shoulder against the lid and pushed with all his might. The coffin seemed to exude a powerful counterforce, and even with Li Ji's innate strength, he couldn't move that small piece of wood. 3 minutes later, Li Gu, panting and leaning against the coffin, asked, Lucy, can you use your shield to teleport this coffin lid away? Lin Lucy bowed apologetically toward the coffin and placed her hand on the lid. Creak. The coffin lid suddenly shifted, silently sliding open to reveal a narrow gap. Lin Lucy stared at her own hands in disbelief, wondering when such a small palm gained this much strength. Beside her, Li Gu froze for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, Damn it, Zhu Yuanzhang, you coward afraid of your wife. Opening Zhu Yuanzhang's coffin directly was clearly a challenging task, but Li Gu quickly thought of another approach gaining the approval of the gentle and kind-hearted Empress Ma. If she agreed, Zhu Yuanzhang would have no choice but to comply. Looking down at the coffin in front of him, Li Gu noticed that it, too, was empty. Inside lay only 2 items, a dusty, chipped clay bowl and a decayed monk's robe. Staring at these relics, Li Gu fell silent. He vividly remembered that Zhu Yuanzhang had once been a beggar in his youth and later became a monk, rising from nothing to rule a vast empire. Historical records noted that Zhu Yuanzhang was extremely sensitive about his humble origins, to the point of avoiding any mention of it. Yet here, in the grandeur of his imperial tomb, he had placed these symbols of his past shame. Perhaps, in his final moments, he had made peace with his history. Li Gu gently picked up the battered bowl, feeling its surprising weight, and sighed softly, Zhu, my man. Enduring hardships makes a person, and the ability to adapt defines a true man. You are indeed remarkable. This is the treasure basin. Lin Lucy's sudden exclamation broke the silence. Startled, Li Gu turned to see her holding the bowl with both hands, studying it intently. To her, the ordinary clay bowl seemed to radiate life. She could clearly perceive the veins running beneath its surface and the dormant energy lingering within. Even more astonishing, she felt as though she could communicate with the bowl, as if it were revealing its nature, abilities, and methods of use to her. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Lin Lucy's eyes. Your combat skill union of all things has been preliminarily mastered. Skill options unlocked. Please continue to practice. Union of all things. No level requirement. Harmonizes with all things under the name of gentleness. Proficiency. Preliminary mastery capable of communicating with all objects below the rank of Lu Immortal. Usable 5 times per day. The unexpected notification startled Lin Lucy, and she immediately shared her discovery with Li Gu. This was the first time Li Gu had heard of a skill without any combat capability, and he speculated that its unique properties were the reason. Lin Lucy's eyes suddenly lit up. If we go to the Zhuke Street night market every day, won't we strike it rich? Her gaze seemed to fill with visions of endless treasures. Can you identify magical artifacts among a pile of items? Li Gu asked. Lin Lucy shook her head. No, I have to use the skill on specific objects. If all 5 items turn out to be junk, the day's skill use is wasted. She pouted in frustration, as if lamenting a missed fortune. Li Gu silently thought to himself that if he used his own Heluo divination to pinpoint a prime stall and let Lin Lucy observe it for a few days, they could easily find a few priceless treasures within a week. They would only need to pay for the daily entry fee, the low purchase price, and the appraisal cost. Within a year, the entire Zhuke Street's rare items could quietly end up in their possession. The thought brought a sly, merchant-like grin to Li Ji's face. Why don't you see what this treasure basin can do? Li Gu asked, his interest piqued as he stared at the battered bowl in Lin Lucy's hands. Is it like the legends say, where 100 coins turn into 200? You're delusional, Lin Lucy retorted, rolling her eyes. She then placed the bowl on the ground and carefully poured a handful of broken porcelain shards into it. Resting 3 fingers lightly on the bowl's chipped rim, she channeled the last of her remaining energy into it. A miraculous scene unfolded. The surface of the bowl began to glow with tiny starlights, which flowed along its cracks. These lights seemed to possess a magical power, gradually piecing the broken shards together. In just over 20 seconds, a flawless porcelain vase appeared before Li Gu, gleaming as brilliantly as it might have 600 years ago when it first left the kiln. If we used this to repair magical artifacts, we'd be rolling in money, Li Gu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It seems like it can also restore damaged or missing pages in books, Lin Lucy added softly as she examined the bowl. Or even combat skills. Li Ji's heart raced as he quickly pressed her for details. What about the cost? How does the repair cost compare to the night market's prices? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.